He had become a zombie during the apocalypse, a completely normal zombie. To increase his chances of survival, he decided he would become even stronger, attaining a body that he never could have had while alive. And with that, he ended up becoming the king of all the undead. His next step now is dealing with humanity. The train with several cars moves along its path calmly. Many people are crossing the tracks as if they don't know that a collision with a locomotive is fatal. The desperate train conductor tries to warn the fools to get out of the way as he has lost control of the train. Finally, the oblivious ones realize that the enormous locomotive is out of control. Desperate to survive, people start running, but the wheel of a stroller gets stuck. A mother with a baby in her arms, unwilling to abandon the stroller, refuses to pick up her child, unwilling to lose something that is practically worthless. The others try to warn her that her time is running out, while another woman closes her eyes, unable to watch the impending tragedy. In mere moments, that woman would have been reduced to a mass of human paste. Her luck was that a mysterious hooded figure was among the crowd. In the blink of an eye, everything blurred. Instead of saving the woman, the protagonist thought it would be easier to destroy the locomotive, stopping it forcefully. The train cars derailed with the potential to cause an even greater catastrophe. However, the woman and her child were alive, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Standing before her was that mysterious man, his face obscured from view. Turning to the woman, the protagonist asked if she was all right. Still in shock, the woman was deeply grateful for being saved. But her gratitude quickly gave way to an expression of pure terror. Even the infant in her arms was petrified. That being, he definitely looked just like a zombie. The woman's desperate scream echoed through the air. The protagonist's name is Zombie. His name is quite literally what defines him, a zombie. He had just woken up and was getting out of bed, unsure of his own existence or when he had even become such a creature. Despite everything, he had a dream, just like any other person. He wished to befriend humans so that discrimination would end. With that goal in mind, he had been working tirelessly every day, believing that one day, after much effort, he would achieve it. His confidence was unwavering, and he truly believed in his dream. While brushing his teeth, he lost another one because, after all, he was a zombie. In pursuit of his dream, he had lost count of how many people he had helped. A plane out of control was on a collision course with a stadium packed with people. The audience panicked, scrambling to evacuate, creating chaos and mayhem, until a small child pointed out the unthinkable. The plane did not crash as expected. That massive object had been stopped by a single being, leaving the entire crowd in stunned silence. The building was engulfed in flames, fire raging out of control as a woman screamed that her children were still inside. To the utter shock of the firefighters, a zombie emerged from the building carrying 5 children. He wasn't that strong, or at least, not as he remembered being in life. It all started with his zombie pandemic. This was the beginning of the apocalypse. At the time, he was still a student. Everything happened so fast that he had no chance to escape. This led to him becoming a completely normal zombie, just like all the others. He was just another one following the crowd and moving only as directed by the greater mass. One fateful day, armed humans appeared, pointing their weapons at all of them. Zombies were exterminated in large numbers, treated like pests. Their bodies were burned and used as fuel, while the survivors became the engines of infinite energy mechanisms. Zombies had become a source of electricity for humanity, yet the protagonist did not understand why humans hated zombies or why zombies crave human flesh. To survive, he decided to change his behavior and began training rigorously. He lifted weights, ran, swam, and jumped every single day without fail. An independent life begins through one's own effort, and he did not feed on meat. His meals consisted of whey protein, which he consumed 3 times a day. Even though his exhaustion was immense, he continued training late into the night, until one day he had finally become truly strong. He had become practically invincible with an aesthetic yet monstrously powerful body. After gaining strength and knowledge, he decided to approach the nearest human city. He tried to make them see zombies in a different light. His desire was to live under human laws, to be a good zombie. Inside his home, he continued his daily chores, realizing that his food supplies had run out. With that, it was time to go to the market to restock. It was a beautiful day outside. The sky was clear and bright. The protagonist went to the market he usually frequented to replenish his supplies. The clerk who attended to him asked if it wasn't uncomfortable to wear that mask all the time. The protagonist replied that, contrary to what she thought, it was actually quite comfortable. The employees went to the truck to load his purchased goods. A suspicious glint outside revealed that the protagonist was being watched. Some journalists wanted to confirm if it was really him. They wanted to see what was beneath that mask. They were doing their best to gather any clues about the zombie's identity. Holding a flyer in his hand, he noticed that one of his friends was being sought again. That was Goo, who had probably done something to anger humanity once more. The cameraman wondered if this person was really the same one who had stopped an airplane with his bare hands, while his boss admitted that they could be mistaken. Maybe it had all been a media exaggeration. That's why they needed to uncover the identity behind this masked figure. However, they ended up witnessing something so absurd that it completely robbed them of their ability to speak. The citizen they had been observing had just lifted that truck with his bare hands. The protagonist patiently looked up, as if calculating a trajectory. The ground beneath his feet began to crack completely. Suddenly, the truck vanished because it was now several meters high in the air. It was such an unbelievable sight that the journalists couldn't comprehend what had just happened. And in fact, it was such a powerful jump that the protagonist had managed to reach orbit. Far from there, a heavily guarded fence stood, with clear warnings that passage was strictly forbidden. On the other side of the fence, several erratic zombies wandered aimlessly. In their own language, a child told its mother that it was hungry. The mother told the little one to hold on just a little longer. Apparently, zombies were capable of reproduction. Don't ask how. Illuminated by the moonlight, the powerful zombie crashed into the middle of the devastated city. On his back was a truck completely filled with supplies. The vehicle was carefully placed on the ground. This brought joy to the zombies, who realized that their king had returned. A child asked why he didn't simply drive the truck like humans do. Unfortunately, he didn't have a driver's license, so he had to do things this way. This was a city he had conquered himself, far away from human villages, where zombies fed on eggs to avoid attacking people. Turning to the child, he asked where Goo and the others were. The little one said they were all in the hotel hall. The protagonist headed to the place to meet with these creatures. Everyone present was of an extremely high threat level. The mere gathering of such powerful beings was a calamity in itself. Even more absurd was the fact that they all greeted the protagonist as their supreme majesty. Handing the flyer to one of his subordinates, he informed them that Goo was once again being hunted by the humans. The powerful creature apologized, saying he always lost control whenever he saw a human. The protagonist walked over to a sofa and took a seat. One of his subordinates reported that their numbers were growing, but to stay hidden from humans, they had already relocated several times. The most reckless among them wanted to start a massacre. He was eager to use his chainsaw as soon as possible. After hearing this, the protagonist warned that humans could be terrifying as well. They were soon interrupted by a strange sound echoing through the sky above the city. The noise came from an aircraft approaching at high speed. Inside was a woman with two exceptionally well-raised twins. One could see their health and good upbringing just by looking at them. The woman stood inside the aircraft, radiating confidence, as if she were the true protagonist of this story. She seemed to be analyzing data on a massive screen, reviewing details of the current mission. Her staff assured the president that everything was in order, clear and stable, with no signs of interference. The equipment was ready for deployment. The payload had also been checked, a nuclear weapon programmed to detonate 20 minutes after activation. The protagonist noticed the unusual approach of the humans. High above, inside the aircraft, the powerful president crossed her arms, holding her twins close. She could hardly wait for the zombies to experience the devastating power of her nuclear weapon. She hated them all. As the aircraft drew closer, the sound of its engines became more deafening. One of the creatures alerted the others that humans were responsible for the noise. He wanted his leader's permission to eliminate them all, but the protagonist ordered that the priority was evacuating the citizens. His subordinate had to restrain himself. He lost control far too easily. Faced with this crisis, the responsibility of handling everything fell upon him. Inside the aircraft, the president attempted to communicate with the ground team. She informed the soldiers that they had 20 minutes to rescue any remaining civilians and evacuate the area. Repeating the order, the squad confirmed that they understood. At one of the aircraft's exits stood Marshall, one of humanity's greatest heroes, responsible for intercepting any powerful zombie that might appear. Clad in an impressive suit of armor and wielding a formidable sword, he patiently awaited the action. He assured the president that she could leave everything to him. If any strong zombie showed up, he would slice it down without hesitation. On the ground, the massive creatures did everything they could to continue fleeing. Elsewhere, they were being watched by a mysterious man with long hair. A bizarre-looking boy informed his superior, Faye, that the people from the Extraordinary Academy had found their zombies. A wonderful situation, because now they would get to play with these people. Pressing a button, a cage appeared filled with imprisoned humans. They were released in the middle of the zombie horde. The ground team detected human life signals and began preparing to move to that location. Properly positioned with their machine guns, they opened fire. Against safety protocol, a girl had removed her protective helmet, irritated that the zombie refused to die. The poor zombie boy shut his eyes in terror, convinced he was about to be killed once again. But standing in front of him was the great protagonist, whose sheer power was so overwhelming that even regular clothes became bulletproof just by being worn by him. A more determined soldier, unwilling to believe in the existence of invulnerable zombies, decided it was time to let his bazooka sing the song of his people. He unleashed a devastating blast of firepower against the creature. A massive explosion erupted exactly as the soldiers expected, and soon thick smoke filled the air. A soldier approached his superior, suggesting that perhaps this was no ordinary zombie, but an extraordinary individual known for saving people. He was famous for always wearing an incredibly realistic mask that made him look like a zombie. Now the soldier was completely terrified, realizing he might have attacked the wrong person. As the smoke cleared, the protagonist emerged completely unharmed by everything that had transpired so far. Inside the aircraft, the president continued analyzing the conflict data. She informed Marshall that a powerful zombie had appeared in the combat zone. The warrior immediately requested to handle the situation personally. Without any protective gear, he launched himself from the aircraft, diving straight into the battle. Meanwhile, in another location, those mysterious figures continued observing the events. They noted that nearly all the people had already been saved. Perhaps they had underestimated their opponents. The long-haired man then declared that it was time to make things more interesting. Immediately, the rat-faced young man understood exactly what they were about to do. Amidst the horde of zombies, they activated something that began altering one of them. Its eyes changed, and one of its arms started growing uncontrollably. What had once been a completely ordinary zombie had transformed into a gigantic and dangerous monstrosity. The protagonist was still there, protecting his friends when he saw the monstrous transformation. While the creature roared wildly, the armored human rushed toward the battlefield. The ground squad received an alert about the emergence of a boss-level zombie. With that information, they immediately mobilized toward the new threat. To everyone's surprise, the squad leader immediately began to retreat without a second thought. However, his actions were soon understood correctly, still filled with remorse. If the goal was to save the life of that extraordinary person, then he had no choice. With the protagonist in his arms, he moved further and further away from the center of danger. He placed him inside the evacuation vehicle. Once inside the armored transporter, he ordered the driver to speed up immediately. They had lives to save. It didn't take long for the vehicle to speed off, tires screeching. Inside the military truck, the girl expressed her curiosity about the identity of this person, especially why he always wore that same mask. Questioned so directly, the protagonist didn't know how to respond. At the heart of the battle, the ground troops were stunned. The monstrous zombie had just lifted an entire bus. Its strength was so overwhelming that it hurled the vehicle at the soldiers as if it were made of paper. Before disaster could strike, the samurai warrior arrived on the battlefield. With a single swing of his blade, he sliced the bus cleanly in two. The wreckage hit the ground, revealing how precise the cut had been. The soldiers cheered. If the samurai from the academy was here, victory was certain. Approaching the creature, the samurai ordered the soldiers to continue the evacuation. The monster was now his responsibility. Civilians were being evacuated little by little. The squad leader was informed that the dangerous zombie had already been intercepted. Among the humans, the protagonist recognized a voice that felt strangely familiar. The girl reassured him, saying not to worry. They were there to help. That's when he noticed something strange. The masked human they had fought so hard to save had disappeared. Marshall turned to the creature before him and asked if it felt any pain. The zombie roared in pure rage, completely uncontrolled. It was obvious that it had no command over its own actions. Like a wild beast, it lunged at the samurai. The warrior prepared to draw his sword. Faster than the eye could see, the samurai moved past the creature, his blade already sheathed. He had delivered countless cuts in an instant, determined to end its suffering. It all happened too fast. Marshall had executed the battle flawlessly. The zombie's body began showing signs of being sliced beyond its limits. It collapsed, torn apart, lifeless. Marshall slowly wiped his blade, convinced that his job was done. Looking at the remains on the ground, he wished the poor creature could finally rest in peace. But then faint footsteps caught his attention. Someone else was there. Seeing the unknown figure approach the fallen creature, he wondered if this was another zombie. The protagonist gazed at his former companion, grief evident in his eyes as if mourning a loss. Inside the support aircraft, the rest of the team received confirmation that the zombie had been completely eliminated. The president congratulated Marshall on his achievement, suggesting they record the event as part of his legacy. The protagonist apologized for what had happened. Not all of them were capable of controlling themselves. Hearing the mysterious figure speak in the plural, Marshall immediately assumed he was a zombie as well. Without a shred of hesitation, he had already unleashed his first strike against the protagonist. At that moment, the support team detected the emergence of yet another boss-level zombie. The young officer shrugged it off, saying there was no need to worry. Just give Marshall the order and he would finish the job. But the girl was already terrified. The samurai's signal had completely vanished. It had happened so quickly that even the president grew apprehensive about what might have occurred. Marshall's face was wounded as if he had been struck. His body was now hanging from the top of a streetlight, and the armor he once wore was gone. His life signals were faint. He had suffered severe damage. The situation was becoming dire for the humans as the evacuation had not yet been completed. Looking at the unfolding crisis, the president grew deeply and genuinely enraged. Someone needed to take action to prevent the worst from happening. Shocking her entire team, she descended from the aircraft, heading straight into the battle. Her team, alarmed, called out that she was being reckless. She couldn't just go down there all alone. She was already preparing her first strike, determined to assess the strength of this creature for herself. The protagonist was caught off guard. He hadn't expected another human to appear so quickly. The president, however, was even more astonished. Her blade had shattered as if it were made of glass. She took a moment to process what had happened, while the protagonist barely felt anything more than a slight poke on his head. Now she was truly frightened, struggling to comprehend what kind of creature could be as hard as steel. Realizing he was far stronger than she had initially assumed, she began putting distance between them. Her team warned her that due to the sheer force of her initial strike, they couldn't deploy reinforcements to assist her. Sheathing what remained of her broken blade, the president reassured them that she was fine. Seizing this brief window of opportunity, the protagonist tried to apologize, saying he had already done so with the samurai. She was stunned by his ability to speak, recognizing that this creature had to be some kind of mutant. This only made her draw an even more powerful weapon. With her enchanted blade in hand, the president prepared for another devastating attack. The protagonist grew desperate. He didn't want to fight and wished she would just listen. Brimming with aggression, the president declared that he could speak to the edge of her sword. Her first attack failed, he dodged it with ease. But that did not put an end to the battle. She had already repositioned herself. Now she was behind him. He turned to find her poised to strike once more. Executing one of her signature moves, the president unleashed a sweeping slash. Everything around her was sliced cleanly by her blade, but the protagonist managed to evade the attack in true Matrix style. The strike was so powerful that even the surrounding buildings were severely damaged. Everything was happening too fast, and the protagonist was genuinely impressed by her combat ability. However, the president was growing increasingly infuriated, assuming that the creature was merely toying with her. Nearby, soldiers were retrieving the injured samurai. His brutal beating had been so severe that he could barely speak. Finally, the president received word that the evacuation had been successfully completed. Now she, too, could retreat. Deeply focused on the heat of battle, one of her assistants urgently asked if she had heard the order. But by then, she and the protagonist were already dashing through the abandoned city, moving like two ninjas. The protagonist did everything he could to get away from the furious woman. Meanwhile, the president grew even more enraged, realizing that the creature had no intention of engaging in combat. He pointed out that if he didn't try to run, she would never stop trying to cut him down. With just a few leaps, the protagonist managed to create an efficient distance between them. This only fueled her fury even further. This time, she was determined to show him the second extension of her techniques. At that moment, her legs revealed themselves to be prosthetic and steam began to escape from her body. Now fully powered, the president covered a massive distance with a single leap. The protagonist, who had thought he was escaping comfortably, was suddenly caught off guard by the president's reappearance. With rage overflowing in her eyes, she launched another devastating attack. She landed hard on the ground after executing her strike. Moments later, the protagonist also crashed down, hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. Believing her target to be completely eliminated, the president sheathed her sword. She then ordered the aircraft to begin lowering altitude so they could retrieve him. The most disappointed person with this outcome was the rat-faced man. After all, every single citizen had been evacuated safely. But the story was far from over, as they still had a spy within the organization. The rescued civilians were celebrating, relieved to have been saved successfully. Inside the cockpit, the pilot suddenly heard something suspicious. Turning to the side, he was met with a disturbing sight. Someone had pressed a button that posed extreme danger to them all. The nuclear warhead inside the aircraft had been launched. Now it was falling, headed directly toward the survivors. Unaware of this, the civilians continued celebrating, assuming the mission was over. The pilot quickly informed the crew that they shouldn't be celebrating. There was a spy among them, and the warhead had been deployed. Hearing these grim words, the crew was left in complete shock. The rescued civilians were now overtaken by absolute terror. It was time to inform the president there was a traitor among them, and she needed to escape immediately. Unfortunately, she was paralyzed by the sheer horror of the situation. The nuclear bomb was descending toward the city, and nothing could stop it now. They were taking the necessary measures to minimize the damage, as extracting the president was now a top priority. She tried using her prosthetic enhancements, but immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Time was running out, and fast. The president was still outside the aircraft. At that moment, she struggled to activate the acceleration of her prosthetics. She had completely drained their battery while fighting a mutant she had failed to defeat. Apparently, she had forgotten to change the power cells in her prosthetics before heading into battle, a truly regrettable mistake. Still distracted by her dead batteries, she suddenly realized that the zombie was standing right beside her, completely alive. Without a word, he grabbed her abruptly, offering no explanation. He began spinning her like a centrifuge while the president screamed desperately to be let go. Then, with tremendous force, the zombie hurled the woman toward the aircraft. She crashed into the cargo bay, landing inside safely. Now, with her crew at her side and secured within the aircraft, it was time to escape immediately. Realizing what the mutant had just done for her, the president suddenly became overwhelmed with distress. Meanwhile, the nuclear warhead continued its descent toward the abandoned city. The protagonist remained calm and confident, patiently waiting for its approach. Once again, gathering a considerable portion of his strength, he shattered the ground beneath his feet. Launching himself skyward with a powerful leap, he raced toward the ballistic missile. Now the two were on a direct collision course. Steadying one hand, the protagonist already knew exactly what he was going to do. As if it were nothing more than a simple baseball, he caught the projectile with a single hand, a feat so incomprehensible that those who witnessed it were left speechless. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted in the sky above the city. The shockwave was so intense that it sent the aircraft into a sudden burst of turbulence. Behind them, the iconic mushroom cloud began to rise into the sky. Watching the utter devastation unfold, the president had no way of knowing if her savior had survived. The city, already abandoned, was now completely obliterated. Buildings that had once been merely desolate ruins were now almost entirely erased from existence. All the president could do was stare, convinced that nothing could have survived that. But then, unexpectedly, a scorched leg emerged from the thick smoke. The protagonist's clothes were almost completely destroyed, with only the strategically essential areas remaining intact. He scratched a rather private part of his anatomy, seemingly unaffected, as if all that nuclear energy had only managed to cause mild discomfort. After witnessing this, the long-haired mystery man declared that it was time to leave. However, his assistant pointed out that there were still life signals within the blast radius. The long-haired man scoffed, saying this wasn't the first time they had fought against the Academy, nor would it be the last. One day, he would eliminate them all. Meanwhile, the hero's aircrafts set course back to base. Inside, the president looked utterly desolate. Some of the crew approached her, concerned about her well-being. One of them remarked that it was truly ironic. She had spent her entire life fighting against zombies, only to be saved by one in the end. Her assistant stepped forward, explaining that there had likely been a massive misunderstanding. The one who saved her wasn't a zombie at all. He was a masked hero who had recently gained a reputation and had actually been living in the city for quite some time. Holding a tablet in her hands, the president crushed it in sheer frustration. Back in the city, people began noticing something unusual. Among them, a nearly naked man was walking through the streets as if nothing had happened. The protagonist made his way to the nearest telephone booth. In the past, these booths were used for making calls as they were equipped with landline telephones. His subordinates informed him that everyone was safe and that they were now searching for a secure place to live. Pleased with the news, he assured them that he would reunite with them soon, just as soon as he found a place to stay. Finally, the protagonist arrived at his apartment. He entered the numeric passcode to access the interior of his home. Inside the intelligence center, thanks to the city's surveillance cameras, they had finally discovered the whereabouts of the masked man. The protagonist glanced to the side, still deeply puzzled by everything that was happening. The women in the room were equally shocked upon seeing him on the monitor. He was practically half naked. Once inside his apartment, the protagonist hung some clothes to dry outside. Meanwhile, inside, he resumed his workout, motivating himself as he looked at a photograph. In it, he was gathered with the strongest of his associates. He hoped they had found his safe place, as he was eager to reunite with them soon. Suddenly, the president burst through his apartment door, startling him. She ordered her men to take every single piece of furniture. Nothing was to be left behind. Immediately, they obeyed her orders. Shocked, the protagonist demanded to know who they were, threatening to call the police. The president held out a piece of paper in front of his face, expecting him to understand the message. They were from the Academy of the Beyond, and they had come to inform him that he had been accepted. From that day forward, the protagonist was now a member of their organization. Discreetly, she gave an order to one of the security guards who had been accompanying her. The man grabbed the protagonist by the hand, who still had no idea what was going on. He tried to protest, saying he was a zombie and couldn't possibly go to school, but they simply assumed he was just a human with an extremely convincing disguise. After a brief exchange, they were all outside. One of the assistants pointed out that this was a bit inappropriate. The Academy had extremely rigorous selection criteria, and since the place was highly organized, he wouldn't even have a room ready upon arrival. For the president, however, that was not a problem. He would simply stay in her apartment. Once inside the president's apartment, the security team began placing his furniture in the new space. Finally, all the heavy lifting was done. The guards politely took their leave, leaving the protagonist standing there, unsure of what to do. The president watched him intently, while he remained extremely uneasy about everything that had just happened. Feeling utterly embarrassed by the situation, he hesitantly asked if he would be staying there permanently, and more importantly, where he would be sleeping. To the president, it was obvious. He would stay there. She didn't understand why he kept insisting on the sleeping arrangement, even jokingly asking if he wanted to sleep next to her. Flustered, he quickly tried to correct himself, saying that wasn't what he meant. She must have misunderstood. But all he could think about was how absurd it was for a human and a zombie to share the same bed. Sensing his discomfort, the powerful president reassured him that he would be sleeping in the guest room. After that clarification, he tried once more to explain his identity, insisting that he was, in fact, a zombie. While he was speaking, the president began adjusting her prosthetic legs. That immediately caught the protagonist's attention. He hadn't noticed them before. Seeing her remove one of the prosthetics, he instantly panicked, demanding to know what had happened to her legs. With complete nonchalance, she casually replied that she had cut them off herself. Then, tilting her head, she asked if he had a problem with that. Without hesitation, he quickly assured her that he did not. She let out a deep sigh, lost in thought as she recalled the events that had led to her decision. The zombie outbreak happened when she was just a child. Her parents were infected almost immediately, and they ended up biting her legs. To survive, she had no choice but to defeat her own parents and cut off her legs. That was why she harbored such a deep, genuine hatred for all zombies, dedicating her entire life to their complete extermination. After this brief but not so bitter explanation, the protagonist began sweating nervously, realizing it would be best to avoid certain topics. Noticing that she had interrupted something he was saying earlier, she asked what it was about. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing, just nonsense, and that it was better if she hadn't heard it. Quickly changing the subject, he asked about this Academy of the Beyond. Violet, the president, explained that it was an organization specialized in perfecting ways to combat zombies. It had existed for over 1,000 years, founded 2 centuries after the first zombie pandemic outbreak. Its sole purpose was to fight against the creatures, and over the centuries, it had produced countless talents. The protagonist's memories were unclear, but he was certain he had become a zombie during the very first outbreak. Dwelling on the subject, he realized that he had been a zombie for almost a millennium. Violet told him to be prepared for the next day. She had used her connections to get him enlisted immediately. His expression exuded distrust. More than anything, he wanted to avoid showing up. But Violet warned him not to even think about running away. This wasn't an ordinary organization. An escape would trigger a large-scale investigation into his identity. Finally, she revealed her name, Violet. She also mentioned that a girl named Dawn would escort him to the academy the following day, and that they already knew each other. Intrigued by this, the protagonist insisted that he didn't know anyone named Dawn. Just then, a familiar hair color appeared in the distance, accompanied by slightly revealing clothes. Dawn greeted the new student politely, while the protagonist remained troubled by the entire situation. He stared at her, unable to recognize her at all. This only made his irritation more obvious. He had forgotten everything that happened inside the armored vehicle. The truth was, he remembered perfectly well, but in his memories, she had been much smaller. Hearing this, Dawn had to put in serious effort not to think her future classmate was a complete idiot. She urged him to hurry. It was almost time for the entrance exam. The two climbed the stairs leading to a plaza in front of the academy. He hadn't known he would have to take an exam. Dawn assured him that it was necessary to test the student's physical abilities and skills in exterminating zombies. She used an old world record for the 100-meter dash as an example. To be accepted into the academy, one had to at least run faster than that record. Now the name Academy of the Beyond made more sense. Dawn figured he should have already realized that this was a place for extraordinary individuals. In the protagonist's mind, the place was probably full of lunatics. This academy was just a glorified asylum. Welcome banners were scattered everywhere, and a massive crowd of students had gathered to take the exam. Looking closer, it all seemed genuinely dangerous. Since there were so many people, Dawn had to climb onto her classmates' shoulders to get a better view. An angry man, possibly due to being bald, shouted at her to shut up and that trash like them should stay far away. As they argued, the protagonist questioned whether someone capable of holding an entire airplane should even have to take the exam. But it wasn't that simple. Many people there were capable of feats like that. Not to mention, there was a small detail. Almost no one at the academy watched television news. A man with a wooden leg began climbing the stairs, telling everyone to calm down. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the microphone. Welcoming everyone, he announced that he would be the examiner for the day. His name was Chen, and he was the president of the sports department. The academy had been around for 800 years, and many great talents had joined its ranks. In the old days, its founders could split entire mountains in half. Today, however, he didn't expect candidates to do the same. In the middle of the crowd, someone called out to President Chen. It was none other than the beloved protagonist, timidly raising his hand to ask a question. He nervously inquired what would happen if a zombie happened to be inside the academy. The answer was simple. It would be completely dismembered and his body would be hung from the academy gates after being neutralized. The protagonist didn't quite understand that last part. What did neutralized mean? Professor Chen clarified it would separate the smaller head from the larger body of the zombie. Just imagining such suffering made the protagonist freeze in horror. Finally, the exams began, starting with the 100-meter sprint. The students took their positions, waiting for the referee's signal. The examiner fired the starter pistol, signaling the beginning of the race. The wind caused by the students' movement was so powerful that it distorted the referee's facial features. Among them was an exceptionally fast student, clearly leading the race. The boy moved like a lightning bolt, finishing in just 3 seconds. Crossing the finish line, he had to exert significant effort to slow down, tearing up the ground in the process, while the protagonist ran as discreetly as possible. Next was the targeting exam, where they had to hit designated targets. Shooting was considered the most basic survival skill in this world plagued by zombies. Somehow the protagonist found himself dragged into the evaluation, despite not knowing how he ended up in this mess. Preparing to take aim, he observed his classmates' technique. Dawn demonstrated incredible proficiency with weapons, showcasing skill far beyond the average level. She hurled several knives toward the targets. Each blade found its mark, slicing through the heads with extreme precision, as if guided by an unseen force. After achieving such a flawless result, she flashed a small smile. She had passed the exam with flying colors. Meanwhile, the protagonist was struggling to figure out how to properly use a firearm. He couldn't help but notice how energetic the other examinees were, and he felt a growing sense of unease. He had to remember Director Chen's words. After all, he was almost certainly the only zombie in the entire city. The next test was a simple throwing event. Candidates needed to throw objects at least 80 meters to pass, while 100 meters or more would place them in the top tier. The first few candidates stepped up to throw. This test proved to be more difficult than the others, and some students began to fail. The director called up the next group. The protagonist found himself trapped among these lunatics. To avoid drawing too much attention, he carefully controlled his own strength. As he completed the tests, Director Chen analyzed the protagonist's statistics, noticing that he was only doing the bare minimum to pass. However, he had received a direct message from Violet. She had assured him that this boy was incredibly strong. Knowing the president's word, Director Chen was certain this guy had to be phenomenal. The only explanation for his lackluster results was that he was deliberately pretending to be weak. One of the candidates stepped up for the final test, ready to throw his spear. He hurled it with the force of a projectile, and the spear cut through the sky like a bullet. It traveled at an incredible speed toward its target. Unfortunately, it struck the training dummy in a very fragile and delicate part of its anatomy. Watching that scene only made the protagonist more anxious about being discovered. The force of the throw was so immense that the spear dragged multiple dummies with it. All of them ended up impaled against a traffic sign. In the center of the city, people who had no idea that this was part of an exam were stunned by the sudden appearance of flying training dummies. Even Director Chen was impressed. His candidate's spear had traveled an astonishing 32 kilometers. That performance was definitely enough to qualify. Now it was the protagonist's turn. As he stepped up to the test area, the promising candidate who had just thrown his spear attempted to intimidate him. The protagonist calmly picked up the spear. He glanced upward, mentally preparing for his throw. But before he could do anything, Director Chen ordered him to stop. Since he hadn't interrupted anyone else during the entire exam, this immediately caught the attention of the other candidates. The director wanted to confirm something. Was this really the man known as Zombie, personally recommended by the president of fencing? According to her, he was incredibly strong, yet that wasn't reflected in the exam statistics. The director wanted to know if he was hiding his true power. Moreover, he was the same person who had earlier asked about zombies. Everyone here was giving their absolute best to pass, so the director wanted to know if he was also giving his all. Panicking under the scrutiny, the protagonist desperately tried to convince them that he was definitely a person. Absolutely, without a doubt, a real human being. If that were true, then the director ordered him to show the full extent of his potential. He didn't need to exceed 32 kilometers. If he could throw at least 10% of that, he would qualify. If he failed, the director would assume he had tricked the president, which would make him a suspected spy, one that would be severely punished. Terrified, the protagonist started thinking. He was still afraid of humans. After all, he had spent centuries running from them. He never wanted to be enslaved again. But he had lived this long with a clear goal in mind. Determined, he resolved to throw the spear as far as he could. Because of this unusual interaction with the director, all eyes were on him. For the first time in the entire exam, he focused seriously. He remembered the suffering of his strength training, the pain of the bench press, the agony of countless failed bicep curls. The sheer power within his body began to accumulate so intensely that the ground beneath him started to crack apart. Then he threw the spear. A massive shockwave erupted from the force, sending a wave of intimidation through the other candidates. His throw was so powerful that it destroyed a satellite in Earth's orbit. If it weren't for the moon acting as a barrier, the spear would have continued traveling into deep space. The sheer force of his throw violently launched multiple candidates across the field. The ground beneath them had been completely obliterated. Faced with such an overwhelming display of raw strength, even Director Chen was left utterly speechless. The fact was, if one could see the moon in greater detail, they would notice the damage left by the spear. All of this was caused by just a small fraction of the protagonist's power. After the shockwave, the other examinees began falling from the sky, as if it were raining failures. The protagonist needed a moment to regain himself. Even his facial expression had changed from the sheer intensity of what had just happened. He stared at the moon still fixed in the sky, certain that his spear had been on a direct trajectory toward it. Finally, he returned to his usual demeanor. Around him, everyone remained completely stunned. Dawn approached him, thrilled by his results. Even the director had been left speechless, despite saying nothing. She wanted to know just how far the spear could have gone, but he couldn't answer. He had simply done his best. Meanwhile, in space, the broken-off piece of the moon was now a drifting asteroid. Floating aimlessly between the Earth and its satellite, it was not happy about the situation. Now that he had officially qualified, the protagonist hoped he could finally go home. Dawn, however, thought that was ridiculous. With that kind of power, he could become president someday. Completely excited about his potential, she asked if he had any idea how much power a president could wield. Reflecting on this, he realized he knew nothing about human society. The most direct example was Violet herself. Her authority allowed her to command a massive army, granting her access to even nuclear weapons. Not only that, but she was the supreme authority over a city of 30 million people. Even though an elected official technically existed, he was just a secretary. The real ruler was her. The protagonist attempted to mention that he already had his own city, but Dawn ignored him entirely, driving him somewhere else. They had now arrived at the biotechnology department, the place where special weapons were crafted, also known as the logistics department. As they strolled through the facility, something peculiar caught the protagonist's eye. In front of him was a small photograph of what appeared to be a happy family. The picture belonged to Professor Jamie, who was presumed to be dead. He was the former president of this department. After losing his wife, he had become obsessed with crazy experiments, ones that involved both humans and zombies. Because of this, he had been fired for going completely insane. Just then, a woman wearing glasses greeted them, asking if they were new students and if they had passed the academy's entrance exam. And indeed, they had both been officially admitted. Zombie wanted to know who this woman was. Dawn explained that she was Professor Jamie's adopted daughter and that she was now the current head of the biotechnology department. Inviting them to sit down, she asked what kind of equipment they would need. With a gleam in her eyes, Dawn eagerly requested something that would allow her to carry even more weapons. Her childish imagination suggested a skirt that could hide a massive machine gun. In short, she would be joining the group of gunners. Then the scientist turned to the protagonist. wanting to know what he wanted. But after asking the question, she received no answer. Revealing his severely low self-esteem, Zombie timidly asked if she had actually been talking to him. Upon getting a better look at his face, the woman suddenly went pale with terror. She had immediately realized he was a zombie. Dawn, still smiling, brushed it off, insisting that it was just a really convincing mask. The scientist, now fully alarmed, asked if Dawn was just stupid or actively choosing to ignore reality. That was clearly a zombie. At this point, Zombie was already trembling in fear. Dawn insisted that she wasn't lying. She had seen part of his face during the last exam. Now a little calmer, the scientist hesitated. If he were truly a zombie, wouldn't he have attacked someone by now? Still, she repeated her question. What kind of equipment did he want? After thinking for a moment, he confirmed that whenever he used his strength, he always ended up going home naked. So his request was simple. He wanted clothes that would never tear. An unusual request, one that made the scientist pause and think. She noted down the requests, a girl who wanted to carry more weapons and a zombie who just didn't want to end up naked. Meanwhile, in the reserved fencing area, a group was gathered in deep thought. Among them was Marshall, who had been completely obliterated by the protagonist. A woman lay on a bench, a book covering her face, waiting to hear the report. The samurai explained that his opponent was truly powerful. The moment he attacked, his vision had gone completely black, and in the very next second, his body was already dangling from a streetlight. The woman wanted to know if the president of his division would be capable of defeating this creature. Without hesitation, the samurai admitted that this being was even stronger than his own president. Finally, the woman sat up, slamming her book onto the table. She wanted to know the name of the person who had defeated him. A blue-haired woman leaned in, listening intently for the answer. After hearing it, she dismissed him, saying he was free to go. Her name was Jean Lanky, and she was the president of the Sword Division. There was fierce rivalry between the Sword Division and the Blade Division. As he left, the samurai wished her a good day. During the theory class, students were learning about zombie habits. They discovered that zombies also enjoyed eating eggs, and that this knowledge could be used to set traps. Zombie appeared to be a very dedicated student, diligently taking notes on everything he heard. Dawn grew curious about what he was writing and asked what he was doing. He told her he wanted to share this knowledge with his family. Of all the things he could have said, this was definitely not what she'd expected. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed through the school, summoning everyone to the gymnasium immediately. Dawn found this sudden gathering odd. It hadn't been long since they had all last assembled. Slowly, students began filling the center of the gym. They just wanted to know what was going on while casually eating their ice cream. Violet ordered them to be silent. Meanwhile, Dawn was amazed that her classmate could still eat while wearing a mask. He tried explaining how it was possible, but as he spoke, a group of individuals began approaching. The blue-haired girl watched the protagonist from a distance, unimpressed. Since he had fallen in battle before, she assumed he couldn't be that strong. She asked if she should go over and test this boy. Her president gave her approval. Immediately, she unsheathed her sword. But before anything could happen, a new group of individuals entered the gymnasium. At the front was the chief, followed by an army of robots. His mere presence was enough to make all the students start moving. Dawn quickly ordered her classmate to stop staring and bow. This was the Department of Mechanical Life. As the machines filled the hall, everyone bowed in silence. The presidents exchanged brief glances. He warned the girl not to start any conflicts in that place. Facing the reprimand, she said she would be leaving. But as she walked away, she asked if they were still planning to test the boy's abilities somehow. However, there was a quick change of plans. The chief was far more important than this boy, and she only respected the truly strong. The chief approached Violet, acknowledging that she had been working hard, but she simply replied that it was just her job. Zombie wondered if there was something going on between the two of them. The atmosphere had completely changed. Looking at his classmate, he asked if the chief was really such a powerful figure. Dawn then reminded him of Professor Jamie, the man who had been exiled from the academy. The chief was an enhanced version of a modern human, the masterpiece of that insane professor. The only one among thousands to survive brutal experiments, he now ruled a city of 50 million inhabitants. And in 10 years of leadership, not a single zombie had appeared in his city. The mere sighting of a single strand of zombie hair led to the violent cleansing of the entire area. Stepping onto the stage, the chief announced that he would be brief. Though they were all newcomers, the academy needed help. The students listened in complete silence. Looking at one of his machines, he ordered a projection to be displayed immediately. From what seemed like the eye on his face, a hologram of a seated person was projected. This was a spy they had captured months ago. Because of him, a nuclear disaster had nearly occurred. Zombie immediately boiled with rage. This was the man who had fired the nuclear weapon at him. Even though the spy deserved to be punished, he possessed information too valuable to be disposed of. He was a loyal subordinate of Professor Jamie. The protagonist realized that there was more than one enemy threatening humanity. In the present day, the threat of zombies had diminished. The greatest danger to humanity was humanity itself. Clearly, there were still people who just wanted to watch the world burn. They had tried countless interrogation methods, but none had succeeded. Not even the senior students had been able to break him. So far, not a single method, no matter how cruel, had been able to make the spy speak. That was why the chief had turned to the newcomers. Any assistance would be welcome. Whoever managed to make him talk would be immediately promoted to the position of vice president. The newcomers lit up at the promise of power. A large crowd of them eagerly volunteered to interrogate the spy. Looking at them, the chief announced that the prisoner was in a room outside and wished them luck. 2 hours passed and the situation remained unchanged. The newcomers had been getting creative, attempting unorthodox methods of interrogation. Violet watched with her hand on her face, completely unimpressed by their ineffective tactics. Dawn wondered if her new friend could make the prisoner talk. The truth was, if he wanted to, Zombie could make the man sing like a bird. Hearing those words didn't make Dawn doubt him. On the contrary, she was even more excited. Raising her hand, she called for the chief's attention, announcing that her friend had a way to make the spy talk. Since they had nothing to lose, the chief immediately directed them to the interrogation room. Even though she was excited, Dawn found Zombie's sudden willingness strange. Until now, he had been trying to stay unnoticed. Zombie's subordinates were always obedient, but for some reason, a few had been losing control lately. Maybe this year would provide some answers. He entered the room, coming face to face with the prisoner. On the other side, the spy wasn't surprised at all. He simply saw that another person had arrived. The protagonist approached him, while the prisoner watched him cautiously. They stared at each other for a brief moment without saying a word. Assuming that the academy had run out of interrogators, the spy made it clear that he would never betray his brother Faye. The moment he finished speaking, Zombie moved fast. In a split second, he made a small cut on the spy's arm. After enduring countless interrogation sessions, the spy had no idea what such a tiny wound could possibly mean. He laughed hysterically. He wasn't afraid of anything. This was nothing more than a mosquito bite. Zombie then gave a simple order. He commanded the spy to stand up. Without even thinking, the spy obeyed. This immediately caught the attention of every important figure in the room. Something inside that tiny wound had forced him to comply. Small cells had entered the spy's bloodstream. They were now traveling through his body and had already reached his brain. The spy's body trembled, not because he was afraid, but because he had completely lost control over himself. He no longer had any say in his own existence. Zombie's first question was simple: his name. The answer came immediately. His name was Sho Kai. Dawn was shocked. She had just witnessed her friend's ability to control someone's mind. Presuming that as Jamie's subordinate, the spy must know a lot. The protagonist asked if that was the case. The young man confirmed he knew almost everything. With that in mind, Zombie wanted to know why the zombies were losing control. The answer was a drug, one that had been secretly released into the city. Zombies who consumed it would go berserk, and in some cases, they could even be controlled remotely. They sent these zombies to attack humans, collecting combat data to analyze the Academy of the Beyond. The protagonist demanded to know why they were doing this. The spy didn't know the full answer, but he did know that his superior was excited. Jamie was gathering critical data for some unknown purpose. When asked where Jamie was now, the spy revealed that he was in a secret base 500 meters underground beneath City-ish. After hearing the answer, Zombie ordered the spy to turn his back to him. As he left the room, he spoke in zombie language, saying that humans were hateful creatures and that the virus inside the spy's brain could end his life whenever Zombie wished. But instead, he hoped that the man would be able to change his path. The spy understood the message, and the door shut behind the protagonist as he walked away. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie was exactly where the spy had said. They had already received intel that their captured agent had revealed important information. The Academy of the Beyond likely knew their exact location now. Even so, Jamie remained deep in thought. This wasn't important to him. They had to continue their research. In fact, he was glad the Academy was coming to him. His assistant panicked. This was far too dangerous. But since the experiment was nearing completion, Jamie wasn't worried at all. Walking up to one of his creations, he declared that the timing was perfect. He wanted his enemies to witness this historic moment, the birth of a new form of life. Zombie walked out of the interrogation room as if nothing had happened. Outside, he was watched with fear by the other students. Whispers spread among those who had seen what he had done. Even Violet looked uneasy. The true scale of his power was starting to sink in. The blue-haired woman was just as intrigued by what had happened. It was unanimous. Everyone now believed that somehow he had the ability to control minds. The chief began clapping, saying that Zombie had done an excellent job. He declared that this new generation would surpass the old one. He hadn't expected such a talent to appear among the freshmen. Since he had promised to make him vice president, he would do it immediately, as long as Zombie was officially registered. Zombie, however, was more worried about James' whereabouts. The chief, however, knew he wouldn't run away. They continued walking, being closely watched by the blue-haired woman. Her subordinate found it strange. There wasn't supposed to be a procedure for becoming vice president. They decided to follow them. The group walked into an isolated area, an industrial zone. Zombie had no idea why they had gone there. He had assumed they were heading to complete his registration. The chief suddenly asked him, when did he learn to speak human language? Because he knew that Zombie was a zombie. Zombie looked confused. Was the chief really talking to him? Turning toward him, the chief raised his weapon. Yes, he said. I'm talking to you. Then he fired. A powerful shot struck Zombie directly. The blue-haired woman and her subordinate, who had been watching in secret, were nearly caught in the blast. By some miracle, they were unharmed. The weapon used was the chief's tachyon cannon, a weapon capable of disintegrating any form of matter. The chief declared that he would never be fooled by a zombie. He wanted to know what the idiots at the academy were thinking. How had something like this gone unnoticed? But in the end, it didn't matter, because all zombies had the same weakness: their heads. And with their heads destroyed, they stopped moving. This zombie had entered a place he never should have. The protagonist's hand was already reaching for the chief's face. A series of rapid movements followed, until a wall was obliterated, sending debris flying everywhere. The chief suddenly found himself with Zombie's hand gripping his throat. At that very moment, other figures emerged. The robots that always followed the chief appeared instantly. They fired their powerful beams without hesitation. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist stood, holding a destroyed combat drone. Taking advantage of the chaos, the chief had escaped, jumping to safety. Dragging his feet across the cold concrete, he was still in shock. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. His robots had been completely obliterated. That zombie should be dead. No headless body should be able to move. And yet, the headless body was still active. The blue-haired woman and her subordinate were just as stunned as the chief. Without saying a word, Zombie kept fighting. The chief had to stay completely focused, because he had barely avoided being decapitated himself. Somehow, he managed to dodge every attack thrown at him. Managing to buy some time, the chief prepared his cannon once again. He fired a new shot, but this time, he failed to hit his target. He was completely unable to understand why this zombie was so agile, even without a head. But there was no time to think. He needed to focus on keeping his own head. Once again, he gained distance to avoid being struck by the zombie. The subordinate assumed he was struggling, but the blue-haired woman stated that the chief was just getting started. People like him preferred to display overwhelming power. It was best to step back before they got caught in the conflict. Finally, something began to form on the zombie's body. His head had completely regenerated. Seeing it grow back left everyone stunned. The protagonist suggested that they talk, as he had no intention of harming anyone present. The chief remained silent for a long moment. He had just realized that his neck had been lightly wounded. Imagining that the zombie's true goal was to control his mind, he refused to comply. He removed his coat, revealing his robotic body. Model number 1. He gave the command, and a different robot began approaching. As it drew closer, its parts separated and began attaching to him. The transformation was underway, and the protagonist could only watch. He didn't know what he was witnessing, but the boy on the rooftop was in awe. Now the chief was covered in a sleek, high-tech armor. After all, he was a mechanical life form, and it was not in his nature to negotiate with zombies. As the first zombie to ever witness this form, the protagonist should feel honored. The chief was now faster and far more powerful, striking with devastating force. He positioned himself mid-air to land a crushing blow on the protagonist. His attack was so overwhelming that he managed to launch him high into the sky. The blue-haired woman and her student were shocked by the intensity of the battle. But the chief wasn't done yet. He hadn't shown the full extent of his offensive power. While the zombie was still airborne, he struck him multiple times. Each attack was precise and brutal, yet his opponent didn't even react to a single hit. This only made the chief even more confident, despite the fact that the zombie's body remained completely intact. This time, he struck hard enough to send his opponent crashing toward the ground. His body hit the concrete like a soccer ball. Moments later, the chief landed as well. To him, all zombies had to be exterminated. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if charging an attack of total destruction. Then he unleashed a deadly energy beam capable of consuming everything in its path. The blue-haired woman was stunned by such a display of power. It was the same beam he had used earlier, but this time, it was exponentially stronger. The shockwaves swept through the abandoned city. There was nothing left that could have survived that attack. The chief exhaled heavily, exhausted from what he had just done. He hoped his enemy was finally gone. But then, he saw him walking casually in his direction. The chief couldn't believe it. This shouldn't be possible. For the first time in the battle, the protagonist acted differently. He roared, completely enraged. The force of his scream violently pushed away the debris. The blue-haired woman had to shield herself from the dust. Even the chief had to cover his ears. The roar was too intense. The protagonist had transformed. Defying the rules of Dragon Ball, he now had a pair of ears and hair. Nobody had any idea what had just happened to the zombie. Showing off his new hairstyle, he approached the chief. At this point, the chief had accepted it. He had no idea what the being in front of him truly was. The protagonist's skin tone remained the same, but his hair looked like something that had been popular in the early 2010s. Slowly, the dust began to clear, and in the sky above them, the clouds darkened further. A massive whirlpool of clouds began forming. Dawn, looking out the window, noticed something was wrong. The blue-haired president's student was also concerned. This wasn't normal at all. Inside the city, the bystanders were confused. They didn't understand why the sky had suddenly gone dark. It was the first time they had ever seen anything like this. Back in the battle, the chief couldn't say a word. He was dealing with a bigger issue, one that had just happened inside his underwear. The protagonist spoke. He had given this arrogant human several chances to resolve things peacefully. Now he wanted to know something very specific. Did the chief have an intense desire to find out if there was life after death? His entire personality had shifted. The blue-haired woman felt a deep sense of dread. She knew they had to leave immediately. The chief, despite his fear, refused to back down. Since his birth, he had never once felt threatened by any living being. and there was no way that some ex-bald guy would be the first to do that to him. Bracing himself, he challenged the creature to try something. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman and her student continued their escape. There was no record of a zombie like this in the Academy's database, and they didn't even know if they were far enough away yet. Before she could say anything, an object suddenly flew past them. The battle's danger level was beyond anything ever seen before. The chief's body had seen better days. Now he was nothing more than a broken, overconfident paperweight. The ex-bald protagonist just watched calmly. He knew this human was no longer a threat. Even in his weakened state, the chief still tried. He called for more of his robot models. They marched toward the battle fearlessly. They felt nothing. Multiple explosions erupted immediately after. Somehow, the blue-haired woman had managed to rescue the chief. That zombie was truly dangerous. He would need help to defeat him. Realizing the severity of the situation, the blue-haired woman scolded the chief. He was insane. He shouldn't have provoked him. They decided to split up and escape. But a round of applause for the chief. He still managed to do something stupid, even while being a paperweight. The protagonist noticed that the humans had started fleeing. It was time to show them something truly interesting. The blue-haired woman had no idea what was about to happen next. Suddenly, massive cracks began spreading across the ground. It was the protagonist's hand that had caused it. Beneath their feet, an earthquake had begun. It happened too fast. There was already an obstacle in her way. Everything unfolding before her eyes was simply surreal. With just one hand, the zombie was doing something truly unbelievable. Even the paperweight had his escape completely thwarted. Defying both the laws of physics and common sense, half of the city was lifted into the air, as if it were a wall. The massive structure now dominated the horizon. Inside the city, the bystanders couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. Dawn realized it was as if the city itself was floating. Even though she was far from the battle, it was obvious that something extraordinary was happening. All of this, caused by the protagonist's sheer strength. With the human's escape completely blocked, he resumed his pursuit of the paperweight. Grabbing his face with one hand, he dragged him to the edge of the city. With the paperweight within his grasp, he asked, "Now do you feel threatened?" Holding the stump of a man in his hand, the protagonist wasn't impressed at all. In the end, he confirmed something. He was right. He couldn't control the mind of a robot. But, since the chief was still partly human, his brain must still be intact. He tightened his grip on the paperweight's skull, as they're sending a command to the viral cells in his bloodstream. The virus had now reached his brain. Suddenly, he saw his memories. Since childhood, he had been an orphan. He had undergone numerous bodily modifications. So many, that there was almost nothing human left in him. The protagonist was certain. This paperweight's life was miserable. Staying alive was more painful than dying. Dropping him over the edge of the cliff, he said, "Seeing those memories ruined my mood." Luckily, he didn't fall to his death. He was saved by the blue-haired woman. She had witnessed the entire final interaction. She was stunned by the fact that the zombie could read memories. With nothing left to do there, he disappeared like a lightning bolt. The next morning, he woke up in a panic. He knew he had lost control of his emotions again. Being in that form was terrifying for him. He had to constantly remind himself he was a good and kind zombie. After packing his bags, he prepared to leave the human city. But as soon as he tried to sneak away, Violet appeared. She demanded to know, "Where do you think you're going?" Still shaken, he began to worry. He didn't want to silence a witness. Rushing toward her, he apologized for what he was about to do. But his attack stopped abruptly when he saw something strange. A document. It was his official appointment as vice president. The document was simply a formalization of what he had already earned. Holding the paper in his hands, he stood there, unable to comprehend the situation. He struggled to believe it was real. Was that truly the chief's signature? Violet confirmed it was. Immediately, he asked, "Did the chief say anything?" According to Violet, the only thing the chief said was, "The vice president is an excellent human being." As she left, she added, "I look forward to the day you become president. On that day, you will finally accomplish what you set out to do." Inside a hospital room, the paperweight was slowly recovering. The blue-haired woman was frustrated by his decision, because now they had a zombie as their vice president. But to the chief, that wasn't the problem. The strength of that creature was necessary to capture Professor Jamie. Even so, the woman remained wary. What if the zombie lost control again? The chief didn't care. Instead, he asked, "Have you prepared everything?" There was only one goal now, to completely eradicate Professor Jamie. Out in the ocean, several massive warships were sailing. Meanwhile, at the zombie refuge, one of them was rallying the masses. He claimed their king had been captured by the humans. The king was their only pillar of support. They couldn't lose him like this. Slowly, more and more zombies began agreeing with the idea of retaliation. Some of the other leaders merely watched Varmin's stupidity, but they chose not to intervene, because only the king could stop this. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrier continued its course through the ocean. The chief issued an order to all personnel. "This is our only chance to capture Professor Jamie, no matter the cost." In an abandoned city, the protagonist was walking alongside Dawn. She was amazed by the location. Suddenly, a large regiment of soldiers approached. They stood before him and saluted. They were ready to receive orders from their new, mighty, all-powerful leader, Vice President Zombie. They stated their allegiance. They were the 4th Division. From now on, they would only take orders from him. The poor zombie was left speechless. He never expected to have this much military power. That regiment alone had not only countless war tanks, it was composed of 12,000 soldiers. Not believing that they would obey any command, the protagonist asked what the soldier would do if he ordered him to end his own life. Without hesitation, the soldier immediately pulled out a grenade, declaring that the vice president's orders were absolute. It had been an honor to serve him. The zombie panicked and quickly told him to stop. He had only been joking. He had to throw the grenade far away before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A side character with protagonist syndrome struggled to accept the vice president's authority, assuming he must be weak. He couldn't understand why someone so fragile was in charge of such a critical region. They introduced themselves as members of the Academy of Stainless Steel. They had been sent to assist with capturing the target. Dawn recognized them immediately. It was President Bang and Vice President Chui. They looked incredibly strong. Meanwhile, on the aircraft carrier, a samurai questioned his presence on this mission. He didn't understand why he had been deployed or how a newcomer had been promoted to vice president. The blue-haired woman reminded him that he had been sent to assist, not to voice his opinions. He needed to understand his place. Gang, however, was still confused. Why had a rookie been put in charge of such a strategic position? The chief casually replied, "If you don't believe in him, the rookie can beat you until you cry." Gang laughed, thinking it was a bluff. He was certain he was stronger than the chief. Inside his fortress, Professor Jamie observed a massive military mobilization. The city where he was hiding was completely surrounded by enemies. He authorized the release of the zombies. With a single button press, a horde of undead surged forward. A young man wearing glasses noticed something odd among them. One of the zombies was different. There were many of them, but they were no match for modern firearms. The overconfident side characters complained that the task was too easy. As they approached the fallen zombies, the protagonist realized something. They didn't belong to his tribe. Dawn, standing beside him, pretended she hadn't heard anything. The cocky soldier sneered at the vice president, telling him to return home to safety since he was useless. Weaklings like him should be playing video games instead. That comment irritated the protagonist. But before he could react, they were suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a powerful zombie. Looking at the creature, the protagonist immediately recognized him. He had no idea what the little varmint was doing there. The young man in glasses was thrilled. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful zombie. Excited, he hoped the creature would put on a real show. Hours earlier, Varmint had failed to convince the other zombies to join him. Only number 7 had followed. 7 had only come to drop off gasoline and planned to leave immediately. He refused to disobey the king's orders but wished his friend good luck. Varmint was confident that the king wouldn't find out. He called his companion a coward. Brimming with self-assurance, he declared that he didn't meet anyone. He could wipe out the humans on his own. Then, he suddenly caught a strange scent. It was that smell that alerted the mad scientist to his presence. And just like that, the little varmint had encountered the human forces. Dawn had no idea what that creature was. Meanwhile, the protagonist was worried about his friend. Varmint began drinking straight from the gasoline canister. The liquid poured down his body from his ravenous consumption. Dawn was completely baffled by what she was witnessing. Finally, the zombie revved up his chainsaw. With a furious roar, he prepared to begin the slaughter. The sound was so intense that windows shattered, while Dawn covered her ears. Even the other soldiers had to shield themselves from the noise. The only one unaffected was the protagonist. The sonic shockwave was so powerful that it threw people flying in every direction. Dawn was growing more terrified by the second. This creature was dangerous. Varmint, filled with rage, declared his intent to eliminate all humans. One of the stainless steel soldiers was excited at the chance to fight. He believed he could win. The vice president didn't hesitate. He grabbed Dawn by the arm and started running. She didn't understand why they were fleeing. There were 2 powerful warriors who could help. With perfect calm, the protagonist explained. The stainless steel soldiers had no chance of winning. Dawn was worried by that statement. The zombie assured her he wasn't joking. That chainsaw-wielding zombie was truly strong. Then, he revealed the truth. Varmint possessed an immortal body. The stainless steel soldiers laughed at the vice president for running away. But before they could keep mocking him, one of their own was suddenly getting beaten senseless. He was thrown with such force that he crashed through a war tank. The cocky soldier turned to see what had just happened. But his back was now turned to his opponent. On the other side, his subordinate was foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. Only then did he realize. The zombie was right in front of him. Varmint, with eerie politeness, asked, "How would you like to die?" High above, on the rooftop of a building, the protagonist had brought his allies to safety. On the avenue below, the destruction raged uncontrollably. The boy with glasses was thrilled. This was the most powerful zombie he had ever seen. The stainless steel soldier, however, was not enjoying how the fight was going. One moment he was getting beaten, and the next moment he was getting beaten again. That supposedly strong human was nothing more than a toy in the hands of his enemy. He fell to the ground like a rotten fruit dropping from a tree, only to be immediately kicked in the head, like a penalty kick. His body flew across the battlefield, crashing into his already unconscious subordinate. Finally, the chainsaw-wielding creature approached, his weapon still revving viciously. It was in that moment that the stainless steel soldier realized he would never be able to wear that pair of underwear again. If not for the blade on his arm, he would have had a very unpleasant time. Up on the rooftop, the protagonist silently observed the battle. Dawn was nervous, but she was certain that soldier would not survive much longer. Below them, the stainless steel soldier did his best to turn the fight around. He stared deeply into the creature's eyes, only to freeze in terror and cry out for his mother. He didn't want to die like this. A genuinely embarrassing moment witnessed by two people who wished they hadn't seen it. Meanwhile, hidden in his laboratory, the mad scientist was delighting in the suffering of humans. The beating continued while the protagonist simply watched. Regular soldiers couldn't be deployed, it would be completely useless. Filled with fear, one of them asked the vice president, "What are you going to do?" In truth, the protagonist didn't understand why his own subordinate hadn't recognized him. Turning to Dawn, he said, "You'll be responsible for bringing that thing to its senses, through violence." Dawn panicked immediately. She was certain that she wasn't capable of doing anything. Then the vice president extended his hand. He asked her to hold out her arm. Then, he bit her. Dawn screamed in shock. It took her a moment to process what had just happened. She thought he was about to control her mind and turn her into a puppet. But the zombie reassured her. "I'm not that kind of person. All he asked, just don't hit him too hard." On the battlefield, the stainless steel soldier continued to squirm for his life. The chainsaw zombie was enjoying his suffering. Then, a voice interrupted. "That doesn't look fun at all." The zombie turned, hearing the sound of mocking laughter. Dawn took a step forward, driving along a massive machine gun. Completely transformed, she challenged the monster. "Why don't you play with me instead?" The zombie cells inside her body activated immediately. They spread rapidly, rewriting her original genetic code. New nucleotide chains formed, and she became something entirely different from what she once was. The chainsaw zombie was intrigued by this tiny little girl standing before him. Then, he became furious. How dare such a small, insignificant creature act so boldly? Dawn smirked. "You're just a big loudmouth. And honestly, there's nothing special about you." Before he could respond, she unleashed a barrage of bullets. The projectiles surged forward, but the zombie didn't move. He dodged effortlessly, weaving through the gunfire like it was nothing. Meanwhile, the stainless steel soldier curled into a fetal position, trying to hide. The poor guy was crying, praying that no one would find out what had happened to his underwear. The battle grew fiercer. The other stainless steel soldier took the opportunity to rescue his commander. By now, Dawn had closed the distance. She could land a powerful strike, but instead, she shoved multiple grenades into the chainsaw zombie's mouth. "This is just dessert," she whispered. Then, she detonated them. The explosion sent her flying backward, but the chainsaw zombie simply dusted himself off. That didn't even hurt. Actually, it tickled. Before he could finish his sentence, Dawn punched him in the face. Over and over. She was having fun. She liked the fact that he was a resilient punching bag. Terrified, the soldier asked the vice president, "What did you do to her?" And he learned her genes had been modified. Without a doubt, she could still become even stronger. Finally, Varmint admitted he was starting to feel pain. Meanwhile, Dawn grinned uncontrollably. She loved this feeling. The stainless steel soldiers didn't know what was scarier at this point. Without hesitation, Varmint declared, "That little strength of yours isn't enough to stop me." But he was abruptly caught off guard. The girl had already jumped onto his chainsaw. She landed a powerful kick to his face, so hard that he nearly sprouted wings. As his body flew through the air, his expression couldn't hide the pain he felt. He rolled across the ground for several meters, completely overpowered. Upside down, he struggled to understand what had just happened. Even so, the battle continued, destroying the avenue completely. The stainless steel soldiers were stunned by the girl's strength. They assumed she had been faking weakness all along. Lifting a massive bazooka, she announced, "It's time for some bang bang." From his vantage point, the protagonist noticed something unusual. Varmint was complaining about his pain. Then, he grabbed another can of gasoline to drink. Both combatants were having fun. Meanwhile, the stainless steel soldiers were in full-blown panic. The bazooka fired. The projectile soared toward the creature. But mid-flight, the missile was sliced in half. Varmint had moved so fast, it shocked the girl. Her body was shredded in the process. The air was filled with an overwhelming red mist. The stainless steel soldiers were horrified. To them, she was already dead. Varmint declared confidently, "I can't be defeated. Humans are wasting their time trying." Up on the rooftop, the protagonist closed his fist. That single gesture was enough to command the zombie cells to do their magic. Her body began regenerating completely. Varmint watched in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. That's when Dawn spoke. "I become undead too." The stainless steel soldiers were completely horrified. With her wounds fully restored, the fight between them seemed endless. Dawn wanted to keep having fun. The stainless steel soldiers, however, were terrified. They had never seen so many lunatics in one place. At this point, all they wanted was for someone to save them. Varmint was shaken. He no longer knew who the real zombie was in this battle. The vice president watched carefully. Meanwhile, his soldier tried his best not to ruin his underwear again. He hadn't expected the girl to become so powerful. Her body was evolving rapidly. The pain she felt was extremely real. Knowing that he had to put an end to this quickly, it was time to discipline his subordinate. Dawn was becoming more dangerous as the fight progressed. With lightning-fast agility, she closed the gap between herself and her opponent once again. Her attacks were so fast and powerful, Varmint couldn't react. He was hurled across the city like a punching bag, pummeled from every angle. In the girl's hands, he had become completely useless. Lying on the ground, defeated, he struggled to understand what this creature before him was. He got no answer. Instead, his head was repeatedly smashed into the pavement. Finally, he screamed in desperation, "I surrender. Please, no more." He pleaded for mercy. "I'll leave immediately. Just stop hitting me." The vice president observed the situation calmly. Meanwhile, far away, the mad scientist was also watching. Finally, the girl planted her machine gun into the ground. Varmint sighed in relief. He had finally gotten a break from his punishment. Then, he took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This sent the girl flying backward, crashing into the bystanders, irritating the vice president with such reckless behavior. He was upset that she had believed those words. She shouldn't have let her guard down. Things would always return to normal. Hearing this reprimand, Dawn protested. "I didn't know that was going to happen." Varmint assumed she had been under the effect of stimulants, which had now worn off. He warned her, "Never trust the words of a zombie." The mad scientist was impressed by the creature's ability to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the vice president was genuinely upset. Grinning maliciously, the mad scientist believed this was the most powerful creature he had ever seen. Now, the three humans were terrified, fearing for their lives. Then, something new caught his attention. A new figure had appeared on the battlefield. The two of them locked eyes. But the mad scientist didn't believe this new arrival could pose any real challenge. The problem was, Varmint recognized him immediately. The protagonist asked, "Do you still remember who I am, little Varmint?" Everyone on that street, except for the protagonist, was terrified. The mad scientist, however, didn't understand. Why wasn't his creature moving? Varmint stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. The protagonist questioned him again. "Why did you disobey my orders?" Memories from the past resurfaced. The day an arrogant zombie had entered his territory, that figure had been neither fully human nor fully zombie. With a weak personality, he would never become his subordinate. Dawn had no idea what they were discussing. One of the bystanders noticed something alarming. Varmint had wet himself. Gasoline dripped from his legs and pooled on the ground. Varmint was so terrified, he couldn't speak. The more time passed, more gasoline continued to spill. The mad scientist was furious. He couldn't understand why his creature had stopped attacking. Meanwhile, the protagonist stared at his subordinate with a disappointed expression. Varmint was still too frightened to say a single word. In the past, he had been utterly defeated by the king. His former underlings had been shocked by the battle. Now, the protagonist demanded answers. "Why are you so quiet?" Taking advantage of the silence, it was his turn to speak. He explained why he should be obeyed. This made Varmint even more terrified. The mad scientist had an absolute meltdown. He couldn't understand why his creature was so afraid. But he didn't know the full story. Varmint had an immortal body. Yet, he had once been dismembered and hung from a tree for 300 years. Now, frustrated with the fight, the mad scientist tried everything to force his creature to respond to commands. Finally, Varmint spoke. "I never forgot the orders I received." The mad scientist's control panel shattered, and Varmint turned and fled. As he ran, he shouted, "If anyone wants to fight the king, fight him yourselves." The mad scientist was at a loss for words. Dawn and the stainless steel soldiers were equally speechless. Even the protagonist himself admitted that reaction had been a bit excessive. The battle against the zombies was finally over. This was the first time the mad scientist had lost control of his zombie. But he had plenty more creatures and was willing to use them. Until the professor interrupted. The main human forces were almost at his hideout. Above the city, a helicopter hovered. They could finally reach the underground hideout. The blue-haired woman turned to the spy. She asked, "Is this the place?" The spy confirmed, "Yes. It has 6 floors and spans 11,000 square meters." Not exactly good news. They would have to search every inch of the hideout. The overconfident samurai declared, "Sometimes the best way to solve a problem is to use overwhelming force." Then, he leaped from the helicopter, straight toward the hideout. Still in the aircraft, the blue-haired woman called him an irresponsible idiot. The faster he fell, the more powerful his attack would be. He didn't care about strategy. He just wanted to prove the sheer strength of his attack. Then, a massive explosion erupted in the city. It was so powerful that it obliterated a huge chunk of the ground. Now, he had access to the underground hideout. Sheathing his sword, he said, "This is faster than taking the elevator." The blue-haired woman scoffed. She found his display of strength ridiculous. She told him, "You should use your earpiece. You could trigger a trap." The chief corrected her. In the face of absolute power, there is no such thing as a successful trap. Then, he jumped from the helicopter, leaving the 2nd Defense Unit behind with his remaining subordinates. For the blue-haired woman, they're all the same. On the ground, the troops kept advancing. They entered the hideout and searched for any resistance. But in the area they were in, there was no one. The more they searched, the more they realized that the place was empty. Escape wasn't an option. The routes were blocked. They had detection systems so precise that they could even catch a mosquito midair. The blue-haired woman wanted to join the action. She wasn't happy about having to stay behind. Her subordinate tried to calm her down, saying it was an order from their superiors. Still furious, she cursed them, wishing they'd have bad luck. Far away, the professor was safe. Knowing that the humans had entered his old hideout, it was time to execute Plan A. Inside a large containment chamber, the being was stored, the one that was meant to be the zombie king. The samurai picked up the note and began to read. It was a provocation, a challenge to release the zombie king. If you are man enough, he ordered a soldier to blast the glass open. But the chiefs suddenly stopped him. Their mission was to capture people, not to take unnecessary risks. Seeing that plan had failed, the professor's team immediately moved to the next plan. A countdown began. With barely any time to react, a massive explosion erupted. The soldiers did their best to protect themselves. As the smoke cleared, the chief watched carefully. The cocky samurai wasn't impressed by the trap. Then the mad scientist announced, "The containment chamber has been opened." The professor smiled. Finally, humanity will meet its end. The dawn of a new species. He wanted his creation to wipe out all life, including his own. The steel samurai waited to see what kind of creature would emerge. He never expected that the zombie king would be just a small child. Both the chief and the steel samurai were confused. The chief warned the samurai to be cautious. It may look fragile, but it could be extremely dangerous. The samurai attacked immediately, but the creature was even faster. The chief was shocked. "It's powerful," he confirmed. He immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. The top priority was ensuring that his soldiers escaped. The masses of fools ran desperately toward the exit. But the steel samurai wasn't satisfied with the outcome. He launched another attack. This time, he managed to split the creature in two, literally. Each half of the zombie gave birth to a new one. Of all the possible outcomes, this was the worst. Now, they had two creatures to fight, but it didn't take long for them to merge back into one. The small zombie waited, watching how the humans would move. The mad scientist ordered the release of more zombies. This would create enough distraction for them to escape. Following the plan, the hordes of zombies began to flood the city. Both the president and the blue-haired woman watched the chaos unfold. The young officer reported, "There are too many of them. The situation is going to get worse soon." He wanted to set up a defensive line, but his commander ordered him to step back and just watch. Loosening her magnificent hair, she said, "This is just a warm-up." With her sword in hand, she was ready to start, wiping out zombies. With perfect posture, her threatening aura became evident. In the blink of an eye, the blue-haired woman was already engaged in battle. Her strikes were precise, swift, powerful, and so strong that they sent zombies flying. Her strength was incredible. She slashed through a tree trunk, causing it to bend from the force. Using the elastic energy, she propelled herself into the air. Her subordinate couldn't believe what he was seeing. Up above, she glided through the horde, striking down each zombie in her path. Her sword was the first thing to hit the ground. Then, she landed gracefully, balancing perfectly atop the blade. Then, a light drizzle of zombie remains began to fall over the city. The young officer was completely stunned. He never imagined his commander was this strong. Looking at the meal on his plate, he realized something. She was truly amazing. If their enemies wanted to use chaos as a distraction for escape, they needed to rethink that strategy. The mad scientist was frustrated. That crazy woman had eliminated all the zombies they had released. He was certain this wouldn't have happened if they still had the chainsaw zombie. However, more zombies were spreading through the city. Discreetly, two of the protagonist's subordinates watched the movement. They wore masks to protect themselves from the airborne agent that made zombies lose control. The man who looked like a lone shark approached a nearby zombie to ask if he had seen his colleague, but the creature was very rude to him, telling him to get lost. Annoyed, he muttered that the creatures in that place were very unfriendly. Their mission was to find their runaway friend to avoid a possible punishment from the king. In the lowest level of the underground hideout, the so-called strongest zombie remained motionless. The humans looked at the creature with slight apprehension, and the small zombie wanted them to keep playing with him like that. It seemed like some kind of provocation. It ended up working very well. The steel samurai declared that if that little zombie still wanted to play, he was still too soft. With his katana firmly gripped, he didn't hesitate to strike with precision. Once again, he managed to slice the little creature into two pieces. The small pieces bounced on the ground until they merged back together, forming a single body again. The steel samurai was getting tired of this situation. He couldn't stand seeing his enemy constantly running away. He ordered him to man up and engage in a proper fight. It seemed like the little zombie would finally comply. He spit out his pacifier. And then, a metamorphosis began to take place across his entire body. To the human surprise, it now had very interesting attributes, revealing a form they had not expected to see in a zombie. In fact, it was really impressive how much it had managed to change its appearance. It seemed that the zombie was gradually learning how to control this new body. They had no idea how that was even possible. Smiling sweetly at the humans, the transformed zombie hinted that things were about to take a different turn. Using all the charm she had just gained with her transformation, she playfully asked the men to keep playing with her. The steel samurai declared that he would slice her up until nothing was left. He launched one of his most powerful attacks against her, but even at the peak of his strength, it was useless. His blade was stopped with just one of her fingers. He kept pushing against her, but the zombie showed no effort at all. Faced with this problem, he realized that his enemy was much more powerful than he had imagined. Looking back, he called out for the chief to assist him in the battle. Understanding the severity of the situation, the chief was already suited up in his most powerful armor. But he never got the chance to attack. He was suddenly struck by the zombie. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away from that place. The impact was so loud that even the protagonist's zombie subordinates wondered what it was. The same sound was heard by the presidents on the city's surface. His body had become a projectile, crashing into the top of a building and causing a massive explosion. After that, his body bounced across the city until it finally landed at the feet of the vice president's subordinates. They didn't know what to do with the human. They thought about helping him, but since they were zombies, they decided to leave him as he was. From beneath the city, smoke and debris began to rise. The blue-haired woman noticed that another projectile had been launched. She immediately recognized him. It was the chief of the Stainless Steel Academy. The samurai had been overpowered by his enemy, now barely able to move. Even so, he was doing his best to mumble a few words to his colleagues, and soon they came face to face with that female figure, extremely dangerous. On the other side of the city, a barbecue was being patiently prepared. They said this was the first time they had seen a barbecue being made with eggs as well. The extras were much friendlier now, and one of them had prepared a special tea for the vice president. After tasting it, he remarked that it lacked sweetness. Annoyed, one of the extras wanted to know who had made that tea, because for the vice president, only the best should be served. In the middle of their meal, they heard a high-pitched sound that made them uneasy. The female zombie continued to mock the humans. She took a threatening stance. The president knew that this being was different from the others and could be a major problem for them. The rivals agreed to a temporary truce. It was crucial that they work together at this moment. The zombie's face was now marked with a deep expression of contempt. Dawn felt the explosions coming from the other side of the city. They were getting closer. The vice president decided to take action. He informed her that he was going to check out what was happening. There was no time to waste. The blue-haired woman had already thrown her sword at the enemy. Even though it hit its target, the cut was far too shallow. The president was already on the creature's tail, closing in at high speed. But her attack was intercepted. She was caught off guard by a movement only a ballerina could pull off. As she struggled to recover from the blow, the zombie sneered, saying that kind of speed was far from impressive. The president was ready to counterattack, positioning herself in a way that put her opponent at risk. Her legs swung toward the zombie's head like a scythe. This time, she managed to make contact. The zombie smirked, saying it was truly pathetic how little strength she had. The president backed away to give her colleague room to strike with slashing attacks, but not a single one managed to land on the creature's body. From a distance, the steel samurai watched the destruction caused by the fight between the three of them. He'd hoped they could hold the creature off for a little longer. All he needed was just 2 more minutes, because now he was about to activate his emergency armor. And as if he were the main character in some generic tokusatsu series, he began suiting up. The zombie looked at him with great interest, clearly enjoying what she was seeing. And to be honest, he really did look like he had stepped straight out of a Gundam series. His powerful form was called Heart of Steel, and he was using its first version. The president was annoyed by this, realizing that the creature was ignoring them. They took advantage of the distraction to launch a combined attack against the zombie, who barely moved. Ignoring women awakens a violent reflex in them, and that was exactly what the zombie had provoked. But before they could land a blow, she revealed something unexpected: a massive tongue. It was merely a distraction for both women, as her transformation was still in progress, changing her entire body. The shockwave from the blow she delivered to the ground sent both women flying. What was once a woman had now transformed into a figure very familiar with Trembolone. Not clad in Heart of Steel, the samurai was convinced he could do something. The women were in shock. They had known that the zombie was capable of transforming. Frightened by what they were witnessing, they no longer knew if they could win this battle. The hulking zombie and the steel samurai, now in one of the coolest cosplays ever, were on a collision course. Facing each other, they decided that this fight would be settled with a single attack. Immediately, both of them prepared to end everything with one strike. But the zombie's strength far surpassed his. The clash between them sent a massive shockwave of destruction through the battlefield. The women nearby could do nothing to stop it. Coincidentally, the vice president and Dawn had just arrived at the site of the action. Through the smoke, a silhouette could be seen. Unfortunately, the armor was more stylish than functional. The steel samurai had lost part of his body. The bulked-up zombie mocked him, declaring that he had lost. It seemed the samurai assumed this was a rhetorical statement, even with half his torso missing. He claimed he was still in the fight. Apparently, he would only admit defeat once he no longer existed. Dawn looked around at the destruction, wondering if they were even in the right place. She had no idea what was happening. The protagonist noticed a very familiar scent in the air. The creature showed a rare hint of empathy toward the samurai and decided to reveal her true power, hoping he would finally give up. He definitely hadn't expected the zombie to be capable of getting even stronger. Her back muscles started growing at an absurd rate. Her hair lifted into the air. It was almost like she was going Super Saiyan. To everyone's surprise, she now looked like a generic Manhwa character. Even the women weren't prepared for this. The scientists had no control over her in this form, but the professor simply said, "She is the Zombie King." This was expected. The creature announced that there was no reason to continue the battle, but the samurai was too proud to accept that. The women also closed in, preparing to attack her together. Smirking, the zombie warned them that quick attacks were useless. All it took was a simple flick of her finger, and the armless samurai was sent flying. Everyone was blasted away and the samurai lost his armor completely. The force of the impact shattered all the windows in the nearest building. As they were hurled into the distance, the women tried to recover somehow. Thanks to the power of plot convenience, they landed right next to the vice president. He caught them in his arms, preventing them from suffering further injuries. Dawn was horrified. She never imagined that both presidents could be defeated so easily. The Steel extras were also worried about what had happened to their leader. Being the generic proud warrior, he claimed he could still fight. The zombie grinned, saying that he had allowed them to live, yet they were still acting so stubbornly. Exhausted, Violet warned them. This was the zombie king. It was better to flee immediately. The blue-haired woman reinforced her warning, leaving Dawn terrified. The zombie king pointed at the humans, commanding his minions to attack. A horde of undead outcasts rushed forward with fury. The extras were terrified. Not only did they have no idea where all those creatures had come from, but they also couldn't do anything about it. The blue-haired woman urged the vice president to order everyone to leave, or that place would become their grave. The zombies were charging forward, ravenous. Meanwhile, the professor was delighted by the sheer magnitude of the zombie king's power. The protagonist dropped the two women to the ground, feeling disrespected by what he had just heard. The blue-haired woman was a bit surprised by his reaction. Then he let out a powerful roar, commanding the creatures to disappear immediately. That alone was enough to halt their advance entirely. The creatures froze around him, incapable of disobeying his command. It was as if they instinctively knew that before them stood a truly supreme existence. Even the one who called himself the true zombie king was stunned by what was happening. Now he was intrigued by this mysterious figure. That made the protagonist lose control of his emotions once again. Walking over the zombies as if they were mere stepping stones, he demanded to know what title he should claim for himself, since an imposter had already called himself king. An eerie silence fell over the entire city, and the poor zombies instinctively stepped aside to clear a path for the protagonist. The armless samurai could barely process what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, as the protagonist approached his enemy, he noted that he was strangely silent. He positioned himself atop the mountain of corpses. The creature gazed up at him, puzzled. The protagonist then mockingly asked if a cat had stolen his tongue. The armless samurai was utterly dumbfounded by what he was seeing. Dawn, on the other hand, was shocked. This was the protagonist's true appearance. With a subtle smirk, the zombie king finally understood his enemy was also a zombie. Realizing this himself, the armless samurai demanded to know how the Academy of the Beyond allowed a zombie to become vice president. Violet immediately told him to shut up. The two mighty beings stared each other down. They had decided the one who survived this battle would be the true king. Both were ready to engage in a ferocious fight. The wicked creature landed a direct hit on the protagonist, but the vice president only scoffed at him, taunting that he must not have eaten anything today. It took the zombie king a moment to realize that his enemy was truly powerful. He then received a devastating punch. The sheer shockwave from the blow sent the zombies beneath them flying. The creatures' bodies illuminated the night sky. Meanwhile, the false zombie king was only stopped from flying away himself because he had no wings. His body kept soaring across the city. The distance he covered with just one punch was unbelievable. He was launched so far away that he left the continent and crashed into the ocean. His impact was so violent that he slammed into a battleship, throwing the entire crew into chaos. The shockwave shook the vessel as the creature struggled to regain his bearings. Watching the battle, the mad professor was completely baffled. He had no idea how this was even possible. They never knew that guy was a zombie too. Despite the brutal impact, the attack hadn't done enough damage to finish him. The scientists couldn't even measure the potential of this new combatant. Meanwhile, the zombie king suddenly began lifting the entire battleship with his bare hands. Dawn became alarmed. She had just noticed something even more dangerous falling from the sky. A submarine was hurled into the middle of the city, and the zombie king grinned, declaring that he was in fact full energy. The destruction in the city was reaching catastrophic levels. Shaking with fear, Dawn muttered that it would be best to leave this place immediately. Elsewhere, the lone shark-looking zombie was repairing the steel samurai's body. His friend scolded him, telling him to stop welding immediately. He turned around and did as he was told. The chief was furious. Those buffoons had welded what should have been cut and cut what should have been welded. Looking toward the horizon, they felt the overwhelming presence of the true king. Meanwhile, the battle in the city continued in full force. The protagonist gained the high ground, positioning himself above his adversary. He began mocking him, trying to provoke him. Dawn remained terrified, still shaken by the vice president's true form. Something was approaching rapidly. The protagonist maneuvered a cord in his hands, wrapping it tightly around the zombie king's neck. This way, he had his enemy exactly where he wanted him. The armless samurai was still struggling to accept that this being was a zombie. Meanwhile, the vice president refused to let his enemy run away. The moment he reeled him in, he landed a crushing blow. And from the way the impact felt, his boot soles must have been soaked in lemon juice. The force of the kick sent his enemy flying into the stratosphere. He thought he could also play with the rope, but as soon as he tried to pull it, the protagonist cut it. The creature plummeted from the sky like a missile, crashing into the city. The extras watched everything like spectators at an event. Meanwhile, the protagonist seemed to be having a lot of fun with all of it. His enemy tried to attack him at an incredible speed. He claimed he wasn't trying to run away, he just wanted to change the battlefield. Now the two of them were much closer to the ocean. The protagonist had landed on one of the aircraft carriers. Some of the crew members noticed what happened, assuming he was just an ordinary person. Looking at his opponent, he remarked how much he seemed to enjoy throwing things around. Now the crew members started to panic, realizing that this was a zombie. Some of them considered abandoning the ship. The false king then said that he also liked throwing things. Back in the city, the chief was observing the fight alongside two of the king's subordinates. He said they should flee immediately. He knew the vice president was strong, but they shouldn't underestimate the mad professor. The lung shark-looking zombie told the human to shut up. He should be paying attention to what was happening. There was no existence that could defeat their king. Not even a god would be able to accomplish that. The protagonist, who had been on the aircraft carrier, suddenly vanished. He reappeared right in front of his opponent. The false king realized that he had become even faster. Then he was brutally struck in the face. The impact was so powerful that it launched him out of Earth's orbit. He soared through space until he realized that he was no longer on Earth. And then he noticed a massive object heading straight for him. A full-size ship had been thrown at him. The gigantic aircraft carrier crashed into the zombie, burying him into the moon. Back on Earth, nobody could explain how any of this was happening. How was he so strong? Why was physics completely ignored? The protagonist was now sitting in a lifeboat. Meanwhile, the moon now had an aircraft carrier stuck to it. There was no point in trying to run anymore. Anywhere they went would be just as dangerous. The furious creature declared that this wasn't over. It began using all of its strength to break free from the aircraft carrier. After finally shaking it off, it used the moon to propel itself back toward Earth, and the protagonist was just waiting for it to get closer. Preparing himself for a jump, he began gathering his strength. Now he was also heading into space. He had to use the aircraft carrier to keep gaining momentum and return to Earth. The battle between the monsters was far from over. Knowing that the ship contained a nuclear reactor, the creature rushed toward it, destroying part of its structure. He wanted the protagonist to experience its destructive power. The ship that had once been floating in Earth's orbit was now plummeting toward the ground. The impact created a massive explosion. Everyone watching the battle was utterly terrified. A shockwave of the explosion started tearing apart everything around it. It was so massive that it could be seen from multiple locations on the planet. Its mushroom cloud rose far beyond the clouds. The protagonist's friends and the humans all scrambled for shelter from the approaching shockwave. He stood on another ship preparing to close in on his enemy. His jump was so forceful that it made the entire vessel shake. And now the creature realized that he was once again face to face with his enemy. Observing him closely, the protagonist figured that his adversary wanted more because he was just getting started. After everything that had happened, the protagonist was finally starting to grow concerned. Meanwhile, the creature made a proposition. It believed that this was a battle with no winners. They should stop fighting immediately. Instead, they should work together to destroy the world. As he spoke, he hurled the protagonist's body across the city. He proposed that they divide the world in half, each ruling over their own side while avoiding each other. Dawn was a little worried about that last attack. Meanwhile, the creature wanted to know the protagonist's opinion. The protagonist had no interest in destroying the world. Watching the fight, the chief said that none of this made sense, which in his opinion was reason enough to flee immediately. The two were far too strong. They should retreat, recover their strength, and plan a counterattack. But the lung shark-looking zombie told him to shut up. He talked too much nonsense. He was completely mistaken if he thought that the true king was limited to just one transformation. The expression of disbelief on the chief's face was unmistakable. With a mocking smirk, the protagonist declared that it wasn't worth working with such a creature. He was deeply offended by the idea of dividing everything in half. The chief continued to watch the fight, still in awe of what was happening. In a threatening tone, the protagonist stated that only the weak talk about destruction or absolute control. Dawn wanted to know what they were saying, but they were too far away to be heard. The protagonist was now truly enraged by the creature before him. And by the looks of it, this so-called king would only learn after receiving a proper lesson. The protagonist's face began to change, gaining color. As his appearance transformed, his power also surged. Observing the change, the women were completely shocked. The once gray-skinned being had now turned into a normal person. Was it really possible that he had transformed again? The protagonist now had a human appearance, but a rather generic one. His eyes strongly resembled those of a certain character from a story where the protagonist eliminated people by writing their names in a notebook. His menacing aura could be felt from miles away. On board the ship, the false king felt terrified. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist's subordinates, the chief was with them. One of them hurriedly woke him up, telling him to see for himself what was happening. He needed to witness with his own eyes the being they called their god. Even though the protagonist still had long nails, he had turned into a normal human. No one could explain why he now had a fully human body. As the battle raged on, rain began to pour from the sky, and the false king grew even more frustrated, unable to comprehend what kind of existence stood before him. It was impossible for someone to be both a zombie and a human at the same time. His attack was just about to strike the face of this new entity, but the protagonist did nothing, until suddenly, even the raindrops stopped moving. All he had to do was raise one hand. And just like that, the so-called Zombie King's body was lifted into the air. Finally, the raindrops began moving again, but in reverse, rising toward the sky. People, too, were caught in this gravity inversion. Dawn tried to hold onto something to keep from floating away, wondering if a zombie should even have this much power. Even the massive warships weren't spared from this force. Even the sea creatures began rising out of the ocean. It was a terrifying sight. The completely subdued creature still glared defiantly at its opponent. Once he was close enough, the protagonist told him that from now on, he should call him Daddy. Even from space, one could see the cataclysm taking shape. Dawn finally realized that this was a massive tornado. The presidents crashed to the ground. The fish that had been flung into the air also started falling back down. Recovering from the impact, Violet stated that no zombie should be capable of all this. A gigantic whale crashed onto the rooftop of a building. Everything was so absurd that even the mad professor was stunned. In his paperweight-like state, the false zombie king had no idea how this was possible. The mad scientists had never seen anything like this in their entire lives. Without arms, the creature struggled to get up, and in doing so, he took the most difficult path possible. But thanks to his regenerative abilities, his arms began to regrow. He claimed that everything being done to him was completely useless. After all, he couldn't be killed. Even if he was sliced into thousands of tiny pieces, he could still regenerate. The protagonist took that statement as a personal challenge. With a swift movement of his hand, he pulled the creature's body toward him, grabbing it by the throat with one hand. The creature thrashed desperately, but the protagonist simply smiled at him. He told him that he had completely misunderstood the concept of death, because one didn't have to destroy a body to make someone experience it. The tighter his grip became, the more his senses faded, until the only thing left for him to see was the deep, piercing gaze of the protagonist. Beyond Earth's atmosphere, massive vessels floated in space. They appeared to be designed for interstellar travel. Meanwhile, tornadoes raged across the entire ocean. At last, the false king realized that this being was far more ancient than he had ever imagined. There were those who came from very distant eras. A great war was being fought, and those powerful constructions were ready for battle. They had already withstood over 1,000 sieges, and this was the 6th time humanity had been wiped out. Even so, the protagonist's strength could not be stopped. All those spacecraft were completely destroyed. To his power, they were nothing. Upon gaining access to these memories, the creature began to lose its mind. And in its last moment of lucidity, all it saw were dark, abyssal eyes. Its body was now completely motionless, and from the expression on its face, it was as if its consciousness was no longer there. Still holding the lifeless creature in his hand, the babble seemed to finally reach a conclusion. Those who witnessed everything had no idea what had happened. The protagonist casually dropped the zombie. Its body plummeted toward the ground. It landed completely lifeless, revealing itself to be nothing more than an empty shell. The chief was curious. He didn't understand why the creature wasn't moving anymore. The lung shark chuckled, saying that it must have literally died of fear. The chief wasn't even aware that was possible. On the mad scientists' side, they were also in complete disbelief. This shouldn't have been possible. It was time for them to get to the helicopter. The entire fleet along this coast had been destroyed. This was their only chance to escape. It was now or never. The mad scientist attempted to flee, but was immediately frozen in shock. The most powerful being of all was already standing right beside them. They had never revealed their actual position. There was no way he should have found them. With his generic yet terrifying gaze, the protagonist said nothing. He simply observed as those around him trembled with fear. He wanted to know if they would surrender willingly or if they preferred to suffer the same fate as the Zombie King. They had a whole second to decide. Everyone immediately chose to surrender, except for the mad professor, who still resisted. The protagonist then gazed at him more seriously. And just like that, the man who should have been executed ended up being captured alive. The others still didn't know what was wrong with him. He was acting very different. Returning to his normal form, he admitted that his transformation was terrifying, but he preferred being a kind and gentle person. Violet suggested that Dawn go ask him about it, but she was also too afraid of the vice president. So Violet encouraged her, saying that one day they would probably make her the vice president of the zombies anyway. Nervous but determined, Dawn approached him and asked if he was okay, since they were about to leave. He stood up, saying he was hungry. This scared her so much that she almost jumped back. But at that moment, what he truly wanted was just a more durable shirt. With that, she realized he was back to being his usual, calm self. She asked if he remembered anything, and he said he did, but his memories were a bit hazy. He had lost his sense of time, but was certain that he had faced many zombies like that one before. However, since they were all too weak, he never bothered remembering each of those encounters. Inside the prison transport vehicle, the mad scientist wanted to know what the professor was thinking. The professor smiled. He never expected that such a powerful being could exist. But he was certain that he would eventually obtain a sample of its genes and create an even stronger entity. The Zombie King had been defeated and Professor Jamie was finally in custody. With that, the protagonist was thrust into the spotlight. People wanted him to become a president as well. He would need to manage and protect his cities. If he failed to expand his population, he would lose the title. He chose City Etch, even though it was completely abandoned. This worried his superiors, who assumed he would lose his position quickly. But the protagonist was unwavering. He was determined to govern that place. After the formalities were settled, he was officially declared a president. A supervisor was furious about his decision to choose a deserted city and an idiot to lead it. Even Violet recognized that it was a risky choice. The protagonist's subordinates began moving to their new city. The scene was unprecedented. Human soldiers were actively helping zombies relocate to their new home. Alongside the new president was the elite of his subordinates. The loan shark confirmed that everything had been done as ordered. All citizens had been transferred. And that was exactly what he wanted. Asking the soldiers to stand in formation, a tiny zombie flinched. He still wasn't used to humans, believing that they might be dangerous. The soldier reassured him, saying that the president's orders were like the commands of a god, and the president's people were his people too. The little zombie struggled to believe those words. But finally, after so long, they had a place to call home. Sometimes, for a race to thrive, war isn't necessary. Indeed, besides being powerful, the protagonist was an extremely wise being. They wanted to know what should be done with Varmint, as he had already been hanging there as punishment for several months. But the protagonist stated that he should remain there. His place of punishment was atop the City Hall building. At the top of the building, he was properly restrained, constantly crying, acknowledging that he was wrong. Repeatedly pleading for mercy, he swore he would be obedient from now on. He didn't want to become zombie jerky. The citizens were overjoyed with the changes, finally having a home of their own. Meanwhile, Violet was training hard, determined to grow stronger, but she ended up crashing violently into a wall. She tried to recover from the powerful impact. After getting back on her feet, she coughed heavily. She had no idea how this could even be possible. On the other side of the battlefield stood Dawn, who had undergone a staggering power boost. Seeing this firsthand, Violet realized there was nothing she could do. This was power beyond what could be surpassed. It was as if Dawn had two completely different personalities. As Violet watched her closely, the smile on Dawn's face reflected a clear shift in her demeanor. Dawn declared that she could still fight. Violet, determined to improve, launched herself at incredible speed. She maneuvered to get behind her friend, but she was suddenly caught off guard by Dawn's completely unnatural head movement, something no normal human would do. This bizarre sight shocked the president, forcing her to abort her attack. She asked if Dawn was still human, but the shock made her forget about that for now. They were still sparring and Dawn launched an aggressive assault. Violet quickly switched to evasive maneuvers, dodging the gunfire. Dawn's machine gun was singing like it was on a live TV show. Dawn boasted that she was now strong enough to become a president herself. Then she started laughing sadistically, her machine gun still roaring. After dodging for a long time, Violet finally found cover. But it was clear that she was reaching her limit. Her frustration was only surpassed by the anger she felt toward herself. Determined to push forward, she demanded that Dawn show her strongest technique now. This triggered the zombie cells in Dawn's body, activating at full power. Violet rushed in, executing one of her best attacks. But Dawn mocked her, questioning if she was even trying. She wouldn't use her best technique against such a weak opponent. Then, in a terrifyingly unpredictable move, the president struck with precision. A clean cut severed Dawn's body in two. Despite the pain and the damage, all Dawn did was smile. Violet, stunned, questioned why her friend hadn't even tried to dodge. She was completely shaken by that insane regeneration ability. Dawn's genes were now practically invisible. For Violet, this was too much. She demanded to know what the zombie had done to her. Almost revealing her genes, Dawn asked if Violet finally understood that she could be a president too. She lunged at Violet with her bare hands, preparing to land a precise strike. This time, Violet couldn't dodge. She was slammed against the wall. That was enough for her. She suggested they stop the training. Dawn's body began emitting white smoke. As she returned to her normal self, she apologized, saying she hadn't done any of that on purpose. Violet wanted to know if she really wasn't a zombie, even after being bitten. Dawn explained that she had undergone multiple tests in the lab, and they confirmed she was still human. But that still didn't explain her extreme regeneration or the unnatural way she moved her head. Dawn felt she could transform whenever she wanted, yet she didn't feel any different physically. And whenever she felt exhausted, she could take stimulants without suffering any side effects. Hearing this, Violet's expression turned into pure frustration. She demanded that Dawn move out of her way. She had something important to do. Dawn asked where she was going, but Violet told her it wasn't her business. Another subordinate also asked where she was headed. Violet was already rushing towards City Edge, the protagonist's territory. She boarded a plane in a hurry. The aircraft took off, heading straight for the city. Finally, the plane landed at the airport. The president disembarked in a panic, ignoring her subordinate entirely. Outside the City Hall building, everything was running as usual. The protagonist was assigning different districts to his subordinates. Finally, it was time to assign a role to the lone shark-looking guy. He was ready to serve loyally and irresponsibly. It was no surprise that he looked like a loan shark. The protagonist saw potential in him to manage the city's treasury, making him responsible for all the money. The meeting room door suddenly swung open. Recognizing Violet, the protagonist asked what brought her there. The woman hurriedly approached him. The timing was perfect, as he had planned to report the city's situation to her. But instead, Violet forcibly grabbed his mouth, making him bite her arm. Thanking him for what he had done, she told him he could do whatever he wanted with the city. Now she was already outside, heading back to her own city. On her way out of City Hall, she ran into her subordinate. He was concerned about the bite. worried she might now be under his control. If the protagonist ever decided to betray humanity, they would be in serious trouble. But the idea of gaining all that strength and regeneration ability was far too tempting. It was worth the risk. She didn't even care if she had to dance for him. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, the protagonist was trying to figure out what had just happened. After assigning roles to his subordinates, the city slowly began to flourish. There was now a clothing store for zombies. There were barbers. There were janitors all over the city and even furniture brokers. A driving school had been established to teach zombies how to drive vehicles, even though zombies weren't exactly used to those things. From his office in City Hall, he watched the city's progress. It gave him an incredible sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, his file was being reviewed by the supervisor. She was not impressed by this new president's credentials. She couldn't understand what had motivated the Academy of the Beyond to appoint him. Soon, she learned that he was also a zombie, or at least that's what the president of the Academy of Stainless Steel claimed. But she assumed it was just slander, as rival academies often spread false rumors about one another. Regardless, she didn't like this new president. She doubted he had the necessary personality for the job. Zombie or not, she would check for herself in person. Meanwhile, at the North Pole, an expedition was underway. A helicopter was approaching its landing site. In the middle of the sea, a massive ship was breaking through the ice. A man greeted Professor Strange. It seemed they had discovered the remains of an ancient civilization, a dried-up body that was thousands of years old. They made the discovery while conducting some experiments. The body was buried under 500 meters of ice. The professor stressed the importance of being careful. They couldn't afford to damage it. If it really belonged to an ancient civilization, this would be one of the greatest discoveries in human history. Slowly, the ice block was being carefully removed. The professor hoped this would be a major breakthrough for technological advancements. Among them, there were a few suspicious-looking individuals, their faces hidden beneath hoods. As the president of the Department of Archaeology, this was the first time he had ever felt so nervous about his work. The crane finally lifted the block of ice. It was carefully lowered to the ground. Inside, a human silhouette could be seen. It was clearly a female figure, and despite being severely dried up, she had immense potential. Staring at her, the professor couldn't believe it was real. He was completely mesmerized. Distracted, one of the team members was suddenly attacked, a bite to the neck. While he was being feasted on, the man next to him demanded to know who was responsible. The professor realized these people were not part of his team. Panic broke out. They began screaming for help, but there was little they could do. The professor was thrown to the ground by one of the mysterious figures. They declared that he was merely a necessary sacrifice. They told him to stop struggling. They only needed a bit of his life juice. These strange figures had unusually long canines, and they enjoyed biting necks. The block of ice fell to the ground. Immediately, one of the men began smashing it open. It didn't take long before they reached the dried-up body inside. She was almost completely free from her frozen prison. Once liberated, they covered the woman with a coat. After so long, she was finally free. Her subordinates saluted her. They hailed the Blood Queen. They wished her a long life and eternal youth, and her first question to them was simple. Is that accursed zombie still alive? The Blood Queen gazed toward the horizon. His subordinates informed her that the zombie was still alive even after a millennium. But for some reason, after destroying human civilization, he aligned himself with them and was now rebuilding his clan. One of the women urged the queen to be cautious, but in her eyes there was immense hatred and resentment. She was determined not to lose to him again. Back at the headquarters, everything was going smoothly. The zombies were enjoying their lives, drinking delicious tea, until one of them was informed that someone had come to visit. At the headquarters, all those interested in the new president had gathered. The man who had been bitten earlier was writhing in immense pain. No one had ever seen anything like it before. It didn't look like a bite from a zombie. They knew he had been on the archaeological expedition and his team was now missing. Even though he was just an ordinary person, he had managed to injure 2 presidents. It seemed they needed a professional opinion on the matter. A heavily armored vehicle parked in front of the building. Inside it was the protagonist. The soldiers saluted him instantly. He was still not used to it. Then he was led inside the building to examine the case. Several well-drawn side characters were already waiting for him. The first one stepped forward to welcome him. That president belonged to the Academy of Iron. He was very excited to meet the man responsible for capturing the mad scientist. After greeting him, he went on his way. Apparently, that side character was extremely envious, assuming the protagonist was just a nobody. Meanwhile, a zombie was delighted to shake hands with humans. Another foolish character scoffed, saying he could tell just by looking that the protagonist was weak. At the same time, the Iron Samurai wondered if these side characters had a death wish. After making this remark, he suddenly realized the Iron Samurai had disappeared. Wisely, he decided to hide. He hadn't expected the zombie to be coming. The doctor asked the zombie to take a look at the case, hoping he might recognize the type of monster. But the zombie barely even knew his own age. How was he supposed to know what kind of creature it was? However, he noticed very peculiar markings on the man's neck. It unlocked a distant memory in his mind. A bit nervous, Violet asked if he had figured something out. The man was becoming increasingly aggressive. Then he finally realized who he was dealing with. The first rule of being a scoundrel is to be smart. It ensures longevity. The protagonist became extremely excited by this discovery. He knew that the man belonged to the blood tribe. A massive energy surge radiated from his hand, so powerful that it sent shockwaves throughout the room. The vampire, who had been acting aggressively, instantly curled into the fetal position, trembling in fear. The humans were sent flying across the room. Even the foolish side character wasn't spared. No one knew what had caused that sudden explosion. Something was happening. On the other hand, the girls were already accustomed to this kind of situation. Staring at the creature, the protagonist was certain he had wiped them off the face of the earth long ago. But clearly, he had been wrong. He wanted to know where that little girl who loved to poison him was. The vampire insisted he knew nothing. He had only been in this form for a day and desperately wanted to be spared. Finally, the zombie's energy stabilized. The other presidents were starting to have second thoughts about their initial impressions of the zombie. Meanwhile, the Iron Samurai was regretting not staying home. The worst of the tension had passed and the zombie had truly returned to normal. The girls approached him, eager to know if he had discovered anything. They wanted to know what the blood tribe was exactly. The protagonist warned them to be extra cautious in the coming days. His expression turned deadly serious, as if he was about to reveal something crucial. The girls braced themselves for a revelation that could change their lives. Then the protagonist said he had forgotten what he was about to say. Violet was furious at that unnecessary tension. She assumed that every time he transformed, his brain weakened. He tried to defend himself, saying he would remember soon. The other presidents now believed he really was weak. Hearing this, the protagonist shot them a sideways glance, which almost made them ruin their underwear. Meanwhile, in an abandoned city, the vampires were showing the Blood Queen their new home. Seeing that they basically lived on the streets, she was absolutely disgusted. Their living conditions were so pitiful that they even received alms without asking. The passers-by couldn't understand why beggars were on these streets. After all, the government-managed cities were well maintained. One of the queen's subordinates saw the small amount of money and was overjoyed, which only infuriated her even more. She didn't understand why she had been revived, knowing they were in a completely vulnerable situation. The girl stated that the last millennium had been incredibly difficult to survive. Ever since the zombie turned her into a dried husk, all they could do was watch from afar. After that, he started exterminating vampires. They had to do whatever it took to survive. To stay away from the zombie, they had to pretend to be dead. And because of his existence, they had been hiding for the past 1,000 years. No matter where they were in the world, they hid from both humans and the zombie. They had been living this way for so long that her friend had turned into a complete idiot. The queen declared that reviving her had been pointless. Back then, she was already no match for him, so there was no chance she would be now. Then the idiot finally spoke up, saying they had revived her because they had obtained a crucial piece of information. They had heard about someone who could make her invincible. The girl confirmed that it was true. Now the queen was interested. She wanted to know who this person was. "It's that man," the idiot said, showing her a photo of the mad professor. Inside the headquarters, the humans were still gathered. They had gone to see the mad professor, who remained completely restrained. To the zombie, it would be better if the prisoner wasn't alive anymore. But Violet argued that they needed to uncover more about his hidden experiments. Not to mention, the professor still had many spies. The protagonist stated that the professor could easily escape from this prison. A poorly informed side character scoffed, claiming it was impossible, as the professor was under extremely tight security. Since it was the zombie who had captured him, they decided to take him on a tour of the facility. The prison had been built especially to contain him. The depth of the facility was 3 kilometers underground. It had 1,500 floors and 100,000 armed guards. Even with an elevator, it took half an hour to reach the lowest level. Not to mention the wide variety of weaponry in place. But that was just the beginning. There was a president assigned to every 100 floors, totaling 30. Additionally, there were 2 exclusive warden presidents overseeing the entire prison. With this level of security, an escape was unimaginable. To top it all off, there was a massive bomb installed in the facility. The professor was physically attached to the detonator. Even if he were freed, the explosion would completely erase him from existence. Even a god wouldn't survive such an explosion. It seemed like the protagonist was slightly impressed. But in reality, he found humans to be a bit too paranoid. He was almost embarrassed with them. They were way too ridiculous. In a dark alley near the prison, the Blood Queen was also watching the facility. She was shocked by the level of security. "Humans are such hateful creatures," she muttered. Meanwhile, a side character told the president that an inspector was heading to the protagonist's city. She should inform her boyfriend. She immediately denied that they were dating. She also didn't understand why she was being told this. The inspector was informed that the city was full of zombies, but the side character wasn't concerned. To him, the only thing that mattered was absolute strength. After hearing that, the president made a peculiar expression. She realized that this fool would soon learn how things really worked. That particular city was very well structured. The zombie was surprised by how prosperous human cities had become. Meanwhile, the mad professor remained in his unbreakable prison. Inside the prison, a man was on his way to deliver food to the professor. One of the scientists believed that there was no hope left for them, but the professor still desperately wanted the zombie's genes. This terrified his subordinate. He was convinced that they would all be executed soon. but the professor was confident. As long as the humans didn't have access to his research, they wouldn't get rid of him. He had already ordered his spies to store all the important data somewhere, even he didn't know where. He was determined to make these fools regret leaving him alive. The zombie was too strong for them to extract a genetic sample. It was probably impossible to create anything stronger than him. But to the professor, that didn't matter. He only needed to find a test of subject that was already powerful. That would make his work much easier. However, there was one problem. This was a maximum security prison. The scientists had no idea how they would escape. The professor fell silent because he already knew what was happening. The food delivery robot was approaching them. It was small, moving very slowly. It was so cautious that it almost seemed suspicious. Even the robot itself seemed hesitant. Watching this scene, the mad scientist was completely confused. But the professor casually swallowed a bite of food. A tiny probe had been hidden in one of his teeth, and he continued acting like nothing had happened. He was secretly communicating with the spy, wanting to know where the zombie king's body was. He learned that it was being stored in a laboratory on the 200th floor of the prison, guarded by 2 wardens. The body remained completely unresponsive. The professor ordered his spy to continue following his instructions. Meanwhile, in the city, the zombie was joyfully strolling through the streets when his phone rang. It was Violet. She informed him that an inspector was on her way to his city and would be arriving any moment now. That auditor's job was to evaluate the citizens' quality of life and lifestyle. If she found out that he was a zombie, he would be immediately fired. Extremely anxious, he asked if she would believe him if he simply claimed to be human. Violet scolded him, reminding him that his entire city was full of zombies. She urged him to do something about it immediately. After hanging up, he was covered in fear. He imagined that everything was already over. He had no idea what to do and no clue what was even within his power. Then, as he looked into a shop window, something caught his attention. Inside, there were tons of makeup supplies. The inspector arrives. The inspector finally landed at the airport. A plane was already prepared to take her to City-ish. Her biggest concern was the weak personality of this new president. That's why she was eager to fire him. Meanwhile, in the city, to the president's surprise, several vehicles suddenly started falling from the sky. This unusual sight was the work of the protagonist. His subordinates were curious about what he was up to. Those trucks were packed with makeup. It was meant to be used to disguise the citizens since an inspector was on the way. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the lone shark immediately started organizing teams to ensure the task was completed on time. This was crucial if they wanted to continue living in the city. The trucks carrying makeup were quickly dispatched to different districts. Some zombies were skeptical about whether this strategy would actually work, but the lone shark never questioned his king's orders. He was certain there was a reason behind this madness. Immediately, all the zombies got to work. A young child asked what was going on. His mother explained that the king wanted them to disguise themselves as humans. She walked over to a distribution point and picked up some makeup. Her young son was very excited about the task. After asking him to wait a moment, she transformed completely. City-wide makeover. Finally, all the makeup was distributed. Of course, some zombies struggled with their disguises. They pointed out that Goo's disguise wasn't very convincing. The zombie snapped back, saying it wasn't their business. Those 2 specific cases were going to be a problem. The solution? They turned them into dogs. Meanwhile, the inspectors should have already arrived. The 2 zombies didn't like their new dog disguises, but the lone shark reminded them that when they were alive, that's exactly what they were. The inspector's deception. Finally, the inspector's plane landed. But what the zombies didn't know was that she had actually arrived in the city by train instead. She deliberately avoided her official transport, believing that her travel information had been leaked. By arriving this way, she could investigate more effectively. A bias against the new president. One of the side characters wanted to know why she hated the new president so much. Apparently, she believed he was weak and unqualified. Besides, very few people ever impressed her. And in this particular case, she was already biased against him. Overhearing the conversation, she asked what was wrong with having an opinion in advance. Ever since the high superintendent abandoned his authority, she believed that any random fool could become president. She firmly believed that only the superintendent could lead humanity toward a prosperous and glorious future. Back in the city, the protagonist continued eating his meal of eggs. Now that the inspector had arrived, it was time to get to work. As they discussed the matter, a side character mentioned that it had been a long time since they had seen the high superintendent. He had gone off on an expedition and was expected to return soon. At the airport, the city's team was still waiting for the inspector's arrival. They started finding her delay suspicious but decided to keep waiting. The first inspections begin. 2 of the inspector's assistants headed to a store to begin the evaluation process. There, they noticed something unusual. Every single product in the store was made from eggs. This deeply disturbed one of them. He declared he couldn't even bear to look at or hear about eggs, which confused the inspector since that man was blind and deaf. Interviewing the citizens, meanwhile, another assistant interviewed a citizen about the Zombie King's administration. He asked if the citizen had ever had any complaints. The citizen replied that the king was wonderful. He gives free houses and eggs. Right in the middle of the interview, the citizen's arm suddenly fell off. This was definitely not something the inspector had expected. He panicked, deeply concerned about the man's condition. But the citizen simply picked up his arm and walked away. He casually explained that it was just a prosthetic and that the inspector shouldn't worry. Still, the assistant remained extremely confused. They couldn't find a single sane person in the entire city. It was the first time the inspector had dealt with such ridiculous humans. It was almost as if they were zombies. She started assuming that the Zombie King had built a city for weirdos and lunatics. A dangerous meal. Meanwhile, the Zombie King was staring at something atop a building. One of his soldiers noticed that something was off. Another subordinate asked what was wrong. He explained that the king had been acting strangely ever since he ate. He was mumbling things and trembling. His assistant asked if there was something unusual about the food. The soldier wasn't sure. All he knew was that the president was hungry, so they decided to make some spicy scrambled eggs for him. That was a big mistake. The king absolutely couldn't eat that kind of food. The soldier, confused, asked why. Then he learned the terrifying truth. Spicy food triggers his uncontrollable mode, and once activated, he remains in that state for at least a month. Spreading the bad news. This needed to be reported immediately. He called Blackie and explained the situation. At first, Blackie was confused. They had already banned all spicy food from the city. He had no idea how this had happened. Unfortunately, the lone shark was just as clueless. Now, everyone was on edge. The guy who looked like Piccolo speculated that the king might exterminate the inspection team. And honestly, that was a real possibility. The inspection team's journey continues since there wasn't much else to see at their current location. The inspection team decided to move on. That's when they noticed a strange object in the sky. It was a truck. It crashed near them, sending debris flying everywhere. Moments later, the Zombie King himself arrived. The inspectors were baffled. There wasn't supposed to be a truck there. Now, standing before them, the president seemed excited. He declared that he would personally take the inspector on a tour of his city. The inspection team struggled to recover from the shockwave. They had no idea what had just happened. Even more concerning, they didn't know who this man was. An oppressive presence. The Zombie King's gaze locked onto the inspector. His eyes were piercing. His presence exuded overwhelming pressure. For some reason, she felt intense fear. She didn't recognize this man. That disappointed him. He expressed his frustration that she had forgotten about him. After all, he was the zombie she had been searching for. That revelation horrified her. This wasn't the image she had of him at all. In fact, she could have sworn he didn't look like this before. He explained that he had simply removed his mask. That was the only difference. As he stepped closer, she instinctively backed away. A generous gift. Since she had traveled such a long way, he had prepared a special gift. The best spicy eggs she would ever taste. Dozens of his citizens were already prepared to serve the meal. The protagonist reassured her not to worry. They'd only people. Then, without warning, he grabbed her by the clothes and lifted her off the ground. The city school district wasn't that interesting, so he decided to take her somewhere else. A terrifying leap. With a devastating jump, he soared through the air, carrying the inspector with him. Her entire body was paralyzed with fear. Her assistants could only watch helplessly. They had no idea how to keep up. Meanwhile, his subordinates saw what was happening. They knew they needed to move immediately. The grand tour begins. They descended toward the ground at a dangerous speed. The protagonist landed on the rooftop of a building, completely shattering the floor upon impact. Still holding the inspector, he told her to take a look. "This is my city," he declared, "and we're already starting to expand it." There were all kinds of professionals, even white-collar workers. There were cleaning crews, business operators, and people working hard to generate revenue. He was about to explain the city's laws and regulations, but the inspector was still paralyzed with fear. Since she wasn't moving, he continued dragging her through the streets. Law and order, Zombie Edition. He pointed out how everyone obeyed traffic laws. There were no infractions. Then, a truck driver suddenly panicked. Only his leg was visible, as if the rest of his body had been removed. The Zombie King calmly explained how lawbreakers were dealt with. They get launched into the sky. To demonstrate, he sent the truck flying. Even though it didn't have wings, it soared into the air like a rocket. The inspection team witnesses the madness. The inspection team was about to take a taxi when they noticed what had just happened. Now they could clearly see a truck embedded in one of the city's buildings. Blackie had acted quickly to save the driver's life. The inspector assumed that the driver had been executed, but the Zombie King confidently denied it. "That's impossible," he declared. "My subordinates possess unparalleled power." A sudden interruption. Just as the inspector's assistants arrived to help her, the protagonist casually threw her in their direction. Even though the driver had been rescued, a bus remained stuck in the building. Once again, the protagonist reminded them that if they thought they had lived long enough, they just had to get in his way. After that brief explanation, all they could do was leave in fear. With nothing to say, silence filled the entire intersection. One of the assistants urged the chief inspector to leave quickly, as his legs were already getting weak. They didn't know if a person could do all that. There was definitely something wrong with that president. Compared to the strongest they knew, that man definitely didn't seem human. Seeing that they still hadn't left, the protagonist continued to watch them attentively. One thing was now certain. The person who had called them weak needed to be fired immediately. As they were about to leave, the chief inspector unexpectedly requested to stay a little longer. She admitted that he was doing an excellent job managing the city, but president had to do more than that. He needed to have at least decent combat power. The protagonist's subordinates fell into complete despair. That sentence sounded like a major provocation. The woman stated that she hadn't yet seen the full extent of his power and wasn't sure if he was truly capable of protecting the entire city. Fearing what might happen next, the protagonist's subordinates immediately restrained her, completely terrified. Now they were genuinely worried that he might have overheard those words. The zombie halted his departure and remained silent for a long moment. He became very interested in the woman's statement. Apparently, she truly wanted to see everything he was capable of. His subordinates could only hope he would change his mind and not take it seriously. Agreeing to her request, everyone was escorted to a beach. The zombie with a sack on his head had a terrible feeling about what was about to happen. They all stood there, watching what the protagonist would do. The inspector had no idea why they had been brought to that location. It was easy to notice that the shadow of the protagonist's figure was overwhelmingly intimidating. Knowing his boss well, the zombie with a sack on his head felt the need to give the inspector a final word of advice. Everything, absolutely everything that happens from here on out is your fault. You have nothing to do with this anymore. Terrified by the warning, she exchanged glances briefly with the zombie. By then, he had already started to unleash his power. One of the men grew nervous as the rocks in the area began to float. The protagonist was emanating even greater power. His body was gradually transforming once again. Once more, he took on the form of a generic protagonist. Even though they had spent the entire day with zombies, it was the sight of a human face that truly terrified them. They couldn't understand what had happened to the protagonist. Until now, the ocean waves had been moving naturally. But after he began emanating all this power, the water had stopped as if it were a solid object. The entire atmosphere had become completely unnatural. The people around him could feel that even the air had changed in density. They had no idea what he was doing. Suddenly, he launched himself into the air, sending them flying backward. His strength was immeasurable, creating a small epicenter of shockwaves. Had it not been for the kindness of the zombies present, the inspector's assistants would still be airborne. She herself was unable to hold on to the ground. Looking ahead, she realized that the president had disappeared. They still had no idea what was happening or where he could have gone. Gently, a zombie handed her a telescope so she could see what was going on. Equipped with incredible lenses, the small telescope had a magnification capacity that should be impossible for its size. Now she was staring directly at the rings of Saturn. There was no doubt that this celestial body was unimaginably far from Earth. On the planet's surface, President Zombie walked calmly. Realizing the impossible, the inspector began to panic. Against all odds, that man had practically teleported to Saturn. Such was his speed. A distance thousands of times greater than Earth's circumference, a feat still impossible even with the most advanced technology. For them, this was the absolute limit. Even if he were human, what he had done was beyond human capabilities. Determined to demonstrate a little more of his power, the protagonist extended his hand. Slowly, he began to close his hand as if preparing his fists to unleash a strike, assuming an offensive and well-prepared stance. Once ready, he began to move his entire arm, unleashing an unbelievably powerful blow. Even from Earth, they could feel it had surpassed the threshold of danger. Panicked, the lone shark ordered everyone to take cover immediately. The wind generated by that simple movement proved to be monumental, creating a small cataclysm in the middle of the ocean. Giant waves, worthy of an apocalyptic setting, began advancing toward the continent. On the beach where everyone stood, the humans could do nothing but panic and soil themselves. Back at headquarters, a violent earthquake began to shake the building. A loud alarm blared throughout the city. The level 12 tsunami had been detected. Violet, after hearing that, was completely in disbelief. It was truly terrifying. That massive water movement was more than enough to wipe out the entire human race. Dawn could do nothing but scream in terror. The truth was that even if they wanted to do something, they would never be capable. The city's defense system was activated at its initial level. Massive walls began to rise in an attempt to contain the advancing water. Meanwhile, in the middle of the ocean, there was something resembling a clearing. The water had been forced away from the area. At the epicenter of the impact stood the protagonist, wanting to know if that demonstration of power was sufficient proof of his strength. From outside Earth's atmosphere, it was possible to see the full magnitude of it. After witnessing that, the inspector was speechless, while the protagonist watched them like ants. Transforming once again, he began heading back to his city with his subordinates. Meanwhile, the inspection team had come to a logical conclusion. Even monsters were more human than that person. Their taxi drove away toward the place they never should have left. Despite the excessive display of power, it was certain that the city would not be taken from them. While all of that was happening, on the other side of the planet, inside the prison, interesting developments were unfolding. The soldiers remained vigilant. Analyzing the body of the zombie king, they still couldn't comprehend how the zombie had managed to defeat him. It was impressive that the mad professor had created a life form like that. Basically, he had tried to create a god. It was a shame that the creature wasn't alive. After what had happened, it hadn't shown any vital signs. Behind them, manipulating a test tube, an undercover spy was carrying out his task. Following the precise instructions given by the professor, he was carefully mixing the ingredients in the correct proportions so that the zombie could be revived once again. He had to wait for a window of opportunity to inject the solution into the dormant body. As soon as the patrol guard announced he would step out for his round, the spy began his mission, managing to strike the creature's neck with the injection. It didn't take long before he was immediately seized by the floor's head officer. Desperate, the officer demanded to know if the spy had any idea what he had just done. The creature's eyes glowed with evil once more. Suddenly, explosions began to erupt throughout the prison. The president, who had previously underestimated the zombie, was now completely terrified. Throughout the prison, alarms blared loudly. Smoke billowed across the corridors from the rubble and destruction. The Zombie King was awake once again as if he had returned from a long nightmare. He received orders from the professor to get them out of there. The professor promised to make him even stronger than that other monster. In the air, an aircraft was approaching the prison. Inside, someone was furiously kicking the hatch, keeping them locked in. With one final kick, the door was sent flying outside, putting all passengers in danger. The plane had been hijacked, and the hijackers ordered everyone to remain still. As long as they cooperated, no one would get hurt. Given the situation, the crew members decided to comply. The Blood Queen was now dressed properly. Air access was the only way in. Her subordinate reminded her about the bomb attached to the professor's body. She knew that, but there were no other options. She believed it was nothing more than a human trick. If she couldn't handle it herself, she wouldn't be worthy of being called a queen. As soon as they flew over the target location, they jumped from the aircraft toward the prison. The queen's orders were clear. They must be even more brutal than the humans. Inside the prison, several presidents were alerted to the invasion. It all seemed like a grand conspiracy to trigger a mass breakout. Everyone needed to be on high alert. The vampires had already entered the facility, encountering heavy resistance from the soldiers. One of the humans told everyone to stay calm since there were still 30 presidents inside the facility. In the lower levels, they realized that prison break might be underway. The Blood Queen didn't seem impressed by anything happening around her. She was in the upper levels, and between her and the professor, all of the presidents were stationed to secure the facility. Down in the lowest level, where the true prisoner was held, one of the presidents had already received his fair share of beatings. The Zombie King had done it with ease. He hated the professor, and his true intention was to leave him there to rot. Giving a subtle smirk, the professor seemed like he had expected this reaction. His bespectacled lackey began to panic. The professor said that this was his creation. It wasn't just some zombie capable of defeating him. It was better not to try anything foolish in his presence. Provoked by those words, the creature started to become hostile. But before it could act, the professor calmly reassured it. As long as he was helped to achieve his dreams, he had no interest in staying alive. The Zombie King acknowledged that humans were terrifying and admitted that he was interested in becoming even stronger. With that, the professor assured him that he never went back on his words. Outside the prison walls, they could hear the tremors and explosions. The presidents were struggling to hold back the invaders. They had no idea who these people were, nor did they care. The Blood Queen had no intention of explaining herself to mere extras. With unshakable confidence, she advanced toward them. She gave them two choices. Either they hand over the professor, or they find out just how strong she really was. Determined to fulfill their duty, the first president decided to attack. Despite the hostility, the queen still didn't move. These presidents were resolute. They wouldn't let her do as she pleased inside the prison. But the fight was over faster than expected. Pieces of cyborgs were scattered across the floor. It had all happened so fast that no one even saw what occurred. The soldiers, being just normal humans, were terrified. Still, they opened fire. The queen knew that their human weaponry posed zero threat to her. The assault rifles began to sing their song of violence. But the bullets hit her skin and fell to the ground. They couldn't even tear her clothes. She was completely unfazed. Not even a single blink was necessary. One of the vampires stretched out her hand, mocking human technology. More explosions erupted inside the prison. Meanwhile, on the lower levels, the professor's rescue mission continued. The mad scientist was shocked that the bomb hadn't been triggered. That's when the mad professor revealed that they had a 2-second window after the power went out. Now they could continue their escape. The scientist was worried about making that creature even stronger, but the professor had 2 more bodies even more powerful than that. Finally, they managed to free the professor from his prison chamber. The initial sight left the Zombie King intrigued. The humans there already seemed defeated, and judging by their condition, the enemy was really strong. Something else was happening here. A mysterious figure stood among the bodies. The Blood Queen finally revealed herself. She had come to meet the professor. She told him that anyone unable to even touch the zombie in his second form was unworthy as an experiment. The scientist panicked, wondering how she knew about that. Meanwhile, the Zombie King wondered who this woman was. Since they shared a common enemy, she suggested using her body for their cause. Demonstrating all of her scientific and technical expertise, she waited for the professor's response. Feeling challenged, the Zombie King wanted to know if this barely dressed woman thought she was stronger than him. She confirmed it and even added that it wasn't just by a small margin. If she wanted, she could prove it right there. Immediately, the two clashed. The queen came out on top. Her blow landed, a completely unexpected result for those who didn't know her. She demonstrated overwhelming power. If the zombie had wings, he would have flown away, because now he looked like a projectile, smashing through everything in his path. Having already been beaten by the protagonist, he could tell from experience that her power was on par with his, but he refused to let the fight end that way. Looking at the nuclear reactor of the prison, he suddenly had a brilliant idea, an idea worthy of a true genius. If he couldn't win, then everyone would turn to dust with him. Striking the reactor with all his might, the mad scientist took the opportunity to say that this guy was never trustworthy. A chain reaction started, and it was only a matter of time before everything blew up. With a simple gesture of her hand, the queen looked at the reactor. Then she lowered her hand, fingers outstretched. She had given a command to reality itself, reversing the explosion. A demonstration of power that none of them had expected. As if that weren't enough, it was as if she had controlled gravity itself, crushing the immortal creature under the weight of that massive weapon. His ashen body now resembled a piece of gum stuck to the pavement. The humans struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. That sight was undeniably terrifying. The queen mocked the creature, a being so weak yet arrogant enough to carry the title of king. It was time to teach him a small lesson. With the creature in her hands, she wanted to know how the protagonist had defeated him. Even though he heard the question, the defeated creature was still processing his brutal loss. The queen's gaze showed no patience. That's when he realized how distant he was from true power. He had seen this before. These two creatures were monsters from a civilization that no longer existed. A deep terror began to consume his mind, until he became completely motionless before her. The queen had shown him where he truly belonged. Dropping his limp body onto the ground, the once revived zombie king stopped breathing once again. With that, she also demonstrated her power to everyone there. She had subjugated a mighty existence as if it were nothing. The zombie king before her was nothing but an insect. The presidents who had been defeated by that creature were now certain that this woman was in a league of her own. Even the mad scientist struggled to believe what he had just witnessed. Finally, she turned her attention to the professor. She wanted to know if he was good enough to be her experiment. She was waiting for a positive response, but the professor was too stunned to answer immediately. After what he had just seen, she was more than enough. At the top of Citier's town hall, the misbehaving zombie was still being punished. Violet had arrived to speak with the protagonist. She had an urgent matter. She was warned that this wasn't a good time, but since it was an emergency, she couldn't delay. His subordinate tried to warn her that it was dangerous. Paying attention to those words, Violet said she had no idea what he was talking about. She entered the president's office saying she had terrible news. The protagonist greeted her casually, revealing that he was in his second form. Now she understood the danger she was in, but she found it strange that the protagonist was speaking so calmly despite being in that state. He said he liked to change things up sometimes and wanted to know what had brought her there. Without hesitation, she reported that the professor had escaped from prison. He already knew that, because humans would never be able to contain that red-headed woman. It had happened about 10 minutes ago, and Violet couldn't understand how he already knew. The queen had used her bloodline power, and he had felt the energy. The term bloodline made Violet stop and think. She needed to take that information back to her superiors. Since she was already there, the protagonist asked her not to rush off. It had been a while since he had interacted peacefully with a human. Out of all possible things, that was not the request she expected. Shaking off his hand, she said she already knew what had happened to the inspector, stating that she didn't have time to play tour guide with him. They were in the middle of a crisis and she was needed elsewhere. That's when the protagonist asked if she wanted to know how he used his bloodline power. That question piqued her interest. She never imagined he possessed such an ability. Fixing his gaze on her threateningly, the protagonist simply smiled. Violet was left speechless. Faced with the opportunity to learn, she agreed to go on a date with him. Inside the hospital, chaos had taken over. They were trying to revive the defeated presidents. Despite their severe injuries, they were still breathing. The doctor noticed that the chief wanted to say something. Approaching him, he leaned in to listen. It was crucial to speak with the department head. Meanwhile, the villains were finally gathered in a safe location. It was deeply disappointing that the queen was now wearing more casual clothes. It was the first time the professor had analyzed such an astounding body. The vampire warned that the experiment better work as they were not patient. But the scientist insisted that the professor's research was the cornerstone of human progress. There had been a previous success achieved by the protagonist himself. Even if she was a vampire, the experiment would work. All they needed were the protagonist's genes. Knowing this, the vampires hoped they wouldn't be the ones tasked with collecting that genetic material. The professor assured them he wasn't stupid enough to send them to their doom. Even so, they were still uneasy about possibly being sent on a dangerous mission. They wanted to know how he planned to obtain the material and whether he expected it to be delivered as a gift. The queen also seemed interested in the matter. With a mocking grin, the scientist prepared to reveal something. They already had a sample of the genetic material. The vampires were stunned. They had no idea how he had obtained it. A human had collected the genes while undergoing several experiments to see if she had turned into a zombie. One of the professor's spies had managed to extract a sample. The vampires were impressed by human cunning. Having spies planted among enemies was an extremely useful strategy. It was time to begin. In City Edge, Violet had gone out to dinner with a protagonist. His power lived up to his name, but she was afraid that she might not return to her usual self, or worse, that there might be side effects. Faced with her doubts, he simply smiled. Violet expected him to continue explaining, but the protagonist had returned to his base form, which annoyed her. He wasn't supposed to change forms before finishing his explanation. That was irresponsible. Filled with frustration, she tried to force him to switch back to the second form. But the protagonist had no intention of doing so. Reminding her that he never forced her to go out with him, she came because she wanted to. Asking the waiter for some pepper, she learned that all of it had been confiscated from the city. After that meeting, 2 long months passed. It was the second time the woman had visited the man in the hospital. His final order had been for the message to be transmitted. After that, he lost consciousness. She did as instructed, using satellites to classify the message as a code red emergency. It was truly remarkable that a single woman had done all of that in the prison. The vampire had reversed a nuclear explosion. Moreover, she didn't seem to belong to this era. The woman already knew that, and all of this information had been passed on to the department head. In the underground of an abandoned city, several electronic devices were still active. It looked like a secret underground city with extremely advanced knowledge. One of the men seemed to have received a message. Approaching the department head, he reported that there was an ongoing emergency. Dressed in an incredibly cool suit of armor, with a hairstyle that would only make battles harder, the department head finally appeared. Among the ancient ruins, they had found human remains. Among them, a mummy. This was the only genetic material they had managed to find in this abandoned city. A soldier reported the details of the emergency. Professor Jamie, who had been imprisoned, had escaped. This news was so shocking that even the other soldiers looked uneasy. Before them lay a body from an ancient era of humanity. Upon closer analysis, they noticed 134 fractures. Certainly, they had been caused by a monster. This brief description sent shivers through the soldiers. More terrifying still, the body had been burned until it was completely dried out, preserving it for thousands of years. Now it was nothing more than an empty husk. Examining the area, it was clear that a great battle had once taken place there. The creature that had destroyed this highly advanced civilization was truly formidable. There was nothing left to search for. The department head wanted to know more about the emergency. He learned that several presidents had been injured in the incident. The headquarters was in a state of emergency since its combat power had been weakened. Realizing this, the department head decided it was time to return. Before they left, one of the soldiers noticed something. There were inscriptions carved into the ground of the ancient city. This activated a long-dormant system. Metallic spheres began to float, and a hologram appeared before them. It was astonishing that this technology had survived for so long. The figure within the hologram remarked that it was the first time they had seen a human with such a powerful body. The soldiers urged the department head to be cautious, but to him it was just a projection. Shrouded in mystery, the holographic figure studied the men. It claimed it could make the department head even stronger as long as he swore to protect humanity. To him, that was only natural. His desire within those ruins was to better understand history and to learn how an entire civilization had been annihilated. Behind the mysterious figure, a film began to play. The humans waited patiently to see what would be revealed to them. Unexpectedly, the figure that appeared behind them was none other than the protagonist. It was so bizarre that it almost felt like a bad joke. 1,000 years ago, Earth wasn't limited to just 2 large continents. There were 8 oceans, 7 continents, and multiple nations. Humanity had united to the point where they could produce incredible items. They had reached a level of knowledge that allowed them to construct space stations. Their technology had advanced beyond imagination, allowing them to create incredible weapons. They had even fought against aliens, and yet the technology of those extraterrestrials was no match for what humanity had developed. Even monsters hidden in the depths of Earth feared mankind. But there was one being they had never been able to defeat: the zombie. After hearing this brief history, they wondered why they had failed to stop him. But he was the answer to everything. He was the reason for all of it. It wasn't hard to believe, but it also wasn't the answer they had expected. One soldier suspected they were being deceived. The person in the photo didn't even look strong. To the department head, the ancient civilization wouldn't waste its time telling lies. The academies exist to resist zombies. Yet despite humanity's efforts, they had never managed to wipe them out. Perhaps this person was the reason their goal had never been achieved. The department head wanted to know what their next move should be. Their time was running out. They had focused on technology, but now, after seeing such a powerful body, there was hope. The union of a strong physical body with the technology of the past. They could defeat that creature. Then, a gauntlet emerged. It was the technology of the ancient civilization. The holographic projection warned them not to forget. No matter what race appeared on Earth, humanity's greatest enemy would always be the zombies. The department head ordered a soldier to take the artifact, but he was hesitant. Holding the object, he promised that humanity would not disappoint them. All that remained in that place was the dried-up corpse. There was nothing else of value to collect. A soldier asked if they were going to hunt down the person in the photo, but their immediate priority was dealing with the professor's escape. The world was too big. Finding a single zombie would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. On the phone, Violet received an important call. Finally, the department head had returned and was calling for a meeting with all the presidents. The zombie was surprised that he was also required to attend. He had no idea who the department head even was. In the professor's lab, his experiments seemed to be progressing successfully. He smiled enthusiastically, believing he had finally reached his goal. The Queen's body was being enhanced. Bit by bit, the protagonist's genes were being assimilated into her. Meanwhile, the Queen's vampire underlings were growing tired of waiting. The entire wealth of their tribe amounted to a single coin. Even if they had 10 jobs, they wouldn't be able to feed their people. Even that coin had been obtained through begging. Their lives had become so miserable that they wished it would just end. One companion reminded them that they were strong. They should find another way to make a living. The idea seemed like a joke. They couldn't think of anything profitable. So his companion suggested something simple. Let's rob a bank. On their way, they passed a bank. Inside, the people seemed incredibly slow. A simple withdrawal took almost an hour. They had never seen people move so sluggishly. With their skills, they could rob the place in 10 seconds. They would never be caught. All they had to do was take the money and leave. That was all it took to convince the vampire to commit a small crime. Meanwhile, at headquarters, everyone was gathering. A soldier informed the department head that all the presidents were present. The meeting could finally begin. The department head put on his extremely cool helmet. Now he was ready. This was the zombie's first time having to obey his superior as a president. Meanwhile, the Blood Queen continued being enhanced by the protagonist's genes. In a specific city, filled with slow-moving people, someone was preparing to rob a bank. It was the Queen's underlings. They were analyzing the people's movements. Everything truly seemed to move at a different pace. Now they were ready to execute their plan. The entire operation had been meticulously planned. There would be no room for mistakes. The bank had been studied. There weren't many people inside, and they were professionals at robbing banks. From the top floor of a building, the lone shark waited for updates about the city. The reports from last month were finally available for review. At last, the robbers had put their elaborate plan into action. They entered the bank heavily armed without realizing it was the Bank of City Et, the Bank of the Zombies. According to the soldiers' calculations, the economic assets of the city exceeded 430 billion. The lone shark ordered a recalculation. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes since they were subordinates of the strongest being. The soldiers, enthusiastic and determined, agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the vampires announced the robbery. It didn't take long for them to gain access to the money. The amount was truly staggering. The lone shark noticed suspicious activity in the city. The vampires were already escaping, celebrating that they would never have to live in poverty again. Then an important alert arrived. Blackie was informed that they had just been robbed. That couldn't be real. It was unacceptable that something like this had happened in this city. Faced with so much money, the vampire leader couldn't hide his happiness. For a brief moment, he felt a threatening presence calling his name. It was familiar. He had felt this before in his life. Then he realized who was furious with him. He couldn't believe his underling hadn't checked who owned that bank. Unfortunately, his subordinate could never have known, because he couldn't read. They had just learned the hard way that the bank they robbed was the Bank of the Zombies. They were definitely in for a long and severe beating. Their escape was quickly intercepted. The vampire leader was already panicking. He could feel it, even from a distance. The threatening aura of the zombies. Now the financial administrator of the city was pursuing the thieves. The vampire's desperation kept increasing dramatically. He ordered the driver to accelerate because the lone shark was the most mysterious of the zombies' subordinates. He had been with him for years. Lackey didn't care what the vampires were doing, but he had one piece of advice if they wanted to stay alive. He moved forward, determined to deliver his message. His advice was simple. Whoever didn't want to perish at the hands of the lone shark should return the money immediately. With a single leap, he generated a shockwave that shook the entire building. Cars were sent flying, and people inside the building had no idea what was happening. Outside, chaos became even more apparent. The vampires couldn't believe what was happening. That display of power was excessively overwhelming. The money they had stolen wouldn't even be enough to repair their car. They were completely doomed. They knew it. The lone shark was out of control. Lackey remained firm in his demands. The vampire leader ordered them to split up and warn the queen about what they had done. He decided to stay behind, saying he would hold off the pursuer. He was curious to see if he could match his strength, but Blackie reminded him none of them were authorized to flee, and they were definitely not on equal footing in this fight. The lone shark began to use his fists to collect the debt. Seeing the brutal scene, the other vampires started to panic. Their leader was already completely out of combat. At the headquarters city, the presidents remained gathered. They were waiting for the department head to arrive. When he finally appeared, he was immediately saluted by everyone. He was aware of the professor's escape, but had an even more important matter to discuss with them. He revealed the artifact recovered from the ancient ruins. They were intrigued by the golden gauntlet. It was a piece of technology from ancient times. All the presidents were stunned by the discovery. The department head said he had found it in the deepest part of the canyon. One of the supporting officers believed this could change the battle against the professor, until the department head stated that it would be used against an even greater evil. According to the message left by the ancient civilization, there was a far greater threat on Earth, the one responsible for the destruction of that civilization. Knowing that such a monster existed terrified the presidents. Violet even asked if it was a joke, because the existence of such a being was overwhelming. The department head confirmed that the ancient civilization had emphasized the danger of this existence. They must be cautious about it. For Violet, it was impossible that such a powerful being could still exist. The department head admitted that he didn't know where this creature was located, but he reiterated that they must remain vigilant. The protagonist, intrigued by the gauntlet, asked how it should be used. The department head explained that they only needed to wear it and press the activation button. He emphasized that they must find this creature and eliminate it as soon as possible. The realization struck suddenly. There was someone next to him who caught his attention. He turned to look at the protagonist, confirming that the same foolish expression belonged to the threatening entity. It was impossible that he had been there the entire time. The department head acted swiftly to grab the gauntlet, leaving everyone stunned. Meanwhile, the vampire's body was on a collision course with the headquarters building. Strangely, the plot made sure he crashed directly into the meeting room. The dust settled, and the department head now held the gauntlet. Violet couldn't quite understand what was happening. The room was partially destroyed from the impact, and the vampire was lying in a corner, visibly defeated. Blackie arrived just after the vampire. He was determined to punish him for what he had done in his city. The vampire whimpered, wishing to be saved by his queen. Nobody knew who these people were, and they had never seen that vampire before. But Violet quickly realized that he was one of the protagonist's subordinates. The zombie, also intrigued, asked what the lone shark was doing there. One of the soldiers detected something with his systems. Blackie continued observing from outside. He was now completely surrounded by the most powerful presidents. One of the side characters was determined to show this zombie that he did not belong here. Furious, Blackie declared that this wasn't their concern, and began demonstrating, gently, the gap between their power levels. The presidents were being punched as if they were children. Even that small group was no match for a single subordinate of the protagonist. They were easily and efficiently subdued. The side character had now fully accepted his role in the story. He always belonged to the group that gets beaten up. The women noticed that Blackie was much stronger than the chainsaw zombie. The side character was strategically placed next to the vampire, since both were always getting beaten up. Blackie had lost patience. It was time to eliminate some people. The dust seemed dangerous. Violet warned the girl not to touch it, but the protagonist was already prepared to correct his subordinate. Gently, he interrupted Blackie's aggressive actions. Blackie was already on his way to being completely neutralized. He was caught off guard by the presence of his boss. Another shockwave erupted, sending the others flying. A soldier informed the department head about the new president's strength. The presidents standing before him were like ants. The ancient civilization was right. He was truly powerful. After stopping his subordinate, the protagonist took him to the top of a building. Blackie wanted to know what was going on. The zombie reminded him that he couldn't kill people. Meanwhile, the department head activated the gauntlet. The protagonist was explaining to his subordinate that this was the headquarters of the people who gave them the city. His brief speech was interrupted. A solar eclipse began forming in the sky. This was unexpected. None of the humans could explain its origin. The sky darkened completely. Even the citizens were growing anxious. Finally, the Blood Queen made her first appearance since her enhancement. People began to notice that there was someone in the midst of the darkness. The department head was trying to understand what was happening. The presidents who had guarded the prison knew exactly who she was. With a malicious smile, the queen declared that she was now completely invincible. The other vampires arrived to rescue their comrade, who was still motionless on the ground after his brutal beating. Seeing his fragile state, the queen ordered her subordinates to retrieve him. But they were easily stopped by the department head's power. They couldn't do anything against that human, and the queen quickly noticed. But she didn't seem to care. Knowing the situation would escalate, the department head ordered the city's evacuation. The queen smirked and told the human to mind his own business. This wasn't his concern. With the gauntlet in hand, the department head managed to strike her. She felt pain, and immediately became enraged. She returned the attack with equal intensity. The other women realized that the queen was on another level of strength. Blackie informed the protagonist that the humans had started fighting. However, the zombies said that this wasn't their problem. The battle continued, and the eclipse was already disappearing. The gauntlet on the department head's arm began to change its composition. Confident, he declared he would eliminate the queen before dealing with the zombie. "That's quite bold of you," the woman said as the protagonist's friends started wondering which zombie he was referring to. Focusing all the power of the gauntlet, the department head aimed to settle everything with a single strike. But the queen was unfazed. She also wanted to finish things quickly. Like two Dragon Ball Z characters, they were on a collision course. The queen prepared a devastating blow, while the department head did the same. They were mere moments away from clashing above the city. The resulting shockwave was absolutely overwhelming. As expected, the gauntlet was overpowered by the queen's fist. The department head was sent flying across the city, crashing catastrophically into a building. With his arm shattered and the gauntlet destroyed, he struggled to recover. The queen wasn't even slightly impressed by such a mediocre display of power. And the department head was beginning to believe that the so-called ancient technology was a scam. "If this is what I was relying on, I shouldn't have even tried," he muttered. The queen acknowledged that he was the strongest human she had ever faced. 1,000 years ago, their battle might have had a different outcome. But that wasn't the case in the present. Now she would send him into an eternal slumber. Before she could land the finishing blow, she felt an ominous threat approaching. A clean and powerful slash was executed. She narrowly avoided being hit. Violet declared that the queen was fighting the wrong person. The queen wanted to know who this dangerous individual was. With her sword resting on her back, Violet announced herself as the queen's opponent. Her expression had changed completely. She was now using the genes she had received from the protagonist. Those who witnessed her transformation were left speechless. Meanwhile, the vampire girl was still trying to rescue her fallen friend. But Dawn wasn't going to let that happen so easily. Seeing that the woman had also transformed, the vampire trembled in fear, realizing how bizarre these people were. The queen quickly noticed the presence of another enhanced woman. The two exchanged brief glares while the vampire declared that her opponent wouldn't get away with this. The three powerful women were on the brink of battle. Violet's aura had changed completely. With her sword drawn, she prepared to attack the queen. The department head remained gravely wounded. No one could say for sure what had happened to Violet, but she was very different now. The vampire refused to let Dawn have her way with her. Breaking free from her grip, she quickly created distance between them. This only made Dawn even more interested in her prey. Irritated, the vampire declared that she wasn't just any ordinary opponent. "If you're not weak, then prove it," Dawn challenged. Seeing the vampire's attack approach, she wasn't impressed by its speed. She intercepted it with ease. This was a fight with an already determined outcome. Dawn started overpowering the vampire effortlessly. The observing presidents had no idea she was this strong. Performing bizarre acrobatics, the vampire attempted to evade the attacks. But there was a hidden trick in her movements. Using a small amount of her own blood, she created clones of herself. But none of them were a match for Dawn. The clones quickly vanished, and the vampire now doubted whether Dawn was even human. The Blood Queen was preparing to fight. Violet also made a move with her sword, but her power was immense. She sliced cleanly through the buildings behind her. Now the main headquarters was on the verge of collapse to the absolute horror of the presidents. The sheer power was absurd, reminding them of something familiar. The queen recognized what had happened. This woman had also been strengthened. But the queen's desire remained unchanged. She wanted revenge on her oldest enemy. She opened her eyes, revealing that her pupils had transformed. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time and was willing to do anything to achieve her goal. Despite the display of power, Violet was unfazed. She admitted she wasn't a match for the queen, but if that was all she had, she should give up on avenging herself against the zombie. "And now let me show you something really entertaining," Violet smirked, piquing the queen's curiosity. Placing her hand over her face, her power began to shift. She was about to reveal her second transformation. The skin on her face started changing, altering its color. Violet's body twisted unnaturally, and the presidents continued their never-ending journey of being increasingly impressed by this battle. Violet had become much stronger. Even the queen was now uncertain of what to expect from her. Condensed energy began taking shape, glowing with a deep violet hue. The presidents had to shield themselves from the force emanating from her, and the queen was genuinely taken aback as a mask formed on Violet's face. Her expressionless visage bore cold, deep eyes. The presidents were utterly terrified, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. The queen, too, was deeply impressed. Even the protagonist hadn't expected such rapid progress. Dawn also became intrigued by this newfound ability to change forms. After observing everything unfold, the queen became lost in thought. Violet declared that words were a waste of time now. This time, the queen took the offensive, but Violet was just as skilled in wielding her sword. Both were fully prepared to continue their battle. The queen declared that only the weak rely on words. Violet coated her blade in a crimson liquid. The enhancement immediately fortified her sword, increasing its resistance and power. She struck the queen with an overwhelming blow. The sheer level of power was so shocking that it began to terrify the onlookers. Violet had managed to slice her opponent down to a cellular level, leaving behind only minuscule fragments of what was once a person. As fear gripped the humans, desperation consumed the vampires at the thought that their queen had been defeated. Violet calmly sheathed her sword, assuming the battle was over. The sensors confirmed that every cell in the queen's body had somehow been severed. This had to be a joke. Such a feat should be impossible. The blue-haired woman didn't doubt what had happened. The department head remained frozen, speechless. Violet knew the queen was still alive, plotting an unexpected counterattack. Slowly, her scattered cells began merging in the air, reforming her body. Violet stood waiting, allowing the queen to fully restore herself. Her reconstruction was happening at a molecular level. She emerged completely regenerated, but with one small difference. Her clothes had not been restored at all. The watching presidents could no longer tell if these beings were even human. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed that Red was about to start fighting seriously. Interested in the battle, he suggested they move somewhere with a better view. Violet was already aware of her opponent's immortality, but the department head, who had been unaware, was now visibly shaken. He began to feel something shifting in the gauntlet. The protagonist warned everyone to leave the building as things were about to become much more dangerous. The queen was now fully clothed once again, and Violet remained ready to fight. The vampire raised her hand toward the sky, and a massive cataclysm began to form. Furious, she declared that the battle was far from over. Violet was pleased to hear this. She also wanted to keep fighting. The protagonist had found a safe spot to observe the battle. The blue-haired woman and another president arrived at his position. Meanwhile, Violet and the queen were spreading destruction throughout the city. Simple movements of the queen's blade had catastrophic results. With a series of strikes, she completely sliced through an entire building. It crumbled into the air as if it had been made of paper. Violet had avoided all of the attacks, and now she was closing in on her opponent. Their blades clashed with intense force. But this time, the human was caught off guard by a surprise attack. However, she wasn't about to allow herself to be defeated. She retaliated with a devastating strike against the queen. The watching presidents could feel their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Only one person was truly enjoying this battle, the protagonist, who continued to watch gleefully. Violet's slash extended for thousands of kilometers. The queen realized the sheer magnitude of that strike. She was far from pleased with how things were unfolding, but her determination never wavered for even a moment. The protagonist remained thoroughly entertained by this overwhelming display of power. The blue-haired woman couldn't comprehend how the queen was still alive. The department head struggled as the gauntlet refused to detach from his arm. Meanwhile, Violet remained fixated on her objective, defeating the threat before her. The queen had no intention of making her job easy. Even knowing that Violet had a second transformation, she did not believe the human could match her. This time, taking the offensive, she was determined to end everything. She'd executed a devastating palm strike capable of leveling an entire city. Her attack was overwhelming, and the bystanders knew that if they were caught in it, they'd be done for. Violet failed to defend herself against the strike. Her body absorbed the impact almost entirely. The queen waited for a reaction from her opponent. This left the humans deeply worried. Violet remained motionless after the attack. The department head continued to struggle with the gauntlet, which was now harming his arm. A voice announced that it would take control of his body. He had no idea who the voice belonged to, even as he felt himself losing control. Then he realized it was the same voice from the hologram he had encountered. Violet managed to briefly recover, agreeing with what the queen had said. The two women observed each other with cold gazes. Pulling the sword from her body, Violet acknowledged that she couldn't harm the queen. But that wasn't the only thing she had to say. The queen also couldn't harm her at all. The blue-haired woman realized what had happened and demanded that the protagonist give her the same power. But he refused, knowing that the consequences were often far too violent. While they were distracted, something massive occurred. Neither Violet nor the queen had been aware of what had just happened. Even the bystanders couldn't determine what had caused the strange sound. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, colossal limbs began to appear. Something had been revived. The sheer size of the being rivaled the planet itself. Its shadow stretched across entire regions of the globe. Panic immediately gripped the citizens, who had no idea what they were witnessing. Back in the city, destruction continued to spread. Only the protagonist seemed capable of surviving it. He quickly noticed that people were in danger. Moving at immense speed, he reached them. One by one, he hurled the humans far away from the danger zone. The zombies understood that the entire city had now become extremely hazardous, and that monstrous figure had locked its focus on the two battling women. It was a robot of unfathomable proportions. Both the queen and Violet had to pause their fight. Neither of them knew what had brought this colossal machine into existence. Inside the robot, even the department head was at a loss for what was happening. The man from the hologram apologized it had been necessary to deceive him. He had to sacrifice himself for the sake of humanity. Some of the presidents had managed to reach safety, thanks to the protagonist. The most cowardly among them wanted to know what was happening. The others had no words left. Outside Earth's atmosphere, the colossal robot ascended. Violet had no idea what was going on. Within the robot's massive fingers, the protagonist was being held. Passengers aboard nearby aircraft were utterly stunned by the surreal scene unfolding before them. Gradually, the protagonist's expression began to change. Faced with this new enemy, the women seemed to silently agree to a temporary truce. The robot assured them that this had nothing to do with them. It was controlled by a humanoid figure of regular size, yet strong enough to restrain the two women. Due to their proximity, Violet ended up being captured. The queen as well. The controller of the robot declared that they had been studying zombies for centuries. It was disappointing that the women had attacked using nothing more than stimulants. Throughout this dialogue, the protagonist remained in the robot's grasp. But now he had entered his first transformation. With much greater strength at his disposal, he began twisting his torso. The force of his rotation surged through the robot's fingers. The power traveled up his arm in an instant. The robot's controller had not anticipated such a rapid escalation. The protagonist was already advancing toward the core of the problem. At a terrifying speed, he closed the distance. But he was suddenly intercepted. The robot countered his approach. This ancient existence had waited an entire millennium. At last, the day had arrived. The women, who had proven themselves overwhelmingly strong, had been completely subdued. And the protagonist did not like being delayed one bit. The time for his rematch has come. The man desires to finally defeat the zombie and witness its true form. Granting his request, the protagonist transformed into a generic character. Even though the robot's hand is enormous, it is incapable of stopping him. The protagonist hurled away with little effort. Observing this while completely immobilized, the queen couldn't help but be surprised. For now, the battle taking place is between the zombie and the giant robot. The ancient existence felt it was being utterly underestimated. And indeed, none of it was impressive to the zombie. Still on Earth, the blue-haired woman couldn't hide her shock. Climbing up the robot's body, the protagonist made his way toward its controller. A small crack began to open, revealing a massive compartment. Inside the larger robot, several humanoid drones were ready for battle. Faced with all of this, the presidents felt technologically primitive. Even with superior numbers, the drones could do nothing against the protagonist. He continued destroying them as if they were made of clay. On the arm of the larger robot, they tried to delay him in every way possible. But there was nothing they could do against absolute power. In his most powerful form, the zombie was utterly overwhelming. He was even capable of damaging the largest of the robots. Recognizing his anniversary, the ancient existence realized that its enemy wasn't using his full power. summoning even more giant robots to Earth. The battle became increasingly absurd as time went on. The ancient consciousness revealed that it remembered its last night. It had been able to observe everything that had happened. That powerful form was not the zombie's final form. Imagining that he could become even stronger, human common sense could no longer contain their fear. The protagonist was struck by a blow from one of the robots. Those celestial bodies clashing were destroying Earth's cities. The force of that impact had planetary-scale consequences. The protagonist was thrown toward the moon, causing massive destruction. His body ricocheted several times across the lunar surface. Even so, none of it affected him or changed his expression. Trying to regain control of his body, the department chief disagreed with such destruction. But the ancient entity was determined to eliminate humanity's enemy at all costs. The robots continued their relentless pursuit of the zombie. The most astonishing thing was that even on Earth, the presidents seemed to know what was happening. It was possible to see that on the moon there was a massive robot resembling a human. The ancient man remained determined to eliminate humanity's enemy. The protagonist continued to dodge every attack. Once again, he managed to get close to one of the robot's faces, preparing to deliver another one of his powerful blows, striking the construct directly in a devastating manner. His unprecedented strength caused irreversible destruction. The ancient entity was running out of resources. The department chief said he had read the reports. Since becoming president, the protagonist's conduct had been impeccable and just. He continued trying to regain control of his body. The city under the protagonist's administration kept progressing with no evidence that he had harmed humans. In fact, he helped them quite frequently. This made the department chief consider the possibility of coexistence, but the ancient entity refused to accept such a thing. Redirecting its violent drive to attack the protagonist, it claimed they had already attempted peaceful coexistence in past eras, but just looking at the protagonist was enough to understand the reality. There was no way to coexist peacefully with someone so powerful. Zombies were supposed to be an insignificant race, and they always have been, until the protagonist appeared out of nowhere. Since then, humanity's fate had depended on this person's mood. An entity like that could not continue to exist. He did not belong to humanity. And that was why he deserved to be destroyed immediately. Changing form, the robot was now preparing to unleash its most powerful attack, divine punishment. Several robots like it began appearing in the lunar atmosphere. Their swords pierced through the entire planet. Massive waves of electrical energy surged from the moon. Even so, none of it could stop the protagonist, who recognized the human had been striving for strength. But just because he was bigger or had greater numbers didn't mean he had attained it. This realization left the ancient entity terrified. All it took from the protagonist was a simple snap of his fingers. Immediately, the robots were destroyed until they turned to dust. Massive earthquakes were spreading across the lunar surface. The effects of this magnificent battle were already reaching Earth itself. Faced with the imminent danger, the presidents decided they had to help evacuate the citizens from the city. Finally, the protagonist had approached the main body. Landing an indefensible blow on its face, he directed his enemy toward Earth. It fell into the ocean like a meteor. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to land on the continent. Using his hands, he began to separate the land beneath his feet. Truly, there wasn't much that could be done against all that power. Inside the city, the presidents were already focused on the complete evacuation. Citizens frantically searched for shelter. The blue-haired woman noticed a crack that kept growing. She had no idea what it could mean. The protagonist continued to split the continent with his hands. Soon, all humans were overwhelmed by sheer terror. Once again, something of planetary proportions was occurring. Sensors detected that the earthquake had already reached 20 points on the measurement scale. As simple as tearing a sheet of paper, he had split the continent in two. Not even a feat of this magnitude required effort from the protagonist. Now, in the middle of the city, a massive rift separated it into two halves. Completely over the top, distracted by the imminent danger, the blue-haired woman fell into the abyss. It was so deep that its bottom couldn't be seen. Her fall was stopped by the courageous intervention of one of the extras. It was simply unthinkable that any form of life could accomplish all this. The extra told the woman to hold on tightly to him. She remained worried about what was happening in the city. Meanwhile, the consciousness of that ancient human struggled to recover. His body was being brutally struck by the protagonist, his hair having grown significantly. That man's body was hurled toward a distant mountain. Almost out of strength, he tried to mend his wounds. Turning to the head of the department, he asked if he now understood the magnitude of that destructive power. But he couldn't hear the response as he saw the approach of a colossal tsunami. The protagonist now had hair as long as Goku's older brother. It was hard to imagine what kind of life form he truly was. Having been free from her restraints for some time, Violet watched the unfolding battle. The Blood Queen had never seen that form before and questioned whether this was really the zombie she knew. This was exactly what the ancient human had witnessed. This was the true form of the zombie that had destroyed everything. Knowing his opponent was now at full power, he charged at him. But the protagonist didn't even bother him with a single muscle. Blackie, watching his boss, began wondering if he had lost control. He needed to act quickly, or that human was going to lose his life. The ancient consciousness was using all its power to end the fight, apologizing for what it was about to do to the department head's body. Beyond his sheer coldness, the protagonist's facial expression was unreadable. All he did was make a small gesture with his hand. That alone was enough to completely destroy the ancient armor. Then, by clenching his fist, he increased the intensity of the attack. To the hologram man's shock, his body was completely twisted. He was launched toward Earth in a devastating impact. His armor was utterly eradicated. Even at its most powerful form, the armor was unable to subdue the zombie. Despite everything, the department head was still alive. Looking at him, the presidents grew sorrowful, believing there was no longer any hope for him. Blackie knew they couldn't be responsible for eliminating a human leader, and the protagonist was aware of that too, which was why he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the wound on the department head's chest began to heal. With the injury restored, the only remaining problem was his freefall from an almost stratospheric height. The protagonist concentrated on regeneration. Gradually, the void was being filled once again, and the presidents watched everything in stunned silence. Even the Blood Queen was impressed by that display of power. Violet was no different, equally awed. The department head regained consciousness, somehow returning to life. Looking to his side, he realized who had done it. The protagonist remained focused, doing everything possible to complete the regeneration. Finally, the head of the department understood how things were. He also understood why the ancient civilization was so determined to erase him from existence. What they felt about that zombie was the most genuine fear. With that, the protagonist had concluded his participation in the battle. There was nothing else left to be done, and the presidents observed that unusual conclusion to the events. Violet immediately emerged from the ocean to meet the zombie. She appeared completely transformed, still with a mask on her face. But he had already returned to his base form, wanting to know if she had gotten used to using the power of the bloodline. She sighed deeply, saying that it was thanks to him, that everyone's home had been completely wiped from existence. If he could have ended it in a single blow, he should have done so from the start, but the zombie didn't want to scare people. Unfortunately, he ended up scaring the vampires. The Blood Queen did her best to hide. That event caused the southern continent to shift 130 kilometers, completely changing the Earth's climate and creating the deepest trench. Since they evacuated the city in time, there were almost no casualties, and the zombies were tasked with rebuilding the destroyed cities. The head of the department continued with his administrative duties. Now he finally knew why the ancient civilization wanted to destroy the zombies. It was up to him to decide what to do after witnessing all that power. The chief inspector appeared in his office at his request and was ordered to buy the highest quality eggs, because he had a visit to make the city itch. Meanwhile, in a new city, the Blood Tribe was establishing a settlement. One of them tried to hurry up the zombie worker, who was very slow. His friend wanted to know where he got the money to hire those workers, but he refused to answer. Even though they were enemies, the loan shark agreed to lend them money. He did so because the king ordered them not to fight, which would also prevent future robberies at the bank. That's why he granted a loan with abusive interest rates. Definitely, the nickname Loan Shark he received in this story was not given for nothing. Still in conversation, the young man wanted to know where the queen was. Since everything that happened, she remained very desolate. She never imagined that her enemy was even more powerful. Until now, every time she fought him, he only used a small fraction of his power. After witnessing what she did, she understood that she would never be able to reach that existence. Now everything was calm in City Itch. But amid the ruins of the ancient civilization, people were searching for valuable items. It was the mad scientists, and they seemed to have found what they were looking for. Before them was a small body that had been incinerated. Professor Jamie carefully observed his great discovery. He would not give up on achieving his goal as long as there was life in his body. The alarm clock rang in the protagonist's room. Waking up in a good mood, he gently turned off the alarm. But he still hadn't gathered the strength to get out of bed. The protagonist's name was Zombie. As he walked to the refrigerator, he acknowledged that he didn't know his age or have any memories of his human life. The only memory he had was of when he was a student and became a zombie. At first, he was as ordinary as all the others, just like those who have nothing special. But to avoid becoming a perpetual energy engine, he decided to get stronger. He stopped attacking people and started eating protein powder meals. Eventually, with much training and dedication, he became a zombie version of Saitama. His power was unprecedented. His first transformation was astonishing. His second transformation was terrifying. And in his final form, he was a walking cataclysm. Tired of fighting, he decided to help humans by solving countless problems. This led him to have his own city. The problem was that he had become too strong, causing a constant fear among humans. The doorbell to his apartment rang. He opened the door to see who was outside. Violet didn't understand how the leader of that city could be so lazy. It had already been 2 hours, and he was late. Closing the door, he said he would be ready in a few moments. This was the dawn of a new year, and they would assist the academy in continuing to grow. Several candidates were presenting themselves once again. From that moment on, the zombie would consider them for a period of prosperity. He was introduced as the new head of the academy and timidly made his way to the stage. The students shouted loudly, welcoming him. On stage, he simply observed all that obedience. Thinking that the students must be hungry, he brought eggs for them to eat. That was not exactly what they were expecting. The former chief was now just a president, and despite the provocations, he said that no one could defeat a zombie. The head of the department was sitting, calmly drinking tea. The inspector tried to approach him, saying that an emergency was underway. They asked her the reason for the urgency, and she simply said they were in serious trouble. The Supreme President was calling them. That even surprised the head of the department. The head of the department took over the call from that point on. He said he was about to send his report, but the situation was urgent and he hadn't had time for that, though he would comply with the orders he had received. The inspector wanted to know what was going on, and he said that everyone was aware of the incident involving the ancient civilization. She didn't know how that was possible since they hadn't told anyone. He reminded her that the event was so grand that it could be seen even from the other side of the earth. According to the news, a great battle took place suspected to have involved the ancient civilization. That's what the reports were saying. Moreover, the exchange meeting was about to happen. That reminded him that he wanted to know where the eggs he had ordered were. The inspector had them properly stored. He was preparing to go to City H. Since he had made the zombie the head of the academy, he figured there was no problem asking him to do that job. As soon as he rang the doorbell, he was surprised by Violet. Even more surprising was that she was dressed as a waitress. Seeing that peculiar outfit, he began making assumptions about her. The woman said it was all just a big misunderstanding. Soon, the blue-haired woman also revealed herself, greeting the head of the department. Shocked by such shamelessness, he considered reporting it to his superiors. That was far too bold, even for the two of them. The blue-haired woman was terrified at the possibility. Seeing that he was leaving, they said they were only doing it to celebrate the zombie's promotion. Both were dressed that way because they had lost a game. The head of the department found it hard to believe since those outfits were truly unusual. Since he didn't believe their words, he should enter and see for himself. Inside, the protagonist seemed to be playing a card game, and the Iron President was determined to beat him this time. It looked like he had drawn a card that would lead him to victory. The atmosphere inside the zombie's apartment was festive. Even so, the head of the department was overwhelmed with embarrassment. He saw several vegetables being tossed into the air that were then sliced into many small pieces. It was the iron figurine who had cut them, making an elegant presentation as he arranged them on a plate. Full of joy, he was bringing the snacks to the guests. At that moment, he realized the head of the department was there. He tried to explain, saying that he was forced by the zombie to do all that. The head of the department didn't even know what to say to him. In truth, it was good that everyone was gathered because he had important news to share. Gathered there, the zombie discovered that the head of the department was not the leader of humanity. He confirmed the information, thanking the iron figurine for his service. There were several provinces in that region spanning thousands of kilometers. Seeing that he was about to remove his mask, everyone immediately focused on that revelation. The head of the department removed the lower part of it, stating that he was merely the leader of the province. Seeing the curiosity of his companions, he asked if something was wrong, but they looked away. Currently, the plan had only 2 continents, and because of that, only 2 countries as well, Country A and Country B. They resided in Country A. As a great scholar, he began recounting the early history of these 2 countries and the conflicts between them. The zombie wanted to know more about the exchange meeting. It was a friendly celebration involving sports, as if it were a great global military exercise held every 4 years. Hearing this, the zombie thought it made no sense at all. The last competition had been about eradicating zombies. A single member of the neighboring country had managed to exterminate 8 million. Impressive numbers for the protagonist's base form, which was not so confident. Since he had been promoted to the position of chief, he should participate as well. The zombie realized that this girl truly believed he was human. The head of the department said that it was up to them to propose the event this year, and he would never put the zombies in danger. The protagonist wanted to know more about what federalism and monarchy meant. In another part of the country, important people were aboard a plane. Those girls had been categorically summoned there. That was the headquarters of Country B, and they had images of the battle that took place on the moon. The man asked them to analyze the images as they had been received from Country A. The girl handled the photo without showing any impression. She and her twin sister did not seem impressed by it. Even so, they continued examining the photo with great attention. They realized it was related to the technology of the ancient civilization. Their intelligence suspected that Country A was in possession of that technology, which represented a strategic disadvantage for them. They would soon be receiving the president of the other country, and he asked his best subordinates to set aside their issues with their sister. He wanted them to investigate everything at the event in a very clear manner. The king had a particular opinion regarding their sister's participation in religion. If they executed their mission well, he would request a royal pardon for her. After hearing what the prime minister had to say, they agreed to follow orders. In a secret laboratory, they were preparing more of that solution capable of enhancing strength. The professor observed the experiments with great attention. Source number 1 had already received the serum. He was awaiting the results from sources 2 and 3. A technician reported that source number 3 was being prepared. Sitting in a chair was the body they had found in the streets. Referring to the professor, the technician stated that the body was already properly prepared. That was perfect, but the scientists doubted they could successfully revive a mummy that was 1,000 years old. However, in the field of biology, there was nothing the professor couldn't achieve. He ordered the process to begin immediately. The technician started operating the lever that activated the entire system. From the other side of the room, they heard a very intense scream. Even witnessing all that, the scientists still doubted their success. If they managed to resurrect such a powerful figure, it would truly be a complete miracle. Energy and serum began to flow into that dried-out body. until finally the process was complete. With great curiosity in their eyes, they waited to see the results of their actions. A faint cough could be heard, and the small scientist was extremely excited. Contrary to what he had imagined, the revived person appeared to be extremely ordinary and unremarkable. His expectations were shattered, and he thought the process had failed. He had expected to resurrect an ancient and powerful figure, but all they had was a middle-aged, bald man. The scientist wasted no time in approaching the newly revived man. He wanted to know who he was and where the powerful figure had gone. The bald man said that he was indeed from the ancient civilization and wished to be spared. The scientist called him a liar since he looked nothing like the image they had. The man said he was just an engineer. He didn't know how to fight. He designed armors, and there was nothing wrong with making cool armors. Outside the lab, the professor continued observing with great interest. It seemed even he was caught off guard by this. Seeing that the professor had turned his back on him, the bald man suggested they have a conversation since they were both men of science. That piqued the professor's interest a little. The two exchanged glances briefly, as if analyzing each other. Approaching him, the professor asked what he wanted. Even though their starting points were different, they could work together. But since he had already been defeated by the zombie, the professor wasn't interested. The man said they had already analyzed the zombie's genes. The professor's method was flawed. What was truly terrifying wasn't his strength, but his ability to become indefinitely stronger. Hearing that, the professor showed more interest. For all intents and purposes, those were the two most intelligent men on Earth. The professor was a master of biology and already had the zombie's genome. Meanwhile, that man had extensive knowledge of engineering and also knew how to use the zombie's genome. That was enough for them to create a new form of life. After presenting his proposal, he wanted to know what the professor thought about it. The professor took a moment to respond, but he had no reason to refuse that suggestion. That marked the beginning of a great and promising collaboration between the two. The head of the department's proposal was not well received. No one believed he would send the zombie as the president's bodyguard. After all, that charming figure with multiple personalities could be a danger. But the head of the department had no choice. He was worried that this could be a dangerous trip. He definitely had reasons to be concerned, and soon his request was taken seriously. The matter had already been decided. The president specifically requested a bodyguard from that province. Moreover, with just a simple favor from the president, no one would ever question the zombie's identity again. However, they still couldn't reveal that he wasn't human. The entire province would have to answer to him, and the protagonist was allowed to take two trusted people with him. They wished the new chief all the best and good luck, as he would now be the representative of the province. At the top of the city hall, a certain zombie remains in timeout. Meanwhile, the protagonist is with some of his subordinates. For the mission he had received, he could take two trusted people with him. He wanted to know who was willing to accompany him. Silence filled the meeting room. Since the fiscal year closing was underway, the lone shark couldn't go with him. The others also already had their excuses prepared. The most bizarre among them wanted to accompany the boss, eager to prove that they were reliable to the humans. He was touched by the enthusiasm of both. Outside, he took them for a walk. During the trip, they unexpectedly ran into some people. The women were already waiting for the zombie, and the blue-haired woman found those dogs extremely adorable. She approached one of them to give it some affectionate pats. The grotesque dog responded that if she did that again, it would chew her up until there was nothing left. She was immediately startled by the animal's words. She never imagined a dog could talk. Violet had to explain to her that it was, in fact, a zombie. It was time for him to follow her now, as the president of the country wanted to see him. Finally, they appeared to be in another location. Other bodyguards had already arrived as well. Like all provocative extras, they assumed he would give up on the responsibility. They couldn't believe how the former chief had been replaced by some nobody like him. But what was even more bizarre was that the president had so much trust in such a small province. After all, they could easily beat that new chief with their hands tied. The protagonist made sure to demonstrate who was actually the strongest in the room. The impact was devastating. That extra had now become part of the decoration. Violet placed her hand on her forehead in disappointment. Meanwhile, the other bodyguards were also very impressed. The blue-haired woman already knew something like this would happen. In the presence of the president, he was finally received. Even so, he still felt quite shy about the situation. The president had received good recommendations about the new chief, who was supposedly the perfect bodyguard. He asked what the bodyguard would do in case of danger. The protagonist confidently stated that, as far as he was concerned, nothing was truly dangerous. Faced with such exaggerated confidence, the president said he liked what he heard. Meanwhile, someone was exploring ruins located in Country B. Damn, something new is coming for the boys. It must be the sister of those crazy girls from before, and she's spicy. Someone else shows up beside her, the older sister. Damn. She looks over and says, "This here is your equipment. The zombie army is ready." Whoa, is she the queen of zombies in another country? Damn, is she the badass one? Like, the badass? Alright, good job. You can leave the rest to me. The world is so beautiful. Why do humans like to fight each other so much? The guy, I don't know. I'm not human, but maybe because of resources. No, I think it's because of selfishness. Brothers, I'm sure everyone heard the president of Country A is coming. Our mission is to kill that dog. You may be asking why we're doing this. I admit that zombies used to cause problems for humans for a while, but nowadays with technology we're nothing. Humans have controlled zombies for hundreds of years. So I ask, why do their armies still try to eradicate us today? It's all a scheme because Country A and Country B are hiding the fact that zombies also have consciousness. The extermination of zombies is just a conflict they created to cause internal chaos for us. Hundreds of innocent people live in darkness, hundreds of families have been destroyed because of these conflicts, and even hundreds of zombies with consciousness were killed in cold blood, when, in truth, zombies and humans could have coexisted long ago. We will overthrow countries A and B and unify the entire world in pursuit of coexistence. Damn, the protagonist is gonna like that offer, and he's already arriving in the city, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, the Exchange Summit is about to happen. The president of Country A is arriving for a 7-day visit. The place is already filled with a sea of people. This is Country B's reporter bringing the news. At the same time, Country A's reporter is also giving the news. Our president will stay at this hotel and meet Country B's prime minister tomorrow morning. A kid watching the news, someone calls him. Hey kid, come eat, okay? Why are you watching that news? I just want to see what our president looks like. The father, aw man, such a big event, but I heard there are some strange things going on. The woman replies, yeah, our country is still too weak. Another huge plane arrives, look at the sisters coming. What did the prime minister ask for? Just that we protect the president. We can't let him get hurt the moment he arrives. The other asks, wait, are you saying our sister might try something? Considering her personality, she won't even let the plane touch the ground. Down below, some guys are talking. All preparations are ready. We're gonna send the president straight to hell. Everything's shaking. Hey man, what's going on? Wait, are you hurt? We can't make any mistakes. The guy, Inside that plane, there's something scary and familiar at the same time. Oh damn, is it the protagonist putting on a suit? The guy radios it in. We're fine. Continue with the plan. He's just feeling uncomfortable. Reporter, the plane has arrived in our capital. The governor of Rady State came to welcome the president. Let's all receive the arrival of peace. Look at that. The president is about to come out. Someone steps out first. Whoa, it's the protagonist in a big suit and hood. Damn, the man looks dangerous. Aishi grabs someone. Stop now. Don't do anything. Don't attack. The guys below. But what? What do you mean? Hey, you hard-headed idiot. Didn't you feel that? Guy, calm down. I'm not understanding. The girl says, nobody do anything for now. Everybody freeze. That guy is not the president. All the cameras broadcast the protagonist to everyone's homes. People in shock. And like that, Zombie was introduced to the entire world for the first time. Considering all the schemes between the two countries, what's going to happen? The girl's watching. Who is that guy? Well, according to the list we received, he's one of the president's bodyguards. His name is Zombie. Huh, but why does he look so strange? Inside the plane, the boss says, very good, Zombie. That's the exact effect I wanted. You're the perfect shield. Only someone wanting to die would try attacking now. Violet them saced. President, you weren't like this. You sent him just to be a meat shield. The protagonist stands there just accepting the job. Well, look around now. I want you to protect the president's body so no sniper bullet can reach him. Protagonist, I could stop a missile. Is there really such a big need to block a little bullet? Hey, Zombie. You need to protect the president. His body isn't as strong as yours. And with that, the president steps out. Everyone give a warm welcome to the president of Country A. He must be tired from the trip, so he'll now head to his hotel. Tomorrow, we'll conduct the long-awaited interviews. The president steps down, and a guy says, Mr. President, this is the governor of Rady State. He came just to greet you. Violet, wearing a full suit, she's totally nerfed like this, says, stay alert, Zombie. The girl up above thinks, Dove, what was that oppressive feeling I just sensed? Am I imagining things? The protagonist is completely calm, hasn't even done anything yet. In the sister's plane, strange. Why hasn't our sister done anything yet? I don't know, but she just wasted her best chance. I already prepared a car full of listening devices. We only need to listen to their conversations about the ancient people, and we have plenty of time since it's a 7-day trip. Some men arrive. Mr. President, we prepared a car for you. No need to worry, we have our own private vehicle for transport. The protagonist receives a message. Let the president take the other car and cut their communications. One sister says, hey, they didn't bring that many bodyguards. Do we really need this much preparation? How can you be so careless knowing that country's military strength? I saw Violet and Lank with him. Did you forget what happened at the last meeting? One guy reports, Intel. The car we prepared didn't work. They went into another one. She asks, wait, which car did the president get into? We need to listen in. I don't know what's going on, but they blocked our communicators. She slaps him. Damn it. Meanwhile, the group gives the call, split into 2 groups. Zombie will use the hidden route and take the president to the hotel. From here on out, Zombie, nobody leaves. Nobody can get close to the president. Lanky and Violet will take the original path to draw their attention. Ash tries speaking to his sister. Sis, what do we do? Do we continue the assassination? She says, listen, someone among them is acting strange. I want everyone frozen in place now. The guy complains, but I can't hear anything clearly. Everything's broken. And this weapon is crap. Shouldn't we just go ahead and wipe them out already? Relax, sis, I'll kill everyone. Girl, you're going to get beaten in 2 seconds. Back in the plane, the president lands safely. Do we really need to be so cautious and even cut communication? Yes, we have our own secrets. And do you really think the situation is secure? Just like we have issues with Dr. James, they also have hidden organizations that might attempt something. Inside the car, the protagonist, the president, and another man ride. The president asks, "She zombie, you're a zombie, right? You'll protect me, correct?" Bro's like, "Yes." Haha, interesting. Then I'll count on you. I only have one question. You wouldn't suddenly get the idea of destroying everyone and ruling the planet, would you? The protagonist replies, "No, I'm not interested in that at all." Oh boy. Meanwhile, the sister, the one I hope would do something cool, is still shaking there, doing nothing. "Sis, we can't contact Xiao. Looks like the president's people are messing with our communication. Damn it, he must have gone to hijack the vehicle." The sisters say, "I have a bad feeling. We should hurry to that location." On the way, Lanky and Violet are there. What's that sound? Whoa, look who's arriving. I can't even tell who's strong or weak anymore. Now the question is, will the girls win or will they get beaten? Although Violet has the blood, so he'll probably just get beaten up again. Poor guy. Hot girl's raining from the sky. She looks... Wait, what is that? What is that thing? The other sisters arrive. Violet, Lankin, this guy, he's extremely dangerous. The big zombie says, "Foreigners from the other side of the world, today, you will witness the power of Country B's zombies." Lanky, huh? A zombie? Yes, a zombie under my sister's control. The guy forms some black stuff in his hand, something like an eye or a lump, then flicks it like a lighter and unleashes a stream of flames. But honestly, that doesn't look too intimidating. The girl warns, "Careful with that fire. It never goes out." Violet, huh? Snow, rain, what are you two doing here? Like he walks toward the fire. "Girl, you haven't been bitten, so if you're not immune, you're going to get burned." The eldest sister speaks, "You two must bring Axel back. If he keeps causing destruction, the president will have a reason to capture everyone." "All right, we're going." The guy says, "You can let me go. I'm feeling better now." The protagonist is still just sitting in the car. He looks over at the guy passing by and the man freezes. Back in the fight, look at Lankin's big sword coming through. "She's got several now. You're underestimating us." A guy with a grenade on his back jumps in. Then boom, smoke grenade. She gets disoriented. When she opens her eyes, something's on her face. Damn, she was cut, beaten, and smashed. "Lanky, I told you be careful." Yikes, the blade is already dripping. Who's next? He says, "Yeah, she's completely wrecked. Good thing she drank the protagonist's blood. Otherwise, she'd be done for." Violet is in shock. The sisters are already coming to help. The swords are electrified around him. The sisters step in front. "Go now and take her." "What are you doing here, Violet?" "Take her to the infirmary. You still have a chance to save her." "Ugh, damn it. In the end, we're going to have to use our own power. We don't want to kill you. Leave this place immediately." "Stop talking crap. If you weren't the younger sisters of our leader, you would have been dismembered a long time ago. A lesson will be good for youngsters like you. Don't blame me for not warning you." Whoa, he spreads oil around, forms that eye thing again, flicks the lighter. Damn, he's burning. Man turned into Ghost Rider. The little sisters are all shocked. They're not used to seeing zombies transform. But Violet in the back is stone-faced. The big zombie, "What's wrong? Never seen something like this before? You were favored by your sister and now think you're invincible." The girl looks back. "Why are you still here?" And Violet is already laughing with her hand on her face. But Lanky beside her says, "Violet, step aside. You helped me last time too." "Oh damn, he's mine. What's her deal, bro?" Violet says, "Screw it, pulls power, I'll transform." Both of them go full demon mode. "What the hell? Leave one buff girl for the boys." The sisters are shocked. "What the hell? Are you two? Are you even human anymore?" Ghost Rider, "Hey, what's happening here? Why am I feeling a sense of familiarity?" "No, wait, we're not the same type." Like them, Sazy, "Why are you stalling so much? Didn't you say you were going to kill us?" The guy charges, "You're bluffing. I'll finish you." Explosion. Flaming blossom bullet flies straight toward her, but she just absorbs it. Holy hell. She got the sucking talent. This girl is insane. Want to use it on me? The sisters. "What? She absorbed everything. That's crazy." The skull guy. "Huh, you're pretty inters. Take this flying kick, bro." Didn't even finish speaking. He's receiving calls in his ear somehow. "Show, can you hear me? Hey man, is that really the force of a human's kick?" The sister tries to reach him. "If you can hear me, respond immediately. You need to return. I'm very, very busy right now." Lanky is just standing there waiting. The protagonist, meanwhile, is receiving messages. Zombie, Violet, and Lanky seem to have run into a problem. "Okay, has the president arrived at the hotel safely?" Harbro replies, "Yes, we just arrived at the destination." "Could you go to Violet's location to help and see what's going on?" "All right, I'm going to check if everything's fine." "Are you sure you can lead the president here?" "Don't worry, this is our territory now. It's safe." "Okay then, I'm going." Lanky is still there. Flashback. Dawn says, "Lanky, what are you doing? I don't care about anything anymore. She's a department head just like me. How could she be so much stronger?" Dawn tries to warn her, "We haven't researched this properly yet. You don't know what could happen." "Shut up." Slam. She takes the blood. Now she's totally unhinged. Violet, "Lanky, you have to control your emotions." Ghost Ride them, Caesar. "Haha, this is good. This'll be fun." The sisters who haven't done anything are just watching. And Lanky, with her new talent, is absorbing everything, going insane. But she also spits the fire back. Return to sender. The skull guy is shocked. Here she comes from above, smashes a kick into his mouth, slams his face into the ground, buries him. She's going feral, bro. This sensation is incredible. Girl, calm down. The skull guy, what's happening? What species are you? Violet, Lanky, you need to control yourself. If this continues, you'll become irrational. Lanky says she'll swallow him quickly. Damn, I'm next in line. The sisters are still stunned. She says, I'm going to eat you, come here. Damn, Skull Guy is scared. Didn't expect her to be like that, huh? What the hell? She's a zombie. The president, Show, can you hear me? Abort the mission, you lunatic. Something terrifying is heading your way. Oh boy, who could it be? Look at how the boy arrives. He hits the ground, smoke rising. Skull Guy, I can still fight. We don't know who the winner is. His friend grabs him by the shoulder. Let's go now. Pulls him away. But Lanky says, you're thinking about running? You should leave your life behind. The guy being dragged, let me go. I want to know who won. Man, if you keep insisting, you're going to lose your life. She screams, holy hell. Then a bunch of lasers come down. He tries to defend. Buildings are getting sliced apart. The guy got sliced up. The sisters are all in shock. What's happening? They get blown back too. And damn, the whole building is collapsing. It's over. Violet, damn it. She's already gone irrational. The building gets thrown upward, cut in half. Who came to save the girls? It's him. The protagonist, full Chad mode. My warrior girls are all with their leggings ripped like they got beaten up. Didn't even get to enjoy the fight properly. They're staring at him. Look at him under the hood, hair showing already. Are they gonna fall in love with the guy? They've never seen him in zombie mode and now he looks like a full Chad. But Lank is screaming like a lunatic. The protagonist looks, opens his hand. What's happening? Closes his hand, breaks her mask. Playtime is over. The sisters are shocked. He shut down everyone's powers. Not even Violet is spared. She's almost fainting. The protagonist goes back to his normal self. The girl's confused. Huh? Back to Big Zombie again. He walks up. Didn't I tell you to control your emotions? I'm sorry. I got too excited. The sisters wipe their eyes. Wait, are my eyes broken? I swear he was a beautiful guy a moment ago. Protagonist transforms again real quick just to show something. The sisters talk. I think what we saw was an illusion. We've been single for too long, but who was that person? The protagonist goes talk to Violet. The sisters continue. Snow, you've been researching Country A for a long time. Have you ever seen that person? No, I've never heard of him. Apparently, they've begun understanding the technology of the ancient civilization. Damn it, she was so strong she made us look immature. One of the sisters gets a message. The president has arrived at the hotel. Well, at least everything worked out. Let's relax a bit. The president is safe now. She tells the guy on the call, Shaji, listen, you need to help me find information about the hooded man from Country A. He just says, understood. Meanwhile, the fire guy who got saved, Dalalu, what did you do? I still hadn't finished my fight. The long-haired one, shut up. If I hadn't saved you, you would have died there. And with that mysterious guy, we lost our best chance to assassinate them. And I'm sensing unknown auras ahead. 2 powerful zombies enter our territory. Back on the plane, check the pet compartment. Damn, the animals are there. Poor boys were brought in cages. Lank opens them. You better behave, all right? Otherwise, I'll tell the boss. The guys remember the chainsaw fight. Trapped, start barking, acting the part perfectly. The sisters arrive. These pets of yours seem special, don't they? Yes, they're very special. Well, it seems we have no more problems then, right? None at all. The summit starts in 2 days. I expect good cooperation. She looks at them. These women are too cunning, and they couldn't handle them at all. Looks like they won't be able to discover the source of their powers. If that's the case, they'll have to move to the other plan. The professional you hired is already here. Based on the schedule, he should be arriving now. 2 days later, the president of Country A officially begins his 7-day visit. The reporter is there again, people excited, the president arriving. The man even went to meet the queen of the country. The meeting happened, Med arrived, and now we're with the protagonist. Phew, the conference finally ended. That was exhausting. The sisters stare at him on the screen. Are you sure you saw him transform into that beautiful guy? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. A man enters the room out of nowhere. Good evening, the prime minister asked me to come cooperate with you. There you are. Welcome, department chief. Oh boy, if the other chief, who was already stylish, got beaten and this guy looks like a side character. But then he asks, tell me whose memories you want me to extract. And they reply, his. Damn, bro, if you try to see what he saw, your brain might break. The conference is over, so we must act quickly. This guy is extremely mysterious. We found 0 information on him even after extensive investigation in Country A, but I'm sure he's related to the ancient civilization. The guy, all right, understood. There is nothing I can't do with my talent. Transform. Oh, damn. He transforms into the president. So, what do you think? Perfect. We'll leave the job to you. I don't know if this will work, bro. I think the protagonist will notice instantly. Back with him, Violet hands him a soda. Sometimes I wonder, how long have you been alive? Bros, I have no idea. 800 years? 1,000? 2,000? Ah, forget it. No point asking if you don't even know. The protagonist. All right, I'm going to sleep. 2 guys follow. Hey, do you really need to come here? I just wanted to see if he's exactly what I saw that day. This guy is not human. They're watching the protagonist quietly. When he turns to look, he already sensed the danger. Run. I'm giving up on this. The protagonist didn't even do anything. Violet, so the president is calling you. Confused, he asks, huh? Aren't you going to sleep? None of your business. The president wants to talk to you. He's in room 614. Oh damn, did the girl use a voice changer to convince him? Lanky arrives and asks, Violet, what are you doing here? The president is looking for us. Oh boy, what are they planning? A 200 IQ scheme going on. The protagonist reaches the door. There you are. Oh Dan, is the fake president. There's something I want to ask you. Meanwhile, Lanky says, did you manage to contact Zombie? No. The sisters obviously messed with communications again. They walk past where the pets are with the real president. President, were you looking for us? I need to pee. What can you do, right? Must stay protected. They take him to the bathroom and come to a dumb conclusion. All right, I guess we don't need to go in. Hey, it's our territory, isn't it? And of course the guy's inside. Hashi, you brought me here. Why are we running? I just wanted to confirm something and see if there was an opportunity. He replies, how? Didn't you see that terrifying guy was here? We already lost our best chance. There's no opportunity left. But that's when the little president arrives. Phew. He looks around. Don't worry, big bro. The two girls outside just watching. Boom. The president gets kidnapped. Who would have thought? Do you remember how last chapter everyone was in that building? The president had just gone to the bathroom to take a leak when suddenly someone appeared out of nowhere and snatched the guy. The guy started jumping from rooftop to rooftop celebrating, saying they were way too lucky. Those guys volunteered. That's when Lanky and Violet went to check out the bathroom, curious what the president was doing in a place that was making so much noise. But when they arrived, they were met with the wall exploding and got a shock. An alarm sounded, everyone was on high alert, and Violet was already trying to contact the zombie. No one knew where it was. Violet was in shock and Lanky was ready to transform. But Violet said, hold on, friend. Are you crazy? Did you forget what happened a few days ago? Without the zombie here, you could end up killing everyone, including the president. She warned that even she can't control her power. In other words, it's extremely dangerous for them to transform when he isn't around. Lanky asked, so what do we do, Violet? The scene shifts to the two huge monsters trapped inside, sweating all over. Lanky asks if she's sure and Violet says, well, they belong to the president. Maybe they can find him. The beasts, however, only reply that they'll talk when they get out of there. Meanwhile, the two are sitting on that weird couch and the girls ask if they're really dogs. Out of nowhere, one of them grabs the other's leash and hurls him at the wall, blowing up the building and obviously creating a path through. But the beasts apparently go after it because he says, leave it to us. Then he bursts out in a massive blast, flying out. Right away, Lanky asks the obvious. How is that any less risky than us transforming? At that moment, the guys who had kidnapped the president sense something approaching. And those hellish dogs, which are really ugly as hell, tell them to leave that man behind if they don't want to die. The masked guy is shocked, thinking the country's people are raising zombies to hunt them down. The two charge forward like Goku and Vegeta. Lanky wants to know what they're going to do now. With not many options, they start chasing two and the fight is on. Night falls and there we are among the zombies' ruins. The guys who kidnapped the president ask, hey, are you sure that's the president? He just tells the bastard to stop standing there and get ready because people are coming to cause trouble. Then two massive zombies land. Everyone's shocked, wondering if these are the bosses from Base A. I keep calling them dogs because in theory, they're the protagonist's pets, but obviously these aren't dogs. One of them says, hand over that person if you want to avoid a war. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with an attack from a foreign zombie nation. The bandana guy says, a war? Why would that happen? Humans haven't even started fighting among themselves. So why would we do that? Why are you helping the zombies? The beast replies, me? You're helping the humans too, you idiot. Just look at yourself. The masked man tells him to shut up while the long-haired guy says he's only working for the survival of the zombie community. He's got a grand plan in motion, but the dog just laughs. Then we get a flashback with the protagonist wandering through a desolate world. The first half of the dog's life was just as an ordinary bird. That sentence makes no sense, right? But anyway, originally he was a crow living among his community, cleaning up corpses for humans. Since they consumed the bodies, they actually helped reduce how many humans were getting infected. But the crow hated humans because he wanted to become one himself. He wanted a pair of feet and wanted to be like them. Basically to lose his wings, his freedom, and work all day. Honestly, I'd rather stay a crow. Actually, forget that, because he and his friends got gunned down. Yeah, better to be human after all. The protagonist was walking around, his clothes in tatters, when he lifted a rock and felt a strange trace of life. That's when he found the crow, took it in his hands, and said that from now on, his name would be Lang. Then he told him straight up to learn that hatred and destruction are never the answer. Okay, so now we know his name's Lang. I don't have to keep calling him the dog anymore. He says that the zombies' plan is far more magnificent than anything they could come up with. The long-haired guy just says it looks like they'll never see eye to eye. Right then, Lanky and Violet are arriving, while the Ghost Rider-looking guy is already there, warning that this isn't their territory and that the zombies from Country B aren't just going to sit still. But smoke starts coming out of Lang, and Lanky and Violet are stunned. A human face starts forming, then we cut back to the zombie. There's barely anything left of him. Damn, he's torn to pieces for real. The protagonist says if Lang wants to become any other kind of creature, he just has to say the word. Holy crap, he turned badass like some dark elven Super Saiyan. He's standing there with full swagger while the two girls are confused. Technically, even they want to know, wasn't he supposed to be a dog? The guys from the other countries say, that bastard's trying to disguise himself as a human. Lang stands completely still, and one of them says he's about to get vaporized for acting all high and mighty. He launches a huge barrage of fire, while the girls know this guy isn't easy to deal with. The attack goes straight for Lang, who doesn't move. Suddenly, a tornado shoots up, flames everywhere. But apparently, he's still just standing there in the middle because Ghost Rider charges at him. Lang stomps the ground and slams a punch right into his gut. Everyone's in shock. The fool's sent flying, blowing up the whole city. The long-haired guy can't believe the power he's seeing. Lang moves forward while the other zombies tremble. Looks like he threw one punch and leveled all the buildings, zombies flying everywhere. Far off, Ghost Rider's already done for, and the long-haired one says something's wrong at powers over the top. Lang's just charging up that aura while the guy orders everyone to get ready. All the zombies from Country B have to attack and drive him out. Then he uses the Thousand Blades dagger art. All those blades fly toward Lang, but most of them either shatter against his body or he destroys them easily. The guy goes in to punch him, but Lang just stretches out his arm and blocks again. The long-haired one's in shock. Nothing he's doing works. Meanwhile, Lan Ki and Violet say they have to find the president. The masked man's trying to escape while the long-haired one orders everyone to stop the two of them. Zombies come rushing from all sides, but then dog number 2 suddenly sprouts wings out of nowhere. Dude pulls out a gigantic hand. What the hell? And crushes the whole city. The two girls are left frozen in shock. The creature literally turned into a final boss, towering as high as 10 buildings stacked on top of each other. It's crushing one of the buildings under its foot while the long-haired guy realizes it's one of the oldest species known as an aberrant. Lan Ki and Violet, however, want to know why they were locked in that cage if they had that much power. The creature doesn't say a word, just stands there, while the masked guy wonders how they're supposed to escape from a legendary species like that. He tells the bowl cut guy to keep taking the president while he stays behind to help. It's the only way to win against something like that. If the zombies from Country B didn't win this battle, it would be the end for everyone. The long-haired one can't believe monsters from the ancient era still exist. And on top of the giant creature's head, whose name I still don't know, Lang lands. Meanwhile, the bowl cut guy arrives at the base and speaks with the boss lady who looks perfectly healthy, telling her he brought the president and that they were under attack. She immediately orders him to kill the man, demanding to know why he brought him to her. But he explains that Agi and Aishi were in danger, so he had to help them as fast as possible. He's asking something about how much he needs to open this thing. If he released everything, they'd all revert to normal zombies. Apparently, he presses some kind of button to activate something, and the long-haired one starts screaming in pain as every creature begins getting stronger. Lang, however, says he didn't expect them to combine their powers with technology, but it doesn't matter, because they only obey one person. Then a single swipe from the giant sends the entire city flying into oblivion. The poor zombies are being thrown everywhere while everyone frantically presses buttons, trying to do something amid total chaos. Meanwhile, the long-haired guy faces Age head-on. The poor guy tries to punch Agui's shoulder but gets blocked and slams straight into the ground. The bowl cut guy shouts for everyone to hang on as someone else steps forward. It's the masked man heading straight toward the giant. Damn, this dude pulled an attack on Titan move and transformed too, turning into a huge Titan himself. The giant looks impressed, realizing there's actually someone of the same race as him. Then the monster charges, swinging an arm to slam him into the ground, while Lang gets his face cut open. The long-haired guy, spinning midair, shouts, wanting to know why someone that strong would choose to help humanity. They're of the same race, the same species. They should be standing together. Lang simply answers that, unfortunately, he can't explain. That's the order he received from the president. Then he smashes him right in the face. The poor guy floats helplessly in midair, saying this is the end of the zombie race. Meanwhile, in the Battle of Giants, the Minotaur-looking one tries to push the other back, saying he's not welcome here. But the towering monster just stands there, completely unfazed, saying that unfortunately everyone in this place will die today. The poor thing gets grabbed by the neck while the two girls watch in shock. The giant starts charging up red energy in his hand and blasts it straight into his head. The bowl cut guy calls out for Aishi. The poor guy is already completely defeated, being lifted by the neck again. Aishi once more asks, "You have incredible power, so why are you a prisoner of the human race? You could be worshipped as a god and destroy them all." The giant, whose name I'm still trying to figure out, replies that the reason he doesn't want to destroy humans is pretty obvious. Then comes a flashback to when he was just a little zombie living with an alien family. Their alien race wasn't like the undead. They had consciousness in their own food. All they wanted was their own territory to live peacefully. But then humans arrived with their so-called technology and destroyed his home. Bombs were dropped under the excuse that anything not of the human race had to be wiped out. All his comrades were annihilated. No one survived. To protect him, his parents hid him among some ruins, trying to make sure he could at least escape the humans' hunt. The humans called them monsters, but in their eyes, what were humans? With his own eyes, he saw them completely wipe out his race. At that moment, he began to hate humans more than any other creature. He wanted revenge, but even more than that, he hated himself. He despised his own cowardice and weakness for not being able to protect the ones he loved. From behind a rock, he saw the Megazord declaring that all abnormal species had been neutralized. From now on, there would be no more zombies, aliens, or any other species on Earth. That's when the red Megazord said no, actually there was still one left. The little zombie hiding in the cave was terrified, sure that it was the end for him. But right then, a punch landed straight in the Megazord's face. That's when the badass showed up. The descendant of Frieza was saved. He saw a zombie as someone like him. Even though their appearances were different, he felt they were the same kind. And he watched that guy fight against the entire human army alone. The soldiers were reporting that several troops on the battlefield were being wiped out. They were told to activate every weapon, and missiles started raining down from the ships. Not only that, they were ordered to fire everything they had from the sky, from the sea, from the land, even from space. Everything was to be aimed at that one place. But the alien just watched that guy bring down the entire human army using nothing but his bare hands. With a single slap, he evaporated an entire lake. A plasma cannon began charging a massive energy ball and fired it, but Zombie didn't move. Man, look at the size of that explosion on the planet. That's the kind of blast that wiped out the dinosaurs. But the protagonist isn't a dinosaur. He stood there completely untouched. The alien was stunned. Right in front of the same kind of laser that had wiped out his tribe, that guy stood there unharmed. Then they sent the most powerful mechanical warrior ever created by humans, but even that one didn't survive a single punch. That being had achieved everything he himself had ever dreamed of. He saw in the humans' faces the same despair he once saw in the faces of his fallen allies. The truth is, he was lucky to survive that war that lasted for decades. Unfortunately, most other living beings weren't so lucky. That single being wiped out the entire human civilization by himself. And of course, as a result, all other life forms perished too. The battle was so fierce that every ocean on the planet was evaporated. Continents were split in two, and that man achieved something he never thought possible. Humans vanished, and he realized that this person carried as much hatred toward them as he did. But seeing that lifeless planet did make him happy. In theory, that was the feeling he was supposed to have once his revenge became reality. Yet the only thing he felt when he looked at that man standing there was endless loneliness. Zombie crouched down, picked up his jacket, put it on, pulled the hood over his head, and started walking away. The little alien watched from the corner silently. That's when Zombie sensed someone's presence. It wasn't the aliens, it was the moment he saved Lang. That was when he began learning from the boss that hatred and destruction never solved anything. He learned that hate and destruction would bring nothing good to this world, so he decided to follow the boss and obey him, choosing not to become a threat to humanity. Back in the present, he asks Aishi if he understood everything he said. The two girls are watching it all as the creature gets slammed into the buildings. But Aishi says he's lying, something that powerful couldn't possibly exist in this world. Then the scene shifts to Zombie standing face to face with the president. Naturally, the man's in shock and reverts to his normal form. The cap-wearing sisters want to know what's going on. He understood the hypnosis. They tell him to answer that he doesn't know why he transformed back, but the guy just says that all the ancestors have been killed. They tell him that makes no sense, order someone to call an ambulance, and immediately run off saying they have to save him. Zombie suddenly wakes up. Wait, was I asleep? Where's the president? Meanwhile, the doctors are rushing the unconscious man away with the sisters, saying they have to save him. He can't die now. Then someone calls the protagonist asking if he can talk, and he tells him to go ahead. That's when he gets the news that the president's been kidnapped. Confused, Zombie says the president was just there in front of him, wasn't he? Where did he go? The guy on the line tells him he must be out of his mind. The president was taken 30 minutes ago. That's when Zombie realizes what happened, bursts out of the building, and takes off. The scene shifts to the emergency room where the cap-wearing girl asks about the man's condition. The doctors say it's not good at all. She says that bastard has to at least be able to talk. But the doctor replies, girl, that's asking too much. If he manages to stay alive, that's already something. He's in a vegetative state. Both of them stand there in shock. Then it cuts back to Aishi saying, you're lying. If a zombie that strong really existed, why do we have to suffer so much just to survive? If he wiped out human civilization, then why are there still humans around today? The giant says he'll have to ask the humans that himself if he really wants to know, but it seems Aishi has no intention of backing down unless he dies. Aishi yells that he won't back down no matter what. If anyone wants him to move, they'll have to go through his body first. The ground starts shaking, and Lan-Fi says he's completely lost his mind. Then the giant says fine, he'll make sure Aishi disappears from the face of the world. He starts forming a massive energy sphere above his head like a damn spirit bomb. Naturally, even his allies shout for him to stop before he vaporizes the entire city. That's when Zombie stretches out his hand toward the attack. The long-haired guy just stares, wondering who the hooded man is. Turns out he's standing right above Aishi's head, telling his friend to stop now. Every zombie that was running suddenly freezes and starts trembling. Even Aishi collapses, drenched in cold sweat. Zombie turns without saying a word. Every zombie there drops to their knees, bowing to their king. Lan-Fi looks confused. Everything goes dead silent all of a sudden. Then the giant says that now he'll have to talk with him. Aishi, shocked, says that's impossible. That guy couldn't be one of their kind. Seeing Zombie with that massive aura behind him, he asks if he's the predecessor, the progenitor of them all. But Zombie only asks, where's the human president? He's down there on the ground. We took him to the east gate. Meanwhile, the long-haired one falls to the floor, trying to understand how anyone could radiate a presence stronger than all of them combined. At the same time, the short-skirt beauty is pointing her Glock at the president, saying she'll never show mercy to an enemy. But he asks her to calm down and wonders if she's the leader of the rebels from Country B. She really is someone who's made a name for herself, a visionary and incredible woman. She cuts him off, warning him that he won't get away with that cheap flattery. Then he says, what if I told you I have information about the ancient civilization? If you're human like me, you should be interested. In the flashback, she pulls off her hood and tells him to speak properly because her patience is running thin. Then the president explains that Country B has been acting suspicious because his nation discovered the remains of an ancient civilization. Even though they only found fragments, they managed to learn part of that technology. And the reason Country B is putting so much importance on his arrival is precisely because he possesses that information. So instead of forcing a war to weaken both countries, she should focus on getting that technology and defeating them both with her own hands. That actually seems to catch her attention for a second. But the next moment, she's already pointing her gun and asking if he really thinks she's stupid. She's about to pull the trigger when suddenly a bunch of zombies swarm in, restraining her from all sides. She's pinned to the ground, demanding to know what the hell they're doing. She fed them, so why are they acting like this? Then she senses something in front of her. Zombies arrive, giving her that cold stare. Uh-oh, she realizes she's screwed. Still, she yells at the bastard to let her go and demands to know who he is. The protagonist simply replies, never thought the leader of the zombies in Country B would be a human woman. Peculiar indeed. Even though I have no interest in ruling Country B, you don't have permission to kill that man. She's furious, asking who he is and what he thinks he's doing. While the president celebrates that Zombie finally showed up, the leader orders her forces to attack now, saying this is their only chance to kill the president. But none of the zombies obey her. She's confused. It's like her control over them vanished. Then she sees the zombies turn toward her and say they'll release her once they leave. After all, they're civilized zombies and don't commit mindless massacres. Looks like it's all settled now. We cut back to Lang and Violet, relieved that both of them are okay. The president jokes that he never thought things would get this chaotic just because he stepped out to take a leak. But the protagonist finds it strange. He remembers spacing out for a second, and then 30 minutes had passed. Maybe the humans have some ability he doesn't know about. And with that, the president's tour of the zombie base in Country B comes to an end. Back at the scene, Lang turns to the long-haired fool and says he's lucky to have made it out alive today. Meanwhile, the giant starts leaving, destroying everything in his path before finally turning back to normal. After that, it was the last day of the visit. The president met with some citizens of Country B and returned to Country A. On the other hand, the security team had no choice. After that incident, they had to guard the president 24 hours a day. And someone really needs to send that kid to therapy. He's staring at those two hellish dogs, saying they look cute. Then the scene switches to another place where the two girls in caps admit they failed the mission. A month passes and now we're heading into the best kind of fight, the hot girl showdown. Violet tells Lang to take a deep breath and focus her energy in her abdomen. Then she has to transfer it into her hand. Lang, however, is stunned while Violet's explaining it. She storms off, saying she's done with this. But Violet charges at her, and everyone's in shock as explosions go off everywhere. Lang's trying to run from her, while someone in the background says to record all the data from this fight. Damn, Violet, what a dangerous, flexible kick. Lang glares back at her, but Violet's already coming in for another strike. Lang plants both hands on the ground, and Violet spins into a roundhouse kick. Whoa. Lang counters with a capoeira-style move that lands right on Violet's chin. She manages to step back, and someone calls out to stop the fight. They've already gathered all the data they needed. But now both of them are fired up. A straight brawl, punches to the face, the mouth, the chest. They both retreat. Violet prepares again, holding her sword midair. Lang grabs her own blade and leaps forward. There's an explosion. The whole city shakes. Holy shit. I'm out of breath just like Violet. She's exhausted while Lang's standing tall. Oh, she broke Violet's sword. Even so, Violet doesn't stop, and Lang rushes in again. The two of them clash head-to-head until finally their transformations seem to wear off. Violet is exhausted, spitting out blood, and after running some analysis, the little loli says that apparently they're about 20 times stronger than normal when they're transformed. It seems the number of times your strength increases is directly related to how strong you already are by nature, which is exactly why, well, the poor loli doesn't stand a chance against them at all. On top of that, she's also curious because both of them just had their hearts pierced, yet regenerated even without being transformed. That basically proves that neither of them are human anymore. Looking through the documents, Lang immediately realizes that this is the price of obtaining such power, but Violet refuses to accept that. She insists she still has her consciousness and her body is alive. She's not like those mindless creatures that can't think for themselves. As far as she remembers, only those without consciousness were called zombies. Her friend says, well, she's not completely wrong with the DNA. Still, Violet cuts her off, saying there's no more or less about it. What they really need to focus on is creating equipment that helps them control their emotions, because yes, they're still human. And man, they're definitely going to lose it one day and have to rethink that idea. After all those messy events during the Country B visit, they finally got something rare, a period of peace and rest. Zombie's all cozy in his pajamas, celebrating. Then the doorbell rings and Violet walks in, saying the president's been looking for him. It's time for his meeting. Great. And in the next panel, that damn doctor's up to more nonsense again. He's there celebrating with a group of scientists. The bowl cut guy asks, "Hey, Crondome, were you focused on building mechanical suits and stuff like that? Why are you working on biological things now?" But the bald man replies, "Kid, you don't get it. This here is liquid metal nanotechnology. Apparently, this was how the ancient population built their technological empire. It's a liquid metal that can float freely in space and even change its form based on thought. And breaking something like this is about as hard as crushing an entire planet." Bull cuts in shock, saying it's kinda exaggerated to claim something like that existed in the past, not to mention it's way too advanced for what they're used to. Could the people of the past have really been that advanced? But the bald guy says that's exactly what was happening back then. Technology was insanely developed. No matter what desires they had artificial intelligence machines to make it happen. Basically, everyone was nothing more than spoiled giant babies. Yeah, honestly, wouldn't be surprised if that's how it goes in our own timeline. The problem is, even after reaching the pinnacle of technology, they still couldn't win against him. Bullcut says if he's that powerful, then how are they supposed to beat him? How is it being like Zombie even created? The bald man says they didn't create him. Apparently, Zombie is a creature that's been evolving since the very beginning of the planet. Just like humans, he's been walking this earth far longer than they could imagine. Bullcut asks if there really was another civilization before theirs, and here comes the bald guy with the story, saying he'll explain. Like every civilization, it all began with agriculture. But one day, out of nowhere, a virus infected one of the farmers, and he turned into a zombie. Back then, they looked very similar to humans, and they used weapons to stop them. But to completely eliminate the threat of zombies, humanity took a very different path. It didn't have powerful bodies, so they pushed technology to the absolute limit. After 1,000 years of development, technology advanced in leaps and bounds. And in that process, they discovered something that shocked everyone. The reason humans turned into zombies was because they already had the virus within their genes. It wasn't caused by any external mutation. And from that discovery came something even more terrifying. It already existed within civilization since its very beginning. Basically, it was a strange variable that had evolved from the first humans that ever lived, and the knowledge they had about this being was completely superficial. By examining all the genes they possessed, they discovered that 6 human civilizations had existed before, and all 6 of those civilizations were created, destroyed, and somehow connected to him. In short, he's wiped out more than one civilization for sure. The doctor tells him to explain properly, and the bald man says he already knows the rest. When they saw a being that completely defied logic itself, humanity started focusing on technology as much as possible. They began tracking his movements, and wherever he went, they would disappear to make sure he didn't see a single human. The idea was to study his behavior and his genetic structure. They pushed technology and science to the absolute limit, believing that no matter how strong he was still a carbon-based creature and couldn't surpass the speed of light. But in the end, they always failed. Whenever humanity was on the brink of destruction, they buried some nutrients along with human embryos. And that's how the evolution of everything began all over again. The doctor asks if they really are the embryos that were buried. He doesn't look too happy, wanting to know if that means they were basically some kind of synthetic species. The bald man says that's not exactly it, and he doesn't need to get upset. There were plenty of men and women reproducing freely. It's just that they needed an extremely modified genetic lineage. For example, a genius like him is incredibly rare to appear. And that's exactly where the human race holds its advantage. The doctor tells him to shut up, saying he's tired of this story. They were supposed to come take a look. He's almost finished. There's a little green zombie strapped inside a machine with restraints on all 4 corners. Bullcut looks at it and says, seems kind of weak to me, I don't know. But the scientist says it's only halfway done. This is the body he managed to create using zombies' genes. The bald man suggests injecting Nanomedal into it. That way, they have a mechanical zombie with perfect modifications, not only an immortal body but also made of the most durable material that exists. Literally, it shouldn't be any weaker than the real zombie. The nerdy one says they're out of their minds. If this is a copy of Zombie, there's a chance this creature might carry the same ideas as him. And if it decides they're the villains, it could kill them all without hesitation. The doctor agrees, saying it really can't have the same mindset as the original. The bald man suggests giving it the same mentality as the zombie from his own era. But did he forget that the zombie from his era also destroyed everything? I mean, not that I want the enemies to win, but come on, use your brain. Buddy. Bullcut complains about that exact thing, saying it could end up joining the real zombie. But the bald man says the zombie from his era didn't think about anything. The only thing he remembers is that whenever he saw a human, he'd start a massacre. Bullcut is stunned, but the doctor seems fired up, saying what it thinks doesn't matter. They just need to make sure something like this gets created. The rest will be left to fate. And now it makes sense why humanity's been wiped out 6 times with geniuses like these running the show. The scene shifts to the ocean, where the protagonist wonders why Violet brought him there. Shouldn't he be at the office? There are massive ships around, and then the president turns around all cheerful, greeting Zombie and saying how glad he is they finally met again. He's so happy Zombie saved him, says he missed him so much and all that. He grabs our boy by the arm and says he's got a gift for him. And why the hell is the artist hiding the president's face so much? Kinda suspicious. The president, the same one, is now giving Zombie an entire naval fleet as a gift. 60 warships, each equipped with aircraft. On top of that, from now on, he's the commander-in-chief. Half the country's forces are under his control. He's going to have to protect everyone and make sure no one dies. Zombie just lets out a woohoo, like he's all excited. Except he's totally not. Violet tells him to act a little happier. She doesn't even have one ship, and he's already getting 60. Basically, he now commands all the military forces on land and at sea. The president tells everyone to greet their new commander, and the whole crew shouts, "Good morning, Chief Zombie." Music starts playing, everyone's celebrating, and he's presented with that massive warship. Meanwhile, somewhere else at sea, look who it is. The gorgeous little villain telling her crew to drop the pride. They weren't hired just to sit around eating. And who's back? That's right, the curvy queen herself, beautifully drawn as always. Damn, what a sight. One of her men behind her tells her to calm down, that they can talk things out and understand why they were called there. The rebellion leader explains that the exchange between country A and country B is about to begin. When it starts, she wants the queen to sneak aboard the enemy's ship and make them fire at each other. The short guy in the group says she can count on them to make it happen. He just wants to know how much they're getting paid. She says 3,000 gold coins, but the queen better wipe that sour look off her face. The friend tells her, "Come on, queen, calm down. We need the money, remember? Black lent us cash, but the interest is 40%. It'll take us a millennium to pay that off." The queen steps closer, but Avi jumps in front and says it's best to stay at least 5 meters away from the boss. The stunning beauty asks if they're scared she'll eat their big sister or something. They reply that they're allergic to ancient creatures, so it's safer to keep their distance, but the boss tells them to let that weirdo through. And the queen steps up and gives her a sharp peck. Well, not literally a bird, but you get the idea, saying she has no clue what the human is plotting. But there's only one person in this world who could defeat her. The rebellion leader says she doesn't care. She just wants that chaos to happen. Deal made. And that's the situation with the Ice Queen. Sadly, to pay off her debts, she's had to toss a bit of her dignity aside. Don't worry, queen. Dignity's overrated anyway. If things get too hard, just open an OnlyFans and you're set. Next scene, the trade event between Country A and Country B is about to begin, and everyone's recording the ships. Even though the two nations are far apart, every 4 years they hold these events as a gesture of peace and goodwill. This time, the goal is to capture new islands and showcase their military strength to reassure civilians that their families are safe. Meanwhile, the folks from Country A are gathering on Guo Island. Different departments are there for a beach volleyball match. And bless that artist, he actually threw in a beach episode out of nowhere. Land K's all geared up, while the Cap sisters declare that even if it's just an exhibition match, they won't accept defeat. Our poor protagonist looks all skinny and worn out, while Violet, well, she's towering as usual. The samurai guy, clearly a man of culture, says matches between women are always a delight to watch. The crowd's watching too, wondering who that weird, scrawny guy is. And who's his partner? That guy from way back, the one Zombie humiliated at the start. The captain from the academy. Man, it's been ages since we've seen him. This is a fight where everyone wins. Lamb Key tosses the ball into the air, and Violet leaps up for the first serve. You guys watching are just like the audience there, taking screenshots left and right. Shortcut for anyone who doesn't know, Windows plus Shift plus S. Violet smashes the ball. It rockets past the Cap girl, who jumps up to block it, and she actually catches it. Then one of the sisters jumps to hit it back too and sends the ball flying. But Lan T immediately moves to intercept back and forth, side to side, until it smacks Zombie right in the head. The poor guy's dazed while the crowd is losing it. And who's that long-braided girl with the tattoo on her arm? Hey cameraman, pan a little to the right quick, just want to check something out. Zombie's running around trying to get out of the chaos, but damn, he's getting smacked in the face over and over. Let the guy breathe. The two girls are shouting at each other. It seems like this happens every year, because one of the guys watching sighs, saying it's the same as always. Meanwhile, there's another girl with white hair just staring straight at Zombie. She tells Butterfly to be careful and not get noticed by him. They're watching him quietly from the sidelines, and damn, here comes another powerful design. The artist of this series is truly a master. He doesn't need many lines to say everything. Butterfly, shown from that beautiful back angle, tells her to relax. It's been hundreds of years since she last fought him. He's probably forgotten by now. Who the hell are these women anyway? You could already tell, even in his first form, he just looked like an idiot. Hard to believe that once he transforms, he becomes this world's ultimate nightmare. The white-haired one says she never imagined she'd run into him again. It's her first time meeting this person in this lifetime. Butterfly answers that it's not time for them to meet again. He's far too dangerous. That terrifying memory still haunts her. All of them were forced to flee their planet because of the pressure and destruction he brought. The pain of abandoning their home world still weighs on her. She's never forgotten that moment. Nearby stands a massive muscular guy, looks straight up like Hodor from Game of Thrones. Butterfly tells him to calm down, then sits on his arm, saying their goal here isn't to challenge him. Acting rashly would only bring catastrophic consequences. She says she's going to rest, but nay, the white-haired one protests that she doesn't want to stay there alone. Butterfly replies that one of them needs to stay behind, observing from a distance. The most important thing right now is finding out the limits of that bastard's power. Zombie, however, is still there in his first form, all innocent looking. Back with the scientists, the bald guy says the design's finally ready. He really is a genius. It's just a shame he can't stop being bald. Bowl Cut, though, is more curious about the old civilization. What are they like? How did they live? But the bald one says, unfortunately, he has no idea. Looks like nothing was left behind. Basically, what they're doing now is starting civilization over from scratch. Back at sea, the cargo ships are moving out. The reporter says they're currently flying over country is fleet. On one of the ships, someone calls out for the commander, and there he is, the baddest zombie himself, fully uniformed. Now our boy commands his own naval fleet. He trained his subordinates, all of whom were already familiar with ship controls, and now there are zombies running everything everywhere. They learn how to pilot, how to coordinate between land and sea. And now the very weapons once made to wipe out zombies are being operated by zombies. And there's Violet, wearing her usual outfit. Man, I missed that signature look. Then one of the zombies awkwardly tells her the boss wants her to join them. He also informs Miss Lan Qi that her uniform is ready. But she answers that as an advisor, she's not obligated to wear a uniform. Oh, come on, just put on the new outfit so we can check out the design. In total, the protagonist was commanding 3 massive military cargo ships. And apparently, there's going to be a competition, according to the reporter. It's meant to test cooperation between nations and see how well they can adapt. The participants in the middle fleet are our boy zombie Violet and Lan Qi. The next fleet has those 3-horned samurai guys, and last but not least, a bunch of poor souls who look absolutely terrible. Over in Country B, we got the Stocking Sister teamed up with the samurai guy plus 3 random girls I've never even heard of, and this totally not suspicious group right here. The reporter says she couldn't interview everyone since they're focused on the competition. At least she got to meet the leader of the second country, who seems like a really friendly guy. She asks his thoughts about the event, and he casually says everything's fine, that people should fight less and live more peaceful lives. That way everyone could just stay home, relax, and eat. The kid watching from home thinks that guy clearly has a few screws loose. Then she goes to interview the towering Violet, who just says if all the ships don't end up at the bottom of the sea, she'll consider this whole thing a success. Lan Qi, on the other hand, says she's got a bad feeling about all this. And honestly, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly are they competing against? Are they supposed to be attacking something together? The Stockings twins wonder what the point is in conquering another island. It was way easier back when they just had to capture zombies. The Hack Sister says she has no idea either, but she wants to know who those new girls on the other team are. They just showed up out of nowhere and got promoted right away. They must be special somehow. The guy with the fringe sniffs the air, and Butterfly asks what's wrong. He says it's nothing, but someone's clearly itching for a beating. As usual, the Kunio style is the best dressed on the crew. Butterfly and Niai ask the big guy what problem he's sensing. He says there's someone nearby of the same origin as him. You could say they're the same species. He's not sure why, but her aura feels weak right now. Butterfly looks startled but tells him not to worry. She's so weak at this point she could vanish any moment. Meanwhile, a helicopter and several ships approach an island in the Atlantic Ocean. A girl with binoculars informs the lieutenant that the exchange event is about to start. The lieutenant immediately orders them to open fire, and the first shot is fired. Damn, it looks like they're actually shooting at Country B's ships. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, but it really does seem like a competition. And one of Country A's ships already went down. The samurai guys ask why they aren't fighting back yet. Are they just going to stand there and take it? One of them checks through binoculars and says the enemy's still too far. The guy in a helicopter starts commentating, saying Country B won't be able to hold back now that Country A made the first move to claim the island. The crowd watching is going wild, cheering for them to go all in and destroy the enemy. Meanwhile, the thick-eyebrowed officer orders everything to fire. Bombs are splashing into the water. Everyone's watching. It's total chaos. The bandana samurai asks if they shouldn't step in to help. The sausage-headed guy's ship looks about to sink, but his comrade replies that whoever steps onto the island first earns 40 points. So for now, they'll let everyone else fight while they move closer. Oh, now I get it. The fringe guy's shocked because apparently the island they're standing on is the one where the competition's happening. Explosions everywhere, while the sausage guy yells for everyone to move aside. He's gonna handle this himself. Suddenly, something flies past, and the enemy girl looks up just in time to see him transform mid-air, his body swelling with muscles. It's a full-on side character battle, and the ones suffering most are the poor spectators forced to watch this mess. Then the sharp-toothed girl says she'll deal with it herself and shoots into the sky like a bullet. We've gone straight into Dragon Ball territory. They're trading blows mid-air. She kicks him right in the face. The crowd's cheering while the samurai team watches, saying it looks like their leader's getting beaten up. At that same moment, the Cap sisters notice the samurai team's watching them too. Everyone's keeping an eye on everyone. One of them tells the others to pick up the pace, since whoever steps on the island first gets those 40 points. Meanwhile, on the island, the nerds banging on the door shouting they've got a problem. There's a human army coming this way. The scientist looks confused, trying to understand what he's talking about. He goes to the window to check and sees the fleet approaching. The samurai's ship is speeding up, racing against the Hat Girl's boat. The scientist asks how they were found, and the nerd goes, "Were they exposed?" The human replies that it's impossible. He picked the safest island on the planet, some totally isolated random spot nobody would be interested in. Then we flash back a few months to the Prime Minister of Country B talking with the President of Country A about where to hold the next event. Apparently, the last time it was in Country A's territory, and it turned into a disaster, so the President refused to have it on his turf again. The guy from B said fine, but he didn't want it on his territory either. So how about that random island? It's not part of either country, and since the rest of the planet is already claimed, this place is perfect. The poor scientist is freaking out, saying this doesn't make any sense. He asks if the bald guy finished the program, and the bald guy who keeps losing hair says he's almost done, just finishing the code. The only problem is there are a few ARM modules still to install. While they're all stunned, the reporter broadcasts that troops from both countries are arriving, and it looks like the top generals from Country B are finally entering the fray. The city's buzzing with anticipation, but the reporter can't spot Country A's flagship. Scene cuts to a freezing cold place where Violet asks why they're even here. Lanklee agrees and tells them to explain, while the little zombie warns they're about to crash into an iceberg. Poor Loli says that's exactly why you shouldn't let a zombie steer a ship. The protagonist seems totally lost with no idea where they are. Violet says they're looking at a freaking penguin, and Lanklee tells the zombie to explain himself already. Turns out they're at the opposite pole of the planet. Everyone's ragging on him. He's embarrassed and can't explain. Violet can't even use the map. They'll need a compass to get out of there. The protagonist asks, why don't we just quit this competition? That'd be better. Back at the competition, explosions are going off everywhere. The sharp-toothed girl is spinning in midair when that weird naked muscle dude shows up and she freaks out. From a distance, the scientist wonders why everyone's converging. The samurai crew and the Cap sisters keep fighting. The old commander tells them to check the program and come up with a solution. Baldy says, hey, don't you have any zombies left? Look through the nanomaterial stock and do something to buy time. Bullcut digs around and finds a vial, saying, this is the solution. The other guy grabs it and says these fools are about to get reamed. The human army's going to pay for making them look like idiots. On another ship, a human informs the Ice Queen that the armies have started fighting. Time to execute their plan. She orders fire, and the first rocket is launched toward Country B's flagship. The blonde guy raises an arm and conjures a protective wall around his ship. One of the kids is stunned that they had the guts to use real artillery. Time to change the game. The Queen's friend warns there's an expert on the enemy side. Right then, the big bruiser heads over to a kid on the ship and tells him to steer the boat toward the other one. The poor kid starts to argue that he's the commander and they should obey, but the bruiser just grabs him by the face and lifts him up. The kid's head's about to explode. The gray-haired guy tells the Queen they can't let anyone find out they're just trying to cozy up to that army. While the bruiser is crushing the other guy's head, the two girls glare at each other, saying they want to turn the other into ashes. The ships seem to be closing in on each other while the bruiser cheers, saying now both armies look like they'll take this seriously. Meanwhile, at the other pole, zombies casually fishing. Whoever's alive is terrified. The poor folks who think the ships are about to collide know they're going to die and are freaking out. Then the Queen stretches out gracefully while the other lunatic leaps. She comes in with a flexible flying kick. Wait, how did that hit him? The guy was already launched way up. She gives him a stare. He lands upright right in front of her ship, which is already cracking all over. The reporter's amazed, saying you don't even need the captain's fight. Just these subordinates are incredible. The Queen swings her arm and creates a whirlwind near the enemy ship. At the same time, the blonde guy raises an arm and forms a protective wall, while also using something like a Gara move. The Queen got caught in a total death trap. Everyone is stunned, asking if this is really the strength of someone who isn't even ranked a general. Then the guy checks the files and finds no record of a white-haired girl representing Country A. Meanwhile, other ships rush forward at full speed, but the samurai crew knows something's wrong with that island. The ninja asks what's happening, and when he looks, a giant leg and a horde of zombies are approaching. It's about to be an attack on Titan-style rumbling. The scientist tells the bastards to charge. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally reels in a little fish. The samurai are now in shock, trying to figure out what's happening on the island. This doesn't look like part of the test. His friend only tells everyone to retreat. The Hat Girls are yelling for their teammate to slow down, but it's already too late. The giant zombie threw a mountain-sized mass at the coast and launched it straight at the ship, hitting both of them dead center. The samurai wonder if this is part of the test. These folks are taking things seriously this year. The scientist stands with arms crossed, feeling proud. Even a helicopter commentator says the performance looked realistic. The villain yells that they should all die. Samu goes to the Prime Minister of Country B asking if he planned this. The President of Country A says no way, he doesn't have that kind of tech. Back in the fray, the samurai tells everyone to prepare the counterattack. Neither country wants to destroy their own military weapons, so now they're real enemies on that island. Scene cuts to the protagonist like, where the heck are Violet and Lang? His friend replies, I dunno. They disappeared. Out of the ocean, both of them are racing full speed. Violet's furious, saying, that bastard, doesn't he know how hard I train for this event every 4 years? My plan was to beat those two sisters senseless, and now I'm afraid I'll arrive and everything's already over. Her buddy says, Captain, we're out of fuel to return. She screams, no way. She refuses to quit now. So they drum 1, 2, 3, 4, and the zombies pull that giant cargo ship with raw rowing power all the way to the other side of the planet. Got it. Meanwhile, Baldy shouts, all right, finished. Everyone, finally. Bullcut says, hey, you better not let that thing arrive alive, or we're the ones who'll die. Baldy replies he already ejected it straight into the ocean. They even flash a Google Maps image for us. Scene shifts to a warplane where Obby says, hey bro, what do you think those hired guys are doing down there? Ashik answers, I dunno. Maybe they've reached the enemy, but wait, what's that thing up ahead? On the beach, there's a strange capsule. Inside the capsule, someone with a robotic arm slams their hand against the wall, forcing it open. Outside, the two are trembling. The figure steps out, giving off a dark, ominous stare. Then the scene cuts to the protagonist's base, where the vampire-looking guy is stunned as everyone arrives looking pale and terrified. For some reason, everyone's sweating cold. What the hell is that? Is that the guy who came out of the capsule? The two brothers are frozen in shock. The newcomer really looks like Zombie's darkest final boss form. It's like Dark Goku just showed up. He starts walking toward them as the scientists cheer. It worked. That bastard's about to show his true power. He stops in front of them, towering like a giant, though he's actually the same height. Then, out of nowhere, he smiles wide and says, wow, it's been so long. Come on, give me a hug. The others are staring in confusion, while the scientist starts tearing out what's left of his hair. Back on the beach, the group sees this guy asking, hey you, who are you, capsule guy? All three of them are trying to figure out what's happening. But Dark Zombie grabs one of their arms, saying, finally, I found someone of my own kind. I've been alone for so long. Ogby in the background says the guy's aura suddenly vanished. The doctor yells, hey Baldy, you idiot, did you screw up? The bald man insists, wait, calm down. There must be some problem. He'll adjust soon. Then Zombie lowers his hood. Hey mom, sorry for being rude. Nice to meet you, my name's Jiang Shi, Zombie. The guy asks, you're a zombie? He replies, well yeah, obviously my friend. Seems like I was brought back through some kind of resurrection or something. Heishi looks puzzled. Resurrection? What are you talking about? Obvi checks his device and says, well, according to this, he really does have the consciousness of a zombie. Then he asks, weird, why does he look so robotic? Dark Zombie glances at the sky and says, unfortunately, he has no idea. He just came back to life. The two stare at him, confused about where this guy even came from. That's when the masked man shouts, you idiots, quit chatting and come on. We've got to get back to the boss's plan. Obvi and Aishi just wave goodbye. All right, see you, zombie man. Good luck with your life. They start up the plane and take off. Up in the air, the rebel leader asks, who was that guy anyway? Aishi replies, no clue. He just came out of a capsule out of nowhere. But honestly, he seemed like a nice guy. And yet I'm still terrified of this dude. He's got that creepy smile saying, I feel great. Let's take a look around this city. You just know the moment he sees the first human, he's going to start wrecking everything. Meanwhile, the scientists are panicking. One of them's about to shoot poor Baldy while Bullcut's too scared to do anything. Back down below, the ship takes off and the giant zombie arrives in front of the city. Some civilians whisper, telling each other to look to the side. That person over there looks kind of strange, doesn't he? And the first thing he says is humans, followed by a small laugh. In the plane, Ogby asks, what are you thinking about? Aishi answers, that guy we met earlier. Maybe we should have brought him with us. He looks so weak. He's probably going to die to humans like an idiot. And then here we go. Dark Zombie starts charging up for an attack while the scientists watch closely. He slams his fist into the ground, cracking the world in half and raising it upward. Just like that, 1 billion people dead. What the hell? Cars, buses, everything's flying into the sky, reaching the height of the aircraft, nearly colliding with it. Abiv and Aishi stare, completely lost. And wow, the art looks awful in this panel, but I get the idea. The planet's split in two. I forgive you, artist, it probably would have been too much work to draw that properly. Our boy in the black zombie literally flipped the planet's tectonic plate with a single punch, and now it's raining people everywhere. Chaos, destruction, nothing left standing. I have no idea how anyone's still alive in that world. Every fight ends with 1 million casualties. Even the girls who were on the other side of the planet, still out on their ship, turn their heads to the side, wondering why half the continent is upside down. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen says, no one in this world can stand against me. Wait, what are you zombies? Butterfly tells her to calm down, but the Queen's already losing it. She starts destroying everything, and the blonde guy comments, well, she's a bit stronger than I expected. The Queen keeps demanding to know who they are. Butterfly seems ready to take her down, but Nai steps forward and says she'll deal with this woman herself. She tells her, we don't intend to kill you, so just tell us where your master is and let's end this nonsense. The Queen replies that she has no idea what they're talking about. Butterfly, who apparently can read minds or something, realizes the queen isn't lying and says, "Interesting. In theory, vampires should have been extinct. So why do you still exist?" The blonde guy adds, "This woman should vanish long ago. And if her master had used some kind of cultivation site to keep her alive, she wouldn't have this level of power." The queen looks confused, saying it's strange how they're talking like they know her. The blonde explains that she possesses a genetic trait that grants her immortality. That's when Nene says, "We come from an ancient civilization, and our purpose here is to investigate the true strength of the zombie. If you've lived on Earth this long, then you must also know who he is." The queen snaps back that they're talking too much, and that's exactly why she despises humans. She was about to fight back, preparing to attack, but before anyone can react, everyone hears a loud crack. They all look to the side, and the planet is split in half. Now the girls are completely lost, trying to figure out what just happened. Even a reporter covering the fight suddenly goes speechless. The poor samurai, the girl falling off the ship, the soldiers in the middle of battle, everyone's in shock. Meanwhile, Dark Zombie just stands there, watching as humans rain from the sky. The narrator says both sides are tense and the battle is fierce, but the people in the aircraft are trying to make sense of what just happened. Then a blast shoots upward into the sky. It's Dark Zombie heading straight for the stars. And damn, the guy just activated bleach mode. He's entered his second form. Everyone's freaking out, trying to understand what kind of monster this is as he gets ready for another strike. I don't know if he fell back to the ground or jumped that high, but the entire city split apart. It looks like he's already back on the surface, now fully transformed with more cars floating in the air than there are left on the ground. The brothers are desperately trying to shield the rebel queen from the debris raining down, while Avi tells everyone to brace themselves, because a massive energy bubble is forming in the middle of what's left of the city, which has already been completely wiped out. Poor Violet and Lang, they don't stand a chance. Dark Zombie stands motionless in the center of the crater, staring down everything around him. Even on the ships, everyone, including the resurrected blonde, looks completely horrified. The blonde guy mutters that this was the zombie's power, and that the entire city of Guadalcanal has been erased. Holy hell, he can feel 30 million lives vanishing at once. The news is already broadcasting it. Everyone's trying to process what just happened in the blink of an eye. The masked man crashes to the ground, shielding the human girl, while Agi and Aishi rush to help, asking what the hell he's doing. Dark Zombie turns toward them and declares that humans deserve death. Agi, Aishi, and the masked guy say nothing. Dark Zombie asks why he can still sense human presence. Why haven't they been completely wiped out? The group hides the girl, whispering for her to stay still and not even breathe. Then Aishi finally says, "Dude, this is insane. You've lost your mind. It's impossible. There aren't any humans left alive. Maybe what you're sensing is the human sent on me because I lived among them for a long time." Avi tries signaling to the masked man to get the hell out of there. But before he can, Dark Zombie stretches out his arm and demands an explanation. Holy shit, he grabs him by the neck, pulling him close, ordering him to explain why he's been spending time with humans. Aishi asks if they are brothers. But Dark Zombie says coldly, "I'll kill you and create zombies that don't care about humans." His brother notices how completely different his personality has become. Why is he acting like this? Ivy tries reasoning with him, saying he's overreacting. There's no way a zombie like him could be contaminated by humans. Then he tells him to head southwest. Apparently, there's a city there with 70 million people. 70 million, he's going to wipe out 70 million just to purify himself. And immediately, Dark Zombie responds by taking off into the sky. Down below, the masked man releases the rebel leader who yells that they need to stop him. If their goal of coexistence between humans and zombies is going to work, they can't let this monster do what he's planning. Heishi shouts, "Are you out of your mind? How are we supposed to stop that guy? There's not a single creature in this world that can stand against someone like him. In half an hour, the entire human race will probably be gone." The rebel girl runs to the cameraman and shouts, "Listen, everyone. Go home and hide underground. Some terrifying humans trying to wipe out the whole species. Get in a bunker or find a hole. If you don't, humanity's finished." Meanwhile, a kid watching TV tilts his head. What the hell? Why does everyone on TV sound insane these days? At that same time, up on a nearby mountain, a kid tells his director that the live stream just hit 100,000 views. The director grins as they film a girl doing a TikTok dance. He cheers, streaming pretty girls really is the secret to getting rich. Then he slips in an ad selling some miracle cream. It's not 9.98, not even 2.98. Today, this cream that made this lady shine like a goddess is only 98 cents. And right at that moment, Dark Zombie appears. The director turns around. Just a shockwave from his presence sends everyone flying. The poor guy ends up face to face with him. The live stream's still rolling as the orange-haired girl stammers, asking who he is and what he wants. He just stares at her, raises his hand, and bam, one flick of his finger completely vaporizes her. The director's frozen in horror while his friend desperately searches for a place to hide. But he's grabbed by the shirt and dragged toward the edge of a cliff. The TikTok camera's still recording everything. Dark Zombie lifts his hand, gathering black energy in his palm. The director's shaking, trying to comprehend what's happening. Meanwhile, back at Zombie's base, someone remarks, "That's his power. In theory, that guy's supposed to be the king." On TV, the anchors are panicking too. Nobody understands what's happening. It seems to be somewhere in country B, but who is that dark figure? Dark Zombie extends his finger and the impact shoots toward a city. In an instant, everyone walking around turns to nothing but ash. Then he clenches his fist. An explosion bursts out, powerful enough to rival a nuclear blast. Hey zombie, made to get out of the North Pole already. By the time you're done, half the planet's going to be gone. The masked man and his allies realize that hiding isn't an option anymore. The blonde guy tells the Ice Queen they all need to stop him. If not, he'll wipe out every living human. Just then, one of the Ice Queen's subordinates rushes in, shouting that someone's obliterating the entire city. And there's no doubt, it's the zombie. The blonde man warns that if things keep going like this, once he's finished with the humans, he'll come for everyone. At that moment, a global broadcast begins announcing that a psychopath is massacring all of Country B. And because of that, this year's summit was officially canceled and a state of emergency was declared. The entire country was placed under level 1 alert. Investigators also reported that the disappearance of an entire city seemed to be connected to that guy. Back with the blonde man, the Ice Queen's ally asks why Zombie hates humans so much. Since he's from the past, maybe he knows something about it. The Queen explains that it's because humans killed his family and all his friends. It's not a baseless hatred at all. The problem now is that Dark Zombie's the one destroying everything. Zombie subordinates are confused, and that poor guy filming his TikTok was completely vaporized as Dark Zombie launches into the air again. The scientist is in shock, and Bowl Cut says, "At this rate, nothing's going to be left on Earth. Are you even sure you're on our side?" The bald man replies, "Kid, you don't understand anything, but let me explain." He turns on the microphone and says, "Hello, world. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an ancient human you've probably heard of, and I'm speaking to you from your future to share some crucial information. First, take a look at this video of the creature destroying all these fleets and cities. He represents the zombies that have been erasing human civilization for countless generations. Because of him, humanity has never been able to progress. He still lives among you watching, ensuring that no human race ever truly thrives. That's why we developed a being capable of fighting him on equal grounds. But don't worry, I've already sent countless human embryos and fertilized cells into space, so that in a few million years, humanity will rise again without the existence of zombies. For the good of humankind and the future of this planet, everyone should say farewell to their families and die peacefully." The entire population is left stunned. Meanwhile, our dear zombie is calmly sitting up north in the Arctic. Dark Zombie stands still, staring blankly as TV anchors report that statistics are still incomplete, but it seems countless cities have already been completely wiped out. Looting and violent incidents are erupting across the world and society is collapsing. Holy hell, people still have time to fight each other in the middle of this. Police are struggling to contain the riots, while the presidents are telling people not to lose hope, that there's still a chance. But clearly, there isn't. The story goes that a few humans refuse to give up. Good for them. Just stay alive until Zombie shows up and leaves the frozen wasteland. A helicopter lands nearby with Niai stepping out, and the soldiers ask where the commander is. She tells them he'll take a bit longer to arrive because apparently the blonde man finished him off. She orders them to explain the situation. The soldier reports that right ahead lies City G, which has already been completely obliterated by Dark Zombie. They'd sent thousands of troops to try to slow him down, but they still have no idea how things are unfolding. Nay orders them to stand down and let her squad handle it. The soldier insists they wait for the commander, but the blonde guy cuts him off, saying he's wasting everyone's time. Meanwhile, our lovely Lang and Violet finally arrive too. The soldiers cheer when they realize it's the team from Country A. Protocols are immediately activated. Violet spots the Ice Queen and glares, asking what the hell she's doing there. The Queen snaps back, saying she was about to ask the same thing. Why has Violet's leader gone completely insane? Violet's like, "What the hell are you talking about, crazy?" Butterfly steps in, asking how they even know each other. The Queen explains they had a few minor disputes in the past. In this, the guy with the white helmet is excited, saying, "Hundreds of generals are arriving besides the lieutenants. We will definitely be able to defeat this lunatic." Violet is impressed. Wow, they have over 1,000 generals. This Country B is really powerful. However, at that moment, Lammy tells him to shut up and take a look at that. In front of the fools, all those so-called 1,000 generals and whatnot were already defeated in a pile. The poor guys are all scared while the samurai guy is being carried away. Dark Zombie glances back. The two of them jump as the helicopter arrives with even more generals coming in. The guy in the white and uniform tells everyone to back off from this fight if they have a low-ranking general because they would handle it now. Violet questions if they are really sure, and he says yes, the number one from the country was with them, so they don't have to worry. Besides, Country was supposed to stay out of it and stop causing problems. However, on top of all the carcasses, Dark Zombie was just standing there calm. He gives everyone a stare, letting out a Joker-like laugh. Meanwhile, the heroes say, "Everyone stay back, our specialty is killing monsters." The crowd is cheering loudly, everyone recording, telling them to kill this guy. On the other hand, Butterfly is scared. She can feel the zombie's aura. The Queen's friend is trembling too. And then, Dark Zombie gives a glare, expands his aura, and suddenly, the clouds above the entire city turn black. The sea starts to sway and everyone wants to know what is happening. A white whirlwind appears, everyone holding on, and wow, the guy is transformed into the hero, pulling out that futuristic armor. Now the albino Ant-Man is already scared, not knowing how they will resolve this. However, he tries to encourage the team, saying, "Everyone, don't be afraid. This guy is just bluffing. This transformation is nothing." Violet and Lang Yi try to warn that this transformation is dangerous, but the group of heroes doesn't listen and everyone charges in. Albino Ant is about to throw a punch while Dark Zombie is just standing there. Suddenly, the guy seems to be broken in a glass space and in a split second is completely compressed. Everyone who attacks starts to be reduced to manhole covers while blood gushes out. The townspeople are all trying to understand what happened. At that moment, the beautiful queen tells her friend that they have no chance of all, they need to get out of there. Wow. However, the guy opened a wound in her chest. Oh, what a waste, zombie. Dark Zombie doesn't do that, man. The beautiful giant queen falls to her knees, wanting to know how this happened. Wow, who did that to Violet too? Phew, she managed to activate Ishiga's mask and escape the attack, saying no way she would just stand there waiting for death. Yeah, but she took one in the stomach too, and the mask broke as well, man. At least Lang Yi comes from above calling him a bastard, but the guy just creates an explosion of aura pushing everyone away. It clears a whole path, sweeping the entire city off Google Maps. Lang Yi is all beautiful and wrecked against the wall. Meanwhile, down at the hero's base, the sack-headed guy recognizes that this was the king's fourth form. The vampire also realizes that the aura is exactly the same. It can only be him. Then the sack— no, not the sack. The guy with the sack on his head says that now that the king is not there, it's the vampire who commands and what the orders are. He's a bit confused. Says that, well, if it really is the king, they have to support him, especially since they follow that guy. Moreover, the zombie had already done this evaporating the land thing more than once or twice. The Dragon Ball lizard agrees, and the sack guy says that's fine then. However, at that moment, Lang appears saying they disagree. Did they really think this guy was the king? What kind of stupid joke is that? This guy clearly just took some of his genes and looks. They must have forgotten how much the king worked to create this world in peace. He would never do something as stupid as destroying and killing everyone like that again. The king was someone who was seeking the truth, a person much nobler than that monster in steel skin. Lang remembers when they were found, our boy holding a little bird all cute. Lang is the only one who recognized. Wow, we're already in the battlefield and the butterfly, who I haven't seen attack yet. I wanted to see how strong she is. Hasn't done anything, the girl is already down. Meanwhile, the dark zombie is holding the buff blonde by the head, saying, "Yeah, even in my primary state, I would have wiped everyone out here. This is boring, it feels like I'm bullying kids. Well, stay here for some training. I'll be back after I've evaporated all the humans." In the city, everyone hears this and immediately the dark zombie takes off. Niai apologizes, saying she couldn't do anything. While Violet says it's impossible, there was no way they could win, no one could withstand a single attack. Phew, the queen is recovering, guys, you can relax. We're back in Antarctica, the little heroes are calm when something blinks. But that's when a message through the SpaceX satellite starts telling all the viewers that the world is going through an unprecedented crisis. In half an hour, thousands of cities had already been destroyed, and the next target was city number 3 on the northern parallel. Actually, number 30, a city that is in City H, which is the zombie city of our hero. And the dark zombie just landed there. Lang immediately appears telling the vampire, "Dude, do you really want to let this guy destroy the entire king's city? If you won't, we will." The shaken one says, they're a bit crazy. And the vampire says it's fine, soon they will understand what is going to happen because they are too young. Meanwhile, that gigantic one is already transformed, casting a shadow over the entire continent. While the message continues, half of the global population has already been annihilated. This is the most severe disaster humanity has ever faced. Meanwhile, observing the city, the dark zombie finds it interesting that humans and zombies are living together. Then, Lang appears and asks, "King, did you forget about us?" The dark zombie, confused, asks, "Who are you? I don't even know you." While Violet tries to get up, the president of country tries to inform all of humanity that as long as they can hold the light of victory, they would not be exterminated. One of the refugees tells them to take a look, and then Lang charges towards the dark zombie, but he just expands his aura and the guy is knocked away. At the same time, something lands on top of another building, and he has arrived in military uniform and all. The president is saying that in the face of disaster, everyone is equal. They didn't have time to mourn those who died. All they had to do now was not lose hope that they could survive this. Lang was thrown, and the little hero caught him from behind, while something was hitting the giant's face. The poor guy fell and probably killed about 30 million citizens, really useless. But then the dark zombie starts walking, saying that the guy is actually interesting. Lang calls for your majesty, and the zombie just tells him to evacuate everyone from this city and get out of there because he was going to handle this. Immediately he charges, and the dark zombie is there laughing, saying it's interesting that he arrived. Now it was time for him to eliminate the entire city. The vampire is a bit confused because they both have the same genes. So what were they going to do? The true and original just tells him to evacuate the entire population. And the vampire takes off while the Dragon Ball guy wants to know who they are going to listen to. He just tells them to evacuate the country anyway, because it seems like the true one has arrived. Meanwhile, the dark zombie continues laughing while helicopters film the whole event. In a split second, he jumps off the giant's forehead he was on and punches him. An explosion happens and everyone is scared, but when they stop to take a look, the zombie is there standing still, not moving a muscle blocking the punch. The girl trembles, the dark zombie is confused, hand on his face and sunk into the ground. At the same time, he was thrown far away, rolling through a building, coming out the other side. Everyone was watching this. The guy hit his head on the street, ended up upside down. Wow, Dragon Ball sequence. Before falling, the little hero approached again. In midair, he closes his fist, drives one into the chest, already going for the second form. Laughing maniacally, the guy takes off, Team Rocket style. Then he gets ready in style while the dude is in outer space laughing, saying that now it got interesting. It felt like fighting against himself. Yeah, that's pretty much what's happening. In the city, everyone wants to know who that guy in uniform is, while the little guy is on the ground laughing. His crew is evacuating everyone from the city. At that moment, one of the guys points out that he remembers now. That guy was the bodyguard for the former president of country A. The helicopter guys keep saying it looks like a fight between monsters has started. At that moment, from the top of outer space, the dark zombie comes down like a comet. However, the little guy runs towards him. The dude is coming, burning through the atmosphere, but our boy meets him in midair. They both give each other a stare. It's Dragon Ball, and an honest exchange of punches to the face. Both are pushed back while the entire population watches confused. The dark zombie prepares another attack. Our little guy responds, and now it's punch for punch. Explosion of law. Whoa. Half the city goes away with that, buildings being thrown everywhere, even the zombie being tossed. The population is somewhat incredulous that the whole place is being swept away. Meanwhile, the samurai guys are like, in this demon fight, how are they going to get involved? At that point, the samurai says he finds that island very suspicious and maybe they should attack it. Violet stands up, says she understands, while the scientists are celebrating, saying, "Finish that bastard." More people recognize the little guy as the one who was the bodyguard, and in the blink of an eye, it seems the whole place has disappeared. Where are the two? Amidst everything, our boy had advanced once again. Wow, he looks a bit worn out, huh? Oh man, and where's the long-haired dude? To be honest, he looks more swag without a shirt and with long hair, like Goku Super Saiyan for real. On the other hand, wow, the dark zombie is missing half of the boy's torso. And now the population is celebrating because, man, this population, poor thing, half of them ends up in the fight. Everyone is cheering. Go zombie, you're our hero. Finish him. And then the little guy asks, "You said you're like me? To me, you're still inexperienced." At that moment, a purple energy ball comes his way, but he slaps it upwards, creating an atomic explosion. Man, everyone is left wondering if that really happened, and behind the little guy is just Oppenheimer. The dark zombie advanced once again. Suddenly, he comes in with 5 explosions in the air, jumps towards the guy who manages to intercept him with a single punch right in the mouth. The dark zombie seems like he's going to hit him in the jaw, but our boy dodges and delivers an honest sequence of punches. At that moment, the dude comes with a finger against his punch. The little guy notices something, and the dude is holding his hand there, creating a yellow triangle. The true, unique, and original starts to disappear, and wow, now it was him who had his entire torso, head, cerebellum, everything disintegrated. The dark zombie continues using something with that yellow hand of his, the scientists are cheering, and another explosion sweeps across the continent, cutting through space. In front of the dark zombie, only the crater of everything that was destroyed remains. Everyone wonders if the guy who was fighting has been disintegrated, while the scientists celebrate, saying it's a good thing the zombie couldn't advance to the next form. However, the word tells them to look up in the air and zoom in 1,000 times to see those tiny particles. The people, on the other hand, are already falling in despair. As the fusion particles and cells begin to reconstruct, a skeletal arm appears, energy flows around it, and at that moment, the little guy is back. Wow, in this creepy version. The scientists, as they're screaming in despair, while our little guy looks like the colossal titan. I don't know how those helicopter guys are still managing to record everything. Oh man, and the little guy continues in the hairy colossal titan transformation. The dark zombie is just watching this, and now the little guy is showing some skin. The scientists wonder how it's possible for something to regenerate like that while he's almost finished, just missing half his face. At that moment, people recognize him as the person from the ancient video. Alright, someone shared with all humans the person who destroyed everything. And there he is, the being who had wiped out the last civilizations. At that point, everyone loses hope. On both sides, the most powerful were someone who would end them. At that moment, Violet and Langy know that now the little guy has been completely exposed. And from what the minister said, something is wrong with that island, probably someone who created that machine. In this, the protagonist comes face to face with the enemy and in the same second, charges towards him. Before the dark zombie could do anything, he crouches and delivers a blow to his stomach. It creates an explosion of flames, a laser shoots up to the sky, the guy is launched again. But this time he ends up on the moon, hits Mars, I don't know, crosses the moon of Mars, and ends up on Saturn. Holy shit, how many planets is he going to pass? And how is the protagonist seeing all this? And the zombie somehow went to fetch him, found him on the other side, and hit him again in the face. The poor guy is there colliding with some planets that I don't even know which ones they are. Meanwhile, down below, Butterfly says they need to get out of this place as fast as possible. At this rate, they would die there. The protagonist, however, sees the dark zombie flying towards another planet. He made a turn, but our boy went the other way and found him halfway. Only now he's in the middle of outer space, looking around trying to find this guy. Suddenly, dark zombie lands back on Earth where it all began. In the same second, the zombie is face to face with him again. But then the dark zombie strikes him to the ground, and the army that was previously dead seems to be resurrected there in red, as if it were a kind of zombie. Naya notices this, while the rest that is alive starts to hide. In this, the zombie stretches his arm to the side, and there in the destroyed cities, the cells that have been completely evaporated begin to reconstitute some half-zombie humans too. The little army of his is formed while the population is in shock, wanting to know if everyone on this planet is going to become a zombie. The two continue to stare at each other, and in this, Violet glances back and sees the protagonist surrounded by a green aura. The crazy guy not only turned everyone into zombies, but he's making everyone take on Ichigo's mask. The poor Langy and Violet are in shock that everyone has the same ability as them. The protagonist just points his finger, and in this, his troops advance along with the dark zombie's troops, and the honest exchange of blows begins among the resurrected. And the dark zombie seems to smile and says it got interesting, advancing towards the protagonist for another honest exchange of punches. Once again, part of the city is being swept away, and I don't even know how any buildings are still standing. Lanny and Violet already know that if a victor isn't determined soon, everyone will disappear along with the world. Clearly, the planet wasn't prepared for two individuals like this to exist. Some ships approach the scientist island who are there in shock, saying that the zombie needs to die soon or they will be captured. However, the white-haired scientist is saying it's better for them to retreat. At the same time, the samurai is already there killing some of those zombies that were on the island. While the scientists burn all the papers, they get into the helicopter to try to escape with what's left. At the same moment, the scientist is already in the helicopter saying they need to take off. The guy says he's trying, but they aren't getting anywhere. That's because Langy is holding the wheels down below. Wow, he slammed him to the ground, exploded everything, and at that moment, the tough one arrived. Violet already grabs the damn bald guy, asking if he's the Dan Elder. She thought it was someone more worthy and not an idiot like him who created that monster. Meanwhile, the protagonist and the monster continue to stare at each other. She's telling him to stop that guy, but he explains that there's nothing that can stop a zombie like that. In this, Langy tells Violet to let go, that she has a way to make that guy talk. The guy is there in shock as she approaches, and I'm scared too. What is she going to try? She did that attack that invades the body's cells, and suddenly he's surrounded by the green aura. Violet is impressed that she can do it. Langy explains that it just can't be sustained for long. The scientist was in shock when he sees the bald guy talking. Inside the box, there's a nanobot that would make all the zombies' genes disappear from that creature. Obviously, in this way, he would soon be destroyed. In an instant, Violet finds the button and says it must be this one, and she's going to press it. I'm thinking it's a trap. The guy is there screaming, telling her not to do it, while Violet, now out of nowhere instead of pressing it, says she's admiring this research. The two continue to stare at each other while the fight rages in the skies. The protagonist is right there in front of the fight when at that moment the button is pressed. At that moment, the dark zombie is saying, "So this is the feeling of oppressing everyone. Now I understand." But nothing happened. Violet wonders why, and the scientist says there's something confusing. About the physical body and the zombie's genes, that container shouldn't exist. The dark zombie replies that it seems the spectators want to mess with him. So far, the bald scientist has been pressing the button, saying something is wrong. His nanorobot had been made perfectly. What isn't working? Suddenly, the armor starts to crack and a lightning explosion occurs. While Violet demands he explain why the damn thing is able to live without the mechanical body. And man, smoke goes to the other side. There's a hairy guy too, and the population watches. The guy is jacked. Whoa, the dude also entered the final form. Mechanical zombie robot in the 5th transformation. Now he really looks like a villain. He seems like a relative of Nai. She's there watching. I don't know why the story is focusing so much on this Nai and this butterfly. It's probably going to be a thing in the next chapters. And the problem is that now everyone knows that even without the container, he survived. And everyone is asking the same thing. What will be left of the planet now that this guy has leveled up and they will have to face each other again? Violet says this is already exaggerated. While the tough guy is there farming aura. He looks like a badass martial master. He's in style. Then he says he has finally reached his true form and asks who wants to participate. Are we going to see a new form of zombie today? He's just standing there waiting to see what the guy will do. Niai and the friends who were trying to escape are all there in the open field, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the bleach zombies advance in their final form. However, the dark zombie, who now looks more like a light zombie, chuckles everyone is disintegrated, and the remaining particles are also disintegrated. Wow, the dude is now overpowered. And at that moment, the sack-headed guy is there saying something is wrong. The energy was perfectly identical to the boss's. The vampire says, "Boss, you need to stop fighting at this pace, or everyone on the planet will die. But there's not much he can do. If he stops, the guy will keep going." The zombie is just stretching his hand towards the guy, but suddenly, he swipes it across his face and chuckles. Whoa, another transformation is coming. His face starts to turn red. Out of nowhere, a tornado appears in the sky and energy rising to the planet. Wow, the entire planet. Oh my, the entire planet turned red. Holy cow, what's happening? And energy is coming from the planet connecting to the sun. The sun is red too, although the sun is already somewhat red and yellow. Wow, now the protagonist has white hair. Man, now the protagonist has become badass. Wow. Meanwhile, the dark zombie is in shock, saying he doesn't remember having this transformation, while the protagonist is flying there in that aura formation. Everyone is shocked, saying they won't be spared. The citizens are confused, and even the dark zombie tells him to explain. If he wants me to disappear, you'll have to give me a reason for this so-called evolution. The protagonist then says, after destroying all those planets and civilizations, I conducted my own research. The dark zombie says he understands. Now was his true form. All right, but he still feels he can stand up to him. However, the protagonist just says no, he wouldn't be able to. In a split second, the dark zombie is advancing towards him. He moves forward smiling, but the zombie is just standing there looking at him. In an instant, he seems to be hit by something and appears at the top of the planet, floating. Man, he's being taken further and further away. What's this? Wait, I don't understand. Is the protagonist holding the planet? Holy crap. Everyone is distorted, and he grabs the planet, closing it in his hand. I didn't understand what happened. In a split second, everyone is on the ground trying to understand what happened. They're all dizzy. Smoke starts to clear, and the protagonist is gripping the dark zombie by the neck. The girls don't understand what happened in an instant, and the crazy guy is there without half of his torso but smiling, saying it was impressive. Somehow, these reporters and the two of them are still alive, watching everything. While Violet says it seemed like for a second, he was controlling space itself. Alangi agrees it seemed like the whole Earth was crushed or something like that. At that moment, however, the dark zombie says that honestly he can feel. The zombie still had hatred for humans deep in his heart. In this, the proto asks if he really was never controlled. And the dark zombie says that's correct. He could have lived a peaceful life in that body if he wanted to. So why was he handed over to another person? He existed in his body in a perfect way and never thought of separating. However, he passed his genes to a human like Dawn, so he already expected something like this to happen one day. Since the zombie did this, he allowed weak humans to obtain unimaginable power. Then it was Violet, then it was Langi. All of these had been with the zombie's permission. He knows very well the nature of humans and knew that definitely a power struggle would begin. It was through the genes he gave that scientists had access to his power. In other words, without the zombie's permission, none of this would have happened. After all, he is nothing more than a genetic thread of the information from his body. The moment he gained his own independence, the first thing he did was follow his role. And now, what does he think of this world he created that is completely ruined? He knows that deep down in his heart, it is the zombie who wanted to evaporate all civilization. He is still hiding this hatred for humans, and this became clear through the desires he feels. The girl is a bit confused, everyone not understanding anything. The zombie, however, asks if the guy is done, and he says no. Now that he had already killed billions of humans and half of humanity had been evaporated, does he really think it was possible to save this world and make people like him? Forever, everyone on this planet would fear him. They would pretend to like him, but behind his back, they would be terrified. Maybe it was the perfect moment for him to finish the job and kill the entire planet. The Permit responds that he will deny that request. The guy laughs and asks what he will do then. Countless people have already died. Does he think he will bring everyone back as zombies? But in this, the Proto says he will bring everyone back to life. The dark zombie is there somewhat confused, but then the Proto's chest is ripped open by himself. He pulls out his heart. Everyone is startled. He throws it up. The thing explodes when he crushes it and starts to spread across the entire planet. With that, apparently, the particles are enough to reconstruct everyone who had been completely evaporated. The little streamer is starting to reconstitute around. No. She came back with clothes and everything. Why zombie? Everyone is in shock trying to understand what is happening. It continues to rain those red drops from the Proto's heart and everyone keeps reappearing. The scientists are there confused, wanting to know if something like this is possible. In this, the Proto just looks at the dark zombie and asks what he thinks of this. The poor guy starts to disappear, laughing, saying he gives up. The human turns into a small strand of DNA, while our boy thinks that now he can rest. At that moment, the samurais appear and Violet already tells them to keep an eye on Dr. Jae-min as they are heading to the front lines. And with that, what everyone originally thought was some kind of conspiracy by Jae-min proved to be something else. The reality is that the zombie still had hatred for humanity, and any clone of him carried a type of gene that wanted to end everyone. In the end, that guy was right. He was the one who wanted to destroy all of humanity. To escape this loneliness, at the moment he reached the sixth form and destroyed his heart to save everyone, he also lost his own entity. Did he disappear? Man, what is this? The name of the work is Mr. Zombie. He can't just vanish like that. 2 hours later, they arrive to find the Prota standing still in Form 1, all nice and cute. However, they are wondering why he isn't moving and if he is dead. In this, he moves a little and she gets startled, saying, "Zombie, are you okay? What happened? Now that you don't have a heart, did you turn into a normal zombie?" However, the bastard shows his chest saying no, and his heart grew back quickly, obviously as if he was going to die. The two are there, just like me, like idiots. They scold him, wanting to tell him to finish the fight as quickly as possible next time and not go through all this. The Prota, however, is wanting to understand what this thing is in his hand. Violet seems to recognize it as that nanotechnology. Zombie, however, realizes that whatever this is, it seemed to like him quite a bit, and now says it will stick with this. Who knows, something interesting might happen in the future. And in this way, the world entered yet another brief period of peace. With the zombie's identity completely exposed, all of humanity would have to... After that huge battle, our protagonist's stubborn general is still hanging from the top of the building. The president is on a plane heading back to his city. Violet approached him since she had been called. The president wants to know where our boy is, but his close friend can't say. He hasn't returned since that incident. The president knows that after everything that happened, things have gotten chaotic. Everything could turn dangerous in a matter of seconds, and society itself might collapse because of that battle. Locked inside a van, Professor Fay's assistant asked him to take a look outside too. A massive protest is happening, and to those people, that crazy professor is the true savior of humanity. They're shouting that he's innocent. That's why they want him released, claiming he's humanity's last hope. Unexpectedly, the hero has become the villain, and the villain has become the hero, which makes the professor pretty happy, now that he's seen as humanity's representative. Just like the zombie genes had said, even if he saved the world, humans aren't grateful. In fact, they fear him even more now. Some people, filled with anger, don't even have the courage to raise their voices. But there are also those who believe our zombie is God's messenger, showing the path to evolution. In the middle of all that chaos, our boy is just chilling at home, enjoying his favorite games, until one of his generals shows up with news that the humans are rebelling. Seeing Blackie arrive, the protagonist wants to know if something serious is happening. Blackie explains that 2 underlings are there to speak with him. The 2 low-class zombies are welcomed in, though they look pretty uneasy, immediately drinking the tea that was offered. After that, our boy steps in to talk to them and recognizes them from previous chapters, asking why they came looking for him. The 2 side characters glance at each other in silence. Now that they're face-to-face with the king, they immediately ask for his blessing. Country B and Country A have signed a zombie management pact, turning the moon into a technological prison. The reason is clear to both sides: to contain our protagonist. An agency was created specifically for that, with full authority to make this pact a reality and carry out its plans. Soon, several warplanes begin flying over the protagonist's city. Below, troops are taking positions all around. A zombie officer notices the humans approaching. The strongest warriors of mankind are gathering on the other side. Because of fear and discrimination, all conscious zombies have been forced into that city, though luckily they're protected by the king. One of the extras says that while grilling some skewers on the rooftop, up there he seems to be living peacefully among humans. One of them is hanging laundry, thankful that he managed to rent that rooftop. He didn't want his boss resting under the bridge. It would have been too embarrassing. The big sis knows humans fear zombies, but there's nothing they can do about our protagonist. They should have listened to her earlier. That's when one of the zombies says something's happening. Lots of humans are gathering to attack. Their mission is clear: capture our protagonist. After watching through her binoculars, the big sis comes to the obvious conclusion: those people are idiots. Meanwhile, in the same city, Violet is already on the move. Using her agility, she leaps down across the buildings, heading straight for the center of the conflict. As she flies through the city, the destruction is visible everywhere, and something's coming right toward her face. It looks like an attack. A massive explosion happened right after that, and the one behind it was Dawn. Armed with her machine gun, she demanded to know why Violet brought so many people to that place. While the girl with mannequin legs kept dodging, Dawn asked if she even knew who was responsible for saving the planet, but our friend didn't answer. She chose violence instead. After landing several hits on Dawn, she said it was all for humanity's survival and that she didn't have time to waste. Dawn's arm started regenerating and she got ready to dish out more violence, though she wasn't expecting others to show up. The impact of their arrival on top of that building was brutal. It was our protagonist's subordinates. That sudden intervention left Dawn completely confused. All the other powerful humans were there too, asking her to calm down so no one else would get hurt. Several of our protagonist's subordinates seemed to be getting captured. Using his communicator, Lang informed his superiors that Phase 1 was complete. Having been imprisoned, Lang asked how these people dared to betray their king. Elsewhere, Blackie appeared. He knows the world is always on the verge of another war. Only through cooperation can they fulfill the king's wishes. Back in his apartment, our protagonist was struggling with his favorite games. He had no idea how he ended up in that situation and thought about starting everything over from scratch. Many months before the pact between the two nations was celebrated, a meeting took place. Everyone had to memorize their roles. Violet would appear in the city center, Lion would come next, and after that, she'd be intercepted by Dawn, who would then be restrained by Blackie and the others. Every line of that plan had to be memorized perfectly. Meanwhile, they were testing the efficiency of the Supreme Prison. Our protagonist was about to unleash an incredibly destructive blow. He threw his punches with nuclear-level force, leaving all the extras absolutely terrified. The shockwave from his power ended up destroying part of the room. Violet, along with her beautiful twin assets, couldn't withstand that pressure. After the catastrophe, she could barely believe her eyes. Our protagonist had destroyed everything with a single strike, leaving everyone speechless once again. And as if that wasn't enough, he went on to cause destruction on a planetary scale. Our protagonist was amazed by this technology. It seemed humanity had fully absorbed the lost civilization's nanotech. Maybe this was the first step toward making humanity stop fearing him. But those who had witnessed his power again disagreed. Violet started shouting furiously at him, saying no defense could withstand that. That's when the samurai said it was pointless to try and eliminate fear. If that footage ever leaked to the public, people would be even more terrified. Someone then mentioned they'd need a thicker material, and that the moon would be the perfect raw source. Only that way could humans change their perception of zombies. Looking at the king's subordinates, Violet realized the task ahead would be extremely difficult. On the day of the zombie management operation, Violet gave a special statement announcing the mission's success. A device had been developed, specifically designed to contain our protagonist, using the knowledge of the ancient civilization. They confirmed that the material was indestructible, marking the first step toward coexistence between the two species. Our protagonist watched his generals carefully as they carried out the whole performance. He was deeply impressed by their talent. It all looked so real. Now he had a bunch of books to read. This was the beginning of our protagonist's grand plan to change his public image in the eyes of humankind. All he needs to do is gather the necessary items for his personal growth and finally go to prison. One proud extra said the people of the country are cowards and weak, even though they already have powerful technology. Now that our protagonist's subordinates have betrayed him, he no longer wants humans and zombies to coexist. Unfortunately, he died too early in the last great battle and ended up losing the key points of that story arc. The disobedient general of our boy is still being punished, wishing he could leave that place as soon as possible. That's when he noticed something happening on top of the building. That arrogant extra wanted to take advantage of the situation to eliminate all those threats once and for all, and he decided to shoot at the general. The bullet caused massive destruction to the building, accidentally freeing our protagonist, general, who immediately fell and started apologizing, saying he didn't do anything to deserve being released. That's when he noticed Blackie was missing. Elsewhere in the city, Blackie was explaining that zombies would now cooperate with humans and take their leader to prison. The poor guy who was locked up got furious, thinking our protagonist had been betrayed. Violet also wanted to know who the idiot was that opened fire, since they'd already reached an agreement about everything that was supposed to happen. Dawn quickly reminded her that the camera was still broadcasting, so Violet tried to cover it up by saying she was talking about the peace treaty between the two countries. Near our protagonist's feet, a few stones fell. He looked closely at the massive hole that had opened in his wall. He managed to catch the projectile with his bare hand, which was wild considering just a few frames ago it had gone straight through the building. To our protagonist, though, it was just a small setback. He believed everything would turn out fine. But before he could finish speaking, someone blew up the plane flying over the city. It was his stubborn general, now completely enraged. As soon as our boy saw what happened, he looked visibly upset, because now, once again, a zombie was attacking humans. Blackie immediately recognized that pattern of attacks. Only one person could have done it: Vermint the fool. They saw someone being thrown from afar straight toward them. It was that same arrogant extra, now lying on the ground, completely knocked out. Since no one knew why Vermint was doing all this, Blackie decided to observe a bit longer. Our protagonist remembered that his general had been hanging there the whole time and didn't know about the plan they were trying to carry out. With his dog-like loyalty, Vermint couldn't accept that his leader had been betrayed, even after cooperating with humans, and now he was determined to wipe everyone out. That's when our protagonist's friends realized he was completely out of control. Within seconds, the poor guy caused massive destruction, and the equipment that was supposed to take our protagonist to prison started falling from the sky. He needed to act fast before things got any worse. Now caught up in all that emotion, he ended up feeling a bit excited. Poor Vermint got hit in the head, a blow far worse than all the damage he caused. The shockwave spread even more destruction across the city, and in the middle of it stood our protagonist. But now he was in his form with black hair and gray skin. The humans who saw the transformation up close were terrified. Our boy asked what they were staring at. It was time for them to try capturing him. After all that chaos, our protagonist finally surrendered. Right at that moment, he was already being sent to the moon. That day would go down in the history of civilization. Reporters everywhere were eager to cover what would happen next. They wanted to know whether the law could possibly regulate this new situation. Blackie announced that they'd chosen to side with humanity, and from now on, zombies will have to follow the law. Everyone will be able to keep an eye on our protagonist, since peace is a dream shared by all. Right after that, he left the press conference, leaving the reporters buzzing with anticipation. Inside that place is our protagonist, now accompanied by his most loyal subordinates. They're apologizing for what they just did. Since there were a lot of people outside, they ended up acting a bit harsh toward him. But to our boy, all is forgiven. In fact, he's completely absorbed in the performance and asks if he came across as helpless and friendly. Showing them the footage of what happened, Don disagrees with the helpless part. Honestly, our boy is the very embodiment of violence. He had thrown himself to the ground earlier, acting like he wanted to know what was going to happen next, basically provoking the humans to capture him. Naturally, they were terrified by that. Dawn said they were lucky not to have been annihilated on the spot, and she wanted to know if he really believed people would buy the story that he'd been captured. Our protagonist apologized, saying there had been a few incidents that day and he just hoped they weren't too serious. Violet pointed out that everyone already knows how strong he is, that he puts immense pressure on everyone around him. That whole performance was just meant to hand out a bit of moral bread to the extras. At least phase 1 is complete. Now they have to continue things on the moon. Everyone's already prepared and they're about to start filming a zombie reality show, broadcasting our protagonist's daily life to the world. Blackie has a list of everyone who'll be helping since the whole plan has been carefully put together. There's a huge team working behind the scenes. Our boy's only worry was that there might be haters online, but Blackie's already taken care of that. He's got professionals for that kind of thing, people whose job is to make those overly brave keyboard warriors disappear. He immediately got scolded by another general, who told him to stop making that loan shark face. Meanwhile, Violet seemed quite pleased with her new assignment. She's been put in charge of monitoring our protagonist, which means she'll be staying in prison with him. Our boy hopes she'll do her job well. The woman believes that once people get to know him, they'll realize he's just like everyone else. She barely had time to finish her sentence before our protagonist grabbed her by the arm, ready to head for the moon. All it took was a single leap. He completely ignored the friction that could have easily killed Violet on the way up. Our boy landed safely on the lunar surface, to Violet's complete shock. He even managed to bring his luggage with him and looked genuinely thrilled to have arrived at his new home. Since the ancient humans were wiped out long ago, it's been ages since he's seen something like this. It almost felt nostalgic. Before him stood a massive lunar base. Then he noticed Violet waving at him to hurry over. After all, she couldn't really communicate well in space. She then placed a pair of headphones on his head, and filled with rage, she asked why that idiot had jumped all the way to the moon like that. They had literally prepared a spaceship for it. Embarrassed, our boy said that if she wanted to use the ship, she could just take it back. That immediately struck terror into Violet. Now she was convinced that this moron might accidentally kill her at any moment. Once their argument was over, she told him the others were already on their way, the rest of his cellmates. As the ship approached, Violet explained that they were all very friendly and had great communication skills. Inside a high-tech facility, the bureaucrats already know our boy has entered the prison. It's time to activate the defense systems, now that they can contain the zombie. Powerful figures are deeply interested in this. The bald man from the ancient civilization doesn't believe our boy can be stopped. Humanity must have gone insane. A wall 1,000 kilometers thick could only hold him for just over 9 hours. That's old data. He's definitely stronger now. That's when the president revealed he never intended to control him. In fact, the lunar prison was our protagonist's own idea. Hearing that left the bald man from the ancient civilization completely confused. The president explained they've been improving their technology. Soon they'll be able to travel through space and colonize new planets. If our boy ever loses control, the lunar prison will buy them time. Another bureaucrat said he never wants to see the protagonist again. He wants to colonize the stars and leave that monster in the past. That made the bald man grin, saying they thought the same way in the past, and it led to their destruction. Those words made everyone pay attention. Now we shift into a flashback. A little boy asked his mother what they were doing. She explained that humanity was searching for a new home. Those ships could reach the edge of the galaxy. Everyone was happy, believing they'd finally abandoned that cursed place, leaving the monster behind. But to their horror, the ships suddenly came under attack. They had no idea what was happening, and countless human lives were lost. A massive crystal sphere began covering the entire solar system, and one by one, all the arcs were destroyed. Then something even more shocking occurred. There was someone standing at the edge of the solar system, the one responsible for stopping their escape. The bald man said they lost everything in the blink of an eye. The last message they received said the celestial prison remained intact. The filthy ones who tried to flee were purified. Meanwhile, back on Earth, someone was far from pleased. 2 finely drawn women were paying their respects to the so-called divine messenger. And this new character seems to be the same one who stopped humanity's escape from the solar system. They told him our protagonist had left the planet, and they also knew about the companion he'd left behind, the one who's been with him for thousands of years. That unfortunate woman is the queen of vampires, who'd also been captured. She didn't like being called a companion, and she had no time for such nonsense. She quickly broke free from her stone prison. The new man called her an inferior being, which made the queen tense. Since they'd been apart for so long, that insult triggered something in her, and a portal of hell opened beneath her feet. The man with glasses watched closely. The queen tried to attack but had to stop mid-strike. She seemed wounded and was coughing up blood. Finally, the man stood up. Even if that woman believed herself to be a deity, she had respect the divine messengers. Now this self-proclaimed messenger of God took the queen for a little stroll. He didn't even bother giving her any clothes. In front of them stood the human academy. The women explained that they'd told him the truth about that place. The queen said if he was looking for our protagonist, there must be clues ahead. The humans had managed to master the ancient civilization's combat abilities, so he should proceed carefully. But this so-called messenger of God, good grief, he's got the face of a demon. After hearing their warning, he entered the academy, where he was immediately attacked by the locals. One of them fired multiple projectiles at him, and soon he was surrounded by waves of powerful assaults. A brutal surge of energy rushed toward him, but the messenger didn't even flinch. These people had no idea who they were up against. At that exact moment, several slashes started to land. The maskless samurai decided to jump into the fight too. But in truth, he was somewhere else entirely, using his techniques to slice up some sashimi. Meanwhile, humans were celebrating our protagonist's departure from Earth. The maskless samurai took that as the perfect opportunity to gorge himself. One poor guy there looked a bit down about it. He knew our protagonist had contributed a lot to humanity's progress. Those people also knew he didn't pose any real threat to them. Still, some felt relief he was gone. Being near him was terrifying. All they could do now was trust that the president's plan would actually work. But that whole celebration was abruptly interrupted when a huge cloud of smoke appeared. Sensing danger, one of the hunters went to draw his weapon, only for a mysterious hand to rest on the barrel, crushing it to pieces with a single snap. It was the messenger of God who had just arrived at the party. He seemed surprised that these were Earth's most powerful humans since they were all so weak. The maskless samurai tried striking him from behind, but all he managed to do was irritate him. The messenger flung him away with a single attack, leaving the poor soul still standing completely paralyzed with fear. The entire party was destroyed, people were sinking into what looked like a lake forming beneath the ground, and the decorative balloons were catching fire one by one. The poor survivor was trapped in a horrific illusion, convinced he'd fallen into hell. The captain, who had been knocked down, managed to get up, saying humanity must never be underestimated. Then he began transforming into Godzilla. Once the transformation was complete, his firepower had multiplied. That was the power of the ancient civilization's nanotechnology. The captain was ready to unleash high-quality violence. Through the smoke, another massive hand appeared. A metallic creature resembling a tiger was ready to fight, charging up energy in its mouth. The messenger of God observed it all, remarking that after all these centuries, humanity still hadn't changed. The maskless samurai wanted to know why his ally already had mastery over nanotech. He wanted a bit of that power for himself. Then Captain Godzilla fired his attack, and the metal tiger prepared to blast as well. But the messenger didn't look even slightly intimidated. He blocked both effortlessly, summoning a giant hand from the ground that grabbed the metallic tiger, crushing its arm to pieces. It looked like everyone had been defeated by him. Not even the captain could move anymore. The messenger commented that 1,000 years ago, humans had to rely on spaceships for attacks like these. His secretary added that civilization had evolved and now focused on individual combat power. But to him, it made no difference. For inferior beings, being wiped out by zombies was only natural. Not knowing who these new characters were, the man with the bandana nervously asked for their identities, realizing they seemed to know our protagonist. The messenger replied that his race had made a great sacrifice to contain that being, and their mission was to eradicate that demon once and for all. Before he could finish his speech, his secretary reported that the human had escaped. That caught the messenger's attention immediately. Sure enough, the captain, with only one arm left, was gone. He needed to warn the others about what had happened there. But the messenger declared that none of them would escape his grasp. His path of evolution was far beyond humanity's. A massive hand appeared, seizing the captain and slamming him violently into the ground outside. Then, after that final display of dominance, the messenger of God dispersed his power. He wanted to know if those inferior beings had any information about our protagonist. He'd only come there because of the vampire queen's tip. She already knew humans were weak, but hadn't realized they'd become this pathetic. She wanted to escape during the chaos, but didn't get the chance. So now she'd have to keep cooperating. Finally, the messenger's secretary announced that she had found information about our protagonist. That news excited the queen, since she was the one who had told them to go there in the first place. The messenger of God asked what it was, and his secretary told him to read it himself. It turned out to be the script for the reality show that would take place in our boy's prison. They had decided to broadcast it on television, live for the whole world. The host told viewers that this was the best show on air right now. Over 8,000 criminals had been transferred to that prison, and this show would broadcast everything live, revealing the true nature of evil. While the queen and the messenger's secretaries were visibly uncomfortable with the show, he seemed completely focused on it. The host explained that those dangerous inmates would surely clash with our protagonist, even though it was said that he could coexist peacefully with humans. In the cafeteria, our boy asked for extra eggs. He wanted to use the opportunity to relax and do some exercise. Public reactions to the show were mixed. Some people questioned its purpose, while others demanded that our protagonist be permanently banned from Earth. Just those few seconds were enough to make the messenger of God furious. His secretary reported that thousands of comments had already been made tarnishing our boy's reputation. They did it to fight against the so-called enemies of God's tribe, but the messenger was annoyed at being interrupted. He was deep in thought. Watching that broadcast, he was getting more and more irritated. Meanwhile, our boy thanked the woman in the cafeteria, completely unaware that another inmate nearby was fuming. Violet was managing the entire production of the show, directing everything from behind the scenes. She ordered the cameras to switch angles so that our protagonist could get his makeup done. The moment he vanished from the screen, the team appeared to fix his appearance. But the messenger of God stayed uneasy. He couldn't believe things were truly that peaceful. That existence, someone capable of destroying worlds, caring about human opinions, impossible. A being who delighted in taking lives could never just play along. Maybe thousands of years in confinement had finally driven him insane. That thought sparked an idea in the messenger's mind. He believed our protagonist was trying to uncover the secret of the human soul, using this whole setup as an experiment to break the barriers that had been placed on him, so he could keep destroying and exploiting human generations. The messenger found it terrifying, what our protagonist might be capable of. To him, that creature was the true enemy of mankind. Now convinced he had uncovered the truth, the messenger vowed he wouldn't let our boy escape so easily. He wanted to send him his most sincere thanks. With that, his energy shot toward the moon. The same inmate sitting near our protagonist suddenly clutched his head in pain. It felt like he was losing control of himself. The other prisoners noticed something was wrong. Meanwhile, our protagonist calmly continued eating his eggs until someone suddenly burst in, interrupting him. Violet immediately focused on the event. A strange man was staring straight into our boy's eyes. With a transformed appearance, he said it had been a long time since their last meeting. Meanwhile, inside the lunar prison, the reality show kept airing. Our protagonist's generals were watching closely, and before long, they started celebrating too. The show had been on for 3 days, and so far, our boy hadn't caused any trouble. Public opinion might finally start to change. Inside the prison, a few inmates had to be disciplined. Viola was assigned to handle it. She was doing everything she could to keep our protagonist calm. That's when a guard came in to report that something was going wrong. The messenger of God wanted to know if our boy still remembered them, but all our protagonist wanted right then was to finish his meal. He didn't seem to remember any of those people. At first, the messenger felt insulted, but then realized it made sense. Deciding to abandon reason, he unleashed his power and increased the muscle mass of that inmate who was now about to strike our protagonist. But the unstoppable force of his punches was easily blocked. Our boy deflected it using nothing but the chopsticks in his hands. Back on Earth, the vampire queen tried to casually slip away from the situation, while the one-armed captain crawled across the ground to spread word of what had happened. Inside the prison, alarms began blaring. Unauthorized violence had been detected. The entire facility went into lockdown, and self-destruction was set to begin in 3 minutes. Hearing that, the inmates panicked. Countless weapons were suddenly aimed at our protagonist, who was now only defending himself. The messenger couldn't understand why he hadn't started a massacre yet. Meanwhile, other prisoners were trying to stop the fight, begging everyone involved to back down. With a mocking smile, the messenger asked if our protagonist considered this what he called peaceful coexistence. Those weak ants would never understand him. They were only capable of feeling fear. And soon, civilization would crumble again, because history always repeats itself. But our protagonist was focused on something else entirely. This was his first fight inside the prison. Violet had instructed him beforehand on how to behave. The main priority was not to damage the moon and to avoid bringing out any of his other personalities. If he had to choose one, it should be the most human-looking form. And that's exactly what he did. Watching everything unfold on TV, our boy's generals began to panic, thinking it was all over. But amid the chaos, the messenger of God looked strangely excited. Violet gave an order to cancel the self-destruction, but the system had already detected an extreme threat level and was now acting on its own. The messenger believed our protagonist only knew violence, and he was eager to see how weak he'd become. But the moment he approached our boy, everything changed. A wave of dread washed over him. The presence our protagonist radiated was overwhelming. The messenger could no longer control the inmate's body. All our protagonist did was place his hand on the man's shoulder, and that alone was enough to drive the messenger's presence out completely. Our boy asked if the inmate had gone back to normal, but what he got in return was a stare filled with pure malice. Terrified, the prisoner ran off in panic. The messenger couldn't believe what had happened. Just our protagonist's mere presence had forced him out of the host's body. And yet our boy could still sense the enemy nearby like an insect hiding in the dark. To drive him off completely, he let his aura flare just a little stronger. The messenger instantly felt it. From the lunar prison, our boy's energy erupted outward, and everyone in the messenger's presence felt it too. To protect himself, the messenger raised his hand toward the air, but everyone in the room could feel the crushing pressure descending upon them. Back in the prison, our protagonist quickly returned to normal. Since the system no longer detected any aggression, everything reset to its peaceful state. For our boy, that counted as a victory, but for the inmates around him, it was terrifying. As for the messenger of God, he soon realized something. His hand had been wounded. Realizing that our protagonist had weakened over time, but still couldn't figure out why he hadn't attacked the humans, the messenger came to a new conclusion. He believed our boy was trying to turn those ants into his followers, stealing the divine authority that belonged only to the messengers of God. But he wouldn't let that happen. As soon as his army reached that planet, everything would be wiped out, or so he told his secretaries. Now he needed to head to the moon himself to contain our protagonist. The vampire queen couldn't believe he'd actually left like that, which made her feel relieved. It would make her escape much easier. One of the secretaries informed her that the messenger's target was the zombie. The queen replied that the attack on the human academy would soon be discovered, and fighting against our protagonist's followers wouldn't be easy. Still, she said that if those women submitted to her, she might be willing to help them. One thing the queen was sure of, the lunatic messenger would be humiliated by our protagonist, and she planned to use that moment to gain more followers. The white-haired girl said those inferior beings would never uncover anything, which caught the queen's attention. Something strange seemed to be happening to the bodies of all those heroes. One of the messenger's powers was the ability to turn imagination into reality. Until civilization was destroyed, none of them would ever realize they'd been attacked, dying in ignorance. That was the blessing the messenger had granted them. They all seemed to be under some kind of mind control. The girl explained that they fought their battles alongside the gods born from their own imagination, and she assumed that's how the vampire herself had come into existence. The queen scoffed at that idea. She refused to believe she was created by the imagination of such fools. But the white-haired girl told her she had to believe it. For her race to continue existing, the queen had to stay with them. For the greater good, none of those people would be leaving that place alive. Outside the building, a young woman approached a massive crater in the ground, striking a few suggestive poses as she was photographed. The man taking pictures didn't even notice the captain approaching him until he grabbed his ankle, terrifying him. Everyone soon realized that part of a body was crawling nearby. They all rushed toward the man. The captain said he needed to be taken to Guangzhou province, to the special agency. Out in space, someone was reflecting that true power lies within the spirit. Imagination is the spark that makes everything possible. With it, they created countless gods and civilizations and used that same power to imprison the first demons. They conquered the stars, but never forgot their war against those demons. That was exactly what the messenger of God intended to continue doing. Looking at our protagonist, he was convinced that the so-called peaceful coexistence was nothing but an act. His subordinate, the messenger named Varro, wouldn't allow that to last. Once again, he used his power to take control of someone, strengthening the body of another inmate. He wanted to expose this weak civilization to what he believed was the protagonist's true nature. At that moment, our boy was simply waiting in line to take a shower, completely unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, another prisoner, one possessed by the messenger, tried to cut in line, but our boy wasn't having it. He smacked the guy and told him to act a bit more civilized and follow the prison rules. Defeated, the inmate apologized. The messenger had failed this time, but he was certain that soon he'd reveal our boy's true identity to the world. For the rest of that week, our protagonist continued his routine in prison. He worked out, stayed active, and seemed genuinely happy with his new life. But behind the scenes, the messenger kept trying to sabotage him, taking over more inmates and ordering them to kill our boy. Several of them tried to attack her at once, but they were all thrown back by the sheer force of the air displaced from our warrior's sprint. He was simply out for some exercise. He also really admired the quality of the prison gym's equipment, and once again, the messenger tried to bring him down. But the rationality of those men made them realize immediately how dangerous this was. They had just witnessed our boy lift tons of weight as if it were a few grams. That was too much for anyone to handle. The messenger tried to pressure his pawns into attacking, but those men had already made up their minds. They weren't about to try anything. To our boy, though, that was just the warm-up. Now he was ready to start the real training. No matter what he did, there was always someone around to train with him, which made him genuinely happy. He thought he was making new friends in this peaceful world, when in reality, everyone was terrified of his physical strength. The messenger couldn't understand what was happening anymore. That demon was supposed to have already shown his true nature. Inside the prison, Violet answered a call from Dawn, who wanted to know if there was anything to worry about. But everything seemed fine. Dawn had heard that some people were trying to provoke our boy. Still, after watching his behavior, Violet said he was just trying to adapt. Over at headquarters, the masked samurai commented that the attack they'd seen had been very real. Several heroes had gathered in that hall, and the poor captain was having his body completely rebuilt. Worried, Lamy asked how the investigation into the academy was going, but so far, no one had found a single clue. The victims of the attack were behaving perfectly normal, which made the situation even stranger. It was already odd enough that they were getting a visit from the Minister of Intestines. Yes, that was actually his name, the man in charge of the investigation. He reported to his superiors that there were no signs of an attack, suggesting they might have overreacted. But as he gave that report, the vampire queen appeared there, completely invisible to everyone. After phasing right through the minister's body, she had to grab onto the floor to keep from being pulled away by some unseen force. She couldn't understand how no one had seen her. The messenger's secretary explained that she'd trapped the queen within her illusion field. No one outside could see what was happening, even if she killed innocent people right there. They wondered why the queen kept resisting so much. But the queen refused to believe she was just a fragment of someone's imagination. She had no master. The man with stone arms realized that this inferior being wouldn't listen, so he suggested crushing her into dust. That remark deeply offended the queen, and she promised to grind him into powder instead. Meanwhile, someone told the minister to return to the main building. Right after that, the battle between the queen and the brute began. He managed to hurl her far into the distance with his strikes. When she hit the ground, a massive explosion erupted. The gray-haired girl thought they were wasting time there and decided to amplify the illusion's power to cover up everything that was happening. Meanwhile, a fierce battle unfolded. The queen's attacks were tearing the academy apart completely, and she genuinely seemed stronger than that guy. Another secretary said the queen had lost her reason and would now be shown the true nature of psychic power. Stone, she said, gives birth to molten lava, and now the deities had decided to descend upon this world. After hearing that nonsense, the queen realized things had just gotten a lot more complicated. Her opponent had turned into a giant made of stone, towering higher than the entire city. Out in space, the messenger of God was still seething over what was happening, while someone tried to seize control of the minister's body. The queen stood her ground, watching carefully as she faced her new colossal enemy. While the secretary said that huge lump would demonstrate a god's true power, the queen declared they talked too much and signaled the stone block to crush her enemy. Their fists collided in midair. The queen felt the pressure of that blow. It was capable of devastating everything in its path, and it tore the queen's arm off in the process. As she tried to recover, another strike came at her. Finally, the queen restored her arm and this time chose to dodge the attack, using the chance to climb onto the creature's arm. She quickly made her way toward the monster's head. The messenger's secretary tried to stop her, ordering the creature to slam the ground with all its might. After that, numerous spikes burst from its back, preventing the queen from getting any closer. Her entire body was pierced by the spikes, which spread across a vast stretch of land. The queen was badly wounded. Watching from almost space, the secretary noted that those spikes absorbed divine power until nothing remained, and the queen had been trapped by them. Begging for mercy wouldn't change her fate. The secretary vowed she'd end her right there. Smirking, the queen vanished. The secretary hadn't expected her to disappear so fast. Then her friend warned her to pay attention, but it was too late. Her throat had been cut. The queen was furious and wanted to make people feel pain. The secretary clutched at her wound, weakened, and collapsed toward the ground. The gray-haired girl rushed to help, saying her friend had been careless. The queen grew more confident, realizing even gods could bleed. At that moment, the gray-haired girl began healing her ally's wounds. After suffering such an injury, the queen wondered how a god without a master could be so powerful. There was no time for questions. They had to finish the fight quickly. The gray-haired girl decided to use the power of imagination to make something real once again. A bell had been rung and time marched toward eternity. My god, she literally materialized a rabbit. With so many dangerous creatures around, she chose a prey. Some people really don't think. It looked like a rabbit in one panel, but who knows, maybe a wolf or just fan service. The secretary ordered the stone mountain to attack once more. From the rocks, a huge hand rose. People flying in a nearby plane peered out the window, sensing something dreadful happening below. Meanwhile, the gray-haired girl pushed the imagination power to its limit. Massive energy concentrated in the air, reaching the plane so that the passengers could no longer see reality. They were all trapped by her jinjutsu. Even the vampire queen was having trouble because the summoned creature decided to strike her. But before the queen could prepare, her enemy turned invisible, and she was caught off guard by a blow from the stone man, so powerful it sent her flying for kilometers. The rabbit that looks like a wolf kept carrying its power, while the gray-haired girl grew angrier. The messengers believed they'd won the fight, even though they were surprised by the queen's resilience. She was revealing herself as a terrifying foe. The queen seemed knocked out in the middle of the ocean. Having spent so long on land, she should have been much weaker by now. Then the rabbit said it felt a strange energy sustaining that woman's life. After taking so many hits, a mysterious glow began to appear on the queen's body. It was our protagonist's power inside her. The rabbit warned that if the queen managed to use that power, everyone would be dead. Now she rose from the ocean, unleashing a massive storm of blood. The secretaries noticed the rain, and it terrified them because it wasn't water falling from the sky. Far away, the queen decided she would no longer be oppressed by these low-tier side characters. She was at the peak of her power now, and the poor secretaries realized they were about to get completely crushed. The vampire hurled blood shaped like nails straight at them. The girls understood they had to act fast to avoid being obliterated, but the attacks came endlessly. The rabbit-wolf hybrid noticed the queen was using all her divine power. One of the secretaries ordered the stone giant to protect them, and he did everything he could to block the incoming blows, placing his body in front of them. But instead, he chose to counterattack the queen with all his might. Even so, she managed to hold back that attack while striking the secretaries at the same time. Trying to stop their mistresses from being annihilated, the fan service rabbit finally took action. After the massive explosion, the stone man returned to his original form. His entire body had been destroyed. Huge chunks of debris flew toward the city, and for the love of God, I could have sworn the city had already been destroyed. But apparently, that's happening right now because those rocks have to fall somewhere. The man who had sworn to defeat the queen was now completely drained. The gray-haired girl tried to use a spell to turn back time, but her power had reached its limit. She couldn't restore their bodies anymore. She had spent every ounce of her energy. The creature she had summoned knew that once it vanished, its remaining energy would flow back to its source. Once again, the secretaries wondered how the queen could possibly be so powerful. The only explanation was desperation. Since she had no master, she had burned through all her energy to destroy the stone man. The queen was pleased with her victory, but her body began to fade away. The gray-haired girl sensed someone approaching. When she turned around, she saw a figure glowing against the sunlight, someone coming closer at incredible speed and completely naked. He now knew who was behind all of this, and he was about to show them the warmth of humanity. The girls froze in pure horror at the sight. The Minister of Intestines almost struck them, but at the last second, the stone man stepped in to block the blow. Their spiritual energy was nearly gone, and once that happened, their control over the illusion would vanish too. They had to run. But the secretary was furious and ordered the stone man to beat that weirdo to death. Obeying his mistress's command, he began striking with full force, hitting the minister again and again. But the strange man was incredibly tough. With only a few movements, he managed to immobilize his opponent. To make things even worse, Dawn was already prepared to add some chaos to the battlefield, firing a powerful laser straight at them and completely obliterating the top of the building. Once again, the stone man prevented total disaster. All of them were about to be arrested for endangering innocent lives. The secretaries believed this mysterious power must have come from ancient technology. That was the only explanation for their defeat after being weakened by the queen. While they were talking about it, molecules began to materialize in the air. The queen reappeared, proving she hadn't been destroyed. The messengers couldn't believe it. She didn't have a host, so regeneration should have been impossible. The queen brushed off their nonsense, saying once again that she didn't need such things. She was the queen of vampires who had fought the zombie for thousands of years. But she admitted that using his genes was truly fascinating, and it was time to take a little more. Meanwhile, something far worse was happening on the moon. The reality show featuring our protagonist was still being broadcast, and it seemed to be a massive hit with viewers. And on that day, a live variety show was about to take place. The audience had to decide who was the most likable participant. Our protagonist was the first to perform. Outside the prison, the messenger of God watched everything closely, realizing that our protagonist wanted to become a celebrity. But what truly infuriated him was being ignored for so long. He had been taking control of inmates to attack our boy, who so far had handled all the provocations with ease. He was even progressing through the stages of the show. The messenger finally decided to settle things personally, sending his power directly toward the prison. Approaching Violet, our protagonist asked if his performance was good. She told him he was becoming very popular, and little by little humanity's perception of him was improving too. The host then announced the start of the second stage. It was time for our protagonist to return to the stage. As soon as he stepped into the spotlight, you felt something different. While being introduced to the audience, our boy looked up at the sky. Violet took that moment to encourage him, telling him that if he did his part, she would do hers. That made him even more excited. After he walked away, Violet put on her oxygen mask. Near the moon's orbit, the messenger of God began launching multiple attacks toward the prison. But Violet was already outside, sword in hand, intercepting every single one. She wouldn't let anything disrupt our protagonist's big moment, and she was fighting with full focus and determination, something that ended up surprising the messenger. When they finally came face to face for the first time, Violet realized that Langyi's earlier warning might have been because of this man. The messenger mocked the human who knew nothing of life or death, daring to challenge a messenger of God. Before he could finish his speech, Violet threw a knife straight at him. The messenger dodged, no part of his hair was sliced off in the process. Violet finally removed her mask. No matter who was on the other side, she wasn't about to let anyone interfere with our boy's plans. She was doing this not just for him, but for everyone's survival. At first, the messenger was irritated, but he managed to stay composed. Since that woman would die anyway, he decided to demonstrate the power of his civilization, showing his ability to turn imagination into reality. His body began to undergo a brutal transformation. Violet was shocked as she watched he to transform into a monster, a creature so massive it looked capable of swallowing planets whole. Meanwhile, several people gathered at the agency created to contain our protagonist. In the center of the room, someone was being held prisoner, and she was not happy about it. It was the messenger's assistant. Next to her, slightly injured, was the Minister of Intestines. Blackie wanted to know if she was responsible for attacking the academy. The samurai knight warned everyone not to drop their guard around her. It had taken an elite team to defeat the stone man she had summoned. The gray-haired girl had been seriously injured but managed to escape, and even the vampire queen was helping with the hunt now. Blackie knew the zombies couldn't take part in this operation since fighting could damage their image in front of the humans. But when it came time for interrogation, he'd be more than happy to help. The assistant, however, said she wouldn't speak. Just then, Dawn entered carrying a pile of documents. Apparently, the girl had already cooperated quite a bit, revealing everything they wanted to know, which left Blackie completely stunned. He couldn't understand why she had pretended she wouldn't talk. The girl explained that she'd learned the basics of human etiquette by reading a few books, so she got confused. Curious, Dawn asked what kind of reading material she'd been studying and handed the report over to Blackie. The divine civilization uses imagination to summon gods for battle, and their goal is to purify this world. The secretary said she hadn't done that of kindness. Allowing them to disappear in ignorance was, to her, a gesture of mercy. Mortals, after all, could never withstand the destruction that gods were capable of unleashing. But Dawn doubted that those so-called gods were stronger than our protagonist. The secretary explained that the messenger of God had already gone to destroy him personally. All they needed to do was look up and then understand what was happening. Don immediately turned on the TV. So far, our protagonist's show was going on like normal. He was already preparing his 7th egg-based dish. The samurai warrior confirmed that nothing unusual had happened inside the prison. Everything was perfectly normal. Dawn asked if the messenger she mentioned hadn't already been defeated by our protagonist, but the secretary said that was impossible. To everyone's surprise, Blackie interrupted, saying the battle had already begun. The samurai was confused. None of the cameras had captured any footage of it. That's when Blackie pointed toward the moon. The monstrous creature was already on the move. Violet was managing to hold her own for now, but she had to stay completely focused. The monster was absolutely enormous. The messenger realized he was fighting someone blessed by our protagonist, but even then her power was far from threatening. He faced Violet without hesitation. Violet couldn't understand what this guy's motive was anymore. Not even her advanced nanotech equipment could cut through those summoned beings. While she tried to come up with a defensive strategy, Dawn told her not to waste time on that creature. Easier said than done, though. Those tentacles were a real problem. Dawn said they had pinpointed the monster's position through satellite tracking, so Violet needed to back away and let the prison's defense system handle the rest. The first strike was launched and the entire facility was now engaged in battle against the creature. All Violet had to do was retreat a little. For just a few seconds, she might be able to pull it off. But the genes of our protagonist were becoming more active inside her, making her body weaker by the minute. Even so, she had to keep trying, even if only for a short while. Then the messenger of God realized she wasn't infected at all. She carried our boy's genes. And at that moment, they had become a burden on her. Furious, the messenger said he had wanted to end her life painlessly, but now that she'd accepted the demon's genes, things would be different. He gathered all his power into one hand. The creature was about to wipe everything out in a single blow. The messenger was ready to destroy it all. His demonic summon began drawing energy directly from the sun, firing a massive attack straight toward the moon. But Violet refused to let that place be destroyed. She positioned herself against the oncoming blast. Yet the sheer force of that energy was too much, even for her transformed state. She was thrown violently aside as a devastating strike closed in. On Earth, people tried to comprehend why the moon had exploded like that. All of the lunar prison's defense systems had been wiped out. Dawn was panicking, desperate to know what had happened to her friend. Even a masked samurai couldn't believe the sun itself had been used as a weapon. Blackie told everyone to calm down. The moon hadn't been completely destroyed, but it was dangerously close to being obliterated. A massive wave of debris was heading toward the prison, throwing countless extras into a state of panic. Violet was out of commission, but she'd been saved by our protagonist. As she struggled to open her eyes, our boy told her to go back and rest. He knew exactly how to handle this guy now. And with that, our protagonist's hair rose to level 3, clear proof that one hell of a battle was about to begin. Thousands of years ago, that civilization was forced to abandon its planet and wander among the stars. During that time, they witnessed countless transformations across the universe until imagination itself became their source of power. That was the dawn of the divine civilization. The messenger believed their level of existence was far beyond our boy's understanding, but now he stood before him, fully transformed into his level 3 form, something between Goku and Ichigo in his Mugetsu state. The messenger was convinced that this time he'd finally capture him for real and make sure he died completely within that prison. On Earth, people were terrified of what was happening on the moon. They'd been told an alien civilization had launched an attack. Everywhere, bystanders were panicking. The messenger ordered his beast to strike. A massive surge of power engulfed Earth's satellite, and an ocean of flames rushed toward the lunar prison, sending all the inmates into total panic. None of them had imagined things would escalate this far. Violet demanded that the broadcast continue. Humanity needed to see their savior fighting to protect them. On the news, reporters narrated our protagonist's bravery in real time. Out in space, a fierce battle was unfolding. Our boy decided it was time to go on the offensive. Charging straight toward his enemy without hesitation, he cut through that demonic creature as if it were made of paper, leaving the messenger of God completely speechless. Even he had been struck by the blow. Meanwhile, our protagonist remained completely unharmed. When he looked back, he saw the massive destruction he had caused to the creature, and that same damage was mirrored on the messenger's body. Wounded and stunned, the messenger could only reach one conclusion. A demon was still a demon. And now our boy held the messenger's heart in his hand. But instead of crushing it, our protagonist calmly returned it to him. The messenger, still disoriented, had no idea what was happening. His monstrous summon suddenly reawakened, but before it could act, it was torn apart by another brutal strike. Our boy stood face to face with his opponent. With overwhelming strength, he grabbed the messenger by the mouth and slammed him straight into the lunar surface. While that battle raged back on Earth, humanity had begun constructing a secret evacuation base. There was a ship there capable of carrying 30,000 people. The bald man from the past said it was pointless, but still chose to help push their technology forward. The mad professor had developed a drug to help humans hibernate during space travel, since time itself was their greatest enemy. The president celebrated since all they wanted was to escape the cursed planet. They planned to make their move while our boy was occupied on the moon. They were also told that the energy of a dying star had been detected, and it came from our protagonist's hands. Hearing that, the room fell silent. The most foolish among them told the women present not to interfere with their plans. Back in space, the monstrous dragon was barely holding on, and the poor messenger couldn't take another hit. Finally, our boy let go of his transformation, returning to his usual friendly zombie self, apologizing for hitting too hard. Defeated, the messenger still couldn't comprehend his words. Since our boy had pressing commitments with the reality show, he started heading back to the prison. But before he could leave, the messenger called out to him. In the records of their civilization, the messenger said, our boy's power had been witnessed countless times. They had never stopped researching him. And only after facing him directly did the messenger finally understand. He was far more terrifying than the myths had ever described. Struggling to stand, the messenger began regenerating his heart. Our protagonist couldn't understand why he hadn't fled yet. Then he saw it, a dark energy gathering across the moon, bringing that dangerous dragon back to life once more. The messenger of God had made up his mind. He was given the mission to hunt down beings like our boy, and that's exactly what he intended to do now, using his new brutally powerful transformation. Things on Earth, however, were far from calm. After the news of the attack, panic spread across the population. The messenger's secretary had been tasked with sowing chaos, and she was pleased that she no longer needed to. In her eyes, this fragile civilization would collapse on its own soon enough. Breaking news began to spread everywhere. The messenger had been defeated by our protagonist with a single punch. The terrified citizens were stunned, dropping whatever looting they'd been doing and rushing back to their normal lives. Watching this, the secretary couldn't believe the situation had been resolved so quickly. Dawn remarked that for our protagonist, world-ending events were basically just another Tuesday. Still, no one was certain whether the fight had really ended with one punch. None of the cameras were transmitting anymore, but Blackie spoke up, saying the battle wasn't over. He could still feel a deadly energy coming from the moon, something far more dangerous than what he ever sensed from their own side. Now our boy had to face an unbelievably powerful creature. The messenger of God was preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, a heat so intense it could melt any substance in the universe. It was the very temperature of the sun itself. He used the concept of lunar heat reflection to forge a blazing blade in his hand. No matter how strong our protagonist was, this attack would surely end him. But before the messenger could strike, our boy's personality shifted again. Even so, the messenger managed to land a brutal slash across him. But instead of being angered, our boy actually seemed to enjoy the fight. He reverted to his brooding, sad boy self, confusing the messenger completely. Taking advantage of the moment, the messenger immobilized him entirely, slicing our protagonist's body into pieces, only for him to regenerate instantly. Before our boy could counterattack, his opponent vanished, flying off toward the moon's orbit. But moments later, the messenger was blindsided. Our protagonist had already caught up, returning to his level 3 form and unleashing a relentless beating. Now the tables had turned. The messenger was the one being torn apart. The level 3 version of our boy was utterly merciless. The messenger realized this battle wouldn't end quickly. The two exchanged blows at incredible speed, but all the messenger managed to hit was the tip of our protagonist's finger by accident. He was being completely overpowered, eventually hurled toward Earth. The impact in the ocean was catastrophic. News broadcasts warned that Earth was now being affected by the lunar conflict, urging everyone to seek shelter. A tsunami of absurd proportions was approaching, and even aircraft risked being swallowed by the waves. Despite all that damage, the messenger of God kept fighting, channeling his imagination once more, this time determined to cause as much destruction as possible. Our protagonist, meanwhile, was fascinated by his opponent's abilities. Then suddenly, he remembered who these beings really were. The messenger prepared to wield his bone sword again, executing a devastating strike aimed at our boy who hovered calmly in the sky. But the attack missed, though it was strong enough to slice the moon in half. The sight sent everyone on Earth into panic. The planet's natural satellite now hung above them in 2 broken pieces. Even after that, our protagonist remained completely unfazed, while his enemy desperately searched for a way to win, summoning over the Earth a colossal demon with 1,000 faces. The monstrous being could be seen by everyone still alive below, filling their hearts with terror. Through it all, our boy continued his deadly battle with the messenger, who had now reached his most powerful form, finally managing to withstand the blows of the undead warrior who had once saved the world. He wanted to push our protagonist to his absolute limit, convinced that his body, reinforced by divine imagination, could not be defeated. The blade he'd forged was also capable of stopping our boy's regeneration. His abilities had been refined over millennia for one purpose: to destroy this great evil, and the messenger of God was determined to complete his mission. But our protagonist dodged each strike with incredible speed. After wandering through space for so long, they had learned how to fight demons like him. Wanting to end things quickly, the messenger ordered the 1,000-faced demon to devour everything, starting with our boy. The creature's tentacles wrapped around him and pulled him in, but instead of being eaten, he was placed on a strange platform filled with a thick alien liquid. Gradually, it covered his entire body. That was the process of devouring all things, and soon the zombie found himself swallowed into the demon's inner world. Inside, a humanoid figure began to take shape. It was the embodiment of his enemy's mind, one that truly believed it had the power to fight back against such threats. That dimension had been forged from the collective greed and desires of an entire planet's population. Those who entered it could never escape no matter how much they tried. The messenger reminded him that he hadn't looked like this when he destroyed their civilization and demanded once more to see his true power. Outside, the massive demon continued consuming everything, its body swelling as it devoured chunks of the moon. News broadcasts warned the population to stay indoors. Meteor showers were expected. Indeed, fragments of lunar rock began raining down toward Earth. Some were intercepted by waves of missiles. The humans were doing everything they could to fight back. The Iron Samurai noted that they had managed to destroy the largest fragments and that there was still hope of saving the cities. Our protagonists' generals were helping wherever they could. But if this battle dragged on any longer, there would be nothing left to protect. Amid all that chaos, the lunar prison somehow remained intact, now drifting freely through space. Many inmates were being pulled out, though not by choice. They actually wanted to stay inside where it was far safer. Violet, watching the disaster unfold, prayed that our boy would end this soon. She couldn't use her powers yet, her body was still weakened from the previous battle, and the prison was already being swallowed by the enormous demon. Facing what looked like certain doom, panic broke out among the prisoners. Some were dragged outside, including Violet herself. But just as they were about to be consumed, something burst out from within the demon, leaving a massive hole in its body. The one responsible had also managed to save both the prisoners and his companion. It was our protagonist, standing on a random fragment of the moon, and he was not in a good mood. The messenger of God was astonished that our protagonist still had the nerve to worry about those extras, but now he'd pay for his arrogance. Our boy was done with the noise. Since his enemy wanted to see his original form, he'd grant that wish, and he'd better watch closely. Viola was stunned as she saw his body begin to change, his hair turning silver gray. He had just returned to his supreme form. The prisoners who witnessed it felt pure terror. This was the very being who had once destroyed half of humanity. Without any warning, the story shifted to a flashback, back to the peak of the divine civilization. A mysterious figure sat upon a throne. The messenger, Varro, had requested an audience with the one who ruled from the sacred seat. The divine entity knew that Varro had annihilated an entire planet and consumed its souls to strengthen his own spirit. That's exactly what happened. He fed on the despair and fear of 10 billion lives, and it took him centuries to digest them all, just to obtain the power of the thousand-faced demon. He also spent thousands of years studying our protagonist, so he could finally be effective against him, now wielding the power to defeat him even at his strongest. Confident in his strength, the divine entity had allowed him to act, granting him the chance to avenge his fallen people. The messenger truly believed that this time, things would finally go his way. But now that we're back in the present, it's clear he was terribly mistaken. His eyes were filled with terror. What he was seeing should have been impossible. Once again, our protagonist had beaten his enemies to a pulp. He couldn't understand why the messenger looked so shocked. After all, he had always been their worst nightmare. Yet the messenger stubbornly insisted he was a genius that he trained for millennia. Refusing to accept defeat, his body began to swell up. Violet noticed the sea of blood around them starting to boil. Maybe this enemy was planning to self-destruct. But even that didn't scare our protagonist in his supreme form. He decided to crush the fool's head instead, blowing apart a chunk of his body and slamming what was left into the ground with a devastating impact. The shockwave was so powerful that even though sound can't travel through the vacuum of space, the impact was somehow heard all the way on Earth. After that brutal beating, the messenger still had the audacity to claim he hadn't been defeated. His life hadn't truly ended. His body and mind were one with the thousand-faced demon, and as long as it existed, so would he. Then, all around them, countless bodies began to rise from the ground. To our boy, it was pure arrogance to show his face again. Now he'd vent his frustration by crushing that grotesque mass to avenge his fallen subordinates. The messenger realized that even in his supreme form, our protagonist deeply cared about his underlings. He had only revealed his full power once before, after his followers were executed thousands of years ago. Apparently, this group also had a part in that tragedy. The messenger said that the woman who once defied their people was among the souls trapped within the demon. That's why they couldn't be destroyed. Her consciousness was bound to him, inseparable, and he could feel her presence. To our protagonist, she had been a friend. And after destroying that civilization once before, he couldn't believe they still hadn't learned their lesson. With a single punch aimed at the air, straight out of a Saitama playbook, he unleashed a path of pure destruction. The messenger found his words entreating, noticing how much our boy cared for these so-called lesser beings. Now he had a message for humanity. In 1 minute, that massive blood-red moon would crash into Earth, wiping out all life completely. The people fell into panic. The Prime Minister, terrified of his mind, desperately tried to flee the planet, but others held higher priority than him. Back in space, the messenger waited for our boy to destroy him, ready to give up all hope of saving his old friend. He would have to choose save Earth or lose the chance to rescue her consciousness, which was slowly dissolving in despair. The gigantic thousand-faced demon drew closer. The messenger couldn't understand why our protagonist cared so much about humanity until suddenly he vanished. He reappeared between the massive demon and planet Earth. This time, he was ready to deliver some serious violence, striking the monstrous red moon with such force that he pushed it back through sheer power alone. And in the process, he destroyed a good portion of the demon's mass as well. Violet could feel the shockwave and countless fragments of the creature scattered across space, struggling to pull themselves back together. Meanwhile, our protagonist floated in Earth's orbit. The messenger looked at it all with a twisted smile. His friend was gone forever, and now all that remained was vengeance. But our boy knew that his destructive form couldn't grant that kind of salvation. His words began to make the messenger uneasy, realizing that he intended to approach things differently this time. A glowing red mark appeared on our boy's forehead, and his form changed again, now resembling something Habsharado. Elam raised his hand toward the vast emptiness of space. Dozens of faint souls drifted around him, and through his power, he brought them back to life. In his final moments, the messenger admitted he had never seen that form before. The battle had finally ended, though the damage left behind was immense. Our protagonist had not only resurrected his friends, but also restored the moon. Once again, he showed humanity just how overwhelming his power truly was. Slowly, everything began to rebuild, and for the first time in ages, people managed to live peacefully again. The reality show starring our protagonist concluded successfully, and he had now become a full-blown celebrity, a moment of celebration for his allies. His subordinates were overjoyed that their king had finally been accepted by humans. Dawn admitted that if it hadn't been for that last enemy, things wouldn't have fallen into place so quickly. The messenger's secretary, still imprisoned, only wished for a moment of peace. The Iron Samurai received an official document from Nation B, written in very diplomatic terms. The zombies were eager to know what it said. Apparently, the prime minister of that country had abandoned Earth, taking several influential figures with him and leaving the nation impoverished. Now, Queen Talisha wanted to invite our protagonist to become their new prime minister. It was strange considering that nation's original goal had been to exterminate zombies. The Minister of Intestines remarked that if he accepted, he might even become president one day. Some zombies were suspicious of how easily they were being welcomed this time. After all, their earlier attempts had sparked mass protests. But after our protagonist's latest show of strength, there was no one left who could oppose him. Our boy was a being of many sides, and even restoring what was once lost was within his reach. Humanity had simply decided to accept him for what he was. In every sense, this was the beginning of true coexistence. His wishes had finally become reality. Now the Iron Samurai wanted to know where he was. Dawn explained that Violet had been experiencing side effects since her resurrection, and our boy was helping her recover. Somewhere out in the ocean near an aircraft carrier, something unusual was happening. Violet appeared to be training her movements fast and precise. Our protagonist threw rocks in her direction, helping her learn how to control her new psychic abilities. Violet followed his every word, wearing her zombie mask and wielding her powerful sword. She was ready to block any attack. Then, a red formation appeared across her back. She lunged forward with fierce determination, slashing her blade toward him. But according to him, it still wasn't enough. She needed to learn how to channel his genes to strengthen her physical body. As soon as she released her full potential, Violet's mask shattered completely, leaving her weakened. Our boy realized they had failed once again. But before he could say anything, she used her psychic powers against him, trapping him within a barrier so she could strike. The moment of contact finally happened, but it didn't cause any damage. The sad boy version of our protagonist realized she'd lost control and was attacking wildly. That was as far as they got that day. To contain her, our boy switched to his level 3 form, hitting Violet on the head to calm her down. She ended up being thrown deep into the ocean. Sometime later, a few people arrived at headquarters. It was our protagonist alongside Violet. According to him, that day's treatment session was over. Violet was taken straight to the infirmary, where she was now being treated by Dawn, who already knew the training had failed again. Violet explained that whenever she releases the power of the genes, her body starts to break apart and she loses control. That's because of the 10 billion souls collected by Varro, which are now fused with her consciousness and can't be separated. If she doesn't strengthen her body to the level of a chief zombie, she'll end up exploding sooner or later, and the blast would be strong enough to engulf the entire Earth. Desperate, the captains begged her to keep trying, but only she knew she'd been getting pummeled by our boy every single day. Faced with this problem, our protagonist came up with an interesting idea. He suggested they try using the Divine Civilization's technique to control the power, since he had already seen their cultivation methods before. He casually pulled his brain out of his own head, saying he was going to create a dream for her that would take her back to that lost era. Seeing everyone's horrified reactions, he asked if there was a problem with that, only to be told that, yes, it wasn't exactly normal to casually remove your brain like that. Meanwhile, something was happening in the palace of the Divine Civilization. The gray-haired girl was reporting what occurred, pleading for help. The great entity wanted to know who she was and where Varro, its messenger, had gone. The girl explained that he'd been defeated and scattered throughout the solar system. Another man in the room called him a fool for thinking he could defeat our boy alone, noting that he'd only managed to prove that their enemy could manifest even greater forms of power. The girl told the Lord that, based on her observations, it seemed our protagonist truly wished to live peacefully, and that he'd been saying the same thing all this time. The entity turned its gaze toward the Grand Throne. It seemed they had been abandoned by our protagonist. His name was even engraved upon that throne. The Lord asked what they were supposed to be now. Back with our boy, gathered with his subordinates, they were getting ready to drink heavily. Some alcohol was poured onto his exposed brain, and it turned out he wasn't very tolerant to that kind of drink. So he asked his subordinates for a little more, and they began mixing stronger cocktails. Violet didn't understand why they were doing this, but since it had been so long, there were many things our boy couldn't remember, and whenever he got drunk, his memories became a bit clearer. The Iron Samurai thought the method was weird, but our protagonist assured him he wasn't a habitual drinker. He avoided alcohol because once, after waking up hungover, he discovered he'd accidentally destroyed a volcano. Dawn started feeling like things were about to get dangerous and asked if she could leave, but the Iron Samurai wouldn't allow it. They were there to record every important piece of information. Our boy noticed his brain was finally in the right condition. He began seeing flashes of memory of his past birthday celebration, of the time he had to discipline vermin, and of a fight where he accidentally sank an entire continent. The humans who witnessed those last memories were understandably terrified. Finally, our boy found what he'd been looking for, the memories of the divine civilization. The world was in ruins, zombies roamed everywhere, yet humanity wielded incredibly powerful psychic abilities. The problem back then was that many zombies lacked intelligence, even though they were extremely powerful. They constantly destroyed humanity's remaining shelters. One of the few ways humanity managed to survive was by gathering its heroes. Our boy's memories begin when he encountered a certain squad. They were all running for their lives from a rampaging dinosaur. The group had gone there to retrieve treasures from an old laboratory, but everything went wrong. Instead of treasure, they found a troublesome zombie, and that was our protagonist. Now he was running alongside the heroes, terrified of the zombie they were talking about, not realizing they were talking about him. In desperation, one of the girls asked why a zombie was running with them, leaving our boy confused since he didn't even know he was one. Meanwhile, the dinosaur was closing in for the kill. The red-eyed boy shouted for his team to stay alert, but the enormous creature's attack was already upon them. The girl was certain she'd be wiped out. A massive path of destruction followed the beast's strike, sending the survivors flying from the shockwave. The red-eyed boy panicked, believing the worst had happened. But then something unexpected occurred. The creature's attack had been stopped by something. The group couldn't believe what they were seeing. That small zombie had stood in the way of the attack to protect a life. Our boy remembered it vividly, the burning pain in his hands. Violet realized he'd had human companions in earlier eras and was now remembering them. He was also recalling the massive villain from back then. The zombies of that age were monstrously powerful, and he had been just one among many, a fact that terrified the humans even more. Finally, he found the right part of the dream to recover his lost memory. He wanted to uncover how to control psychic powers to help Violet. There was another way to experience dreams, by living them fully. When he placed his hands on that small sphere, something strange happened to everyone. The giant dinosaur was charging again, and our protagonist stood before it. Now Violet was inside the dream too. At first, she could hardly believe it. Our boy had replaced himself within that memory, and she now had to play her role in it as well. They all had to prepare for the coming battle. That day, they had barely managed to defeat the creature, so Violet couldn't afford to be careless. Our protagonist planned to block the monster's attack and create an opening for his allies. The red-eyed boy couldn't believe how reckless the zombie was being, but he decided to cooperate anyway. The whole team prepared for combat. Our boy was thrilled to face his old rival again, but the fight ended after the first strike. Everyone stood there stunned. Our protagonist immediately sensed something was off. That enemy wasn't nearly as formidable as he remembered. For those watching, it was hard to believe what had just happened. The zombie king had been obliterated with a single blow. Our boy struggled to understand if that was real. In his memories, it had taken everything he had to win that battle. Since it happened thousands of years ago, the only possible explanation was that he'd become absurdly stronger. But he insisted that wasn't the case. Even though he kept up his training and maintained a disciplined diet, he knew that if he wanted to unleash an even greater power, there was still something more to it. He needs to change forms, and when he does, his personality shifts along with it. In his current form, his power should feel different, but now he's starting to think maybe he's just acting. Either way, he's not going to overthink it, because after that battle, he gained new allies. They're all incredibly strong, and fighting alongside them was actually pretty fun. He believes he'll eventually learn how to control his powers. What he didn't expect, though, was for the humans to start running away. Violet was the first to point it out. People were panicking, completely terrified. That left our protagonists speechless. After their frantic escape, they found a spot to rest. No one could explain how an X-level zombie got obliterated in a single strike. That little zombie's power exceeded every known stat. Still shaken, one of the girls couldn't tell if he was actually dangerous, since he had just saved her life. But her friend went straight to the point. All that mattered was that everyone survived. After saying that, she collapsed from exhaustion. The group agreed to rest there for the night and continue the mission tomorrow. The red-eyed boy said everyone should help set up camp, only to be completely ignored. You couldn't believe he'd have to make dinner all by himself. The guy with glasses said he needed to upload the battle data to the cloud, while the girls were too drained to move. Our protagonist watched all this unfold. The team seemed really interesting to him. Even though things played out differently, he knew their mission, to reclaim Fortress Number 9 and defeat the Flame King, who had already destroyed 3 entire cities. He decided to help them to get closer, but Violet was worried he'd end up scaring everyone. Then the guy with glasses noticed something rustling in the bushes and said they'd been discovered. Violet was impressed by his awareness, and our protagonist also sensed movement elsewhere. The humans were now on high alert. Soon, small bursts of fire started appearing around the camp. It had to be the Flame King. They'd have to be extremely careful since everyone was already exhausted from the day's fight. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerged, determined to wipe them out. The Flame King released a wave of heat straight at the humans. Their only choice was to keep fighting. The busty girl was the first to strike, and it caught the Flame King off guard when her attack actually blocked one of his moves. While he was ranting, more attacks rained down on him. The red-eyed boy knew they couldn't let the creature find their position, but the Flame King effortlessly defended himself. They soon realized they couldn't hurt him at all. The Flame King laughed, declaring that nothing they did would matter, then unleashed an even stronger blaze. Faced with that overwhelming power, the humans began to panic. Still, the red-eyed boy was just looking for one opening, one chance to land a hit. He managed to strike the creature's head, creating a shockwave that tore through the area. Even so, it wasn't enough to wound him. The Flame King dismissed the attack as pathetic. The boy retreated, realizing victory was impossible. The Flame King decided it was time to incinerate everything in sight. That's when our protagonist finally stepped in. He started throwing light punches at the monster, not wanting to frighten his new allies this time. The Flame King looked confused by his behavior, while the humans noticed that a few odd-looking zombies had followed them. As the Flame King tried to intimidate our boy, he just turned toward the humans with a friendly smile. He asked if he could help them in this battle too. Since the Flame King was being completely ignored, he cranked his flames up to an extremely dangerous level, leaving those poor humans terrified. Knowing how strong our protagonist was, they started begging him to step in. But he didn't want to be their leader. He just wanted to fight alongside them as a comrade. After that intense battle, the hero squad was hiding out in the city. The massive feet of some huge creature were crushing everything in sight. Their next target was a giant boar, and they had already located it. The guy with glasses and his partner charged in first, launching several energy waves at the beast's body. Its legs were pinned down, leaving it unable to dodge the boy's blade as he rushed forward, though even so, his sword couldn't pierce its thick hide. When he landed, he looked back only to see that the zombie had broken free from all those bindings. The creature charged forward in a frenzy ready to devour someone. The boy shouted a warning that it was advancing, but Violet remained calm, confident she could handle it. She waited patiently for the boar to come close, gripping her massive sword tight. The clash between her blade and its tusks was brutal. The creature's raw power was overwhelming. It pushed Violet back several meters. She had to admit its brute strength was frightening, on par with the subordinates of our protagonist. While she was holding it off, the young boy moved back into position. He and his partner were ready to attack again, this time with full determination. They both struck the boar's head in a lethal blow. The beast stopped moving. The battle was over. Everyone returned to the ground safe and sound. The mission was a success, and the girl with generous proportions praised Violet, saying letting her join was the best choice they'd made. She just couldn't understand how she'd never heard of Violet before. While they talked, the guy with glasses sensed something off. Something was approaching from the right. Another demonic boar appeared, and they had to run immediately. The creature charged in, furious, leaving a trail of destruction behind. But then it stopped, sniffing the air, and it found the heroes group. This one was a twin-bodied king. That's why the previous hero squad sent to fight it had vanished. The red-eyed boy ordered his team to retreat while he stayed behind to hold the creature off. He started giving a noble, heroic speech when our protagonist suddenly appeared beside him, ready to fight. With just one hand, he grabbed the giant boar, stopping it in its tracks. Behind him, the young boy kept shouting for his team to run. But when they saw what was happening, they knew there was no point explaining anything. The shockwave that followed said it all. Even Violet wasn't sure whether our protagonist's presence brought relief or worry to these new companions. Now that the mission was over, they all headed back to base. The red-eyed boy and his curvy partner were ranked S level. The guy with glasses was level A, and the smaller girl was level B. The system also acknowledged that they were joined by 2 additional members and congratulated them for helping humanity. That refuge was the Esper Association, the largest human stronghold left in that ruined world. Soon, they would meet its leader. Our protagonist was loving this new adventure. Violet admitted that even though she was helping in battle, she still couldn't control her new powers. She was relying purely on her physical abilities for now. That was enough to satisfy her. But our protagonist assured her that this was exactly why they'd come here. She needed to learn how to master that technique. After all, this place was where humanity researched psychic power. While listening to that explanation, Violet started looking around at the people in that place. It looked like a normal hero academy, and she wanted to know if it was really okay for our protagonist to walk around there. The last time he'd shown up at an academy, things hadn't gone so smoothly. He'd gotten into some serious trouble. To be fair, he hadn't always known how to behave around humans. There was even a time he almost ended up on a pyre, but his new companions saved him, and eventually the people accepted him. That was when they began a great journey to fight the zombies. In the end, they defeated the primordial demon that had caused the entire apocalypse. Now our protagonist feels confident in his former companions and has decided to leave everything to them. But things began unfolding differently this time. Because his power is so immense, it had to be reported. They also shared details about his positive behavior, explaining how he's been helping humans up until now. To Violet, her suspicions turned into certainty. His overwhelming power is far more a reason for concern than comfort. He never wanted to be like this, but somehow that zombie king disintegrated just from touching his fists. Frustrated, our protagonist decided he'd restart those memories from scratch, hoping the adventure would turn out differently. Determined, he closed his eyes and began to focus. After meditating for a moment, he opened them again, only to see Violet standing outside his cell. He was desperately trying to return to reality, but nothing he did worked. Outside, Violet watched awkwardly while he kept shouting commands for his body to wake up. When she asked what was happening, he admitted he couldn't wake up at all. At first, Violet didn't understand what that meant, but when realization struck, she panicked. They were trapped thousands of years in the past. Meanwhile, in the real world, his subordinates were still making drinks. The Iron Samurai found it strange that they vanished upon entering that dream, though since it involved their boss, they figured anything was possible. Still, a strange pattern appeared in his brain. It looked worrying. A dark, ominous energy began radiating from it, quickly spreading across the sky. The bystanders who saw it panicked as the phenomenon intensified. Soon they started being pulled toward it, desperately grabbing onto anything they could to avoid being sucked in. Dawn and the Iron Samurai also had to stay cautious. They weren't even sure if being pulled into it was supposed to happen. Before the catastrophe struck, a reporter had been praising the city's prosperity, explaining that it represented true coexistence, zombies and humans living peacefully together. They interacted completely normally, just like in any other place, and our protagonist was even popular among the children. She was about to start an interview when something appeared in the sky above the city. Dark, sinister energy engulfed everything, lifting the entire city off the ground. Horrifying creatures emerged from the clouds as the city was carried upward. When it was over, the reporter lay unconscious and her crew didn't know what was going on either. Gradually, they realized how dire the situation was. The reporter pointed back toward the road they used to get there. What used to be a road was now a tunnel. No one could explain why everything had changed so drastically. As they tried to figure it out, a strange noise echoed from that tunnel. To their horror, several zombies appeared. But something was off, because the zombies from this city were supposed to be friendly. Before things could get any worse, the subordinate nicknamed Juiceman showed up to save the day. They'd been tasked with protecting all the humans, and using his overwhelming strength, he lifted the entire road into the air, crushing the evil zombies beneath it. Afterward, he reported to his allies that the humans were safe. The poor folks could barely even thank him. Access to the city seemed completely sealed off. Massive boulders blocked every route. The flying creatures in the sky were also being wiped out one by one. Dawn had her machine gun blazing nonstop, but even she had no idea what was really happening. Piccolo figured this whole mess started because they poured too much alcohol into our protagonist's brain, causing everyone to mix with his memories. In the real world, there was probably nothing left but a crater where the sea used to be. Piccolo explained that memories like these were incredibly powerful. If they died inside that world, they'd actually die for real. Dawn suddenly noticed one of those monstrous birds swooping up behind her. She dodged just in time, shot it down, shouting that someone needed to wake up their boss before things got worse. To do that, they had to find his version within that illusion. The Iron Samurai recalled something concerning. During the age of the divine civilization, there were dangerous ruins, and every zombie in the area was drawn toward the appearance of the city. Everyone needed to get ready for battle. The Iron Samurai started blasting through enemies left and right. Inside the city, a young zombie told his mother he was scared and didn't want to be eaten by other zombies. That comment caught a nearby human completely off guard. On the city's borders, as the Iron Samurai fought, he asked if it wasn't possible to talk to the zombies. But the situation was pure chaos. Zombies were running from other zombies. Piccolo explained that talking wouldn't work right now. The city zombies were intelligent. They'd been taught by their boss himself. Before he brought order, zombies were nothing more than mindless beasts. The Iron Samurai didn't know what to do. There were too few who could fight in that city, but the subordinates of their leader knew exactly how to handle this kind of battle. Juiceman thrust his hand into his own chest, and his entire body morphed into a massive armored form. He was ready for war. In his second combat mode, he roared at the horde, and that roar triggered something. It awakened another zombie king nearby. Piccolo moved closer to Dawn and said her hunch was right. Behind every zombie swarm, there's always a zombie king. Once Juiceman defeated that creature, he gained control over its minions. But Dawn wasn't sure they could actually win. She knew how terrifyingly strong the zombies from that era were. Still, Juiceman was used to this kind of job. Meanwhile, our protagonist was panicking about his current situation, afraid the humans might start painful experiments on him. While he was venting, a powerful woman entered the room to question him. She was a security officer named Greta, sent there to evaluate him. At first, he was thrilled by her presence, assuming she was friendly. He knew she held a high rank within the association. He asked for a comfortable place to stay, something to eat, and that his friend received guidance to develop her powers. But Greta didn't seem to like how casual he was being. She immediately struck his cell bars and scolded him for acting so relaxed, asking if he'd gotten tired of living. Violet noticed that Greta had called him by the name Juiceman, and she froze in disbelief, refusing to accept that it could possibly be true. The citizens of that refuge were all gathered together. After all, it was thanks to everyone's cooperation that peace even existed. The leader announced that he had something important to share. Zola, the president of the association, stepped forward with a major declaration, the one responsible for destroying 3 human refuges. The 6-armed zombie king who had terrorized them all had finally been captured, and now he would be personally executed by the president's own son. At that moment, the spoiled kid began focusing his energy, showing off how confidently he could handle a massive sword. He charged at the zombie, aiming straight for its neck. The crowd cheered, convinced that victory was certain, but within seconds, everyone fell completely silent. The kid kept slashing, but the blows did absolutely nothing. Even the zombie started to look embarrassed by such pitiful strength. The more the boy flailed around, the more awkward the whole scene became. Our protagonist's old allies were already fed up with this ridiculous show. After all, they were the ones who had risked their lives to capture that creature in the first place. One of the girls muttered that the association's excuse for this kind of performance was to boost morale. The guy with glasses said that it was a hero's duty to keep fighting harder and harder no matter what. But with every swing of that dull blade, the zombie's anger only grew stronger, until finally it broke free from its restraints, letting out a roar of pure terror. That was when the spoiled kid realized his life might actually end right there. But before he was torn apart, Greta appeared to save him. She stood her ground, clashing head-on with the creature. Not even the monster's 6 arms were enough to overpower her. Proving her strength, Greta faced the zombie alone. The beast prepared a brutal strike, but Greta countered with an incredible display. Using her psychic ability, she lifted the creature into the air and launched her sword straight toward its head. The blow was devastating. The zombie was shredded into several pieces, and Greta calmly declared the execution complete. Her victory brought joy to the survivors, who now placed even greater faith in the association. Our protagonist and Violet had been watching everything unfold. Both of them were impressed by Greta's power, but Greta herself wanted to know why Violet had chosen such a Juiceman-style form. He explained that it was her choice, that she thought it looked cute. Violet couldn't help but question their entire sense of aesthetics. Meanwhile, the president's son was throwing a tantrum at the guards. Because of their incompetence, he had almost gotten hurt, and now he demanded another execution target. Furious, he ordered that our protagonist be brought forward for immediate punishment. Since our boy was already a prisoner, it made things much easier for them. His allies were alarmed. They knew he could be trusted. Greta even stepped up in his defense, confirming that despite his odd behavior, he wasn't violent. The spoiled kid refused to listen, pointing his sword straight at him. He smugly declared that if the zombie truly wasn't hostile toward humans, he should willingly accept execution as proof. The president agreed with that twisted logic. If he resists, the president said, the senior officers will execute him themselves. Good grief. What kind of absurd reasoning is that? Greta hated it, but was powerless to intervene. The protagonist's friends were panicking. This was the last thing they wanted. Brimming with confidence, the spoiled kid prepared for what he thought would be a clean, decisive blow. But instead, he got slapped across the face hard. The execution was over in a single move, delivered by our protagonist, who had finally run out of patience. His allies, who witnessed the whole thing, froze in shock. He hadn't meant to start a fight. It was pure reflex. Those who truly knew his strength were stunned that the spoiled kid had survived at all. Following the president's command, a swarm of extras rushed into the arena to take down our boy. He, however, was deeply worried. If he fought seriously, he might actually hurt someone. Outside the arena, a kid watched as bodies were sent flying into the air. Inside, things had suddenly turned a lot more exciting. One of our protagonist's other personalities noticed something peculiar. Only zombies went down with a single hit, and he couldn't figure out why. Humans at least didn't get obliterated instantly. He took it as a good chance to unwind a little. He'd been itching to release some destruction anyway, but his allies jumped into the arena as well, trying to stop things from getting out of hand. Greta shouted at the top of her lungs for everyone to stop. No one seemed to realize the obvious. Despite reacting in self-defense, our protagonist hadn't taken a single life. That alone proved he meant no harm. While she was saying that, the spoiled girl was being carried to the infirmary. As the head of security, Greta urged the president to reconsider his stance. Cornered, he finally relented and allowed our protagonist to temporarily join the hero's squad. Back to his usual personality, our boy celebrated he'd officially earned hero status, but the president was still a complete jerk. He immediately sent the team to the death zone on a monster subjugation mission. The place was so dangerous that panic spread among the humans. Our protagonist knew the origin of the zombies lay in the north, an area guarded by 12 mighty kings, a forbidden land for humans. It was a legendary task, and the squad had spent 2.5 years just preparing for it. Meanwhile, back in the city, the zombie king was on the move, charging toward battle, only to be intercepted by Juiceman, and yeah, at this point, even we're not sure if that's a guy or a girl. With a single strike, Juiceman sent the enemy flying. Even so, the creature somehow survived. But Juiceman wasn't done. She hurled an entire mountain down on him, crushing his body completely. Piccolo was amazed that their ally still had that much strength after all this time. Looking toward the horizon, he realized more enemies were approaching. By defeating that king, Juiceman had officially become the ruler of that region. A sinister eye floating in the sky appeared and invited her to an audience with the source. The hero squad had indeed been dispatched to this forbidden northern zone, a fortress so impregnable that humans had never managed to breach it. Many expeditions had tried to conquer it, and all had failed. Among the creatures lurking there, a strange energy began to manifest. It started taking over the body of one of the monsters, and it turned out to be Greta's doing. She'd unleashed her psychic powers, crushing the enemies under tons of rock. The sheer force of her attack left her allies speechless. While some celebrated, others grew uneasy. The man with glasses admitted her strike was powerful, but still not enough to clear the entire area. Even the weakest zombies here were terrifyingly strong, not to mention the roaming kings. They need to stay sharp. But to his disbelief, their idea of preparation was retreat. That wasn't what he had in mind at all. Greta, on the other hand, decided to hold her position. Her psychic range covered 30 kilometers, and she promised to provide long-distance support. The squad, grateful for her help, was now completely fired up by her resolve. The spoiled kid was there too, sent by his father to join the mission. He was convinced the squad would soon become zombie food, a thought that actually thrilled him. Honestly, it was amazing he hadn't been wiped out by his own teammates yet. Since they were far from the association, they decided to just beat the crap out of him right there while Greta completely ignored what was happening. After that well-deserved beating, the brat swore he wouldn't forget it. At least he was being removed from the area. But the truth was, despair had already settled over the hero squad. The red-eyed boy apologized for his mistake, admitting that bringing their protagonist to the association had been his decision. The guy with glasses quickly made it clear that none of this chaos had anything to do with their protagonist. The association would have sent them to the death zone eventually. Even the girl agreed. Every squad that became too strong eventually got sent there. Rumor had it this was all part of the association leaders' plan to eliminate potential rivals before they became a threat. Faced with that kind of corruption, things really did seem bleak. Still, the red-eyed boy decided to muster up some courage. Once they cleared that region, everything would be fine again. All they needed was enough strength to do it. Near that region's fortress, our boy decided to buy himself a house. The real estate agent seemed a little nervous, so he explained that he was just wearing a mask. He only looked like a zombie. After counting out the money, the man approved the purchase. But when he went to check the property, he was shocked to see that the house had been moved. Turns out, our protagonist had placed his new home right on top of a skyscraper, complete with hot springs and restaurants nearby. He just wanted to live comfortably since the pay for exploring the death zone was generous. Violet, on the other hand, found his calmness suspicious, but he explained that he needed time to gather intel and prepare for the mission, so he was setting up his own base. In the past, it had taken them months to get ready, and every day had been packed with work. Even so, he remembered those days fondly. He'd also received a few textbooks from the association. For Violet to study properly, she needed a peaceful environment. They had been in this world for so long that she'd almost forgotten why they were there to begin with. But since our boy was practically running on energy drinks and coffee, he was sure he'd wake up soon. On his way to buy eggs at the market, he told her to study hard. But as he walked down the city streets, he was nearly hit by an attack from the red-eyed boy. It startled him so much that it triggered one of his personality shifts. He figured that guy must have just been in a bad mood or maybe didn't want eggs for dinner. The red-eyed boy stopped mid-attack. He knew full well how much the protagonist's power changed between forms. Using his speed, he vanished in front of him, trying to launch a surprise strike, but our boy easily blocked it. He really was a combat machine. The red-eyed boy insisted he wasn't finished yet. He dashed forward again with incredible speed. To our protagonist, the whole thing seemed to be happening just because he was tired of eating eggs. He suggested they fried him this time and reminded him to be careful around the residential area. Even so, the kid kept attacking. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't land a hit. The difference in strength was terrifying. Finally, he admitted he had a request to make. When our boy looked into his eyes, he realized this wasn't a real fight. It was a friendly duel. In the past, the two of them had needed a fierce battle like this before they could truly respect each other. Now our protagonist was getting fired up again, thrilled by the rush of combat, and so he decided to switch into his supreme power form. Now they needed to head somewhere he could freely unleash all that pent-up desire for violence. The poor red-eyed boy had no idea what awaited him. He was taken straight into the Death Zone forest, the perfect place for our protagonist, who was already fired up and ready to fight with everything he had. There he didn't need to hold back, but the red-eyed boy just wanted to confirm the extent of the hero's strength. He wanted advice on how to become as powerful as him. The moment he said that, he almost got hit by a blow strong enough to obliterate molecules. Still, he stood there waiting for an answer. Our protagonist reverted back to his base form. He didn't really know what kind of advice to give this kid, since the red-eyed boy was already the strongest among his peers. It didn't make sense for someone like him to ask for help now. Maybe in this memory world, the order of events had shifted, changing the kid's personal development. Still, the boy kept asking for guidance until our protagonist placed both hands on his shoulders and promised to help him regain the experience he'd lost. He pointed at a nearby zombie and ordered him to defeat it. Doing so would naturally make him stronger. That wasn't just any creature. It was one of the forest lords, the Devourer King. The boy froze, terrified, unsure how he was supposed to fight something like that. He couldn't understand how such a monster was lurking so close to the human fortress. Meanwhile, back in the new city where our protagonist now lived, people were going about their daily lives. Violet, enjoying a hot bath, took the opportunity to study. She was slowly learning more about the theories behind mental power, how fluctuations of energy could manifest in countless ways. But the theory was tough. It was still easier for her to just slice things apart with her sword. Even so, after finishing her reading, she decided to put it to the test. She stood up right away and went straight to the heated water. It was the first time she'd managed to truly relax since arriving in that world. At least it was a good place to train. Closing her eyes, she started following the tutorial she'd memorized, trying to make the water vibrate. So far, nothing happened, so she focused even harder. Then finally, the water in her hands began to ripple. A huge smile spread across her face. She was thrilled, thinking she had potential for this technique. But her joy was interrupted when another woman who had also been there pointed out that the ripples were actually caused by her. Violet had no idea when those other girls had even arrived. The smaller one noticed the books she'd been studying and asked why she was using material meant for children. The more curvy one remarked that Violet had only relied on brute strength so far, and this talk about her psychic powers seemed pretty suspicious. Though honestly, what really raised eyebrows was how quickly she'd gotten close to them. Soda even started wondering if she was a spy, but the smaller girl disagreed. She could feel Violet's mental energy. That's when they noticed her legs were prosthetic. Violet explained that she lost them when her parents turned into zombies. After being bitten herself, she had to cut them off to survive. Her story hit them hard, but Violet made sure to reassure them. Soon, the girls began teaching her how to properly use her mental abilities. The first requirement was pure mental focus. The second was to imagine and acknowledge herself, to visualize a stronger version of who she already was. One of the women asked what it was that made Violet unwilling to let herself grow stronger. Now Violet found herself wondering the same thing, staring down at her reflection in the water, at the image of her zombie self, and realizing she might have been rejecting it all along. While they were talking, a strange noise echoed through the room. One of the women asked who had come in, but before anyone could react, a massive chunk of ice came crashing toward them. Even though it was huge, part of it instantly began to melt. The woman's body turned into flames, surprised that there was a zombie outside capable of using elemental power. A mysterious voice praised her quick reaction, but said that it would only delay their deaths. That was the Ice Demon, one of the lords of the Death Forest. Violet drew her sword and charged in, while the Ice Demon hoped this fight would be entertaining. A massive block of ice dropped down, completely freezing the area they were in. Meanwhile, a zombie attacking the city started complaining about all the noise, growing more irritated by the second. That's why he was slaughtering those people. He considered their lives worthless. The poor guy with glasses didn't even have the strength to fight. He couldn't sense the enemy's approach at all. 3 powerful zombies had appeared out of nowhere, and the strange one said he had received an order, one he must obey no matter what. It was time to unleash the attack horde against the fortress. Cracks started spreading along the outer walls. Back in the forest, that dangerous zombie kept yelling non-stop, and all the noise was driving our protagonist crazy. He was trying to immobilize his opponent since he knew that just touching him would end the battle instantly. Once he managed to restrain the creature, he told the red-eyed boy to go in for another attack, but the kid was already questioning whether this training was really effective. Our protagonist explained that fighting stronger enemies was a far better workout than doing push-ups every day. He even suggested breaking the creature's arms and legs to make things easier. Once it regenerated, they could use that to gradually increase the difficulty. The zombie, however, didn't appreciate being used like a training tool. Feeling deeply insulted, it broke free from our protagonist's hold, furious that mere humans dared treat him that way. The red-eyed boy instantly felt the overwhelming danger. Enraged and cornered, the Lord realized there was only one thing left to do. Falling to the ground like a terrified child, he said he would tell them everything. He just begged for a painless death, which left everyone confused. The Lord revealed that the source had ordered them to gather and attack the humans. That's when the boy realized the fortress was in danger. Our protagonist remembered something similar happening in the past, but it shouldn't have happened for a few more years. With questions flooding his mind, the red-eyed boy asked if the lords weren't supposed to guard the death zone. The creature then confessed that the source had sensed something descending upon their world and ordered them to find our protagonist. The moment he heard that, our hero was stunned. He hadn't imagined he was the cause behind all of this. Inside the fortress, panic spread through the night as the cracks widened along the walls. The people were terrified, and despair began to ripple through the crowd. Zombies had already invaded. Anyone who wanted to live had to flee. Chaos consumed the fortress in seconds. In the middle of the escape, a small child tripped and fell. A zombie lunged forward, ready to devour her, but nothing happened. Greta had stepped in. She'd unleashed her power, lifting all the dangerous creatures into the air, smashing them against boulders until they were nothing but zombie paste. Greta was going all out, pouring everything she had into it. The sky itself filled with a massive vortex of spinning stones, dragging every zombie into destruction. But as she finished, she noticed something was off. Something was preventing her plan from being fully realized. It was that same twisted zombie who despised humanity. Furious at being interrupted, he launched his disgusting tentacles straight toward Greta, but she knew exactly what to do. Gripping her sword tightly, she prepared to strike. With her overwhelming power, she managed to paralyze the creature, trapping it inside its own body. But Greta wasn't done yet. She summoned multiple blades that surrounded the massive monster. It was time to punish the one responsible for breaking through the wall. The creature's body was violently slashed apart, and even while gravely injured, it growled that her ability was detestable. Something strange was happening to its body. Free from its cocoon, it revealed its true form, one that looks suspiciously like something I won't even describe, but if you pause for a second and think about it, you'll probably get the idea. It also seemed capable of manipulating gravity somehow. One thing was clear. During this battle, the fortress was getting completely destroyed. Everything around was being torn apart by the sheer power of both sides. Greta was eventually forced back down to the ground, realizing that one of her arms had been wounded. The infection from the zombie venom was spreading fast. This enemy was a lord the association had known about for years, one who despised humans deeply. For the survivors, the situation had become catastrophic. Everything was being wiped out. Greta told everyone not to panic. She was still standing and would hold the lord off for as long as necessary. But the president's son demanded that she abandon the battlefield and protect him instead while he escaped. Using his father's position to save himself, he didn't care at all about the innocents left behind. That only made Greta even more furious. Still, she turned back toward the battlefield. She was the only remaining officer in the city, and her pride wouldn't allow her to retreat. However, the poison had already begun to take its toll. Her body showed signs of exhaustion, just as her enemy had predicted. Greta's grip on her sword weakened. The toxin spread rapidly through her veins. She was becoming a prisoner inside her own body, fully conscious but unable to move. The Lord taunted her, saying that soon her muscles and bones would melt away. And he assured her that if she somehow managed to escape alive, he wouldn't chase her. His orders were to find the one who enjoys living among humans and bring as much destruction to this place as possible. The city had fallen into chaos, and that twisted zombie was finally completing his mission. Greta could do nothing. Her strength was leaving her. But then, it felt like someone was calling out to her, urging her to keep protecting the people. A sudden burst of power erupted from her body, throwing the zombie backward. The creature was stunned that she could still move after being corroded so badly. Greta began to vomit heavily, her hands looking completely transformed. She didn't understand what was happening to her body, but she decided she'd use her mind's power to move if her body failed her, even with such severe wounds. Returning to the fight, she vowed to finish every last one of them, until nothing remained. A dangerous energy manifested around her, infuriating the zombie, who complained that this was making his job harder. And if there's one thing he hated, it was working overtime. Determined to end it, he swore he'd kill her. But Greta, irritated by his constant whining, shouted for him to shut up. A huge explosion followed right after. She was moving with such fierce energy now that she managed to wound her opponent. Even so, his regeneration was monstrous. But Greta didn't stop. She kept swinging her sword relentlessly, launching her techniques again and again. Yet to his shock, he saw a confident smile spread across Greta's face. Using her psychic power, she hurled an entire building straight at him, crushing and pinning his body to the ground in a single decisive blow. However, that still wasn't enough to decide the fight. The monster only grew more furious, ready to unleash a real battle. Greta was already at her limit, yet she kept pressing forward. The two were about to clash like true samurai when the zombie suddenly sensed something approaching from afar. It was our protagonist arriving on the scene, bringing along another dangerous zombie lord. By sheer accident, he ended up striking Greta's opponent, which made him instantly think he'd just made things worse. The woman, watching it all unfold, was left speechless at first, but quickly realized what had actually happened. He was absolutely thrilled to see her there. Even though the attack had ended earlier, she was still infected and on the verge of entering a decisive battle to defend the fortress. Our protagonist remarked that it had been quite the spectacle, but the woman cut him off, saying she had no idea what he was talking about. Besides, her enemy had just been completely crushed by his attack, and the destruction was so massive that there was no fortress left to defend anymore. After that intense battle, the city was being rebuilt and the wounded were receiving treatment. A random worker told the red-eyed boy that several sectors were at risk of collapse, but he was focused on finding someone. He kept digging through the debris nonstop until he finally found the bespectacled guy buried beneath the rubble. The man had managed to avoid a fatal hit, which is why he'd survived this long. He immediately asked about the others. It took the red-eyed boy a moment to respond before telling him everyone was safe, but that our protagonist had accidentally destroyed the fortress during the fight, which might complicate things a bit. They needed the smart guy's help to come up with an excuse, fast. Hearing that, the poor man instantly called for the rescue team, saying he'd rather be buried under the rubble again. The rescue worker just stared at him, telling him to behave. Meanwhile, our hero had gained a new follower, that weird zombie, and was already trying to think of how to make use of the destroyed fortress. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a massive pillar of ice crashing nearby. A battle was still raging. He recognized it instantly. The icy mist belonged to that same troublesome ice woman from the past. Worried, he thought Violet might be in danger and needed help immediately. But Greta was out of commission. The previous fight had drained everything she had. The bespectacled man was wishing for death, and even the red-eyed boy was too exhausted to move. With everyone injured, it was up to our protagonist to save the day. and that's exactly what he planned to do. But as soon as they heard that, his companions panicked and rushed to block his way, desperate to prevent him from making things even worse. They promised they'd find someone else to provide backup for that fight. Meanwhile, deep within that frozen hellscape, the girls were running for their lives. Except for Violet, the other two were convinced they were about to die, something that really annoyed her since she'd believed these so-called heroines were supposed to be skilled fighters. But the freezing terrain gave them no strategic advantage, even escaping seemed nearly impossible. Then one of them noticed the enemy getting closer. A massive ice spear shot forward and reached Violet, but she managed to block it with her sword, shouting to the others that she was still fine. Their frosty opponent was truly menacing. She could tell Violet was human, but sensed something strange emanating from her body, as if she were connected to the very being they were searching for. Deciding she'd take Violet's head to the source itself, the demon prepared to strike, but Violet had no intention of letting that happen. As the two clashed fiercely, something else began rapidly approaching. The small girl held her weapon tightly and struck with all her strength, shattering the ice, but missing her target. Before the ice zombie could hit her, the voluptuous girl appeared in a burst of flames, ready to melt all that frozen ground with brute force. A massive whirlwind of fire spiraled up from her strike, but all she managed to destroy was a decoy. The real enemy had vanished again. Now that they were all back together, they had to stay alert. The small girl warned that this ice was harder than steel, and the zombie could control it however she wanted. Even if they managed to melt it, the ice reformed instantly. At this rate, they'd all be frozen solid. Surrounded by ice, their only option was survival. Violet could hear distant sounds of battle and was sure reinforcements would arrive soon, but the smaller girl was already panicking. She knew their enemies were lords of this death zone, beings whose power came directly from the source. They were strong enough to command other zombies, and no matter how strong their ally was, even he couldn't defeat a foe like that. Violet briefly recalled the destruction of the moon and told the trembling girl she had no idea what she was talking about because that kind of enemy wouldn't even last one punch against their hero. Her confidence helped them refocus. The enemy was closing in from below. Ice shot upward, almost grabbing the smaller girl. She was caught by the enemy, who tried to take her body as a prize. But before the ice zombie could escape, Violet sliced through the ice, freeing her. That only made the Ice Queen more eager to fight, expecting the humans to risk everything to save that useless girl. While distracted, her skull was suddenly grabbed by the fire girl, who crushed it in her hand and shouted that the little one wasn't useless at all. She was her most important companion. Immediately after that, she'd unleashed a blazing tornado, melting a huge portion of the ice around them. Violet had to leap back from the heat, yelling desperately to make sure her teammates were okay. Luckily, both emerged from the steam, but the fire girl was badly wounded. Violet rushed to them, her face filled with worry, trying to understand what happened. Realizing how serious the injuries were, she said they needed to find help immediately. That made the small girl break down crying, believing she really was useless, but her friend quickly comforted her, assuring her none of it was her fault. They were all caught off guard by the attack. Any one of them could have been taken by the Ice Queen. Still, the smaller girl couldn't hold back her tears. When Violet looked up, she noticed something forming above them. The ice was gathering again, shaping itself into the Ice Queen, who sneered that she regretted not killing the girl earlier. By now, she had turned most of the city's water into thick ice, completely surrounding her victims. They were now trapped inside a frozen cocoon designed to make them slowly freeze to death. The Ice Queen prepared to deliver true despair, launching sharp, deadly ice spears toward the human girls. Putting on her bleach-style mask, Violet got ready to fight again. She wasn't going to hold back this time. Charging forward in her most aggressive form, she went straight for the enemy. The Ice Queen smiled with delight. That was exactly the kind of power she wanted to see unleashed. She decided she'd take Violet's head for herself. Massive ice spikes shot down from every direction, slamming Violet into the ground once more. Frustrated but not defeated, Violet realized this enemy wouldn't be easy to approach, yet she still managed to calm her friends, telling them everything would be fine. She knows that if she uses her second form, she'll be able to unleash a furious attack, but she'll be left completely drained afterward. With few choices left, she told the girls to find a safe place to hide until help arrives, help that should come from their hero. The fire girl was amazed by Violet's faith in him. While melting the spear embedded in her own stomach, the fire girl said it must be nice to know someone you can trust your life with. Holding the small girl in her arms, she said she was sure they'd be rescued soon, but she herself wasn't going to hide. She'd fight to her last breath, wanting to be someone worthy of trust too. Then she erupted into flames like the Human Torch, proving that trust works both ways. Violet hadn't expected her to join the fight again, and that declaration made her realize how much she'd come to rely on their hero's power. Without warning, the story shifted into a flashback. A young Violet, legless and alone, laying in a hospital bed, staring at the missing parts of her body. Even as a child, she had the courage to cut off her own legs to stop the infection from spreading, dragging herself to an academy for help. It was a truly tragic fate. Now her old professor entered the room, asking if she wanted to try the prosthetics he had designed. The procedure would involve removing each nerve and running electricity through her body, an excruciating process. But Violet didn't hesitate. She wanted power, enough to destroy every last zombie. Seeing this vision from her past, Violet finally remembered who she was. Everything she had was taken by zombies. Enduring that pain had made her stronger, determined to stop another tragedy from happening. Maybe that's why she couldn't properly use her powers now or awaken the psychic potential within her. Her younger self confirmed it. Violet's hatred for zombies ran deep. That realization left Violet unsettled. Staring at her past self, she realized she couldn't fool her own heart. Outside, the fierce battle raged on, Fire Girl versus the Ice Queen. The fight was brutal. Furious that she'd been tricked by another decoy, the Fire Girl crashed back to the ground, asking if the little one was okay. Shivering and nearly collapsing from hypothermia, the small girl whispered that she was fine. She just wanted to find the enemy's real body. The Fire Girl promised to drag that witch out of hiding, but she didn't know what was happening to Violet, who was lost in her own thoughts during such a crucial fight. Completely distracted, Violet didn't dodge in time. Her friend screamed for her to move, but it was too late. She was impaled through the abdomen, skewered by an ice spike rising from the ground. With one cruel motion, the Ice Queen ripped out Violet's heart, thinking her opponent was paralyzed by fear. All she needed to do now was claim the body. That brutal sight ignited a storm of rage in the Fire Girl, who charged in and gave the Ice Queen a dental appointment from hell. No anesthesia, just pure fury. She struck over and over while the city around them froze solid. Realizing how dangerous that last hit was, the Ice Queen fled the battlefield. Desperate, Violet's friends tried to wake her, though they knew she had no heart left. The warrior girl knew there was only one way to survive, by using her zombie powers to regenerate. But her younger self appeared again, telling her it was useless. She couldn't overcome her own hatred, and because of that, she refused to use their hero's power. No one was coming to save her. She was about to be completely consumed by her hatred. Then a dark figure appeared in her mind, whispering for her to give in. At that moment, Violet finally realized what was really happening. Those voices were the souls bound to her consciousness. They were the ones holding her back all along. The souls said they had no other choice but to surrender to that evil messenger. And now she too was giving herself over to her enemy for power, their hero. Without his strength, even a lord like the Ice Queen could easily defeat her. Still impaled on the ice spike, Violet watched as flames started spreading across the battlefield. The heat was so intense that the ice slowly began to melt. The Ice Queen assumed her opponent wouldn't be able to withstand her own fire and would soon burn to death. But then the little girl noticed something strange. Violet's mental energy was fluctuating wildly, making the water around them tremble. It seemed Violet was reacting somehow. Even the Ice Queen found it unsettling. Suddenly, the ice spike piercing Violet's abdomen shattered completely, and then a third eye opened on her forehead. Her power surged to its limit, darkness swirling through her body. For a moment, time itself seemed frozen. Violet could move freely within it now, walking calmly toward her opponent. The psychic energy of 10 billion souls pulsed through her. It might not have been as destructive as the power the divine messenger once unleashed against their hero, but Violet was enjoying this new form. The souls, now subdued, couldn't believe what they were witnessing. All that vast psychic energy was under her control. They couldn't take her over anymore. Holding the Ice Queen in her sights, Violet felt a strange gratitude toward those voices. They had helped her remember who she truly was and why she fought. She didn't hate zombies, she just didn't want anyone else to suffer like she had. Like their hero, she shared the same dream. Her trust in him wasn't built on his strength, but on his kindness. That's what allowed her to finally accept this power. And so Violet unlocked her stage 2, her awakened form. With the strength granted through their hero's influence, she could now completely suppress that mental interference. Those once tormenting souls would now serve her, and her alone. Overflowing with power, Violet was ready to deliver a beating worth remembering. Watching her, the Ice Queen couldn't understand when it happened. Violet seemed like a completely different person. Everything around her felt distorted, almost unreal. The Ice Queen thought about retreating, but before she could act, terror flooded her mind. Her arm was gone. When she looked back, she saw it flying through the air, still not understanding how she'd been hit. It had happened too fast for her senses to register. The little girl was in awe of Violet's speed. She'd fully awakened her ability just like them. But the Fire Girl pointed out something strange. There had been no air displacement at all. This power was beyond anything they could comprehend. Racked with pain, the Ice Queen tried to keep herself together. She froze the wound shut and glared at Violet with fury, vowing to unleash her ultimate attack, the Arctic Tempest. But Violet, now in her most brutal form, was completely untouchable. Every single ice spear around her stopped in midair as if time itself obeyed her will. She walked calmly through the storm, blade in hand, closing the distance. And when she reached her, Violet struck, a single clean motion aimed at every vital point at once. The Ice Queen's head was separated from her body in one decisive slash. Her remains hit the frozen ground, her eyes still wide with disbelief. Everything had happened so fast that she couldn't even understand how she'd been killed. And now she's completely at the mercy of our fierce girl, who ordered her to kneel before true power, since she was clearly the weakest one there. Right after that, Violet shattered the ice dome, leaving her opponent totally disoriented. Even her own allies were stunned by what they were seeing. Violet was basically in her Uzaru or Bankai form, completely overpowered. She could already sense that their hero was watching everything. She finally perfected her new psychic abilities, and he was genuinely proud of her for it. No one would have to step in and help this time, which was honestly a relief, since he'd been just about ready to hurl half a building at the Ice Queen himself. Meanwhile, Greta was lifting parts of the ruined city with her powers. Everything had finally settled down. All they needed to do now was wait for the rescue team to arrive. Watching Greta work, Violet turned to their hero with a question. She wanted to know if that was how Greta had become a zombie, and more importantly, how she'd ended up looking like that Juiceman guy. After all, her original appearance was really something. Their hero explained that now that she was infected, her transformation was pretty similar to Violet's own. But to everyone else, she was already seen as a zombie, and that was bound to cause a lot of trouble with the association. At that moment, Greta was busy rescuing people, but as soon as they caught a glimpse of her eyes, their reactions changed instantly. When she asked how she could help, the survivors only backed away in fear. That left her looking deeply troubled. Even though she was saving lives, she knew she could lose control at any moment. Violet understood that feeling all too well, but she still chose to trust in their hero and the rest of their allies. He, on the other hand, wanted to know why she'd suddenly brought up that topic. Violet said that when she entered her Bankai form, her personality shifted dramatically. It was actually kind of embarrassing. Even so, she felt she was still herself. She figured maybe it was the same for him since he was basically a fragmented person. Despite that, he was still the same person she'd known since the very beginning. Violet grew a little flustered under his gaze, but he wasn't even looking at her. He just spaced out, lost in thought. They had entered this illusionary world so she could learn to master her new abilities, but she'd ended up gaining control over her zombie powers too. That meant the trip hadn't been for nothing. Feeling hyped, their hero said he wanted to spar with her to test her limits, but Violet instantly refused. Still, he insisted she should push herself and explore how far her new strength could go. As they talked, the defeated zombie lords were nearby. The one their hero had tamed was shocked that the Ice Queen was still alive, while she, on the other hand, called him a disgrace to their entire race. Clearly, she still didn't understand the situation. If he resisted even a little longer, he would have ended up like their weird friend, completely obliterated by their hero's power. That realization made the Ice Queen pause and wonder if it could really be true. But the zombie lord warned her to keep her voice down. Every order given by the sovereign carried meaning. Far from them, Violet was busy dodging their overly excited hero, who still wanted that spar. He decided it was finally time to return to the real world, and Violet immediately asked what would happen to the people in this dimension. He explained that after the fortress was attacked, another strike had been launched and they'd managed to push the zombies back. But our boy seems to be struggling to remember everything, almost like he doesn't want to know what really happened. They defeated the source, but it's as if it was never truly destroyed, and the more he tries to think about it, the worse his headache gets. He starts realizing that he was the one who devoured the source and used his amnesia as a way to seal those memories away, so it would never surface again. But that experience turned out to be dangerously risky, because the seal that holds the source is now on the verge of breaking. The place they once visited was supposed to be off-limits to all humans, since a creature lives there that can wipe out every form of life. And that's not even counting the other lords who are absurdly powerful. An evil eye watches the region closely. Everything alive that steps foot in that land meets the same fate. Among them stands someone who looks suspiciously like our beloved Piccolo. He immediately puts a cap on his head, pretending to be just another tourist leading a sightseeing trip for zombies. He explains that 1,000 years ago, this region was considered forbidden land. Everyone's amazed by the strange birds and the zombies wandering about, and they've got plenty of questions. The dangerous feral creatures nearby are watching them carefully, but the rational zombies are treating the whole thing like some kind of safari. Dawn asks if it's really okay to be doing this. The zombie horde disguise seems to be working, but they're clearly too different, especially since there are a few humans mixed in, which could make things a lot worse. Piccolo assures them that in this era, brute strength is all that matters. Duels between lords are fought fairly. No one interferes, and with Juiceman's power, nobody dares stand in her way. No creature alive would ever question her authority. Standing tall in her powerful form, Juiceman demands obedience. From now on, those minions belong to her. Their silence is the confirmation she wanted. Still, she asks for a word from the defeated lord. He admits he understands completely. The rule was set by the source of all zombies, and no one dares defy it. The Iron Samurai believes their hero is the only one capable of keeping such creatures under control, meaning this source must be unbelievably strong. Piccolo says the battle against the source was the riskiest thing their hero ever did. He entered that region with his allies and somehow managed to defeat it. But to do that, he had to challenge the source itself. At first, their hero was completely overwhelmed. His companions fought desperately to buy him time to regenerate. The battle grew fiercer with every passing moment. The source seemed utterly indestructible. Then their hero returned to the fight, stronger than ever, unleashing pure violence. Even then, he kept getting knocked down, regenerating, and evolving mid-fight, each time becoming more powerful than before. The battle lasted a full 7 days, and that entire region was wiped off the map. When he was finally out of strength to heal himself, he still managed to win, barely. The Iron Samurai admits the story is terrifying and asks if the source was completely obliterated. But according to Piccolo, that's not what happened. The source couldn't be destroyed, so their hero sealed it instead. Now everyone wants to know where it's being kept. But so much time has passed that even Piccolo doesn't remember, and their hero didn't either. As they're discussing all this, the ground starts to shake. A sinister smile echoes through a chilling voice, one that knows exactly why their hero can't remember. Because he would never risk doing something that dangerous again. After all, that voice is his most horrifying memory. Everyone's panicking, trying to figure out what's happening, when Dawn suddenly spots something emerging. Something starts materializing right in the middle of that field. The source declares that it can't be destroyed by our boy, and that he used his own brain as a prison to contain it. Now that he's remembered it, the time for its rebirth has come. Our protagonist begins to change instantly as those memories resurface, a clear sign that things have gotten really bad. Violet senses the danger too. That enormous figure is still just a distorted memory. The truly dangerous part hasn't even shown itself yet. Then our boy calls out to Violet, who's already standing by, ready to follow his command. He tells her to run with everything she's got. There's no time to explain, but she needs to gather everyone and get as far away from that place as possible. Meanwhile, the source of malice takes shape, and it doesn't waste a second, heading straight for our protagonist. He's already on edge, realizing that his friends' lives are in danger. That split second of distraction costs him dearly as he's struck by a brutal attack. His body is being overwhelmed by the source's power, leaving a trail of destruction wherever he's thrown. He's forced to shift forms midair. The battle between the two becomes so violent that they're literally tearing across the planet. Violet quickly realizes this isn't just a memory. Our protagonist actually sealed this monstrosity inside his own head. His old companions now understand that this is the true source itself. Our boy notices that his allies haven't escaped yet, which makes everything even more dangerous. The source mocks him for still finding the time to worry about others and laughs at the idea that he ever had the guts to imprison it within his own mind. If it breaks free from that prison, it will take full control of his body. Right now, he's fighting just to keep hold of his sanity. But this battle has raged for millennia, and his body is starting to give in. Strange markings crawl across his skin along with metallic ornaments that seem to grow out of him. The source believes victory is finally his. After seizing control of our protagonist's body, the source starts floating ominously, radiating malice. Its presence alone splits the sky with lightning. The hero's old companions can only watch in horror, convinced the fight is over. They've never seen this form before, and the energy pouring from it is pure terror. Violet, too, is frozen in disbelief. The aura she feels now isn't like the destructive power of her friend's supreme form. It's something far darker. This isn't destruction. It's death itself. The source grins, thrilled to see so many familiar faces. It's almost amused that everyone's gathered together like this. Though it hasn't prepared anything special for the occasion, it does have a little gift to hand out. Its attention locks first on the guy with glasses. The poor man's eyes start bleeding for no clear reason, as if he's been hit by something radioactive. He desperately tries to warn the others that the being before them isn't their friend and that they need to run immediately. But the source has already begun its assault. With a casual flick of its fingers, it unleashes a cataclysmic blast for the main group. They narrowly dodge, but even so, the sheer force of the attack is devastating. A single gesture nearly wipes out the human stronghold at the edge of the region. But then the source notices something odd. The skin on its arm is being burned away. It's proof that our protagonist is still fighting back from inside, like he hasn't been fully consumed yet. In response, the source clenches its fist, forcing our boy back into his mental prison. Now it's ready to destroy this world and every memory that comes with it. Violet, furious at the sight of all this, activates her full Bankai form, determined to bring their hero back, no matter what it takes. But the source isn't going to make that easy. It still has something to do, so it tells its guests to wait a little longer, maybe 100 billion years. While it says that, it finds itself surrounded by our protagonist's friends. The red-eyed kid is ready to use his electric shorts to beat the enemy, backed up by the flame girl, who's got very impressive assets. The source recognizes our protagonist's old allies and dodges every attack they throw. It promises to use them to kick off its rebirth celebration. The truth is, those poor side characters can't do anything. The enemy is way faster than they expected, and they can't avoid its blows. They're saved only by Greta's efforts, who's somehow still fighting. Even so, massive destruction rips through that devastated landscape. Far away, everyone's trying to regroup. The source is surprised those enemies are still alive after all that. Right then, the red-eyed kid almost sneaks in behind it, but the source already knew he was coming and evades those slow moves, mocking him, saying all the kid can do is try to surprise others like a child. Bit by bit, the kid does speed up, but the source insists that can't be possible. Then it notices the bespectacled boy interfering, predicting its moves, and that annoys the villain a lot. The source grabs the red-eyed kid by his clothes and hurls him into the ground. He hits the rocks and is knocked out, and even his face gets stomped again. The source knows these people are only memories inside our protagonist. There's no real emotion in killing them, so it turns its attention to what truly matters. It grabs Violet by the throat, strong enough to hold her sword bare-handed while crushing her windpipe with the hand it still has. The only one left unbeaten is the bespectacled kid, but as the nerd of the group, he's been mentally obliterated. He can't see a way to win. The petite girl beside him screams for the source to drop Violet. Her cries catch the source's attention. It remembers her exactly. If she's given time to prepare, this modest citizen might launch a far deadlier attack. In the past, they all created an opening for her to strike. The source decides to give her a chance to try to finish it in a single blow. She accepts immediately. She can indeed perform that devastating strike that can level a fortress. As her power gathers, everything around her begins to break apart. The source grows ever more fascinated. Watching that power coalesce is special. It's the ultimate expression of a girl who until now did nothing. She hurls a massive orb of energy at the enemy to save everyone. The source waits calmly for the attack to reach it, and stops it with a single finger, like it's holding back a water balloon, showing it's not remotely impressed by the size of that power. Another unexpected flashback. Apparently someone was bullied for the power they have. That's the small girl who just launched the destructive attack. Her mother was bitten by a zombie and gave birth anyway, so the girl's power is uncontrollable. Day after day, she wrecks something else and becomes the target of mockery and persecution. People say she should be executed by the association, just like her mother was. The girl tries to apologize, saying she didn't do it on purpose. Even so, she keeps getting bullied by all those extras. The poor thing tries to explain that even her mother didn't know she'd be born like this. But no matter how much she tries to justify herself, everyone ignores her completely. Now it's time to teach her a lesson and show her how life works in that place. The mean girl grabs a trash can and dumps all the garbage on her. As if that weren't enough, she starts beating her too. The bystanders all think she's a monster and deserves punishment. The girl begs them to stop because things could get dangerous, but her suffering makes her powers flare up again. She fires off a small blast, breaking a piece of concrete. Everyone falls silent for a moment, but the bully quickly realizes nothing serious happened, only making her angrier. The poor girl gets beaten even harder, like she's some kind of scapegoat. Because her destructive power is uncontrollable, she's suffered her whole life. Many times, she wished she didn't have these powers at all. A monster like her shouldn't have even been born, they said. But for the first time ever, she wishes she were even stronger, strong enough to save her friends. So determined, she decides to use her own life force to fuel her next attack, unleashing her most powerful move against the source, no matter the cost. Her body begins to fall apart, but she's completely focused on defeating the enemy. Her friends watch everything unfold. It actually looks like the little girl is winning. She's putting every ounce of strength she has into this attack, but the source remains untouched, effortlessly withstanding it. Now it says it's time to get serious. Slowly, it pushes the massive energy sphere back with just one finger. The girl can't even speak, shocked at what she's seeing. Walking toward her, the source mocks her. It's strange, it says, how she turned her own body into fuel for psychic power, risking her life for nothing. The difference between their powers can't be bridged just by desperation. That only makes her more determined. Failure isn't an option. She starts remembering when she first met everyone, how warmly her team welcomed her. For someone who always felt useless, the thought of failing them now crushes her. Her staff has no power left, and the source is clearly bored watching this scene. But suddenly, something changes. Piccolo, our protagonist's subordinate, appears holding the girl in his arms. He tells her not to give up yet. This time, the power she releases starts to push the source back. It doesn't understand what's happening as it's blasted away by this newly awakened strength, triggering a massive explosion across that ruined world. The girl can barely stand, her staff even slips from her hands. She realizes Piccolo shares the same power she does. As he stays silent, we're taken into another flashback. When the little girl was just a child, she made her first stuffed bear, the very first friend she ever had. Together, they'd learned to control her power. What a cursed yet emotional chapter. Piccolo says it was her. She used everything she had to save those people. Soon after, the Iron Samurai and Dawn arrive too, and Dawn's trying to understand how that little girl could become Piccolo. Honestly, it's pretty bizarre. Someone behind them said that in the last battle, she burned through her entire body until it became pure energy. The one explaining it was Juiceman, who, with the help of the Sovereign, managed to create a new body for her, shaped through the stuffed doll she once had, a form born from the image she carried deep in her heart, a person she always wanted to be. Strong, confident, capable of protecting others and herself. Damn, that's the kind of thing that really hits hard. After being pushed back by the previous attack, the source finally realized that what truly caught its attention had just arrived. In the real world, it's already been a week since the city disappeared, and now everyone is speculating about what caused the event. Those outside are trying to uncover the truth, but all that remains is that strange symbol in the sky. Blackie keeps staring at it, trying to make sense of it. He sends a portion of his power toward that dimension, but before it can make contact, the energy is completely undone, returning to him instantly. That only makes him more uneasy, realizing he still can't get close. Reporting to the special agency, he confirmed that the dimension was created from the power of our protagonist. Still, something about it feels deeply wrong. One of our protagonist's subordinates watches everything unfold on TV. The area is expanding and will soon swallow everything. Meanwhile, locked away, Vermin says no one has understood anything yet. The Sovereign will wipe out humanity this time, he's sure of it, and demands to be released so he can begin his work immediately. But Lang completely ignores him, which only makes Vermin shout louder, even more desperate. The secretary of the Messenger of God understands what this means. The prophecy is being fulfilled. They failed to stop our protagonist, and the day of judgment has arrived. Soon the entire universe will turn to dust. Inside that dimension, the source is battling everyone. It's already found those connected to the real world because it was waiting for them. Juiceman immediately recognized it as the very being responsible for the undead wave in the past. Piccolo gently sets down his imagined version of the girl, promising that this time the villain won't escape. He asks her teammates to take care of the child. The boy with glasses says he'd do it even if nobody asked, which motivates Piccolo even more, thanking the prophet. Being called that name leaves the boy puzzled, wondering how Piccolo knows about him. Alongside Greta, Piccolo is ready to begin the assault. The Iron Samurai and Dawn are also prepared, while the Source waits, hoping these new challengers will prove at least a little stronger. Juiceman is the first to strike, her massive fists ready to crush the Source. The clash between them is absolutely breathtaking, and now the two are trading blows like Dragon Ball characters. The shockwaves from their punches destroy everything around them, but the Source manages to grab its opponent, landing a direct hit right where its head should be, only to realize that wasn't the weak spot at all. Juiceman counters with an even stronger hit, taunting that such an obvious weak point wouldn't work. The Source grows more intrigued, admitting that our protagonist's subordinates are indeed well trained. Before it can react again, a burst of fire shoots toward its face, Dawn's machine gun blazing. But every bullet misses. The Source catches the weapon midair and starts spinning Dawn around like a toy top until she's too dizzy to hold on, forcing her to drop the gun. The Iron Samurai rushes in to catch her and immediately charges his laser arm, unleashing a deadly beam straight at the enemy. The blast obliterates everything in its path, yet the Source remains completely unharmed, only more fascinated by their overwhelming firepower. Now it was Piccolo's turn to step in, unleashing every ounce of his power. The impact of his strike was so strong it nearly cracked the entire continent. A massive cloud of dust erupted into the air. In the middle of all that chaos, Piccolo was caught off guard when the enemy landed a hit on him. The more the Source fought, the more determined and dangerous it became. The Iron Samurai was shocked by the enemy's endurance, and Dawn felt the same way. The Source then shifted its focus to Juiceman. Moving at incredible speed, it was about to strike her, but Juiceman managed to block the attack. Still, that defense came at cost. Her arms were severely damaged. Just by stopping the Source's leg, her body suffered massive strain. But that's exactly what Juiceman wanted, to trap the enemy. That's when the villain noticed pieces of debris beginning to rise into the air. Juiceman was activating one of her secret abilities. The fragments of her own body, along with the villain's, started levitating. Bit by bit, he was being imprisoned by the wreckage until a pair of enormous hands formed around him, sealing him in. Now in Greta's form, she announced that the enemy was completely restrained. That gave Piccolo the opening he needed. He gathered all of his energy for a concentrated blast, a massive wave of power flowing through his entire body. This was the ultimate shot capable of annihilating any foe, and this time it hit the Source head-on, so strong that it even escaped Earth's atmosphere. When the dust settled, all that remained was destruction. The Source realized that its body had actually been damaged. Maybe our protagonist's vessel wasn't as invincible as it thought. Piccolo was confident that just a few more hits would finish the job, but he'd need Juiceman's help to pull it off. Greta promised she could assist a little longer. She'd hold him down. Hearing that, the Source grew furious. After all, she was the root of all zombies, and they were merely the protagonist's servants. Hearing them talk as if they could defeat her was nothing short of an insult. Even so, Piccolo and Juiceman pressed forward into danger, feeling the immense energy radiating from the Source. Dawn was already terrified. She couldn't even grasp how powerful this enemy really was. Piccolo calmly said that things might start to snow soon. Watching all this destruction from afar were the Ice Queen and the zombie who had surrendered earlier, realizing just how weak they were in comparison. With their master now in battle, they didn't know whether to help. The zombie told her she still didn't get it. Annoyed, the Ice Queen asked what they were supposed to do then. Patiently, he said he'd teach her a life lesson. When you don't understand something, just stay away from it. It makes life a lot easier, especially because those two fighting shared the same energy. Even if their attitudes toward humans were different, since they couldn't grasp their sovereign's true intentions, servants like them shouldn't get involved. Otherwise, they'd just die without even knowing how. But then the Ice Queen realized her power was being drained, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. Her companion pointed out that it was happening to everyone. It couldn't be helped. It was a clear sign that their sovereign was going to destroy this world, and nothing could be done. All they could do now was relax and accept it. All that energy was flowing back to the Source. The red-eyed boy managed to carry the injured back to the guy with glasses so they could be treated, but he was already at his limit trying to keep them alive. They couldn't keep fighting like this. Still, the red-eyed boy told his friend to think of something. He believed in his potential. Then the boy froze in shock, asking if the prophet was seeing what he was seeing. It looked like the mountains themselves were moving. To make him understand, he turned his friend's head in that direction. At first, the boy with glasses completely ignored it, until his eyes finally registered what it was. It wasn't the mountain that was moving. It was every single zombie heading straight in their direction, enough of them to swallow the entire world. Dawn saw it too, and now she was terrified. They had never faced so many enemies in their entire lives. The only thing keeping the Iron Samurai somewhat calm was the fact that this was just one of their protagonist's memories. If this were happening in reality, they'd all be doomed. But Juiceman told them it didn't matter, real or not, they had to stop those creatures right now. Otherwise, the human civilization in that place would be completely destroyed. If these memories collapsed, the real world would be next. Piccolo knew he couldn't take his eyes off the source, but they also had to deal with that endless tide of zombies consuming everything in sight. What stood before them was pure apocalyptic despair. Don and the Iron Samurai stood silent for a few seconds. He seemed to understand what needed to be done, and he'd leave the protagonist to the others. With a golden gauntlet on his arm, he declared that he'd take care of the zombies himself. Don recognized it immediately, the gauntlet of ancient civilization. It was dangerous, capable of taking control of its wielder's body. But the samurai was confident. When it came to annihilating zombies, they were always in full agreement. Now Dawn had to join the fight too. Channeling her zombie powers, she was ready for battle. But before jumping in, she asked Juiceman to help her find her machine gun. Luckily, the weapon had already been recovered and prepped for her. The moment Dawn got her favorite toy back, she was overjoyed. The teams were split. Piccolo and Juiceman would deal with the source, while the Iron Samurai and Dawn would handle the zombie army. Finally, the two pairs went their separate ways. That's when Dawn spoke up, voicing what was on everyone's mind. She wasn't sure if the protagonist's subordinates could really handle this. That version of him, possessed by the source, was pure evil. Violet suddenly appeared, saying she had full faith in them. They weren't fighting their friend, she said. It was just a clown that had hijacked his body. That's why he wasn't invincible. Inside the fortress, chaos reigned. The crack in the wall was being repaired, but everyone already knew what was going on outside. Countless lives had been lost and needed to retreat. But then incredible figures arrived. Massive swords, each the size of a building, were embedded in the ground. The Iron Samurai had entered the battlefield, and now the people had hope again. Wielding the gauntlet of ancient civilization, the Iron Samurai was terrifying to behold. As he unleashed his power, everyone around him was left speechless. He promised he'd protect them all, and he meant it. No zombie would cross that line. In his sector, the situation was nearly under control. Violet, with her ability to freeze time, was doing her part as well. She was just about to land a full-force strike on the source, but he saw right through her technique. Even with time frozen, he managed to counter, wounding Violet and sending her flying. That only made the source even more furious. Juiceman threw herself back into the fight, charging the enemy head-on. But the source kept dodging every attack. She realized that the protagonist's body was actually empowering him. It wouldn't be easy to win this. And then it was honestly confusing at this point, was hit hard, losing both arms in the process. Right after that, the source had to dodge again. Dawn had nearly caught him off guard with her gunfire. She noticed she'd actually managed to wound his body. The source still couldn't fully control all of the protagonist's power. Even so, he remained a terrifying opponent, plunging his arms straight through Dawn's stomach. Seeing that, Juiceman rushed forward to help her fall in alley. But all she managed to do was get thrown far away after being struck by Dawn's body. Completely out of control, the source snarled that if these people were so eager to die, he'd be happy to grant their wish. Luckily, Piccolo caught his allies before they hit the ground, shouting back that they weren't going down that easily. He unleashed another barrage of explosive, brutal attacks, forcing the source to dodge each one while retreating. Piccolo seized the opening and began charging a powerful energy beam. But before he could fire it, the source smirked and said she'd be the first to die, then tore open Piccolo's stomach with his claws. It wasn't fatal, though. Piccolo managed to hold on, and before the source could finish him, Juiceman jumped back into the fray, regenerating her arms and throwing herself at the enemy. She was determined to hold him down so Piccolo could strike again. The longer the battle dragged on, the angrier the source became. This time, Violet succeeded in landing a hit using her time control ability, but she didn't have enough strength to slice through his neck. That only enraged the source further. He said they'd just wasted their best chance. Then, releasing a devastating surge of energy, he darkened the entire sky. The blast sent everyone flying, forcing both Juiceman and Piccolo back into their base forms. Even so, Violet declared the operation a success. She managed to slice off one of his arms, sure she was aiming for his head. An arm was still a decent consolation. Dawn laughed, saying she couldn't wait to see the look on his face. He'd have to learn to write with his other hand now. Up above, the source hovered in silence. He couldn't believe he'd actually been wounded by someone born from his own power. That's when he realized the protagonist's body wasn't as strong as he thought. Dawn was eager to go back in for another round, but before she could move, she coughed up blood. Violet immediately noticed something was wrong. Her ally was at her limit. Any more mistakes and it could kill them all. Juiceman and Piccolo exchanged glances. They knew that with one arm gone, the source couldn't fight as effectively. All they had to do was keep pushing. But then the source laughed, saying he didn't care if the body was broken. Everything so far had just been him playing with ants. Now he'd show them his true form. He declared himself the origin of all zombies, shapeless, shadowless, indestructible. Piccolo understood what that meant. The source's original form was as powerful as their own leader. That's when an unexpected voice broke through. It was their protagonist himself, clearly annoyed, telling the source he was being incredibly rude. A pair of hands burst from the wound in the source's torso, dragging that strange energy back inside. preventing the true form from emerging. The source regenerated his arm completely, and the surrounding energy faded away. Only then did the source realize he couldn't abandon that body even if he wanted to. Another flashback began, taking them back to the era of the ancient civilization, when the protagonist first awakened his supreme form. He was fighting Piccolo, sending his subordinate flying with a single blow. Juiceman too was knocked aside, both of them completely defeated. They were still grateful to have been revived, though their celebration was a little too rowdy for the protagonist's taste. He demanded to know why they were weaker than he remembered. It felt like something was off. Piccolo explained that they'd been dead for 1,000 years and the protagonist had probably just gotten too strong. He even pointed toward Vermin, saying he shouldn't have been sliced so easily, yet there he was half-hanging and furious. The protagonist frowned, clearly irritated, and ordered the newcomers to address him as sovereign. Then he cracked his knuckles with a grin. He was more than ready to teach them the rules the hard way. Juiceman wanted to know if the current version of their protagonist could easily get rid of the source, but he said that was impossible, because that enemy didn't even have a physical form. It was just a concept. Still, he had a strategy in mind. He'd already put it into motion to handle the source's situation. He proudly showed his brilliant plan to his new subordinates. Step 1. Once everything's ready, he'll swallow the source. Step 2. Let his allies defeat his possessed body. The two of them stared at the sketch, finding it both bizarre and oddly casual, especially the part where they're supposed to beat the source. Step 3. Celebrate their victory in the most intense way possible. After sharing the entire plan, he looked at them with full confidence, asking what they thought both about the strategy and his artistic skills. That only left his subordinates embarrassed because there was one small flaw. Hearing that, the protagonist got annoyed, insisting his plan was flawless. They'd explained that step 1 was the real problem. There's no way they could defeat the source if it's inside his body. And they were right, since he had no idea where he even imprisoned it in the first place. At least he'd have plenty of time to train them before it came up again. Worried, they asked if it was happening right now. Back in the present, it looked like the source was having a major internal conflict. The protagonist partially regained control of the body, telling them the time had come. They had to execute the plan now. Piccolo shouted in frustration, saying he should have said something sooner. It had been 1,000 years since that plan was made. The protagonist scolded them for their terrible memory, all while the source tried to interrupt the conversation. The villain realized the protagonist had deliberately allowed him to take partial control, mocking his millennial-old plan. But the protagonist replied calmly that it hadn't actually taken that long. After imprisoning the source, a lot had happened, and he'd gotten quite busy. Centuries later, he managed to revive his two allies, and that's when he started figuring out how to handle the source's problem. The villain listened carefully, until the protagonist casually mentioned he'd forgotten where he'd sealed him away, and because of his laziness, he ended up forgetting everything else too. The source froze, not sure if he'd heard that right. Then, while helping one of his allies, the protagonist finally remembered he'd sealed the source inside his own brain. In the end, that discovery turned out to be quite an interesting one. Hearing this plan made the source feel utterly humiliated. He assumed an even more menacing form, swearing to bring the apocalypse down upon all of them. The protagonist said, "Hey, we're just talking here. You don't need to get so worked up." That he told his allies to finish the fight quickly, since it'd be a problem if the source made it into reality. Piccolo begged their sovereign to stop provoking the enemy. It was just making things worse. But the protagonist was confused, since his allies had been fighting so passionately just moments ago. The source, taking full control again, snarled for him to shut up. Now trapped within that body, the villain wanted total dominance, and he was ready to annihilate everyone. He fired a massive wave of dark energy straight at the protagonist's allies. The attack moved with terrifying speed. That's when Violet noticed her blood beginning to glow. The severed arm she'd taken from the villain started regenerating, forming their protagonist's body once more. He emerged just in time to block the attack. The source had no idea what was happening. The protagonist smirked and said, "It's easy to rebuild your own body when you got your own genes." With his regeneration complete, things were about to get a whole lot easier for him to beat the living hell out of his enemy. Now that he's free from the villain's control, our boy is ready to strike. He lands a precise blow on the source, and the two immediately clash in a fierce, all-out battle. The impact sends the protagonist flying, his arms gone, and a massive wound torn across his chest. But the one who's really losing patience is the villain himself. No matter how much damage he deals, killing the protagonist seems utterly impossible. Now in his third-level form, with long hair and pure destructive energy radiating from him, he's ready to dish out punishment. The source is furious. Even after thousands of years, the protagonist fights the same way, and each of his blows explodes like a bomb. After one particularly strong hit, the protagonist's chest is torn open, and the villain rips off half his upper body. Still, it's nowhere near enough to kill him. That comment actually offended the protagonist, who declared he's improved since then. He shows a form the villain has never seen before, his ultimate destruction-oriented version. He moves so fast the villain can't even track him, and before realizing what's happening, the source is kicked like a soccer ball straight into the sky, smashing into what looks like the edge of that dimension. The villain realizes that in terms of raw power, he's doomed. Now trapped in that body, he can't escape into the real world. The protagonist warns him that the crack between dimensions is widening. He needs to take this more seriously. That only enrages the source further. The longer he stays inside that body, the more his power drains away, and soon his consciousness will be digested by the protagonist. Only now does the villain understand that trying to consume him was madness. He can't possibly win. But in his supreme form, the protagonist tells him it'll take time, advising him not to underestimate himself. He even admits he wants to keep fighting since chances to use this form don't come often. It's a rare opportunity. The villain snaps back that the battle isn't over and that he won't let the protagonist claim victory so easily. He strikes his own head, saying that this entire world will be buried with him. Back in the real world lies the brain of our protagonist, the true source of all this chaos. That last strike seemed to have wounded it, causing a small drop of blood to fall to the ground. A random soldier nearby notices it, confused about where the blood came from. No one nearby is hurt, but the moment it touches the ground, a massive chain reaction begins, releasing violent waves of energy that surge toward the giant portal in the sky. The two forces merge, turning the once blue portal blood red. Some bystanders look around in confusion, trying to figure out if that power came from the portal itself. Through the smoke covering everything, a shadowy figure seems to be hiding. The captain demands to know why his recruit left his post without permission. He saw that red light coming from the same spot. He heads over to scold him, but when he sees the soldier up close, he realizes the man's body has turned monstrous. Panicked, the captain calls for the special agency, shouting that monsters are appearing everywhere, but no one responds. Several of the protagonist's subordinates are losing control, reacting to his destructive instinct. The special agency's headquarters is being torn apart as his followers' sanity collapses. A woman from the agency stares in horror, asking why her comrades' faces suddenly look so distorted. One of the protagonist's subordinates shouts for her to run. They can feel the urge to attack humans. And even the vampire queen, watching from afar, lifts her gaze toward the crimson portal. She's feeling an overwhelming urge to attack everyone around her. Her subordinates with weaker self-control have already completely lost it. This was the villain's greatest move. He doesn't even need to escape, he just needs to corrupt our boy. By leaving only a tiny fragment of his power leaking out, he can bring destruction to the real world. And now in his mind, victory is already his. But right after saying that, the villain felt his entire body being crushed, like it was being sucked into something. The truth is, that's the protagonist's power kicking in. After witnessing everything, he finally got truly angry. Things have gotten so bad that the human military has had to intervene, opening fire on the zombies without hesitation. Yet even the latest generation fighter jets are destroyed effortlessly because the protagonist's subordinates are completely overtaken by the desire for destruction. That long-haired figure in the sky gets caught in several chains, his body forced still. Another giant zombie is trapped as well. Meanwhile, Vermin is growing more and more furious. He refuses to believe the protagonist gave an order for destruction. He thinks it's too good to be true. He's holding his allies back, trying to understand. That monster that appeared first has already been defeated. The humans managed to take it down. High-ranking officials from the agency are now trying to figure out what caused all this. Blackie explains that it's the result of the fusion between the protagonist and another extremely dangerous entity, one that can drive all zombies into a frenzy. The girl with the eye patch already has global reports. Zombies everywhere are showing signs of aggression, and this could lead to another war. The intestine minister told Blackie to stay out of it and focus on recovery, assuring him that humanity will handle this crisis. But that only worries Blackie more. He knows these monsters are far too strong and far too dangerous. While he's speaking, the creature everyone thought was dead starts moving again. The minister understands that human power is limited, but reminds everyone of one crucial fact. For the last 1,000 years, it's the zombies who've been oppressed by humans. Then he charges in, flexing his power, ready to risk everything to preserve the new order. As he unleashes a barrage of punches, soldiers rush in to back him up. But the creature just keeps getting stronger, showing no sign of slowing down. Elsewhere in the city, near where Langy is stationed, the situation is deteriorating fast. Knowing the minister is in danger, she and the director prepare for battle. The mysterious monster keeps growing larger, and it seems impossible to actually kill it. But until the threat is neutralized, humanity keeps fighting. Determined, the minister shouts that humans should never be underestimated. Blackie watches all of this unfold, his head pounding with the worst headache of his life. If everyone out there is just going to die in battle, there's no point in him standing by any longer. That thought makes him unleash his power. It's been a long time since he last did, but he has no other choice now. It's time to switch into his serious form. In the blink of an eye, Blackie appears above the creature's head, commanding that poor soul to cease existing. He strikes with such brutal force that sharp spikes erupt all over his body. The minister is stunned by the sheer strength of one of the protagonist's subordinates. Langy and the director arrive as well, knowing they'll be needed, but it seems Blackie already handled the situation in an instant. Then he looks up at the sky, a strange feeling washing over him, as if they're all being watched. And indeed, in another dimension, something monumental is unfolding. Our protagonist is unleashing his supreme power to take down the villain once and for all. With his body completely twisted, the source can't comprehend what's happening. Bit by bit, it's being entirely taken over. That it asks if our protagonist intends to abandon his original body, but our boy confidently says he's going to reclaim all of them. Frustrated beyond measure, the source swears to fight until its last breath, hurling attacks his way, but every strike is effortlessly blocked by the protagonist's energy. Watching it all unfold, he says the timing couldn't be more perfect. Now he can control those attacks too, because he's not wasting a single piece of that body. Everything will be reclaimed. After compressing his enemy into a tiny pill, he gets ready to swallow it, and finally bites down, chewing it completely. That act restores him to his base form. He lands back on the ground, right in front of his allies. A long silence follows. Then, with immense pride, he declares that the situation has been resolved, that the source was extremely nutritious, and now he feels even stronger. Violet and the others can hardly believe what they just witnessed. Their protagonist actually ate his enemy. Meanwhile, far out in space, mysterious forces begin to stir. A city protected by magical barriers thrives there. Its watcher believes that this zombie outbreak is merely the prelude to ultimate destruction, and that the protagonist's fall is near. He only hopes there's still time before the end arrives. Sitting on the ground, our boy starts explaining everything that happened, finally reaching a wild conclusion as he demonstrates a brand new ability. He can now make miniature versions of himself. It's a new skill he unlocked after that brutal fight. He's already enjoying the benefits. Now he can massage his own back while getting his feet rubbed at the same time. Those tiny little hands are perfect, and soon he wants to enhance them further with nanotechnology. He tells his allies to witness how incredible this power is. Violet, however, is worried. Since he consumed the source, that enemy might still be capable of taking control of his body. The truth is, he's not even sure why he did it. At the time, it just looked too appetizing, so he went for it. Still, the outcome's been positive. He gained new abilities and recovered many of his memories. Dawn, watching him, is amazed by how mobile those little clones are and asks where they got all those dishes from. The Iron Samurai recalls that the ancient civilization said the protagonist had already destroyed the world 6 times. So far, all he knows is about the ancient civilization and the Divine One. Approaching him, the samurai asks if he remembers anything else. The protagonist explains that before the Divine Era, he faced a tremendously powerful enemy and was torn apart. When the red-eyed boy found him, he had just been revived, barely more than an ordinary zombie. He had to slowly recover both his power and his memories. As he's about to crack open his head again, he invites everyone to witness that era firsthand, but his subordinates immediately stop him, not wanting to go through something like that again. That frustrates him. He genuinely wanted to share those fascinating memories, and he'd actually enjoyed revisiting the past that way. Unfortunately, he knows what happens afterward isn't nearly as pleasant. Since no one else is interested, he decides it's time to return. But as he says that, he suddenly feels the urge to sneeze. When he does, the released energy is so strong that it shatters the ground beneath them, causing a massive fracture to rip through reality itself. Outside, after defeating the monster, Blackie looks up and sees the new crack splitting across the sky. He can sense that something beyond the solar system is approaching. He also realizes the creature wasn't actually defeated, so now he has to put in a bit more effort to finish the fight. But before he can do anything, a supernatural presence appears right behind him. A small flash of light glows at the entity's feet, instantly annihilating the creature for good. Blackie points out that the monster can't really be defeated like that, since the infection will just spread further. But the young man reveals a small artifact in his hand. He says there's no need to explain anything. He already knows how troublesome our protagonist can be. Oh my god, now it makes sense. This guy is the red-eyed boy, and he's wielding an ancient relic. With it, he can completely analyze a monster, this one being a remnant of our protagonist's uncontrolled power, sitting at level 99 with 100,000 health points. Not knowing who this stranger is, Blackie orders him not to interfere with his plans. But the red-eyed boy is already battle-ready. He tells them not to worry. Everything will be settled soon. His next strike lands an irreversible blow. The critical hit completely destroys the creature, this time for real. Everyone who witnessed that is left speechless. Blackie wants to know who this boy is, someone capable of wiping out a monster born from our protagonist's power with such ease. Walking over to the humans, the boy introduces himself as a member of the divine civilization, the Second Seat Prince Kai, better known to us as the Red-Eyed Boy. To fully resolve the problem, he says he must destroy both our protagonist and this planet. The humans are completely confused, believing the disaster had already been solved. The minister asks if he's just saying that to scare them, but the boy calmly replies that nothing has been resolved. What appeared in the sky was only the beginning, and from that massive portal, countless people start falling from the heavens, leaving Blackie deeply alarmed. Immediately, he uses his powers to keep them from getting hurt, causing a huge slide to rise from the ground. Thanks to that quick intervention, everyone falling lands safely. It takes a lot out of him, but at least he fulfills his duty. He tells everyone to descend calmly and in order. The red-eyed boy realizes things have played out just as the bespectacled one predicted. Our protagonist consumed the source, which had the same level as him. That's going to cause something completely inevitable. It seems our protagonist is allergic to it, and now he can't stop sneezing. He's been completely isolated for safety reasons. He's struggling to hold in his sneezes because their effects are catastrophic. The walls of his room are already in ruins and he can't take it much longer. His last sneeze triggered a tsunami and wiped out several islands. Violet worries that if he sneezes again inside the city, it'll be a complete disaster. Since he's supposed to eat only light food, she brings him some soup, but he starts craving his eggs again. To his surprise, Blackie suddenly shows up carrying 2 grocery bags. Since they never imagined he could actually get sick, he bought every kind of medicine that might help. Our protagonist tells them not to worry so much. He just has a stuffy nose and needs a few days to rest, convinced he'll recover soon. But for now, he's fighting hard not to sneeze again, which makes his allies completely panic, warning him that if he's going to sneeze, he should at least look up. He can't hold it anymore. Another destructive sneeze bursts out, and the released energy this time manages to hit planet Mars. Tearing apart a huge portion of its structure, the explosion was captured by a satellite from a space agency. Earth's orbit is slowly shifting, and due to the massive damage Mars suffered, the planet is predicted to vanish within 3 days. Hearing that, the minister actually feels a bit relieved. It could have been worse if the sneeze had been aimed toward the sun. As he's processing that, someone comes crashing through the office window. Blackie tells everyone not to worry. They barely escaped that mess and honestly thought it would be the end for them. It was a terrifying experience. Realizing they made it out alive, the minister points toward a few unfortunate souls who weren't as lucky. Their bodies were completely obliterated by the shockwave from our boy's sneeze, and one of them hasn't even started regenerating yet. That's when Blackie realizes things could have gone much worse. Piccolo assumes it's just an allergy and wonders what's so terrifying about it, until he learns he's next in line to keep watch over our protagonist. Among them, the red-eyed boy explains that this is only the beginning and it's going to get worse. Our protagonist has control over his own body at a genetic level, meaning nothing happens unless he allows it. But because he absorbed a being as powerful as himself, his immune system is now overreacting. Every time he sneezes, he's unknowingly using his full strength. For humans, a sneeze can produce winds as strong as a storm. In his case, it's not much different, except his sheer strength can wipe out planets. He'll remain like this for 2 weeks, and by then the entire solar system could cease to exist. The moment he says that, Piccolo punches him square in the face. He can't believe that during the Divine Era, this same kid wiped out every zombie in existence. His reckless actions angered the Sovereign and started the war that destroyed them all. The red-eyed boy insists he had no choice, but his former allies clearly aren't buying it. They look ready to beat him to death. Violet is shocked to realize he's the same red-eyed boy from so many millennia ago, still alive even now. The Iron Samurai steps forward with a question. Why does his civilization need to be destroyed? The boy corrects him. They don't need to destroy civilization, they need to erase it. But before that, he wants to test one final solution. Everyone grows tense, waiting to hear what he'll say next. The boy declares that he's going to directly suppress our protagonist. Instantly, he channels his energy and teleports straight to him. At that exact moment, our protagonist is peacefully enjoying a meal, completely unaware of what's coming. When he finally senses the presence, the red-eyed boy is already in his room, ready to strike. Clueless, our boy casually says it's been a long time. Right after that, he feels the urge to sneeze, and lets it out directly at the red-eyed boy. Despite using his electric powers to shield himself, he's blown clean off the planet. Now drifting in space, he realizes his plan has failed, though he expected this wouldn't be easy. Drawing his sacred sword, along with the crown of the Almighty, artifacts carrying absurd divine attributes, he also dons the hero's cape across his back and wears the blessing of the divine dimension around his neck. Fully cloaked in power, the red-eyed boy challenges our protagonist once more, demanding to see if he can withstand this next strike. Our protagonist blocks the attack just in time. If he hadn't, Earth would have been reduced to dust. Now in his ultimate form, he's thrilled at the idea of a real fight. The red-eyed boy knows there's only one way to solve this, to kill him outright. Otherwise, he'll just awaken an even stronger form. To erase this threat completely, the boy decides to unleash relics from an age long forgotten. Our protagonist glances at those objects and can't help but notice they look strangely familiar. And now he's about to sneeze again. The red-eyed boy realizes it and immediately panics, but it's already too late. Our protagonist sneezes and the energy release is so intense that it warps reality itself. Down on Earth, people can see what's happening in the sky. For his allies, there's only one conclusion. This is the end. Meanwhile, the red-eyed boy desperately activates his strange technological artifact. There's no time for explanations. It looks like the entire world is about to vanish. Something's happening to Earth. People are being pulled into another dimension. Among them is our protagonist, who has absolutely no idea what just occurred. There are even people there who haven't fully recovered from their last adventure. He's shocked to see so many of them gathered in the same place. Soon he hears familiar voices. His allies were also brought along. Blackie asks if he has any idea what's going on. A little embarrassed, our protagonist struggles to answer. That he notices a massive building nearby, almost like a monument. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the artifact, alerting everyone to unauthorized behavior. Turns out the one responsible is the intestine minister, completely naked. Don starts smacking him around, yelling, demanding to know why this guy is running around with no clothes. He insists it was necessary to activate his battle mode. Inside this strange dimension, a mysterious man appears, welcoming everyone to the dimension of games. He explains that a sacred artifact was used to convert Earth into data, integrating it into this realm. That way, they could prevent our protagonist's sneezes from destroying the planet. That's when he realizes his nose doesn't itch anymore, the abnormal effects in his body have finally stopped. And at that moment, he recognizes the voice of the mysterious figure. Among the crowd is the Iron Samurai, amazed that the divine civilization is capable of such a feat. But Donda's low surprised. After all, she's already been inside our protagonist's mind, so something like this feels almost normal to her. The mysterious person apologizes and says they'll explain everything in detail. But before they can, our protagonist already behind them, demanding to know who they really are. And that's when he finds out. It's her, that gorgeous woman from the past. For anyone who doesn't remember, she's the extremely well-designed one with, let's just say, very generous proportions. Right now, she's wearing an incredibly revealing outfit, which leaves our protagonist a little flustered. He apologizes for undressing her that way, saying he didn't realize she was dressed like that to begin with. Piccolo and Greta rush up to greet her. They haven't seen this woman in ages, but she makes it clear right away that she has plenty to explain. To control the sacred artifact, she had to give up her physical body entirely. What she's wearing now is the default system attire. She can't change it. She firmly clarifies that this is not a fashion choice. Dawn, on the other hand, looks way too interested in the outfit, wondering if it's actually real. As they talk, more people start appearing in that dimension. Even the vampire princess is brought there. Then Vermid shows up, thrilled to see the sovereign again. Aaliyah finally covers herself back up and begins her explanation. The players of this game aren't individuals. They're entire civilizations. Now that Earth's been digitized, every intelligent life form has been brought into this realm. Between humans and zombies, that's roughly 8 billion beings. Some of them start asking how this dimension can even contain that many. The intestine minister demands immediate answers, while Dawn demands he put some clothes on right now. Lackey wants to know what they should do to get out of there, and whether they should wait for their king to recover. And that's exactly what Aaliyah is about to explain next. Everything in that dimension is accessed through games. The place where they're standing right now is the lobby, where players can choose from several options. Points can be exchanged for anything they need: space, food, equipment, you name it. If they manage to clear this game, they'll be able to become like the red-eyed boy and return to reality with all the power they've earned. The one who got really interested in that was the intestine minister. Now that he's wearing his pants again, he's super eager to start collecting points. Without even listening to the rest of the instructions, he just picked the first game that popped up. His body vanished instantly. Dawn looked really worried, but Aaliyah assured her that everything was fine. He had just entered the game. Right now, he's on the battlefield of chickens. However, because he was injured in the last fight, his health points aren't full. Still, he couldn't care less. He's confident he can make up for it with his gaming skills. The minister starts running across the field, searching for enemies. Eventually, he comes face to face with someone way stronger, level 68, while he's just a level 1 rookie. The poor guy stares helplessly as the enemy's attack closes in. After getting completely wiped out, he returns to the lobby, apologizing for being so reckless, admitting he couldn't even do anything. Because of his defeat, Earth's civilization lost 100 points. Since they didn't have enough points to lose, part of their allocated space was confiscated. Aaliyah told everyone to pay close attention this time. This is a civilization game and other players are already in it. Compared to them, Earth is way behind. They'll have to play carefully. The director realized that if the minister was defeated that easily, they were in serious trouble. After witnessing all that, Dawn asked what would happen if they lost all their space. Judging by Aaliyah's expression, the answer wasn't going to be good. Aaliyah apologized, saying there was no other choice. Dawn looked confused for a moment, but the director immediately understood they can't afford to lose no matter what. Our protagonist, however, seemed pretty interested in the whole thing. Apparently, he liked what he saw. Since he appeared in this dimension, he's been counted as a member of Earth's civilization, which means he can play too. That instantly lifted everyone's spirits, especially Dawn's, because if he plays, then everything should go fine. The game he picked required a team of 5 players. His allies started panicking the second they heard that. After some discussion, they picked Blackie to have the privilege of joining him. The vampire queen volunteered as well, followed by Dawn and the director. Finally, the team was formed. Time to start the game. Our protagonist was honestly delighted to see his body being converted into data. Before he disappeared completely, Aaliyah wished them good luck. But he's confident. He's sure everything will go perfectly. And then they all vanished. The mode they entered is called Honor of Kings. Everyone starts at level 1 with 100 health points. The vampire queen scans the area, trying to spot enemies. Dawn notices something strange. The protagonist isn't with them. Given the name of the game, she figures maybe they're supposed to find the king. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, our protagonist is looking for his teammates. From the game's perspective, he's been classified as a common monster with just 50 health points. In the game he picked, a massive army is marching through the forest, and standing in their way is none other than the vampire queen. Already in battle stance, she's ready to wipe them all out. She launches her attack while commanding them to kneel before her presence. Even though she's just level 1, slicing through all those enemies turned out to be effortless. Her attack was powerful enough to devastate not only the forest but the surrounding mountains too. The queen proudly said she'd cleared that entire region, leaving it up to the rest of her allies to keep pushing forward. The director was already suited up in his armor, target locked, ready to fire. He unleashed a massive stream of flames toward the enemy artifact, burning down everything in his path, even the target that was supposed to be protected. Back on the ground, the director realized he completed his task too. But with how weak the enemies were, the vampire queen grew irritated, feeling like this whole thing was pointless. Meanwhile, Blackie was still trying to figure out the rules of this strange game. The two kingdoms were divided on opposite sides of the map, constantly sending soldiers to attack. The goal was to destroy the defense towers and take down the enemy kingdom. That's why they had to move carefully. There were clearly other civilizations playing this game. Those soldiers were just NPCs generated by the system. The real enemies hadn't shown up yet. What really frustrated Blackie was knowing that their protagonist was still lost somewhere out there. But the queen dismissed his concerns, saying there was no need to worry. She could handle the whole thing by herself. Besides, she was getting solid support from that cyborg boy who had been surprisingly useful so far. Dawn, on the other hand, was busy defending their kingdom from any incoming invasions. The queen had stopped caring about the details of the game altogether. Leading her army at the front, she was ready to crush anyone who stood in her way. Everyone began advancing, even though they weren't exactly working in perfect sync. At that moment, a level 48 player appeared. She immediately sensed the presence of other players. One of her allies commented that these newcomers weren't just beginners, they were also foolish. There are no respawns in this type of map, yet those players were exposing themselves way too much. But a man with a sword on his back disagreed. He was level 50, and judging by the power of the previous attack, he guessed it came from someone around level 20. Meaning those people were probably among the strongest from their own world. Strong or not, he said, they'd soon find out everyone's true level. The short-haired woman declared she was heading to the battlefield. Activating one of her abilities, she scanned the entire terrain, and that pulse of energy was instantly detected by our protagonist's team, allowing them to react to her surprise attack. The woman appeared right in front of them, level 52, announcing that the rules of the game were absolute. It didn't matter how strong they'd been in their original worlds, so she personally taught them a valuable lesson. From the ground, massive mechanical roots erupted, thrashing around like iron whips, tearing through everything in sight. The blonde girl looked stunned at the scale of destruction. That woman had just ignored their entire strategy. But since her teammates didn't complain, she decided to stay quiet. She called one of her companions back from the forest, telling him to stop hunting monsters, but he was already facing trouble. Their forest had just been stolen, and he meant that literally, the entire forest was gone. Turns out, our protagonist was the one who had taken it all. He was fascinated by the game's mechanics, amazed that defeated creatures would simply respawn afterward. Thinking it over, he decided to collect the forest to solve humanity's food crisis, acknowledging how incredible this world was. Since he'd been eating soup while recovering from his sickness, he got excited at the thought of tasting something better. But on his way back, someone suddenly interrupted him, a player who nearly hit him with an axe. Now that he was on the ground, he had to stay alert. The forest he had stolen came crashing back down, and wasn't happy at all to see his skewer get ruined. Still hopeful, he figured that if he brushed off the dirt, it might still be edible, completely unaware that someone had gotten close. After picking up his skewer again, he looked around, confused. The player had no idea when that strange being had reappeared, and the system announced that it was only a level 1 monster, meaning it should be strong enough to pose any real threat. The player was already level 46 and planned to join his teammates right after taking it down. As usual in this kind of story, we cut to a flashback, this time to the civilization of the Merchant Guild. Within the Cosmo Company worked that same masked guy who was about to get wrecked by our protagonist. He was a senior risk control analyst, whose job was to hunt down creatures that could be turned into profit. That's why he spent most of his time in the forest, dedicating his gear and skills to fighting monsters that could bring him returns. Some of his teammates disliked how obsessed he was with hunting instead of actual combat. He called himself the king of the jungle. Right now, he held his axe tight. No one was going to steal his forest. That was the king's punishment. The force of his swing sent countless monsters flying and caused a massive shockwave. He defeated so many creatures that his experience points shot up. But the result he really wanted didn't happen. No notification appeared showing he'd taken down that zombie. Our protagonist had dodged the attack and wanted to know what the hell was going on. He'd been attacked without any kind of warning. Instantly, he assumed this game worked like a battle royale, so there was no need to hold back. Charging toward the clueless player, he went all in. The poor guy tried to summon a defensive barrier, but it was useless. The overwhelming power of our protagonist smashed him through the forest, dragging him across the ground. Our protagonist actually enjoyed that. His opponent's body was tougher than ancient metal. Then he noticed chains coming at him from all directions. One wrapped around him, binding him tightly. The player had launched it, trying to immobilize him completely. Even after taking a devastating hit, the masked player was still standing, ready to fight again. This time, he aimed straight at our protagonist, who was just as ready to get violent once more. Their punches collided, shaking the forest around them. The poor guy couldn't land a single lethal blow, while for our protagonist, it was nothing but entertainment. After taking a punch to the jaw, the masked fighter grew even angrier, only for our protagonist to leap onto his head, try and crush his ears. That taunt drove the poor man insane. Feeling humiliated, he struck again, their fists clashing with even more force. A truly explosive exchange. But once again, the poor guy was overpowered. Now he was desperately trying to figure out what kind of monster this was. It was unbelievably hard to defeat. Our protagonist, on the other hand, was fascinated by this type of player. It looked like the red-eyed kid had discovered something truly interesting this time. Seizing the chance, our protagonist activated his serious mode, his zombie form with flowing hair. Seeing this, the masked player panicked, realizing his opponent had a second transformation. Our hero was ready to unleash another round of chaos, but right as he tried to move, he lost his balance. The lingering effects of his allergy kicked in, freezing him up temporarily. The truth was, even the player had no idea what was happening. He just stood there thinking hard, while our protagonist struggled to move properly. The player assumed it must be some special mechanic of that creature. Maybe growing hair had made the zombie weaker, slowing it down. Determined to finish the fight, he gripped his axe once more and charged forward. This time, it looked like the player might actually manage to hit our boy for real. Just as the strike was about to land, our protagonist got furious. Reacting with all his strength, he shattered the player's axe and unleashed a massive burst of energy, sending the poor guy flying far away. But that explosion of power left our protagonist dazed and disoriented. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't move his body properly. It felt even worse than all those constant sneezing fits. Still, he was determined to finish this fight as fast as possible, and decided to change forms to do it. Before he could, though, he froze in confusion. His opponent had already been defeated. Meanwhile, back with his team, they were doing their best to defend themselves against the enemy's attack. The director was about to fire another energy blast from his cannon, raining down a massive barrage against the mechanical roots coming at them. That ended up making him the next target, and dodging didn't seem like an option this time. To everyone's surprise, the vampire queen swooped in to save him. The director was stunned by her power. What his countless blasts couldn't do, she did with a single kick. But the queen made it clear she didn't enjoy saving humans, telling him he'd better learn to take care of himself. Then she literally tossed him aside, saying he was standing in her way. Of course, that wasn't nearly enough to take her down. Feeling underestimated, the queen struck again, kicking through the roots and managing to destroy some of them. The mysterious woman on the other side watched this carefully. She brought her hands together and created something new, a glowing barrier that protected her from the debris. That mysterious woman's ability was a field of dissociation. From her perspective, the vampire queen was just an amateur who relied purely on brute force. She even promised that once this match was over, she'd consider adding her as a friend. That smug remark hit the queen's pride hard, and suddenly a wave of dark energy surged around her feet, coating the roots in black mist. Blackie wasn't a fan of surrender either. He decided to show that they knew exactly what they were doing. But to the mysterious woman, they were just clueless rookies. In this game world, everyone existed as data, none of them got tired, none even had vital points. Victory depended entirely on the rules of the system, and their lives were maintained by hit points. Every attack they made was treated as a standard in-game move, like kids waving their hands around, and the system's mechanics drastically reduced all the damage they dealt. Up to that point, they barely chipped away at her health bar. Meanwhile, the director's HP was almost completely depleted. Since no one could feel pain in that world, they all still thought they were in perfect condition. And the truth was, the woman's goal had never been to defeat them. She just wanted to trap them inside her barrier. Now that the barrier was complete, the situation inside it was sealed off, while outside, other players were preparing to strike. It was time for the collection phase to begin. But the glasses-wearing player noticed something strange. His friend who'd gone into the forest was getting absolutely wrecked. The blonde girl realized what that meant. Their teammate had likely been ambushed by players who hadn't been trapped in the barrier. They needed to send help while there was still time. The glasses guy volunteered immediately and called the swordsman to go with him. Together, they headed straight for the forest, right where their teammate was struggling. And of course, our protagonist was there too, though the players ignored him at first. All they could see were the forest monsters wandering around. That's when our protagonist asked casually if they were looking for some big guy. Thinking he was just another monster, the players were startled. After a brief moment of confusion, they decided to question the strange creature instead. But the swordsman snapped. That shouldn't have been possible. Furious, he attacked immediately. The glasses guy drew his weapon too, convinced they were facing an enemy who could disguise himself. Our protagonist dodged the sword strike with ease, which only made the player even more astonished. And our boy didn't like being attacked like that at all. He decided he'd have to take down every single player here, which honestly just made him happier, since that meant his job got a whole lot easier. The two players tried to use their numbers to overwhelm him, but our protagonist knew his abilities were still limited because of his allergy. Even so, what he truly enjoyed were strategy games. He was much better at commanding and managing. Soon something started sprouting from the ground, his little clones. They rushed into battle as his miniature army. Seeing those tiny versions of him, the players were terrified but still chose to fight. A massive clash erupted in the middle of the forest, making the blonde girl on their team panic. She couldn't understand why her comrades were suddenly calling for help, so she decided to go there herself to see what was going on. That area was already enemy territory. Over the communicator, she told the woman with the rude ability to keep holding the others down she'd meet up with her soon. But with so many plans changing, the woman started to get nervous. She was alone now, surrounded by truly dangerous people who were willing to do anything to win. The blonde girl was getting closer and closer to the forest, still having no clue what had happened to her teammates. But she wasn't thinking about that anymore. She needed to see it for herself. When she finally approached their last known location, something caught her attention. In the middle of the forest stood a massive altar, a pyramid being built piece by piece. The small clones of our protagonists were all working tirelessly there, gathering materials and stacking them to complete the structure. At the top of the pyramid was a throne, and sitting proudly on it was our protagonist. On each side of him knelt one of the defeated players. He perfectly embodied the image of a sovereign. To achieve that, he'd had to beat those two within an inch of their dignity, though it was hard to tell if they'd actually felt pain in the process. The blonde girl stared in disbelief, wondering why her teammates were in such a state, while our protagonist looked deep in thought. He realized that using the power of the source was easier than he'd imagined, and honestly, these building games were pretty fun. His little clones had handled the fighting in no time, and afterward, he just had to convince the players to cooperate. Now everyone was working together to build the home of his dreams. After standing up from his throne, he made up his mind. Once his perfectly designed territory was finished, he was going to crush his remaining enemies completely. Right then, he sensed something flying overhead. He turned and asked if any of the players could fly. Terrified, they all said no. From above, the blonde girl had no idea what was happening down there, but she already accepted that her teammates were beyond saving. Something about this whole game felt wrong, so she decided to head back to base. Maybe if she helped her other ally, they could still win this thing. But she didn't notice something closing in from behind her. Suddenly, everything went dark. When she turned around, she saw the entire pyramid hurtling toward her. It was our protagonist in his human form who'd thrown it, and he cheered proudly because he nailed her on the first try. Back at the base of the merchant civilization, things were going downhill fast. The vampire queen was absolutely furious, chasing her opponent like it was the only thing that mattered, tearing through everything in her path. She also congratulated the director for all the help he's been giving. He's doing everything he can so she can reach the enemy base. Blackie's helping too, and the vampire queen called him little brother, which honestly offended him a bit. To him, that kind of nickname is just disrespectful. Right before launching her straight toward the enemy base, he wished her luck, hoping she'd finally win, mostly because he's already out of patience dealing with this game and with her. Thrown like a missile, the queen sliced through the sky at high speed, ready to bring destruction down on that base. The woman with the roots was determined not to let that happen. She summoned a massive wall of roots, doing everything in her power to stop the queen from breaking through. But she quickly realized she wouldn't be able to hold that kind of force back. Even so, she refused to give up, and the queen finally tore herself free from all those roots. The mysterious woman sighed in relief. Their base had almost been destroyed. Fighting 3 enemies at once, she hoped her teammates would hurry, because things were getting really bad. She kept sending messages, but everyone ignored her. On top of that, her health was being drained non-stop. Blackie and the cyborg were already charging in for another round of attacks. With no other choice left, the mysterious woman brought her roots even closer around herself, nearly hitting both Blackie and the cyborg in the process. The queen didn't understand what was going on, but the cyborg immediately figured it out. The woman was heading straight for their base. The team decided not to chase her, though, since they still needed to destroy the enemy fortress. Blackie summoned a giant hand made of his own energy to attack, but his strike was blocked by a powerful defense barrier. He was shocked by how strong that structure was. The woman believed the newcomers would need a long time to break through the castle, which was exactly why she'd used that window to completely destroy their own. Panicking, Blackie warned Dawn that something big was coming. With her machine gun in hand, she was already prepared to turn anything that got close into ashes. The mysterious woman thought she still had enough health left to survive. She had to go through with it if she wanted to win. She ignored the enormous pyramid being hurled straight toward her. By the time she realized what was happening, it was far too late. They were all wiped out. The explosion was so massive that even the allies of our protagonist heard it, and they instantly knew the zombie had done something again. Blackie was nearly done demolishing the enemy fortress when the cyborg noticed something on the horizon. The girl who barely survived was coughing heavily, trying to understand what kind of creature she was facing. She decided she couldn't keep playing anymore and surrendered through the system's interface. With that, victory was officially declared for the civilization of Earth. Slowly, she began to be transported back to her own world. But before she vanished completely, our protagonist grabbed her by the shoulders and asked if she wanted to be his little sister. Right after that, she was teleported to the lobby of the merchant civilization. Since he was still in contact with her, our protagonist got pulled into that dimension too, completely startled. Meanwhile, back in Earth's dimension, the people were running out of space to live in. Piccolo was doing everything he could to keep them safe, but the region was just too vast. Some people even started escaping toward the void, but the Iron Samurai was there to stop them, bringing them back to safety. Greatest powers lifted the refugees into the air to protect them, though even she was starting to feel overwhelmed. The Gut Minister was also doing everything in his power to defend the people. For our protagonist's subordinates, things were getting dangerously out of hand. They were all wishing he'd come back soon. Vermin, on the other hand, was furious. He'd been saying all along that the humans should have been wiped out. While everyone was struggling, the game system suddenly announced that the human civilization had achieved its first victory. Aaliyah was thrilled. Thanks to that win, they'd earned a huge number of points, enough to make major improvements. The Iron Samurai made it clear that expanding their territory should be the top priority. The girl quickly started exchanging all their points for usable space. Instantly, the region they occupied began to grow. As the area continued expanding, everyone wondered just how big it would get. This gave our protagonist's subordinates a moment to finally rest. The team that had been pulled into the game world eventually returned. The vampire queen, fired up as ever, said she wanted to fight again immediately. Aaliyah greeted everyone with excitement. Greta was stunned by the size of the land they gained from just a single match. The pricing here seemed surprisingly fair. Since the space was temporary, Aaliyah explained that she had rented it for them at the lowest rate possible. 10,000 square kilometers cost only 1 point. But that price was for just 1 day. Hearing that, our boys' team instantly got frustrated. The vampire queen even lunged at Aaliyah, furious that after such a brutal match, she'd still lose her points like this. That's when the minister realized they have to win one of those matches every single day to maintain the territory. But Vermond assured everyone that with the sovereign by their side, that wouldn't be a problem. Only then did he notice their sovereign, our protagonist, still hadn't shown up. Worried, he went straight to talk to Blackie, who was wearing a suspicious look. And from the way he acted, it was clear he knew exactly what had happened. Word quickly spread, our protagonist had been abducted by another civilization. Meanwhile, our boy was exploring this new world. After so long, having a decent meal felt incredible. He thanked the girl sitting across from him for the food, while she nervously tried to understand what happens when a monster from the game crosses over into the real world. So far, no one had any answers, but a friend of hers, a pretty annoying one, had suggested she report it to the security department. She didn't take that advice too seriously, though. Right now, she was arguing online, trying to prove her point, while her teammates were upset about losing the last round. Tired of the bickering, she closed the chat window. Looking at our protagonist, she started wondering what kind of creature he was. Maybe this was some rare event, a 1-in-a-million encounter where she could tame a monster. Treating him like a Pokemon in her mind, she pictured all the ways she could capture him safely. Lost in her daydreams, she barely noticed him asking for another bowl of noodles. Wanting to take advantage of the situation, she told him he could order 100 bowls if he wanted. They were family now. Being the hopeless glutton he is, our boy immediately started calling her boss. But while they joked, someone from the security department had already locked onto their target, tagging our protagonist as an intruder from another dimension. The elimination protocol was activated instantly. The security squad descended on the city, clearing civilians out of the area to begin their inspection. A hooded guy was mistaken for their target and taken into custody for questioning. One of the investigators thought something was off. His sensors were still detecting their true target nearby. Scanning the crowd again, he couldn't spot anything unusual. Meanwhile, the blonde girl was hiding, realizing the security department was already in the area searching for abnormal data, and that made our protagonist start to feel suspicious. She was shocked that he still didn't know anything. Since everything in that world was made of data, abnormal data was a serious problem. The security department was the most powerful force of that entire civilization, created to ensure everyone's safety. Spies from other civilizations, refugees, or even rebels, all of them were considered abnormal data. While slurping his noodles, our boy thought about it carefully. Once they locate abnormal data, the security department uses special system permissions to delete it completely. No trace left behind. That thought alone started to terrify him. Thankfully, the girl wasn't a target of this investigation, and she decided to help our protagonist, who was now fully panicking. She took out a small artifact, using it to scramble the investigators' sensors. Now they couldn't analyze anyone's data, creating a perfect chance for chaos. Looking back, she told him to stay calm and follow her lead. But right away, our protagonist picked her up in his arms. She froze, thinking he was about to do something incredibly stupid. Calmly, he walked over to where the other people were, the same stall where he bought his noodles. The vendor looked confused, thinking they were trying to skip out on the bill. But what our boy really wanted was to pack up his food to go. The moment he got it, he jumped, literally, soaring high into the air. As soon as he vanished, the investigators detected something irregular. Everyone could now see him up in the sky, and the chase began. Panicking, the blonde girl shouted, demanding to know why he'd done something so reckless. He shouted back that he was a player from the civilization of Earth, and if he got caught, they'd execute him as a spy. The moment he was identified, the investigators opened fire, and his food was obliterated midair. The lead investigator flew straight toward him, determined to stop the escape. Terrified, our protagonist kicked the investigator away to keep him from getting close. The impact was so powerful that several ships exploded from the shockwave, creating total chaos, which gave our boy the perfect window to flee. After seeing all those ships destroyed, he thought the danger was over. But one of the investigators wasn't giving up. His armor had already repaired itself, and he was back on the hunt. The girl was even more terrified now. Our protagonist was completely lost, certain that he was about to get deleted. That's when the girl told him to stop whining. It was time to keep running. She blasted a hole in the ground, and together they dove in. The investigators' ships couldn't follow through that path. Down in the streets of that futuristic city, the police were checking every citizen. It warned everyone that hiding abnormal data was a serious crime. Among the crowd, a pink energy pulse slithered between people, slipping unnoticed until it reached an empty room. Once inside, the door shut tight. That's when our protagonist realized they were in the women's bathroom. The girl was still trying her best to keep him hidden. Interfacing with the system, she generated a digital barrier, doing everything she could to stop their pursuers from detecting them. Our protagonist watched in awe, amazed by her technological skill. She finally managed to stabilize their situation and showed him a virtual ID card. That would be his first disguise, but to make it official, he'd need to play a game as a citizen of this civilization, so the system would register his new account. He was genuinely impressed by her talent. Then she revealed something surprising. She wasn't from that dimension either. She was also classified as abnormal data. Now it was time for the two of them, the little zombie and the runaway girl, to start their adventure together. Outside the bathroom, some people began to notice a strange glow flickering from beneath the door. Our protagonist was taken into a game called Bullet Hell. The match hadn't even started yet, but plenty of people were already waiting. Among them was someone familiar, the messenger of God, who couldn't understand why he had to play such a childish game. Violet appeared, warning him to behave. Thanks to the souls he had absorbed, which were now under Violet's control, they weren't recognized as souls of Earth anymore and were classified as a separate civilization. Among those souls were two characters seeking revenge against the messenger, the sword-wielding heroes from the beginning of the story. Violet told him that if he refused to cooperate, his life wouldn't be easy either. But the man said he was merely a remnant of spiritual power residing inside her and shouldn't be blamed for what his original body did. Still, he promised to cooperate since even the system of this game knew Violet was the head of their civilization. Players in this game were grouped by level. The higher their score, the greater their chance to progress. The setup looked like a chaotic, violent game show arena with players constantly being thrown out of the evaluation zone. Our boy was a bit concerned about how hard it seemed. He had no idea what was going on. Everything depended on quick reactions, and he was always a step behind. The platform moved on its own too, making him feel like he wasn't even moving at all, while needing to dodge everything flying toward him. It was truly challenging for him. But for the blonde girl, it was almost too easy. She reminded him that the goal was just to help him blend in and he only needed to score a single point. That's when he remembered they were just playing a game. He refused to let his gamer pride be hurt, so he decided to give it his all. But after complaining a few more times, he could barely move and ended up getting hit by the flying objects. The blonde girl instantly regretted bringing such a troublesome partner. As she advanced, she felt the platform tilt forward, completely unaware that it was our protagonist's doing. He knew there were people waiting for his return, and that's why he couldn't afford to lose here. Panicking, the blonde girl yelled, asking what the zombie was doing. He replied that there was no way he'd be eliminated in a place like this. With overwhelming power, he destroyed most of the arena, knocking other players off the platforms in the process, securing himself the victory in that crazy challenge. He started realizing he was finally getting the hang of the rules. That kind of brute force strategy actually worked. In the next stage, they had to conquer a chaotic maze. Within moments, several players were already exhausted. When one stopped to rest, he heard a strange sound, the wall beside him cracking apart. It was our boy, tearing through everything like a locomotive, punching holes through the maze to reach the goal, tossing aside anyone in his way because he was going to win. Surprisingly, his reckless tactic worked again, earning him another victory. He was convinced now, even if his plan seemed weird, he was a genius at games. Finally, they reached the third stage filled with treasure chests. A man carrying one accidentally bumped into him. Offended, he demanded to know if he was being robbed. But our protagonist made it perfectly clear. Every single treasure in that area belonged to him, and he wanted to see who would dare to disagree. His threatening tone caught everyone's attention, but a second later, they all burst out laughing at his arrogance. That just made things easier. He fully embraced the chaos, unleashing everything he had, destroying the entire area with his attacks until every player acknowledged his dominance. Stage 4 was packed with obstacles. Our protagonist now has to overcome every single one of those obstacles. Crouched on the ground, he started examining some cracks. Since his sad boy form was too lazy to walk, he decided to pull the finish line toward himself, and that's exactly what he did. Almost reaching the finish line, one of the players started wondering why the ground was moving, only to realize the entire platform was sliding backward. Because of that, our boy snagged another victory, winning the match and taking first place overall. Back in the merchant's dimension, he was celebrating his results and was already eager to try again. But the blonde girl warned him they were doomed. He had drawn way too much attention, and it was only a matter of time before they were hunted down. He was shocked, thinking he'd just been playing by the rules. That only made the blonde girl angrier, because nothing he did could be considered normal gameplay. And there was something else she needed to tell him. She could manipulate data, but not all of it. Normal data eventually loses its sanity, turning into data bodies, capable of infecting others with their madness. That's why they're exterminated. She had just finished creating a new identity for herself, but now she'd have to run and start over again. The idea of turning into a monster, losing humanity, and spreading that to others felt strangely familiar to our boy. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of that dimension, someone was reporting to the Supreme Director about these abnormal data entities. The bald security officer was the one delivering the news, They already knew the culprit was our protagonist. He was acting recklessly, not even trying to hide his identity. A woman received that information, the Supreme Director herself. She said there was no need to deploy troops to handle the problem because that invader wouldn't be coming back anyway. They had already joined forces with 3 other civilizations that possessed rare items. The area was now swarming with anomalies, and they were all going to be detonated at once. The target zone? Exactly where our protagonist was, meaning he'd soon be blown to bits. Back in that strange game, a new round was about to begin. The blonde girl made it very clear that he needed to behave, but he felt something off this time. She didn't understand what he meant. He said it was hard to explain, but something about the crowd felt very familiar. And then, here we go again. Another out-of-context flashback. A little boy was working at a convenience store. His coworker asked him to hurry up since they needed to help out if they wanted to get paid. That was the last box. Noticing the boy was distracted, she told him to stick with her. Outside, a man on the phone said he'd take care of it soon. Inside the store, the girl was tending to the boy's wounds. He'd been beaten up yet again. He was constantly bullied by jerks. As she cleaned his injuries, she told him humans were naturally cruel and always preyed on the weak. Now that he was patched up, he said he understood. That's when their boss approached to say the customer had arrived. Outside, a man in a truck had come to pick up some goods. The girl said she'd help him load everything, bending down to find some items. At that moment, the fat guy snapped a picture of her from behind, and the boy noticed. But since the kid was afraid of everything, he decided to pretend he hadn't seen it, and even got scolded by the fat guy. After that, they helped finish loading the truck. The driver warned the boy not to stare too much at him. The kid already knew the fat guy's reputation around town, a sleazebag who lured young girls with promises of high pay just to exploit them. That poor girl probably wouldn't escape his trap either. That was the day something strange happened in the city. Countless zombies appeared out of nowhere. Nobody knew what they were or where they came from. The boy inside the truck was terrified. Before long, he got out and started heading back to the store. He'd left his wallet there. Out on the streets, people were desperately trying to escape from the zombies, and he watched it all unfold right in front of his eyes. Several of those creatures stood between him and the store. Inside, the girl was backing away from her manager, but that filthy fat guy decided to do something disgusting. The boy saw everything. Before anything could actually happen, the man started feeling strange. His body began mutating violently. The defenseless girl was completely panicked. Outside, the boy froze for a moment, deep in thought. He'd spent his entire life being pushed around, and his mother had told him not to cause trouble in this new city since they'd just moved there. But knowing what he had to do, he transformed one of his arms into a chainsaw. His hair started to grow longer, and he was ready to unleash chaos and destruction. While the regular zombies chased after everyone, none of them dared to touch Vermin. At least that's who I think he was. The unlucky bystanders who didn't pay taxes were reduced to nothing. That disgusting fat guy was about to do something terrible, but before he could, he was sliced clean in half. Vermin made perfect use of his mechanical arm, leaving his coworker horrified. Within moments, nothing was left of the man but chunks of meat. Vermin had completely given in to the situation. Now, it's hard to tell if this happened in the past or the present, but at one point the boy went out to buy meat, spoiled meat. He was only 17, and the vendor decided to give it to him for free. That year, he would become a full zombie. It all happened centuries ago. Humanity had been purged from the world. The first line of defense had been great walls. Over time, a military department was established, people who turned out to be even crueler than the zombies themselves. Within a few years, the creatures were in ruins, harvested, and converted into an endless source of energy. Their bodies were sold for scientific research. And as if that weren't enough, zombies started filling the cages in zoos. Humans called it an ecological preservation method. Forced to live at the edge of society, the remaining zombies gathered in abandoned places. They wandered for centuries until one day a zombie girl learned how to think. She didn't understand why humans were so powerful or how they'd managed to build a civilization. Curious, she started studying them, eating 3 meals a day, going to bed early, eventually realizing that civilization existed because humans could reproduce. So she decided to try it herself. And after several months, she became pregnant. When she finally gave birth, Vermin was born, a seemingly normal child. But because they were different, both mother and son were cast out of the tribe. Now the boy had to return home and tell his mother what he'd done to his boss on his very first day at work. Even though he was disappointed, he knew that's just how life was. When he finally walked through the door, his mother was already waiting for him and told him to sit down for a like on this video. It helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out. Like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.